Chapter 1. My goodness, James is truly carrying the team forward all by himself. Just think about it. He hasn't taken a single game off this season, playing a full 82 games in the regular season, totaling over 100 games. Such an appearance rate is nothing short of remarkable. Whenever the Warriors attempt to make a run, James always steps up to narrow the score. Today, he is indeed like a deity descended from the heavens, utterly unstoppable. The commentary from this game is etched in his memory. This was the first game of the 2018 NBA Finals. At that time, James was nothing less than a celestial being, scoring an astounding 51 points. Yet, what left Suyu feeling unsettled was that the Cavaliers had a genuine chance of winning that game. However, it was JR's erratic play that squandered their advantageous position. This was a recording that Suyu revisited during his leisure time. What a pity. Years have passed, and the feeling of regret still lingers. That year, LeBron truly gave it his all, leading a team of that caliber to the finals. Suyu remarked with a hint of nostalgia. This sentiment was not held solely by Suyu. Even the basketball analysts were thoroughly convinced by James' performance that year. They all admitted that if James had secured the championship back then, it would undoubtedly be the most prestigious title of his career. Suyu, an ardent basketball enthusiast and a staunch supporter of James, felt the weight of the reality that had solidified over time, irretrievable. With a heart full of regret, Suyu drifted into a deep slumber. In a hazy state, he heard a deafening roar echoing in his ears. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a scene that left him utterly astonished. He found himself standing on a basketball court. As he surveyed his surroundings, his initial shock transformed into sheer terror. For he beheld Hill at the free throw line. Then he spotted James, confidently standing with his hands on his hips at the top of the arc. Suyu was momentarily dazed, unsure whether he was dreaming or facing reality. This scene was all too familiar to him. This was indeed the final moments of Game 1 of the 2018 NBA Finals. Hill was attempting 2 free throws. He made the first, but failed to convert the second. Then JR grabbed the offensive rebound. Recalling JR brought Suyu to the realization that he was standing precisely in JR's spot. At that moment, a torrent of information flooded Suyu's mind, leaving him somewhat dizzy. After a brief moment, he finally understood. He had traveled through time. Moreover, he had taken JR's place aside from that. All other players remained unchanged. His full name was J.R. Suyu, and his teammates habitually refer to him as J.R. However, being a pure-blooded Chinese, Suyu preferred to be called by his own name. Suyu's abilities mirrored those of the J.R. he knew, with the only difference being age. At this moment, Suyu was merely 20 years old, a three-point shooter for the Cavaliers. With a respectable three-point shooting percentage, he was Jameis' most trusted perimeter scoring option, second only to Korver. At this point, Hill had already made his first free throw. He was preparing for the second attempt. Suyu knew that this free throw would miss. He needed to secure the offensive rebound and immediately call for a timeout. The crowd generated a deafening noise, causing Hill some discomfort. Yet, his free throw was already in motion. Duong. The basketball ricocheted off the front of the rim. Suyu was fully prepared. He leaped high and caught the ball with one hand. The Warriors players were caught off guard, astonished that this unknown Chinese player had snatched the rebound. All of the Warriors players converged on him immediately, attempting to wrest the ball from his grasp. However, Suyu had anticipated this move. Even though he hadn't yet acquired the typical golden finger of a time traveler, he was clear-headed at that moment. As he secured the ball, he made the gesture for a timeout. The referee had been closely monitoring Suyu's actions. Thus, he promptly blew his whistle. Timeout. The Cavaliers called for a timeout, with just 4.5 seconds remaining in the game. The score was tied at 107 to 107. Immediately after Suyu requested the timeout, James approached him. He enveloped Suyu in a hug, ruffling his hair enthusiastically, saying, "Well done, Suyu. That offensive rebound was invaluable." Suyu felt a surge of excitement. This was James, his idol. However, since he had crossed over, he needed to embrace the identity of the protagonist. With a calm demeanor, Suyu replied, "Just a routine play, LeBron. No need to get too excited." As soon as Suyu uttered those words, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! This sound echoed suddenly in Suyu's consciousness. He froze momentarily. James noticed Suyu's astonished expression and asked curiously, "Hey, JR, what's wrong?" Suyu did not respond to James' question, as he was engrossed in the vast influx of information flooding his mind. The Ghostback system has detected a suitable host for binding, and the system is currently binding. Binding successful. System, Ghostback system. Host name, Suyu. Height, 1.98 meters. Weight, 95 kilograms. Age, 20. Wingspan, 2.10 meters. Vertikal Jumpstatik, 80 centimeter. Vertical jump running, 110 centimeters. Running speed, average. Physical fitness level, low. Body fat percentage, 12. Conclusion. The host's physical attributes are average, but highly malleable and worthy of enhancement. The Ghostback system is exceptionally suitable. Suyu stared blankly at the virtual panel that appeared before him. It displayed all his basic data. Most notably, the final statement claimed that his physical fitness was merely average. How could that be? After all, this body belonged to Jar, who was famously said to possess Jordan's attributes below the neck. In other words, JR's physical prowess was comparable to that of Jordan. Suyu had witnessed JR's explosive dunk highlights and was thoroughly impressed. Now, to be assessed as merely average by the Ghostback system was utterly unsatisfactory. At this point, Suyu had grasped the situation. This so-called Ghostback system was likely the golden finger he had acquired from his time travel. However, he was quite resistant to the evaluation given by the Ghostback system. Aside from these basic statistics, he saw no other data. Thus, he expressed his disdain, saying, "Ghostback system? Is that all you've got?" James, still in front of Suyu, raised an eyebrow at his words and asked, "Hey, JR, what are you talking about?" Suyu suddenly realized that James was still right there. He smiled and shook his head, saying, "Nothing." James shook his head in mild exasperation and returned to the bench to hydrate. This game had taken a tremendous toll on him. At this moment, James had already scored 48 points, and his stamina was nearing its limit. The television broadcast focused on James sitting on the bench, panting heavily. The commentators, exhilarated by Suyu's crucial offensive rebound, exclaimed, "My goodness, this game has been absolutely thrilling." James' performance has been nothing short of divine, and in the final moments, Suyu's offensive rebound finally provided the support James needed from a teammate. This counts as a significant A-dam. At that moment, all the Warriors fans in the arena stood up. Even though the Cavaliers held the final possession and had nearly 5 seconds left, the Warriors fans appeared relatively unconcerned. Seasoned fans knew that James rarely opted to take the final shot himself, that, in most instances, he would attract a double team before passing the ball to a teammate in a vacant position. The reactions from fans and experts regarding this tactic are decidedly mixed. However, at that moment, Suyu was not preoccupied with contemplating the execution of the final shot. He felt utterly perplexed about how to utilize this enigmatic Ghostback system. Suyu made his way to the bench, seated himself on the stool, and then fixated on the virtual panel that was visible only to him. To outsiders, it appeared as though Suyu was lost in deep thought. In reality, he was attempting to communicate with the peculiar Ghostback system. "Ghostback system? I'm here." Suyu was taken aback by the system's unexpected response. With a hint of excitement, he inquired further, "Ghostback, what is your purpose? How can you assist me?" This was the foremost concern on Suyu's mind, especially as the game approached its climax. Whether he could leverage this golden opportunity to achieve fame and glory hinged entirely on the capabilities of the Ghostback system. Consequently, Suyu's emotions were a tumultuous mix of exhilaration and trepidation. To respond to the host, the Ghostback system can continuously enhance the host's physical attributes, ultimately culminating in an intimidating Ghostback. Suyu was far from satisfied with such a vague answer. It merely hinted at a future outcome. What he truly needed were skills that he could deploy immediately. "Ghostback, aside from that, what about my novice gift package?" "Host, the novice gift package has been distributed. Would you like to open it?" "Open it." "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ultimate defensive talent, which will reduce the offensive efficiency of the guarded player to below 50% of its original value. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 opportunities to utilize the final shot skill. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the supreme offensive rebounding talent." Upon witnessing the contents of the novice gift package, Suyu finally felt a glimmer of hope. The final shot skill? What does it do? The host can utilize this skill to secure a game-winning shot. Suyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he inhaled sharply. This was indeed the perfect skill for showboating. At that moment, Tyronn Lue had completed his tactical briefing. Unsurprisingly, LeBron James was the designated ball handler. Lue had explicitly instructed all players. This play was to be executed with everyone spacing out to allow LeBron to isolate for Oni-gaeshi. At this juncture, Suyu found himself in a predicament. He wished to employ the final shot skill, but that was contingent upon his securing possession of the ball. The strategy was already in place, directing LeBron to execute the final offensive play. What could he possibly do to ensure his own moment of glory? Just as Suyu was grappling with his dilemma, the announcement signaling the end of the timeout rang out. The game was about to commence. Warriors players surged onto the court, their collective gaze fixed intently on LeBron. Coach Steve Kerr had also confirmed the defensive strategy. This offensive play was undoubtedly entrusted to LeBron. Thus, all players were instructed to focus solely on LeBron, while others might take a step back. The Cavaliers players took their positions as well. Kevin Love was the inbounder, with LeBron stationed at the top of the arc. Su Yu's assigned role was to set screens for LeBron, facilitating his ability to receive the ball. At that moment, Su Yu scanned the Warriors players, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Eureka! He is precisely the individual I can emulate. The player Su Yu spotted was Nick Young. Instantly, Su Yu recalled Young's infamous game-winning steal. It is worth noting that the strategy for that play had been designed for Kobe Bryant, who was poised to catch the ball for the decisive shot. Unexpectedly, Nick Young dashed in from the flank, intercepting the pass intended for Kobe, and then launched a three-pointer that clinched the game. Everyone present was left in shock. After the match, someone humorously remarked, "Nick Young's shot risked his entire career. If it went in, he would bask in glory. If not, he would be packing his bags to leave Los Angeles." However, Lady Luck chose to smile upon Nick Young that day. Thus, Su Yu, inspired by a flash of brilliance, resolved to replicate Young's audacious move. Fully aware of the Cavaliers' tactical arrangement, Su Yu felt confident that stealing the pass intended for LeBron would be a piece of cake. At that moment, the atmosphere in the Warriors' home court grew increasingly raucous. They aimed to disrupt the Cavaliers' strategy with their fervent cheers. Yet, beneath their exuberance, the Warriors' fans were undeniably anxious. After all, LeBron's playoff statistics this season have been nothing short of explosive. No one dared to guarantee that LeBron would miss the game-winning shot. In a certain factory's live broadcast room, Fan, with a look of anxiety, inquired of Teacher Su. "Teacher Su, do you think the final shot for the Cavaliers will be entrusted to LeBron James?" At this moment, Teacher Su displayed no hint of anxiety. With a smile, he remarked, "In truth, apart from James himself, no one else has any inkling of the choice he will ultimately make." Teacher Su's remarks resonated deeply with the fans watching the live broadcast. His words carry profound significance. Indeed, it seems he has articulated much, yet said little at all. These commentators are excessively cautious. Is he not alluding to James's penchant for shifting blame? What is there to fear in stating it outright? Is there a critic among us? However, to be candid, James's gameplay is so exceedingly rational that it occasionally drives fans to the brink of insanity. Is it conceivable that James might pass the ball to Su Yu? Su Yu's shooting percentage today is commendable. It is indeed plausible, as James's loyal aide. Su Yu's performance has been noteworthy. Yet, let us be realistic. What merit does Su Yu possess to expect James to entrust him with a game-winning shot? Dream on. The barrage of comments in the live chat is refreshingly animated, with fans fervently expressing their thoughts. In the final moments of Game 1 of the 2018 NBA Finals, the Cavaliers had a chance to clinch victory. The score stood at 107, and the gaze of basketball enthusiasts worldwide was fixated on James. Meanwhile, the American commentators shared their insights. It is worth noting that James had already amassed 48 points in this game. At this juncture, his stamina has undoubtedly reached its limit. However, his performance today has been exceptional. I believe he will opt for an offensive play. In contrast to the more subtle commentary from Chinese analysts, the American commentators boldly articulate their opinions. Su Yu has indeed achieved considerable renown in the realm of Huagua. At the very least, he has demonstrated his worth on the grand stage of the NBA Finals. However, Su Yu ultimately remains a role player, and it proves to be quite challenging for him to obtain a greater share of the ball. Once again, attention shifts back to the court, where the Warriors players have each pinpointed the Cavaliers players they are tasked with defending. At this moment, Su Yu stood alongside James at the apex of the arc. Seizing the moment before the referee could hand the ball to Love for the inbound, Su Yu preemptively addressed LeBron. "Hey, LeBron, I must apologize in advance for something. I hope you won't hold it against me later." LeBron, taken aback by Su Yu's words, found himself somewhat perplexed. However, he was not overly surprised, for JR had long been bestowed with the moniker of a wild card, indicating that one could not perceive him through the lens of conventionality. As the referee's whistle signaled the commencement of the game, the basketball was passed to Love, who had a mere 5 seconds to deliver it to LeBron. This was Love's sole task. Yet, at this moment, the formidable Green was assigned to guard LeBron, a known defensive powerhouse renowned for his relentless tenacity. In layman's terms, he employed every conceivable tactic, particularly now, as the Cavaliers held the pivotal final shot opportunity. At the top of the arc, a cluster of figures congregated. LeBron, Su Yu, Green, Thompson, and even Durant lurked nearby, all eyes keenly focused. Their objective was unambiguous: to disrupt LeBron's reception as much as possible. If feasible, they also aimed to intercept the pass. Naturally, their primary mission was to consistently create difficulties for LeBron in receiving the ball. As LeBron made his move, Suyu was poised to provide him with a screen as per their strategy. After Suyu positioned himself behind Green, LeBron was able to find an opening to receive the ball. At that moment, LeBron was still indecisive about whether to attack or pass, as the situation remained uncertain. Green, perceptive to Suyu's intention to provide LeBron with cover, tightly marked LeBron, making it difficult for Suyu to effectively obstruct him. Meanwhile, Thompson's focus was also directed towards LeBron, as everyone understood that the ball was undoubtedly destined for him. Consequently, Suyu's defensive intensity diminished significantly. At this moment, Suyu effortlessly eluded the defensive grasp of the Warriors. As LeBron awaited Suyu's screen, he was astonished to discover that Suyu had deviated from the tactical plan and instead broke free from his defender, charging towards Love. Not only was LeBron taken aback, but Love was also bewildered. The coach's strategy had not envisioned such a maneuver. LeBron was perplexed by Suyu's intentions. However, true to his nature, LeBron showcased his remarkable physical prowess. Despite the absence of Suyu's off-ball screen, he managed to fend off the double team from Green and Thompson, positioning himself right in front of Love. At that moment, Love, upon spotting LeBron, felt an immediate sense of relief. Consequently, as the 5-second mark approached, Love passed the ball to LeBron, with Suyu standing closely beside him, just as Love released the pass. Suyu initiated the play. James had already extended his hands, poised to catch the ball. However, a figure suddenly emerged from the side, intercepting the basketball. James was taken aback, initially believing this figure to be a player from the Warriors. Yet, upon realizing it was Suyu, his astonishment deepened. Not only James, but everyone watching the game was equally stunned. To everyone's astonishment, Suyu managed to intercept the ball from LeBron James. However, before they could fully comprehend the magnitude of this feat, Suyu's subsequent decision left them utterly flabbergasted. In fact, immediately after seizing the basketball, he internally communicated with the ghostly back system, uttering the words, "Activate the last shot skill." The last shot skill was now in effect, granting the host the ability to execute a final shot. Upon receiving a response from the ghost back system, Suyu felt a sense of relief. Little did he know, his actions had incited the discontent of basketball fans worldwide. What was he doing? Who did he think he was? This wretched player from Huagua. What on earth was he up to? I had a feeling that this erratic player would indeed act irrationally. He should never have been allowed on the court. Thick-skinned as he is, he seems intent on ruining a favorable situation. With LeBron in such excellent form today, he ought to have been given the ball. Could this Huagua fool be a mole for the Warriors? Some extreme Cavaliers fans had even begun to hurl insults. Meanwhile, the commentator from a certain streaming platform was equally perplexed. Suyu had just secured a crucial rebound, so why was he now engaging in such foolish behavior? Observing Suyu's expression, it appeared as though he had been prepared for this all along, leaving me utterly bewildered. At this moment, Teacher Su wore an expression of bewilderment, mirroring the perplexity displayed by fans of the Huagua team. It is noteworthy that many spectators were drawn to this match primarily due to Suyu's participation. Although Suyu is merely a role player, he has achieved remarkable success within the realm of Huagua basketball. His recent acquisition of a crucial offensive rebound heightened the anticipation among numerous Huagua supporters for the unfolding contest. It is widely acknowledged that this year's finals showcased a significant disparity in strength between the Cavaliers and the Warriors. Particularly, the Cavaliers roster has undergone numerous overhauls. Their advancement to the finals has surpassed the expectations of all. ESPN even articulated a probability indicating that the chances of the Cavaliers reaching the finals were below 3%. Yet, LeBron James led the Cavaliers to the finals against all odds. Thus, the Cavaliers' journey has been undeniably arduous, especially highlighted by James's extraordinary performances that have captivated countless fans. Some have even bestowed upon him the moniker Thanos James. In such a pivotal finals match, it was anticipated that the final shot would be executed by none other than James himself. Suyu unexpectedly broke through, intercepting the basketball intended for James. Although James felt a twinge of frustration, ample time remained. As long as Suyu promptly returned the ball to him, there was still a chance for him to make the final shot. James did not linger in hesitation for long. He swiftly extricated himself from the clutches of Green and Durant and positioned himself beside Suyu. At that moment, James had already extended his arms, poised to receive the pass. At this moment, Suyu found himself positioned at the logo located at the left side 45-degree angle. To everyone's astonishment, after seizing the basketball, Suyu appeared somewhat bewildered, as if he had momentarily forgotten he was engaged in a game. The Cavaliers fans were incensed, their frustration boiling over. With time swiftly dwindling, what was initially a remaining 4 7 seconds had already been reduced to 3. 7 seconds, as Suyu had squandered a precious second after receiving the pass. LeBron James, too, was now at Suyu's side, extending his hand in eager anticipation of the ball. "Pass it to James. Pass it," echoed the frantic pleas of the crowd, reverberating in unison. In that fleeting moment of bewilderment, Suyu was, in fact, engaging in a dialogue with the system. Now that the skills have been bestowed upon him, it is time to commence the display of his newfound prowess. At this moment, the only thing that occupied Suyu's gaze was the hoop. He noticed James beside him, extending his hands, pleading for the ball. However, Suyu chose to disregard James and focus on executing this game-winning shot. Only in this manner could he capture the world's attention and attain fame in a single, decisive moment. Although Suyu harbored a deep admiration for James, he understood that only by demonstrating his own worth could he earn James's genuine respect. Now that he had traversed to this realm, he was determined to become the true protagonist, rather than languishing in the shadow of James. Under the watchful gaze of the audience, Suyu finally made his move. While everyone anticipated that he would pass the ball to James, he boldly confronted Thompson's defense, initiating his dribble. With a swift motion, Suyu lowered the ball and executed a forward breakthrough. Thompson hurriedly pursued, eager to intercept. However, Suyu's maneuver was merely a feint. His true intention was to create space with a step back. Consequently, Thompson was left off balance. The timer now displayed a mere second remaining. Suyu has also executed the step-back maneuver. Following that, he gathered and controlled the ball before decisively launching an audacious long-range three-pointer. Suyu's choice left James utterly astonished. He could hardly fathom that Suyu would be so audacious as to disregard his call for the ball and instead opt to take the shot himself. This was the final moment of the championship game. This was not merely a regular season match. This was a crucial shot that could determine the fate of the Cavaliers. Suyu made his move. The Warriors fans were elated. This was precisely the spectacle they yearned to witness. They had certainly heard of Suyu's reputation, even if it occasionally flared up unexpectedly. However, this was the stage of the finals. To aim for the decisive shot at the last moment? It was nothing short of a fantasy. This sentiment was not confined to the Warriors fans alone. Even the other players of the Cavaliers shared the same thoughts. Tyronn Lue's expression was one of sheer terror. His mouth fell agape, his face a canvas of bewilderment, as if he were questioning, "Who am I? Where am I? What manner of being is this Suyu?" Nevertheless, the event had already transpired. Suyu seized the opportunity for a shot over LeBron James, opting to take the final shot himself. As the basketball slipped from Suyu's fingertips, it traced a beautiful arc, soaring towards the hoop. In that moment, every eye was fixated on the ball. Notably, the Warriors fans were even more anxious than those of the Cavaliers, for a successful shot would spell their team's demise. Conversely, a miss would grant them a chance at overtime, thus sparing them from despair. LeBron, resigned to the unfolding reality, shrugged and gazed at the basket. In truth, he bore no significant resentment towards Suyu. Rather, he harbored a hope for the ball to find its mark. Yet, any reasonable person understood the daunting challenge presented by such a shot. Even Stephen Curry, renowned for his shooting prowess, would struggle to score from such a distance while facing Klay Thompson's defense. However, Suyu did not keep them in suspense for long as the basketball neared the hoop. At this juncture, everyone recognized the futility of altering the outcome. Even the Cavaliers fans, who had previously criticized Suyu, now held their breath, praying for a successful shot. Swish. Those who have played basketball are familiar with that sound. It is a sound cherished by players, a sound that evokes an obsession. Its occurrence signifies that the ball has passed cleanly through the net. At that moment, the Oracle Arena resonated with this sound, and the Warriors fans collectively fell silent, unable to comprehend the reality before them. Just moments ago, Suyu's buzzer-beater three-pointer had indeed found its way into the basket. This outcome was beyond their acceptance. They could scarcely believe that Suyu had succeeded in making the shot. The system's voice echoed in Suyu's mind, announcing that he had successfully scored the final shot, achieving a game-winning moment, with his skill usage count now reduced to 9. At this point, Suyu maintained his shooting posture, though it might have appeared somewhat ostentatious. He had indeed pulled it off. Finally, the Cavaliers players reacted. LeBron, standing closest to Suyu, was the first to rush towards him, only now realizing that Suyu had truly clinched the victory. The referee's whistle signaled the end of the game, with the Cavaliers triumphing over the Warriors with a score of 110-107, securing their first victory in the finals. Suyu was tackled by James, and other players from the Cavaliers swiftly converged upon him. Suyu found himself entirely overwhelmed beneath a pile of exuberant teammates, their voices a cacophony of excitement. Although he had long mastered the art of speaking English fluently, the heavy accents of the black players rendered their words nearly unintelligible, especially given their heightened emotional state. Their fervor far surpassed his own, 100-fold at the very least. At this moment, the Golden State Warriors could scarcely believe they had been defeated in such a dramatic fashion, particularly by Suyu, a player who had been relegated to the role of a mere supporting cast. The opportunity for this heart-stopping victory was one that Suyu had seized himself, having intercepted a pass from LeBron James. Initially, the Warriors players had prepared themselves for the prospect of mocking Suyu mercilessly, convinced he would never make the game-winning shot. Yet, reality had dealt them a resounding blow. Durant, with a complex expression, gazed upon the Cavaliers players, stacked one atop another in celebration. In his experience, he had never witnessed a game-winning play born from an interception, especially not in the finals. Among the Warriors, one player, Nick Young, wore a perplexed expression, feeling an odd sense of familiarity with Suyu's recent actions, as though he had encountered them somewhere before, though he could not quite place it. Nevertheless, he too was taken aback by Suyu's remarkable performance. The events unfolding in the Warriors arena had already been broadcast live around the globe. Cavaliers fans, with wide eyes and gaping mouths, were left in disbelief, never having entertained the possibility that Suyu could actually succeed in making the winning shot. The commentators from TNT were in a frenzy. "Oh my goodness, can anyone explain what just transpired? How did Suyu manage to make that game-winning shot? Was this a tactic devised by Tyronn Lue, or is it simply a manifestation of Suyu's immense confidence?" No one could provide answers to the commentators' inquiries. And in that instant, Suyu's name surged to the forefront of every news outlet. In numerous university dormitories across China, a chorus of shouts erupted. "Suyu is amazing. Suyu is incredible. Suyu, the eternal legend." In a flash, Suyu became an idol among Chinese basketball fans who revered his audacious confidence and commanding presence. After all, what other explanation could there be for his audacity in stealing the ball from LeBron James to clinch the victory? At this moment, the most occupied individual was undoubtedly the cameraman broadcasting live, as nearly every camera in the world was focused intently on Suyu, who was now entirely enveloped by his ecstatic teammates. At this moment, Suyu felt as though he were on the verge of suffocation. It was not due to their physical presence, but rather the overwhelming odor they exuded. One must understand that these NBA players carry a rather potent scent, especially after having just finished a game, their bodies drenched in sweat. At this moment, Suyu's mind was filled with a myriad of frustrations. With every ounce of strength he could muster, he finally pushed through the crowd and stood up. The cameraman swiftly aimed the lens directly at Suyu's face, eager to capture his initial reaction. However, to everyone's astonishment, Suyu's expression was not one of excitement or elation. Rather, it conveyed a sense of disdain. At that moment, James also stood up and vigorously patted Suyu on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Hey, Junior, well done." The other Cavaliers players nodded in agreement, acknowledging Suyu's performance. It was then that Suyu finally had the opportunity to speak. However, his words left the cameraman and others utterly speechless. "Hey, LeBron, and my other teammates. While everyone is here, I would like to emphasize something." After Suyu finished speaking, he paused momentarily. All the players of the Cavaliers looked at Suyu with a hint of confusion, eager to discern what exactly he intended to convey. Suyu noticed that all eyes were fixed upon him, and thus he continued, "From now on, you shall address me as Suyu, and refrain from calling me JR. Do you understand?" Suyu's words rendered all the Cavaliers players momentarily speechless. However, it was LeBron who first responded to Suyu. "All right, JR." Upon saying this, Suyu turned his gaze towards LeBron, who then realized his mistake and quickly corrected himself. "All right, Suyu, that should be accurate now, right?" The others also followed suit in their corrections. It was only at this moment that Suyu finally revealed a smile. The viewers in front of their televisions, of course, could not hear what was being said. Therefore, they were now eagerly yearning to discover precisely what Suyu had conveyed to the Cavaliers players. Suyu returned to the locker room amidst the adoration of his teammates. Suyu did not immediately accept the journalist's interview. He had another task to attend to. Upon entering the locker room, Suyu was drenched from head to toe with a bucket of ice water poured over him by his teammates. A refreshing chill coursed through him. At this moment, Tyronn Lue, brimming with excitement, urged Suyu to say a few words. Suyu nodded, and then suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. In that moment, all the players of the Knights team awaited his words with bated breath. Suyu's words rendered the reporters present momentarily speechless. "Are you serious?" The reporters expressed a hint of uncertainty. Suyu nodded slightly. James, upon witnessing Suyu's demeanor, nearly burst into laughter. He surmised that Suyu's response was likely a result of nerves. In truth, however, Suyu had deliberately chosen to reply in such a manner. The reporter seemed to perceive a lack of respect in Suyu's attitude. Thus, he posed another question. This time you secured victory by sheer luck. Yet the Warriors will undoubtedly not relent. Are you prepared for what lies ahead? Moreover, do you not fear that your teammates might blame you for taking that final shot on your own accord? The reporter's words were clearly intended to provoke. After hearing this, Suyu rolled his eyes and remarked, "Next question." Suyu's response elicited immediate laughter from the other reporters. Their familiarity with Suyu was rather limited, which piqued their curiosity. Observing his demeanor, they recognized his potential for stardom, at the very least, in the face of the reporter's probing questions. Suyu exhibited neither tension nor anxiety. At that moment, James took the microphone and said, "I understand the intent behind your inquiries, but allow me to clarify. Our team is remarkably united, especially with Suyu's performance today, which was nothing short of flawless. Every team member has bestowed upon him ample confidence and encouragement. We are convinced that our next match will be even more successful." After speaking, James exchanged a knowing glance with Suyu, understanding the unspoken bond between them. Suyu and the other player rose in unison, departing from the post-match interview. The journalists, witnessing their exit, were left speechless. They had not anticipated LeBron James to exhibit such fortitude, choosing to walk away from the press conference in the face of challenging inquiries. Nevertheless, judging by their responses today, it appeared that the Cavaliers were indeed brimming with confidence. Yet, many believed this was merely LeBron's display of bravado, despite his remarkable performance. Scoring 48 points in the first game, it was only through Suyu's last-minute heroics that they managed to secure a hard-fought victory. Consequently, for the second game, it was widely assumed that the Warriors would deploy even more stringent tactics, presenting a greater challenge for the Cavaliers. Thus, the anticipation surrounding the second match of the finals intensified. Following the conclusion of the game, the Cavaliers players returned to their respective homes. Although Suyu's annual salary is modest, amounting to $5 million over 2 years, it represents an astronomical figure for the average citizen. Consequently, he has purchased a home in Cleveland. Now back in his abode, he reflects on the events of the day, still feeling as though he is in a dream. Especially remarkable was the moment he intercepted LeBron James and executed the final shot that secured victory against the Warriors, an occurrence he had never imagined, even in his 2K gameplay. Realizing this, Suyu understands that he will undoubtedly be a focal point in the next match. However, this is of little concern. His objective for the upcoming game is crystal clear: to excel in defense. At this moment, he recalls his ghost back system. "What is your purpose?" he inquires. "My purpose is to enhance the host's physical attributes, ultimately leading to the creation of the ultimate ghost back," replies the system, igniting a spark of excitement within Suyu. He recognizes that ghost back refers to a character from an anime known for their terrifyingly impressive back. When the character displays their back, it takes on a ghastly visage. Hence the name. Now, with the ghost back system revealing that his ultimate goal is to achieve this form, Suyu feels a surge of exhilaration. "What must I do now?" he asks. It has been detected that the host's physical attributes are of a low caliber. Therefore, training must commence from the very beginning. Currently, the host's ghost back integration stands at merely 1. The system responds, leaving Suyu momentarily disheartened. Is my physical condition truly that poor? Suyu is somewhat reluctant to accept this reality. The ghostly system remains silent. What kind of training must I undergo to enhance my degree of integration? Suyu posed a pivotal question. This necessitates specialized training through the ghost back system. What is the purpose of this ghost back? Particularly, how does it enhance my basketball performance? Suyu's words, in fact, bear no fault whatsoever. As a basketball player endowed with remarkable physical prowess, he seemingly possesses no particularly exhilarating attributes. Each increment of 5 in his fusion degree grants him access to a skill set akin to that of an NBA player. The revelation from the ghostly back system illuminated Suyu's understanding. The rewards lay within this system. Moreover, enhancing the fusion degree not only augments his basketball skills but also significantly elevates his overall physical attributes, including speed, explosiveness, and vertical leap. The ghostly back system continued to elucidate its primary functions, leaving Suyu utterly astonished. He realized the immense utility of this system. The higher the fusion degree, the stronger his physical capabilities. His teammate, James, served as a prime example, embodying a remarkable blend of speed, explosiveness, and strength. This synthesis is why he has thrived in the NBA for over a decade, exhibiting such endurance and resilience. With this realization, Suyu felt no hesitation. What form of specialized training do I require? He inquired. The specialized training for the ghostly back has been issued. Please check your notifications. Upon concluding its explanation, a comprehensive plan materialized before Suyu's eyes. Suyu eagerly opened the training program. Upon seeing the contents, he was utterly astonished. This could only be described as a plan for annihilation. Is this something that a normal person could possibly accomplish? Suyu incessantly ridiculed internally. For this regimen surpassed the limits of his comprehension. The ghostly training program consisted of the following. 1. A daily warm-up run of 5 kilometers to be completed within 20 minutes. 2. Variable speed running, involving multiple accelerations and decelerations within a kilometer. 3. Shuttle runs, to be performed 10 times. 4. 200 push-ups. 5. 200 pull-ups. 6. Seated cable pulls, 5 sets of 12 repetitions each. 7. Barbell rows, 5 sets of 12 repetitions each. 8. Barbell bench presses, 5 sets of 12 repetitions each. 9. Squats, 5 sets of 12 repetitions each. 10. Stretching for 10 minutes. Following the regimen were dietary requirements. Protein supplementation post-training, primarily consisting of beef and chicken breast, along with a focus on plant-based foods and dietary fibers such as broccoli. This plan was exceptionally detailed. As a professional NBA player, Suyu has undoubtedly undergone a series of rigorous training regimens. However, this meticulous plan is truly beyond the capabilities of an average individual. The initial 2 components alone would be sufficient to challenge Suyu significantly. Will there be any progress upon the completion of this plan each day? If executed with both quality and quantity, it promises a daily enhancement of 1 degree of integration. The affirmative response from the ghost back system piqued Suyu's interest. Given this, he resolved to give it a try. Suyu understood that if he did not make an attempt, it was indeed possible that the system would not allow him to assimilate independently. Since he already possessed this extraordinary ability, he might as well proceed according to its guidance. Suyu also yearned to ascertain the extent of enhancement his strength would undergo following the integration of the ghost back system. The second match of the finals was scheduled to take place in 2 days. Thus, Suyu still had ample time to engage in specialized training for the ghost back. The team's intensive training session was set for the day after tomorrow, granting Suyu an entire day for focused practice tomorrow. Early that day, Suyu had already risen. Following the training regimen, he commenced with a 5-kilometer endurance run. Suyu completed the run within 20 minutes. However, his physical endurance had reached its limit, leaving him feeling as though he might not be able to continue. Yet, to relinquish his efforts now would be profoundly disgraceful. He considered himself a child chosen by fate, having traversed back to this moment in time, endowed with extraordinary abilities. To simply give in would seem rather inconceivable. Suyu commenced the second segment of variable speed running. This particular task is truly excruciating, even more so than the arduous 5-kilometer run. Nevertheless, Suyu persevered and completed it. The next phase would take place indoors. Suyu's residence, of course, includes a personal indoor training facility, a standard feature for every NBA player. It boasts an independent training arena, a private gym, and a swimming pool. These amenities are integral to maintaining their physical condition and overall fitness. Admittedly, Suyu's training venue pales in comparison to those of more illustrious stars. However, it suffices for his needs. The next phase of his regimen involved shuttle runs, 10 grueling repetitions that nearly exhausted him. Yet, through sheer determination, Suyu persevered. Following that, he engaged in a series of strength training exercises, including pull-ups and seated rows, completing each with diligence and precision. After finishing his squats, he felt as though his legs had given out. The intensity of this workout exceeded the fatigue experienced during a full 48-minute game. However, as he transitioned to stretching, a wave of relief washed over him, particularly from the exhilarating sensation of sweating profusely. The anticipation of the rewards reaped from his training captivated Suyu immensely. 10 minutes of stretching concluded, and he received a notification indicating that he had completed the ghost back specialized training. The system informed him that his integration level had reached 3, encouraging him to strive for 5 to obtain a basketball skill package. This revelation filled Suyu with delight. He had initially believed that completing a specialized training session would yield only a 1 in integration. The realization that he had achieved a level 2 indicated that the quality of his training was exceptionally high. This sense of accomplishment reignited his motivation. Simultaneously, Suyu felt his stomach grumbling, a sign that such intense training necessitated greater nutritional intake. He drove to a renowned local steakhouse, ordering several servings of steak accompanied by broccoli, and began to feast. Cleveland is a small basketball city, and its residents frequently encounter players. The steakhouse is quite famous in the area, and Suyu's presence attracted the attention of some fans. Consequently, videos of him devouring his meal quickly surfaced on social media. Following his game-winning shot the previous day, many fans had come to know Suyu, and soon, his video of indulgently eating steak went viral online. Suyu was, of course, oblivious to the situation. He merely felt an overwhelming hunger, and once he consumed the food, it seemed to vanish within him almost instantaneously. At that moment, he even sensed a gradual increase in his strength. This sensation was somewhat ethereal, indescribable yet palpable. After devouring 8 steaks, he finally felt satiated. Such a terrifying capacity for consumption left the onlookers in sheer disbelief. Consequently, he did not linger but rather drove straight home. The presence of the crowd held no significance for him. His singular focus lay in becoming stronger. Upon returning home, Suyu quickly succumbed to a blissful slumber. Research indicates that human muscle growth occurs during periods of rest, which is a crucial aspect of his specialized training regimen. After training, one must eat well and then sleep. Upon awakening, one emerges more powerful. If he were to share this with others, they would undoubtedly deem him foolish. Rising early the next day, Suyu resumed his specialized training. Drawing from the experience of the previous day, he found this session to be less arduous than the last, much to his delight. This indicated that his body was indeed making progress. Completing an entire set of specialized training required a substantial 4 hours. Suyu commenced his training at 6 in the morning, and it was not until 10 that he completed his rigorous session. The system detected the host's successful completion of specialized training, and the ghostly back is currently undergoing fusion. Congratulations to the host. The fusion of the ghost has reached level 5, and the basketball skill package has been issued. Would you like to open it? Yes, please. Congratulations, host. On acquiring the essence of humanity's 18 points, Suyu is certainly aware of the significance of the term 18 points of human essence. This refers to the scoring data of a certain individual, affectionately known as Cup Brother, among the online community in Huagua. Essentially, Cup Brother consistently scores around 18 points in every match, never exceeding or falling short of this figure. Thus, he has earned the esteemed title of the 18 points of human essence. Now, this skill has manifested within Suyu himself. Suyu found it somewhat absurd. However, this scoring skill set appeared to be rather useful as it could alleviate LeBron's scoring burden during crucial moments. Suyu gave it little thought, for at that moment, his stomach was growling. The team's concentrated training session was scheduled for 10:30. Typically, this focused practice consisted solely of simple shooting drills, devoid of any competitive training. Thus, Suyu's schedule was exceedingly tight. After training, he promptly drove to the gymnasium. On days when the team practiced, meals were provided, making the cafeteria his immediate destination. The main team's cafeteria offered a sumptuous array of dishes. Upon his arrival, the staff members were visibly delighted, for after all, Suyu was the hero who had executed the game-winning shot. Suyu ordered 8 portions of steak, accompanied by a generous serving of broccoli and chicken breast. He then began to devour his meal with fervor. Suyu's prodigious appetite once again astounded the cafeteria staff. While they were already aware of the remarkable consumption habits of NBA players, Suyu's intake today was particularly astonishing. The video of him feasting at a steakhouse had gone viral on social media just yesterday, eliciting a flurry of comments from fans and netizens alike. The staff, naturally, were well aware of this phenomenon. Thus, when they witnessed Suyu's immense appetite once more, they were left in sheer disbelief. My goodness, his consumption is truly extraordinary. Did you see yesterday's video? Many netizens mocked him for seemingly never having eaten meat before, and today, it appears that might indeed be the case. Speak quietly. He might overhear. But with such a substantial meal, will he still be able to perform well in training later? Suyu actually heard everything quite clearly. However, he did not dwell excessively on it. All uncertainties will be resolved on the competition stage. Suyu has satisfied his hunger, and it is now time for the team to engage in their concentrated training session. As Suyu stepped into the training hall, he was met with the gaze of all his teammates, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Hey, what are you all staring at? At that moment, James approached him. Hey, Suyu. Have you been a bit hungrier than usual lately? James's inquiry struck Suyu as rather absurd. I'm perfectly fine. After my training, if I feel hungry, I simply eat a little more. Is there a problem with that? Suyu's words left his teammates speechless. As long as you're fine, James remarked. It was evident that these teammates had seen Suyu's video on social media, where he indulged in a hearty feast, which led to such thoughts. Suyu paid little heed to his teammates' opinions. What he yearned for most at this moment was to assess the fruits of his training, particularly the skill set known as the Essence of Humanity 18. He was curious about the performance he would exhibit during the intra-team training. Furthermore, having assimilated the fifth principle of defiance, he anticipated some degree of enhancement in his competitive abilities. With this thought in mind, Siyu found himself increasingly eager. In truth, today's training regimen was rather straightforward, comprising simple shooting drills and a 5v5 intra-squad scrimmage. This so-called scrimmage lacked genuine competition. Nevertheless, Siyu approached the day's activities with utmost seriousness. During the shooting drills, his accuracy appeared remarkably high. He attempted 100 three-point shots and astonishingly made 95. Although this feat was achieved without any defensive pressure, such a shooting percentage nonetheless left the assistant coach in a state of astonishment. "Hey, Siyu, your shooting touch today is quite impressive." Siyu raised his hands and shrugged, conveying his own helplessness. The assistant coach, upon witnessing Suyu's expression, mirrored the same sense of resignation. Following the completion of shooting drills, the team proceeded to engage in a 5v5 scrimmage. The starting five formed one team, while the substitutes constituted the other. James, along with Suyu, Love, Thompson, and Corver, comprised one squad, whereas Green and the other substitute players formed the opposing team. Today, Siyu appeared to be brimming with excitement. As soon as the match commenced, he proactively sought to confront Green's defense. With a deft change of direction, Siyu effortlessly bypassed him and executed a powerful dunk. It was only at this moment that Siyu truly felt the remarkable enhancement in his speed and explosiveness. Even his teammates, James and Love, were astounded by his performance. "Hey, Suyu, splendid work." James seemed even more exhilarated than Suyu himself, throwing up his hands in a gesture of feigned helplessness, as if to say he had yet to exert himself. Not only had his speed improved, but his defensive pressure had also escalated to a level far superior to before. Coach Tyronn Lue, witnessing this scene, was equally astonished. He had not anticipated such significant progress from Suyu. Could it be that the confidence gained from the last-second shot had spurred him on? Beyond his defense and offense, Siyu also showcased a remarkably impressive scoring ability. Although it was merely an intra-team scrimmage, his performance still garnered cheers from his teammates, who were eager to commence the second game of the finals. The practice match concluded swiftly, designed solely to maintain their rhythm. Thus its duration was brief. After training, Siyu felt a familiar pang of hunger and made his way to the team cafeteria, indulging in a frenzied feast. The cafeteria staff had grown accustomed to his voracious appetite, simply noting that Suyu could eat an extraordinary amount. After satisfying his hunger, Siyu returned home and collapsed into a deep slumber for 12 hours. Upon awakening, he felt rejuvenated, brimming with boundless energy. He knew that today's match would once again deliver an exhilarating experience for all spectators. Meanwhile, the arena was filled to capacity, with Warriors fans convinced that their team would undoubtedly triumph this time. Particularly influenced by Suyu's social media presence, Warriors supporters ridiculed him, suggesting he had never tasted meat in his life, likening him to a starving ghost. "He must be truly famished," they scoffed. "Such a player is unworthy to be our opponent. Just wait, Curry will undoubtedly wipe the floor with him. He is merely a wild card, fortunate by chance. Today, we shall certainly obliterate the Cavaliers." At this moment, the camera focuses on the numerous players of the Warriors who are warming up. Curry, Thompson, Durant, and Green all wear serious expressions, indicating the significance of this match to them. Internally, they harbor a palpable intensity, particularly Suyu. Curry has resolutely decided to show Suyu a thing or two. In contrast to the Warriors' solemn demeanor, the atmosphere within the Cavaliers seems more relaxed. LeBron shares laughter with his teammates, and when the camera shifts to Suyu, the crowd erupts with a cacophony of boos, directed not only at him, but also at LeBron, stemming from their disdain for the fact that a Chinese player has managed to execute a game-winning shot against them. This sentiment is difficult for them to accept, resulting in an unrelenting chorus of jeers. However, Siyu remains unfazed, maintaining a stoic expression as he diligently completes his shooting drills. Observant eyes would notice his impressively high shooting percentage, which could be attributed to the culmination of human excellence and skill. Thus, he does not dwell on the negativity. His primary objective now is to effectively guard against Curry, especially since Curry has a penchant for executing step-back three-point shots in front of others, a move Siyu finds particularly irksome. With his enhanced physical capabilities, it seems that Curry may soon have to acknowledge Siyu as his superior. As the warm-up concludes, the game commences. The live broadcast in China features Su Laoshi and Xiao Fan. In the comments section, a wave of supportive messages floods in. "Go Siyu. Siyu is the most handsome. Siyu is invincible." Clearly, Suyu's previous performance has captivated a considerable number of Chinese fans, drawing significant attention. Suyu possesses striking features, particularly his prominent nose and angular face, which suggest that had he not pursued basketball, he could easily have become a popular figure in the entertainment industry. At this juncture, Xiao Fan poses a series of inquiries. Su Laoshi. What are your thoughts on this match? Can Suyu maintain his previous form? Will LeBron continue to shine? Will the Warriors perform with even greater sharpness than last time? Faced with Xiao Fan's barrage of questions, Teacher Su smiled and remarked, "Your inquiries are indeed the very concerns of ardent fans." He continued, "This match presents challenges for both teams. Let us await the unfolding drama." With those words, the game commenced in earnest. The Golden State Warriors' starting lineup included Curry, Thompson, Durant, Green, and Livingston. In contrast, the Cleveland Cavaliers featured James, Hill, Suyu, Love, and Thompson as their initial five. As the jump ball commenced, Thompson emerged victorious, granting the Cavaliers the offensive possession. Hill meticulously dribbled the ball past half-court before handing it over to James. At this moment, Suyu exhibited no urgency to attack. Instead, he settled into the corner, observing James orchestrate the strategic play. James called for a pick from Love, and after receiving the screen, he surged toward the basket. In response, the Warriors players began to converge, their strategy unmistakably clear: to encircle and impede James, preventing him from scoring with ease. Furthermore, they aimed to sever the connection between James and his teammates. Thus, while tightening their defense, they remained vigilant against the possibility of James penetrating and distributing the ball. It must be noted that Coach Kerr of the Warriors had conducted an astute analysis of James's characteristics, particularly his ability to drive, which was meticulously curtailed. At this juncture, James found himself ensnared by three defenders between the free throw line and the paint. Under such circumstances, he was left with no viable offensive options. Just when the Warriors believed they had successfully executed their defensive strategy, Suyu made a decisive cut from the corner toward the basket. Suyu's movement on the court is exceptionally astute. With LeBron James drawing the attention of three defenders, the remaining two have fixated on Kevin Love and George Hill. Consequently, Suyu finds himself in a state of complete openness. One cannot help but admire LeBron's remarkable court vision, even while encircled by three opponents. He is still able to perceive Suyu's positioning. Navigating through the narrow gaps, he identifies the perfect opportunity to pass. With a deft bounce pass, LeBron delivers the ball into Suyu's hands. This pass is nothing short of ingenious, eliciting an exclamation from the television commentators. Goodness, how did he accomplish that? There is practically no angle left. They assert that had it been any other player, this pass would undeniably have resulted in a turnover. Such a play can only be executed by LeBron James. Before the commentators could finish their astonished remarks, Suyu firmly caught LeBron's pass and executed a powerful dunk, giving the Cavaliers an early lead with 2 points. This blunder left the Warriors head coach exceedingly displeased. The responsibility for the oversight lies with him. At this moment, Curry turned his gaze towards Suyu, surprised that he had effortlessly scored right from the outset. He then cast an expressionless glance at Curry and shook his head. The provocative expression on Suyu's face was instantly captured by the photographer. Soon, all the fans bore witness to this moment. The home crowd of the Warriors was nearly driven to madness by Suyu's demeanor. Who does he think he is, daring to challenge our beloved Curry? Such audacity is truly shocking. Curry, unleash your fury upon him. For every ounce of bravado he exhibits now, he shall soon face the consequences. The last person to provoke Curry has already returned home to fish. Suyu was certainly oblivious to the mockery of those around him. However, his provocation towards Curry was earnest. If he could not capture Curry's attention, how could he possibly hope to restrain him? As anticipated, Curry's gaze towards Suyu had shifted noticeably. Initially, he had scarcely regarded Suyu as a threat, even in light of his game-winning shot. Suyu was merely a minor character, hardly worthy of Stephen Curry's attention. However, this time is different. Suyu found himself facing a provocation. If he did not respond to this challenge, he would not truly embody the spirit of Curry. As anticipated, Curry took the initiative to request the ball. At that moment, Suyu stood resolutely before him, fully committed to defending against Curry. He aimed to demonstrate to Curry the true meaning of relentless entanglement. It is worth noting that the novice gift package awarded by the Ghostback system included this specialized defensive skill, which could reduce the shooting accuracy of the player being defended by 50%. It remains to be seen how Curry would feel after repeatedly missing his shots. With the ball in hand, Curry gazed at Suyu and gradually advanced, dribbling. Suyu refrained from attempting a steal, instead opting to closely shadow his opponent. Utilizing his exquisite dribbling skills, Curry maneuvered the ball to the top of the arc. The Warriors fans, upon spotting Suyu, perceived no significant hindrance to Curry's advance and were instantly electrified. The crowd erupted in exhilaration, urging their star player on. They wanted him to experience the essence of Curry's prowess. Curry was determined to demonstrate the consequences of provoking him. The fervent fans rose to their feet, fists clenched, vocally rallying for their hero. Indeed, players competing on their home turf exude an unparalleled spirit. Curry seemed to absorb the fervor radiating from the crowd, while his teammates recognized his intent and strategically spread out. At the arc's apex, it was just Curry facing Suyu. With focus sharpened, Curry bent low to initiate his dribble. At that moment, his gaze was solely fixed on the hoop. Though he held Suyu in low regard, he remained vigilant. As the saying goes, a lion spares no effort even when hunting a rabbit. Curry's dribbling accelerated, transitioning from swift directional changes to between-the-legs maneuvers, culminating in behind-the-back dribbling. Suyu appeared utterly bewildered by Curry's dazzling dribbling, standing motionless before him. Such a display only heightened the excitement of the Warriors fans. Hilariously, he seemed utterly dazed. I surmise that he is destined to find himself sitting on the court in no time. With such lackluster defense, how could he dare to guard our beloved star? If I am not mistaken, he is surely about to be humiliated by a three-pointer from the prodigy. Even the Cavaliers players recognized that Suyu was in a precarious situation, with Kevin Love quietly contemplating a defensive assist. However, Suyu remained unfazed. Perhaps it was due to the enhancement of his ghostly back system fusion, or for other reasons, but to him, Curry's dribbling seemed painfully slow. He was even reluctant to attempt to steal, instead biding his time for the moment Curry would release a three-pointer. That moment did not keep Suyu waiting long. After a behind-the-back dribble, Curry executed his step back and launched a three-pointer. At last, the moment had arrived. With a thunderous shout, Suyu lunged towards Curry. Everyone believed Suyu was too slow to react. Such sluggishness could only lead to one outcome: helplessly watching the basketball sail through the hoop. Curry had performed this act countless times before. However, Suyu held a different perspective. At the very moment Curry launched his three-pointer, a sense of dread enveloped him as he noticed an enormous hand hovering above the basketball. In that instant, Curry questioned his sanity. For in his understanding, no player in the current league could block his step-back three-pointer. Not even Kawhi Leonard could achieve such a feat yet at that moment. Curry found himself in a state of existential doubt. This relatively obscure Chinese player had somehow positioned himself above the basketball, leading to the inevitable fate of being blocked. In that fleeting moment, the arena fell eerily silent. The Golden State Warriors fans were left in disbelief, as they had never witnessed anyone successfully block Curry at such a critical juncture. It is essential to recognize that Curry had exerted every ounce of his strength, employing his signature move. This double-step back maneuver was beyond the capabilities of most. Even if someone managed to execute it, they would likely be penalized for traveling. Yet, Curry could pull it off without facing any repercussions. Nevertheless, even this extraordinary maneuver could not escape the destiny of being blocked. The basketball was thwarted the moment it left Curry's fingertips by Suyu's timely intervention. As Suyu landed, he immediately sprang into action, devoid of any desire to boast. His sole focus was the basketball. The players on the court were left in awe by Suyu's performance, momentarily stunned when the ball was blocked. Consequently, he was the first to dash forward and retrieve it. It was only at this moment that the players fully comprehended the situation. The Warriors players commenced their defensive maneuvers, while the Cavaliers players initiated their counterattack. With the basketball in hand, he sprinted forward, his eyes fixated solely on the hoop. The second to react was LeBron James. Some netizens jested that no one could impede James during a fast break. At this juncture, Suyu felt a surge of emotion, for he had already harnessed the abilities of the Ghost Back 5 and was the first to take off. James, however, was still a fraction slower. Yet, his speed seemed to be gaining on Suyu. Initially, Suyu had envisioned executing a solo showcase, but with a glance, he noted that James had gained a significant lead. Realizing the necessity of passing to James for this offensive play, he prepared himself. In the next instant, James raised his finger skyward, signaling his intent. Positioned at the arc, Suyu flicked his wrist gently, sending the basketball soaring in a perfect arc towards the vicinity of the hoop. At that moment, James ascended. In midair, he lingered for just a moment, catching the ball with one hand before forcefully slamming it down into the basket. The resounding thud of the dunk echoed through the arena, piercing the atmosphere at the Warriors' home ground. Oh, my God! This collaboration was simply magnificent. The Cavaliers commenced the game with two consecutive successful offensives, seizing the initiative. Suyu's defensive prowess has truly captivated us. The Warriors find themselves in a precarious situation. The pre-game predictions from experts appear to have been utterly misplaced. At this moment, the commentator from American TNT remarked on the astonishing opening plays of the Cavaliers. The initial two offensive maneuvers were nothing short of breathtaking, predominantly executed by two individuals in tandem, Suyu and LeBron James. The first featured James passing the ball to Suyu, who executed a resplendent dunk. The second showcased Suyu delivering an alley-oop pass to James, who concluded with finesse. Such synergy exhilarated viewers watching from their screens, with Cavaliers fans nearly moved to tears. They seemed to glimpse the echoes of the past, reminiscent of the dynamic duo of Wade and James during their Heat days. Particularly, Suyu's defensive capabilities left them in awe, as if the game-winning shot from the previous match had awakened a newfound brilliance within him. Throughout this contest, Suyu's defensive skills instilled a sense of dread even in Curry. Fans from Huagua have commenced their jubilations. Just a day prior, social media was rife with Warriors fans mercilessly mocking Suyu, critiquing his indulgent dining at a beef restaurant, likening him to a famished spirit returned to life. However, the opening of this game, marked by those two offensives, rendered the Warriors fans speechless. The atmosphere within the Warriors' home court had transformed, the usual clamor replaced by anticipatory silence. As they awaited a counter from their team, the camera now focused on Curry, whose expression bore an air of gravity, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Suyu. Until this very moment, Curry remained perplexed as to how Suyu had managed to block him. Yet the incessant replays on the big screen made it abundantly clear to the spectators. Before Curry took his shot, Suyu remained perfectly still. Even after Curry executed his step back and paused the ball, Suyu exhibited no signs of movement. However, at the very moment Curry prepared to release his shot, despite the 3-meter distance between them, suddenly, Suyu initiated the play, followed by the image of Curry being blocked. Despite the slow-motion replay providing a clear depiction, fans remained perplexed by the astonishing speed of Suyu's jump. Everyone anticipated that Warriors head coach Kerr would call for a timeout. However, he refrained from doing so. In fact, Kerr even cast an encouraging glance towards Curry, evidently hoping to rekindle his confidence. As expected, the Warriors resumed play by passing the ball to Curry once again. In that moment, the home crowd erupted into a fervent applause, reaffirming their belief in Curry. After all, he is the premier shooter in the league, capable of gracing the NBA Finals with his average physical attributes and having amassed numerous accolades. Curry's prowess is undeniably exceptional, which is why he garners such a vast array of fan support. Perhaps the prior block was merely a stroke of coincidence. For a superstar in the league, what truly matters is the consistency of performance and scoring ability. Particularly within the formidable roster of the Warriors, Curry has earned the respect of all his teammates, a testament to his remarkable mental fortitude and resilient spirit. Suyu once again stood before Curry. This time, Curry's experience was even more intense. However, at the moment Suyu appeared in front of him, he was met with a torrent of furious boos from the home crowd, accompanied by a deluge of insults. Rubbish. Hey, get out of my way. Suyu could certainly hear some of the slanderous remarks. On the NBA court, engaging in trash talk is indeed commonplace. Suyu's expression remained utterly unchanged, yet this did not imply a lack of emotion. For him, proving himself on the court was the most effective form of retaliation. Curry continued to dribble slowly across half-court. Upon reaching the arc, he opted to dribble with his back turned to Suyu. However, this very choice unveiled a vulnerability, prompting Suyu to spring into action in that fleeting moment. Suyu did not act impulsively, rather, he discerned that the moment Curry turned his back, there would be a slight relaxation. Suyu found himself bewildered by the sensations coursing through him. Ever since he had assimilated the powers of Ghost Back 5, his senses had become remarkably acute, particularly when his focus was honed. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming conviction that he could intercept Curry. Thus, he embraced this instinct. However, the Warriors fans, witnessing Suyu's audacious attempt to steal the ball from Curry, erupted into laughter. Was he out of his mind? How could he even entertain the thought of stealing from Curry? Truth be told, he might have been inflated by that earlier block. Rest assured, Curry would impart a lesson in humility. Countless players had tried to show off against Curry, only to have their ambitions dashed by his prowess. Indeed, he would undoubtedly regret this decision. Even Tyronn Lue, the head coach of the Cavaliers, found Suyu exceptionally impressive at that moment. In such a high-stakes game, impulsivity was the gravest mistake. Yet, in the next instant, they were left in astonishment. Suyu had perfectly anticipated Curry's dribbling trajectory, snatching the ball away just as Curry released it. This display left even the commentators in awe. Goodness, how did he accomplish that? As far as I know, Suyu's defensive skills weren't that formidable, or had he experienced a breakthrough? Before the commentator could finish his astonished exclamation, Suyu was already racing towards the front court with the ball. LeBron was utterly taken aback by his teammates' audacity. Today, Suyu appeared as if he had consumed an illicit stimulant, showcasing an athletic prowess unlike anything seen before. Though LeBron's mind was preoccupied with this thought, his feet did not falter. He relished such fast break opportunities, particularly when all he had to do was sprint forward while his teammate lofted the ball into the air. This was far more enjoyable than orchestrating the offense himself. Curry was left in a state of shock, unable to comprehend how he had lost possession. Holy smokes! Where did my ball go? The camera now focused on Suyu's swift advance. The Warriors players were once again taken aback, scrambling to recover and catch up to Suyu. Alas, Suyu had already surged ahead, leaving them in his wake as he approached the basket. Suyu initially intended to showcase a spectacular windmill dunk. However, he soon noticed the ever-looming presence of James behind him. Is the venerable James really 34 years old? How on earth can he keep up with me? I just want to shine, yet it seems impossible. Despite the internal grumbling, his hands moved with unwavering speed. He launched the ball towards the backboard, and as it rebounded, a shadow soared from behind him. With both hands, the figure secured the basketball and executed a guerrilla-style dunk, causing the rim to tremble incessantly. It was utterly exhilarating. Upon landing, James enveloped Suyu in an embrace and gave his shoulder a hearty pat. Hey man, good job. James expressed immense satisfaction with Suyu's performance, followed by a series of intricate hand gestures. Suyu was somewhat astonished at how he could remember such intricate sign language. Moreover, James had a unique gesture for each player, which made it commendable that he could recall them so precisely. At that moment, Warriors head coach Steve Kerr was no longer composed and called for a timeout. Nearly a minute had elapsed, yet the Cavaliers had executed 3 consecutive offensive plays, each culminating in a dunk. The Warriors had failed to orchestrate even a single decent offensive maneuver. Such a display was unacceptable for Kerr, and even the Warriors fans felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. It was particularly disheartening to witness a relatively obscure player like Suyu executing successive steals and blocks. This was a reality that they found even harder to bear. In stark contrast to the Warriors players, who were enveloped in frustration, the Cavaliers players were exuberant and thrilled, eagerly rushing forward to engage in hand gestures with Suyu. Suyu completed the high fives one by one. The hand gestures of these foreigners are indeed quite intricate, fortunately. I can remember them all. Suyu silently grumbled to himself. Even Tyronn Lue, at that moment, wore an expression of excitement as he gave Suyu a thumbs up. Well done, Suyu. However, his demeanor appeared remarkably composed as he merely shrugged and remarked, "It is their performance that has truly disappointed me." Suyu's words elicited a spontaneous eruption of laughter from the Cavaliers players. At that moment, the cameraman directed his lens towards the Cavaliers bench, seeking to capture Suyu's facial expressions. Throughout the course of the match, Suyu had completely overshadowed all the players, apart from LeBron James. Even Durant and Thompson from the Warriors seemed to lack any presence. The only semblance of Curry's presence was his continuous encounters with blocks and steals. This truly left fans and experts alike in a state of astonishment. In a certain streaming room, Teacher Sue exclaimed in admiration, "James has truly excelled this time. Typically, he plays both father and mother. Today, he is solely focused on scoring." One can only say that Suyu is remarkably impressive. Xiao Fan's expression, however, appeared somewhat unnatural. Indeed, it was unexpected to witness such a dazzling performance from Suyu today. It was beyond my anticipations. Yet, one must remember, the match has only just commenced, with the Cavaliers leading by a mere 6-0 after a minute. Thus, anything remains possible. The Warriors' momentum can be formidable. Xiao Fan's commentary provoked discontent among the Chinese basketball fans. What nonsense is this? Is Xiao Fan a Warriors fan? Such a sycophant. Supporting the Warriors. Suyu is one of us. He should be backing the Cavaliers. The barrage of comments in the live stream was overwhelmingly critical. It seemed a reminder from the director prompted Xiao Fan to quickly amend his remarks. Of course, as commentators, we must maintain an impartial and fair perspective while covering the game. Thus, we simply hope for an exhilarating match. With the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Let us observe what the Warriors will showcase. Clearly, Xiao Fan was flustered. He understood that the keyboard warriors in China are not to be trifled with. At this moment on the court, the Warriors were set to inbound the ball. To everyone's astonishment, it was not Curry who held the ball, but Durant. Evidently, the Warriors had altered their strategy. Does Durant's ball possession signify he intends to take on a one-on-one challenge? The Cavaliers have also shifted to a zone defense, a 3-2 formation. James, Suyu, and Hill were positioned at the perimeter. Durant approached the arc, taking his time as he dribbled. Meanwhile, his teammates engaged in frantic off-ball screens and maneuvering. At the left side, in a 45-degree angle, Thompson found an opening. Durant swiftly passed the ball. Thompson received it securely. After a slight adjustment, he decisively took the three-point shot. Simultaneously, Suyu rushed to defend. Yet, to everyone, it appeared to be too late. However, Suyu held a different perspective. Everything was just perfectly timed. As Suyu lunged forward, Thompson had already released the ball. Clearly, Thompson had mastered the timing impeccably. As anticipated by the home crowd, Suyu's defensive maneuver did not hinder Thompson in the slightest. He effortlessly launched the shot, confident that it would find its mark. Such is the unwavering self-assurance of a sharpshooter, having successfully executed thousands of similar shots, both in competitive play and practice. This strategy had been meticulously devised with him in mind. At that moment, every substitute on the Warriors bench rose in unison, poised to celebrate. The fans in the arena erupted with cheers, while those watching on television fervently commented, "Thompson is magnificent. Let this player from Hwagwoo witness what a three-point marksman truly is. I assure you, Hwagwoo player, we possess even more tactics. He may be able to jump, but why couldn't he block this time?" It merely indicates that his previous blocks were purely fortuitous. Even the commentator, Teacher Sue from a prominent broadcasting network, reflected on the Warriors' formidable prowess, noting their high tactical acumen. Indeed, such teamwork is abundant within their ranks. This time it was Thompson. Next, it could very well be Curry. Clearly, the Cavaliers were in for a challenge. Even the Cavaliers players appeared somewhat disheartened, acutely aware of the Warriors' rising morale. Despite Suyu's relentless defensive efforts, he ultimately found himself outmatched. Just when it seemed that Thompson's shot was destined to score, Suyu opted to pursue the rebound directly. Suyu's choice once again provoked derision from the home crowd. In their eyes, Suyu was merely engaging in a futile endeavor. However, only Suyu himself understood that Thompson's shooting percentage would plummet by 50% under his defense. Originally at a 40% shooting rate, it was undoubtedly now reduced to 21%. Therefore, the likelihood of this shot succeeding was exceedingly low. Just as the mocking voices had yet to fully dissipate, a resounding thud echoed. Thompson's basketball struck the rim and then ricocheted upwards. Suyu accurately predicted the trajectory of the basketball, leaping high to secure the rebound. In an instant, the fans in the Warriors' home arena fell into a profound silence, once again left in disbelief. After Suyu secured the defensive rebound, he executed a swift long pass, sending the ball to LeBron James, who had already crossed the halfway line. As James received the ball, he faced Green's unsteady defense and executed a powerful tank-like drive, effortlessly finishing with a layup. The score stood at 8-0. The Cavaliers continued to extend their lead. Although the Warriors showcased their offensive characteristics, they regrettably failed to convert their attempts. The Cavaliers fans watching from their seats erupted in joyous celebration. This back-and-forth play vividly illustrated Suyu's enthusiasm, from timely defensive support to accurately claiming the rebound. Culminating in the assist to James, every decision he made was impeccable. Even the Cavaliers players seated on the sidelines could sense Suyu's exceptional prowess. The current Suyu was a far cry from the one seen in the Eastern Conference Finals. Could this be the saying that distance lends enchantment to the view? After James completed the play, he pointed his finger at Suyu in a gesture of respect. In the past, such passes were primarily delivered by Love, but now, Suyu has emerged as another source of such high-quality assists. James felt a deep sense of satisfaction from the start of the game until now. He had hardly broken a sweat. Suyu had nearly accomplished most of the tasks he previously needed to undertake, showcasing his value on both offensive and defensive fronts. At this moment, the head coach of the Warriors, Steve Kerr, wore a serious expression, fully aware of the challenge posed by Suyu. Remarkably, Suyu had yet to make a single mistake. Reflecting on this, Kerr whistled and gestured towards Curry, who understood the signal immediately. After advancing the ball past half-court, Curry passed it to Durant, who had positioned himself well. Upon receiving the ball and facing James' defense, Durant called for green screen. As the defense switched, Durant found himself matched up against TT, a favorable mismatch. He executed his signature move, a dramatic fake, followed by a smooth jump shot. TT could only watch helplessly as Durant's mid-range shot from the free throw line swished through the net. The fans erupted into enthusiastic applause as Durant's individual prowess finally broke the team's scoring drought. The score stood at 8-2. As the team switched offensive sides, James brought the ball past half-court. Love set a screen and opted for a jump shot from the free throw line, unfortunately missing. The teams continued to employ the same strategy. Durant targeted TT once more. Neither his lateral movement nor his speed could keep up with Durant, who effortlessly sank another mid-range jumper, narrowing the score to 8-4. The home crowd grew increasingly excited as Durant's shooting touch heated up with consecutive baskets. Meanwhile, James orchestrated the offense, passing to Love on the perimeter for a three-point attempt, which failed to find the mark. Green secured the rebound and quickly passed it to Durant. Fueled by his fiery rhythm, Durant disregarded Hill's defense and executed another quick stop-and-shoot, successfully adding to the scoreboard. The commentators, ignited by Durant's performance, passionately rallied the crowd. The score had now climbed to 8-6, and Durant's successive scores revitalized the Warriors' morale. At this juncture, viewers from Hwawa were growing increasingly anxious, for Suyu had not been involved in the Cavaliers' last two offensive plays. Their focus remained on him, noticing that every time he positioned himself, the ball never found its way to his hands. This left the Hwawa fans feeling quite distressed. Why not pass to Suyu? He is wide open. Are they blind? Such an obvious opportunity and they want to pass it? Are they rejecting our Suyu? And what is up with Love? Can't even make an open shot? How can he still call himself a star? Forget it. Teammates are just a disaster. Clearly, at this moment, the emotions of the Chinese fans have been fully stirred. They have completely embraced Suyu as one of their own. The cameras at the scene are now focused on Durant, who is receiving congratulations and encouragement from his teammates. Durant cast a glance towards Suyu, his eyes brimming with provocation and disdain. At this moment, Suyu wore a serene expression, habitually retreating to the corner. He remained unperturbed, after all. What was it but a mere display of bravado? Who could not partake in such theatrics? His only concern lay in whether they could withstand the audacity of his flawless performance. James once again dribbled past half-court, his peripheral vision catching sight of Suyu in the corner. Upon exchanging a knowing glance, Suyu realized his moment to shine had arrived. James opted to call for Love's screen, which he executed before swiftly retreating beyond the three-point line, an established tactic of the Cavaliers. Green quickly pursued, aware that should James pass to Love, it would be an obvious target, ripe for interception. However, James had no intention of directing the ball to Love. Instead, he executed a no-look pass, sending the basketball directly into Suyu's hands at the opposite corner. At that instant, Suyu was fully prepared to receive the pass. Without a moment's hesitation for adjustment, he immediately transitioned into his shooting motion. Thompson rushed in, intent on blocking Suyu's shot, yet Suyu feigned a move. As Thompson flew past him, the area before Suyu was as open as the ocean. Though he could have easily taken the three-point shot, Suyu refrained. Resolved to maintain the pretense of bravado, he opted to dribble the ball and, along the baseline, surged towards the basket. The interior of the Warriors' defense was notably sparse. With Green already out of position and Durant focused on James, Thompson was still too far out to intervene. Thus, only Curry remained to contest the impending shot. Upon realizing it was Curry, Suyu's heart surged with excitement. This was the perfect opportunity to showcase what it truly meant to be a Cleveland-style Zach LaVine. As he halted in the colored area, he leaped skyward, aiming to execute a thunderous dunk over Curry. Suyu's dunk was once a spectacular display of athleticism, and now, infused with an additional essence of power, it has reached unprecedented heights. His vertical leap has become even more formidable. At this moment, Suyu has fully unleashed his potential. This dunk is so powerful that even Stephen Curry would have to yield, let alone LeBron James. As expected, Curry, ever the cunning player, sensed the impending danger and leapt aside to avoid the confrontation. Witnessing Curry's retreat in the face of challenge left Suyu feeling quite disheartened. It seems that this time, his showmanship fell short. However, with the arrow drawn, there was no choice but to release it, leaving the hoop to bear the brunt of his might. Suyu forcefully slammed the ball into the hoop, producing a dull thud that resonated like a hammer striking the hearts of the home crowd. Suspended in midair, Suyu's body stretched out fully, reminiscent of an eagle soaring in the sky. This dunk left the players on the court in awe, with even LeBron James shaking his head in disbelief, repeatedly exclaiming, "This is absolutely insane, incredible, hard to believe." The commentator from TNT in the United States marveled. Suyu appears as if he has descended from the heavens. This dunk surely deserves to be at the top of today's highlights. Who could argue otherwise? Fortunately, Curry managed to dodge just in time. Otherwise, he would have become an unintentional backdrop. The Warriors fans were rendered nearly speechless, profoundly shaken by Suyu's powerful dunk. In the past, the Cavaliers were known for such astonishing dunks solely through LeBron James. Now, they had another contender in Suyu. What was particularly striking was the noticeable increase in Suyu's strength. One could almost perceive the sheer explosive power emanating from within him. At this moment, Suyu has gracefully landed, and he can only grant himself a passing mark for this display of bravado. In his perception, any dunk that does not involve an opponent is deemed unsuccessful. After all, what skill is there in merely venting frustration at a hoop? Dunking over an individual. That is where true prowess lies. The score stands at 10-6, and the Cavaliers have once again concluded their offense with a dunk. The fans of the Huagua team in front of the television have reached a state of euphoria, even more exhilarated than if they had executed the dunk themselves. Is this not extraordinary? To be frank, Suyu's dunk is undeniably magnificent. The explosive power demonstrated by an individual of Asian descent is likely unprecedented. Have you noticed that Suyu seems somewhat dissatisfied with his dunk? Indeed, his brows are furrowed, and he shakes his head in disbelief. How incredibly stylish. It is evident that Suyu's fan base includes a considerable number of female admirers, for his looks are indeed exceptional. At this juncture, minutes have elapsed in the match, and both teams have fully settled into the rhythm of the game. Following Suyu's breathtaking dunk, the other players on the Warriors appear to have been invigorated. Their shooting percentage is steadily rising. The Warriors' formidable three-point shooting has finally emerged, particularly with Curry hitting 3 consecutive three-pointers, momentarily taking the lead. This shift is not due to Suyu's defense becoming ineffective, but rather because Curry has recognized the challenge posed by Suyu's defense. Thus, each time Curry has possession, he calls for green screen. Green screens are often questionable in their legality, and coupled with his substantial weight, he effectively shields Suyu from any interference. Consequently, unencumbered by Suyu, Curry has been reactivated. All 3 of those three-pointers were made in the absence of Suyu's defense. Nevertheless, the Cavaliers have performed admirably on offense, especially with the synergy between James and Suyu, which has left the Warriors struggling to respond. As the first quarter approaches its final offensive opportunity, the teams are tied at 35-35. The Warriors possess the chance for the last attack of the quarter, with 14 seconds remaining on the shot clock. Should they seize this moment, they will enter the second quarter with a lead over the Cavaliers. The first quarter has been a showcase for Curry and Durant, who combined have scored 22 points. Once more, Curry is tasked with executing the final play. All players have spread out, and Curry stands at the logo, dribbling while fixating on the timer. 10, 9, 8, 7, 4. As the clock dwindled to a mere 4 seconds remaining in the game, Curry sprang into action. This time, he did not call for a screen, for he was not poised to take a shot near the three-point line. Instead, he aimed to execute a long-range shot from the logo. Despite the presence of Suyu standing before him, Curry's confidence surged after sinking 3 consecutive three-pointers. At that moment, the hoop appeared as vast as the ocean to him. Regardless of the defender in front of him, he pressed forward with unwavering resolve. This exemplifies the mental fortitude that a premier shooter must possess. With only 2 seconds left, Curry shifted his weight forward suddenly, then executed a swift retreat. Suyu had long anticipated it. Yet again, it was a step-back three-pointer from an extraordinary distance. Truly, he never learns. Curry has taken the shot. At the same moment, Suyu leapt into action. Observing Suyu's approach, Curry smirked coldly, for he sensed that his shot was executed with remarkable fluidity, while Suyu's timing was evidently tardy. Moreover, Curry had noticeably elevated the arc of his shot, granting him a 90% confidence in sinking this three-pointer. Unbeknownst to him, Suyu believed that his defensive prowess would reduce the opponent's shooting accuracy by 50%. Though aware of his delayed defense, Suyu remained unconcerned, for his arsenal included not only shot blocking but also defensive efficiency as a formidable weapon. Indeed, Suyu was just a fraction late. As Curry released the three-pointer, he felt assured of its success. Thus, he began to showboat. The basketball hadn't even reached the hoop when he spun around, arms wide open towards the audience, ready to bask in their adoration and cheers. The Warriors fans promptly joined in, their enthusiasm palpable. If Curry was this confident, it seemed certain that the three-pointer would undoubtedly find its mark. However, amidst their cheers of encouragement, the basketball struck the backboard with a resounding thud, ricocheting away with a loud duong. The clang of the iron rim was so pronounced that even Curry, who had turned away, could hear it clearly. In disbelief, he glanced back to see the ball soaring beyond the three-point line. Rather than merely missing the shot, it felt as though the miss was a slap in Curry's face. After all, how could he celebrate before confirming the basket? As the saying goes, those who show off often find themselves struck down by fate. At that moment, Curry's expression was one of utter embarrassment, and even the fans began to feel awkward on his behalf, particularly those who had just cheered so exuberantly for him. Witnessing this, Suyu couldn't help but burst into laughter, a moment captured by the cameras, allowing fans worldwide to revel in Suyu's unabashed mockery of Curry's failed display. This only intensified Curry's embarrassment. Meanwhile, Cavaliers fans, witnessing the spectacle, could hardly contain their amusement and joined Suyu in laughter. Curry, now aware of the big screen showing Suyu's hearty laughter, felt a surge of irritation. Even if laughter was warranted, was it necessary to be so brazen? Contemplating this, Curry's animosity towards Suyu intensified. As the first quarter concluded, the score stood at a deadlock of 35. Merely from the score, one could sense the intensity of this contest. Particularly notable were the Cavaliers' explosive dunks and the Warriors' seamless coordination paired with challenging three-point shots. This match proved to be even more fervent and exhilarating than the previous one, largely due to Suyu's remarkable form. Not only did he frequently deliver exquisite assists on the offensive end, but he also executed spectacular dunks with great ferocity. Thanks to Suyu's contributions, LeBron's stamina remained relatively intact as the first quarter came to a close. This was promising news, as maintaining LeBron's endurance would be advantageous for the Cavaliers during the decisive fourth quarter. At that moment, the commentator from TNT expressed with great emotion, "Today, Suyu seems to have eaten something extraordinary. He is particularly formidable." Indeed, with Suyu's vigorous performance, the morale of the Cavaliers soared. LeBron was genuinely elated, for he had finally found a worthy ally. In stark contrast to the neutral commentary of the broadcasters, the fans' sentiments were overwhelmingly one-sided. Henceforth, we shall refer to Suyu as God Su, for he embodies the new basketball deity of our great nation. Well said. God Su is remarkable. The name God Su is aptly chosen. Have you noticed? Every player defended by God Su experiences a dramatic decline in shooting accuracy. This comment from a netizen immediately resonated with many. Indeed, as echoed by the netizen, the shooting percentages of players guarded by Suyu have plummeted. Some netizens even boldly speculated, let us be audacious. In reality, God Su's true talent lies in defense. This insightful observation has unveiled God Su's genuine capabilities, sending the Warriors into a state of disarray. It's been revealed, while I may outwardly resemble a 3D player, I am, in fact, the true best defensive player. The defensive prowess of Suyu has not gone unnoticed, even by the fans. As a professional coaching staff, the Golden State Warriors coaches have recognized it as well. Particularly when Suyu was tasked with defending Curry, the latter failed to score a single basket. Despite Curry's shooting accuracy being higher today than in the previous game, he was utterly thwarted when confronted by Suyu's defense. In light of this revelation, the Warriors coaching team promptly devised a corresponding strategy to keep Suyu as far from Curry as possible. This meant that whenever Curry held the ball and faced Suyu's defense, he would be compelled to call for a screen to facilitate his offensive play. Upon Coach Kerr announcing this strategy, Curry appeared quite perplexed. "Hey, Coach, I don't believe it's a matter of his defense. I am certain I can score against him on the next shot," Curry protested. However, Kerr dismissed Curry's objections. Given the current score, which appeared level but was, in reality, disadvantageous for the Warriors, especially with the Cavaliers' morale soaring, there was a risk that the Cavaliers could launch a significant scoring run, making recovery nearly impossible. Curry felt despondent, unable to comprehend why the coach harbored such apprehension towards Suyu. In fact, Curry was rather myopic in his judgment. Even his teammates believed the coach's strategy was sound. Notably, Thompson, who had also attempted 2 shots against Suyu without success, found the situation particularly eerie. Logically, as a point guard, Thompson should have been a sure shot. Yet he too had faltered in Suyu's presence. With both Splash brothers encountering similar difficulties, it became evident that Suyu's defensive capabilities were indeed formidable. On the contrary, the players on the Cavaliers side displayed expressions of unshakable confidence, having performed admirably in the first quarter, resulting in their heightened morale and absence of fear. At that moment, Tyronn Lue turned to Suyu and remarked, "If I am not mistaken, in the second quarter, the Warriors will go to great lengths to have you defend Curry." Suyu was taken aback. He had not anticipated Lue's insight into the situation. "So, what is your strategy, Coach?" he inquired. Even LeBron was intrigued by Lue's statement. After a brief contemplation, Lue swiftly arrived at a decision. Then do as they wish, abandon the defense of Curry and instead focus on Durant. When Tyronn Lue articulated this strategy, a frown immediately creased LeBron James' brow. It was not that Suyu had usurped his defensive assignment, but rather the notion of Suyu guarding Durant seemed rather far-fetched given the height disparity. James cast a questioning glance towards Lue, yet the coach offered no clarification. Besides Suyu, the other players also shared a sense of bewilderment. Suyu stood at a mere 198 meters, which placed him a full head shorter than Durant. While T may have been slow in his defensive movements against Durant, at least his height was somewhat comparable. Moreover, James frequently undertook the responsibility of defending Durant himself. Although James' defense was commendable, he often found it challenging to contend with Durant's towering 210 meters. Thus, the decision to assign Suyu to guard Durant seemed almost masochistic. Initially, Suyu had been effective in defending against Curry, but now, with him tasked to guard Durant, who would take on the responsibility of defending Curry? The answer was unequivocally James. Lu did not elucidate the rationale behind this tactical arrangement. He merely stated, "If the outcome is unsatisfactory after 3 minutes of play, I will call a timeout to reassess." Given Lu's assertion, James felt reluctant to oppose. He gently patted Suyu on the shoulder and remarked, "Hey, Suyu. Go all out in your defense. I will provide assistance." Suyu did not decline James' goodwill, for they were all striving for victory. And James was merely concerned for his teammates' well-being. The intermission concluded, and the second quarter commenced. Neither the Warriors nor the Cavaliers lineup had changed. At this juncture, the fans were most eager to discern whether the coaches would unveil any differing tactical strategies. With Suyu in such a fervent state, has the head coach of the Warriors contemplated a more effective strategy to contain him? At this moment, everyone was filled with questions. Anxiously watching the second quarter of the game unfold, the Warriors held possession of the ball. Once again, it was Curry orchestrating the play. But when he found himself face-to-face with LeBron James, he was momentarily taken aback. Not only Curry, but the entire roster of the Warriors was left in a state of astonishment. What was this maneuver? Why was James assigned to defend Curry? And what of Suyu? Was he now tasked with guarding Durant? The answer was affirmative. At that moment, Suyu stood resolutely before Durant, positioning himself directly opposite. The alteration in the Cavaliers' defensive strategy sparked intense debate among fans worldwide, including a bewilderment even among Cavaliers supporters. They had witnessed Suyu's effective defense against Curry, and logically, he should have continued in that role. Why the sudden shift in defenders? The reasoning remained a mystery. Even the commentators from a certain platform appeared perplexed, with one uncertainly suggesting, could this be an application of the T-on-G horse racing strategy? Yet, this hardly resembled that at all. James was indeed capable of defending Curry, and he would likely perform well. However, Suyu guarding Durant presented a significant height disparity. Moreover, Durant's shooting touch was quite commendable. It was genuinely baffling to comprehend Tyronn Lue's tactics at this juncture. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan remained silent, though the smile on his face was unmistakable. As a seasoned Warriors fan, how could he not feel elated witnessing such a blunder from the Cavaliers? The live chat in a certain platform was ablaze with vitriol directed at Lu. "Lu, go home and farm. What is this nonsense, Lu? Are you an undercover agent? Honestly, I feel for Suyu. Perhaps he should consider a transfer next season. If Lu doesn't leave, then Suyu must." Observers noted that Lu once again donned that classic expression of bewilderment, as if to say, "Who am I? Where am I?" The fervor of the fans in Huagua was palpable, yet at this moment, Suyu remained as tranquil as still water. No longer did he harbor any disdain for Tyronn Lue. Prior to his crossing over, he had perceived Lue merely as a tool, one who would relentlessly push LeBron to his limits. Even during breaks, the only respite he afforded was through timeouts. However, Suyu's perspective had since evolved. If one were to discern the exceptional defensive efficiency exhibited by Suyu, it would be apparent to many admirers. Yet, it was Lue who resolutely translated this insight into action. He believed that given Suyu's remarkable defensive prowess, he should be tasked with guarding Durant, while LeBron would effectively contain Curry. Among the multitude, perhaps only Suyu could genuinely comprehend Lue's intentions. At this juncture, the camera focused on Curry and LeBron on the court. Despite his uncertainty, Curry gradually dribbled past half-court, with LeBron maintaining his rhythm, poised defensively at the arc. At that moment, Curry exchanged a knowing glance with Durant, who then maneuvered to receive the ball. Curry's objective was unequivocal, to set up Durant for a one-on-one against Suyu, to score over him, thereby humiliating the Cavaliers' head coach and undermining their confidence. Should this defensive strategy falter from the outset, the Cavaliers' morale would undoubtedly suffer a severe blow. Once Durant received the ball, the other Warriors players spread out, facing Suyu. Durant wore a condescending smile, convinced that the Cavaliers' coach had lost his mind. He was determined to score directly over Suyu, with a bold jump shot. As Durant began his dribble, his ball-handling skills were remarkable, eliciting waves of cheers from the crowd with his sudden changes of direction. Show him. Embarrass him. Let him know your strength. Indeed, at the arc, Durant abruptly halted. He intended to shoot right in front of Suyu, unabashedly confident in his height and reach. Dismissing Suyu entirely, he gathered the ball, poised to launch his shot. Yet, at that very moment, Suyu seized the opportunity and struck. My goodness! How did he accomplish that? It was simply astonishing. The fans were utterly astonished, for Suyu's intervention was nothing short of remarkable. He had deftly intercepted Durant's shot. Even Durant himself was taken aback, unable to fathom the swiftness of Suyu's hands, as he had genuinely managed to thwart his attempt at scoring. However, Durant's reaction was not sluggish. He immediately sought to pivot and reclaim the ball. Unfortunately, after Suyu's interception, he accurately predicted the ball's trajectory and swiftly gathered it, then commenced a vigorous dash towards the front court. Suyu's movements flowed with an effortless grace, akin to a serene stream, devoid of any hindrance. Even the players of the Warriors were caught off guard. Behind Suyu, there was merely Durant in pursuit. Meanwhile, LeBron was unable to react swiftly enough to join the play. Thus, Suyu found himself in a 1-on-0 situation on the offensive end. It was truly a moment of showtime. Although Durant exerted every ounce of effort to defend against Suyu, it was in vain. Suyu's speed was inherently impressive. And with his early initiation, there was no way for Durant to catch up. Suyu dribbled the ball to the vicinity of the free throw line. Casting a glance over his shoulder, without a moment's hesitation, he took 3 decisive strides towards the basket. He leaped. A thunderous windmill. He slammed the ball into the hoop with fervor. Suyu's slam dunk was impeccable, both in terms of vertical leap and sheer power. The television commentator couldn't help but exclaim that Suyu's dunk could rival LeBron James' iconic windmill dunk. At that moment, Chinese basketball fans were engulfed in euphoria, utterly astonished by Suyu's performance. Particularly noteworthy was his fearless defense against Durant, where he showed no signs of intimidation. He executed a steal on his very first attempt. The home crowd of the Warriors was rendered speechless by Suyu's astonishing dunk. Just moments earlier, they had been voicing a cacophony of derision and even hurling insults at Suyu, attempting to rattle his composure. Yet, the spectacle they anticipated never materialized. Instead, they were met with Suyu's commanding display. As the camera focused on him, Suyu's expression upon landing appeared remarkably composed. He even shook his head at the approaching Durant, seemingly expressing his disappointment. Suyu's provocation ignited an instant fury within Durant. After all, Suyu was merely a rookie, barely 20 years old, and yet so audacious as to openly challenge him. Durant, not only a keyboard warrior but also a fierce competitor on the court, was known to strike hard against weaker opponents. Now, Suyu dared to provoke him. If he did not retaliate, he would no longer be called Durant. At this moment, Suyu returned to his half of the court, basking in the cheers and encouragement of his teammates. James wore a face full of excitement. Suyu had truly exceeded his expectations. Meanwhile, the head coach, Tyronn Lue, maintained his usual expression, the camera lingering on his face for a few seconds. The fans from Hwagwa collectively sent out a barrage of messages. Apologized to Coach Tyronn Lue. It turned out the fool was indeed oneself. Coach Lue was undoubtedly a master strategist, appearing flustered while remaining as steady as a seasoned veteran. In contrast, Warriors head coach Steve Kerr wore a serious expression. He did not allow a couple of mistakes to undermine his strategy. Although Suyu's defensive prowess was remarkable, his recent steal was indeed a risky endeavor. Durant had likely underestimated him, resulting in his error. Kerr believed that with Durant's extensive experience, he would manage the situation adeptly. At this juncture, the score stood at 35-37, with the Cavaliers leading by 2 points and the Warriors on the attack. Curry dribbled past half court, and Durant did not even shake off Suyu's defense. Positioned at a 45-degree angle to the left, he leaned against Suyu, demanding the ball. If Suyu was too foolish to recognize his place, it was time for him to learn the true meaning of the phrase big beats small. Suyu was certainly aware of Durant's intentions. It was common knowledge among all. Curry lofted the ball to Durant, who, with his back to Suyu, leaned back a few times, testing the waters. To everyone's astonishment, Durant suddenly pivoted and unleashed his signature one-leg jump shot on the basketball court. When Durant executed this particular maneuver, it was nearly impossible for anyone to defend against it. Despite Suyu's earnest attempts to block the shot, he was at a disadvantage against Durant's towering height, which rendered his efforts ineffective. Consequently, Durant's release was remarkably effortless, with Suyu unable to provide sufficient interference. At that moment, Durant was filled with confidence, convinced that the ball would surely find its mark. Even the home crowd shared in this belief, anticipating a certain score. However, to their dismay, the basketball struck the rim and ricocheted away. James leaped high to secure the rebound. Suyu, upon seeing this, charged forward without the slightest hesitation. Suyu occupied the position closest to the front court, granting him a distinct advantage. Durant was astonished that a shot he felt so certain about had missed its mark. He then witnessed Suyu sprinting towards the front court, prompting Durant to hurriedly pursue him. However, the more he ran, the more alarmed he became. For Suyu's speed was astonishing. He felt utterly incapable of catching up. James possessed an exceptional vision of the game and immediately spotted the fast-breaking Suyu. As Suyu approached the basket, James flicked his wrist, sending the basketball soaring towards the front court. At that moment, it is worth noting that James had yet to cross half-court. This long-range pass was nothing short of remarkable. Was such a pass not exceedingly difficult? And with such velocity, could Suyu possibly catch it? One might argue that Suyu was no Wade, and thus should be unable to secure it. What a pity. For if he could indeed catch the ball, it would have been nothing short of miraculous. Almost everyone doubted Suyu's ability to receive the pass. Yet, in the midst of this hurried and rapid delivery, Suyu astonishingly lingered in the air for a moment. He then deftly retrieved the basketball, which was about to sail out of bounds, and gently placed it into the hoop. This defiance of the laws of physics left everyone in utter disbelief. Even James gazed at Suyu with an expression of incredulity, convinced that he had overthrown the pass. Nonetheless, Suyu managed to catch it. The Warriors players exchanged glances, each recognizing the gravity of the situation reflected in their counterparts' eyes. The emergence of Suyu has posed significant challenges for the Warriors. Most notably, Suyu is both an offensive and defensive force. Even Durant has found little advantage against him. Clearly, Tyronn Lue is a genius. There's no denying it. The score stands at 35-39 as the second quarter commences, with Suyu quickly scoring 4 points, rejuvenating the Cavaliers' morale. Durant, meanwhile, is feeling quite frustrated. His previous attempt at a standalone shot felt secure, yet it failed to find the net. Coach Kerr, equally incredulous, reflects on how Durant has executed that maneuver countless times with consistent success. To validate his thoughts, Kerr decides to allow Durant another chance to face Suyu one-on-one. Seeing the coach's signal, Curry feels a twinge of confusion but ultimately respects the coach's decision. As Durant faces Suyu for the third time, Suyu stands before him with an air of tranquility, treating Durant as if he were an ordinary opponent. This composure infuriates Durant, who has always regarded others with disdain. It is a rarity for anyone to so blatantly disregard him. With this in mind, Durant resolves to unleash his formidable strength by driving directly at Suyu. With the ball in hand, Durant charges forward, a move that finally brings a sigh of relief from the Warriors players, for Durant's drives are notoriously difficult to counter. With his height, reach, and remarkable speed, his first step rivaling that of Tracy McGrady, it is a testament to Suyu's prowess that he has compelled Durant to resort to such a tactic. As Durant barrels towards Suyu, the fans in Huagua hold their breath, yet they are mentally prepared, for this is Durant, a bona fide top 5 player in the league. It is unrealistic to expect him to miss every shot, especially since Suyu's defense has been commendable. The Cavaliers players begin to converge towards the paint, with Love and Thompson ready to provide assistance should Suyu falter. Back to the confrontation between Suyu and Durant at this moment. Durant has firmly pressed his shoulder against Suyu, and with his first step, he has already crossed the free throw line, while his second step has entered the painted area. Suyu felt a sudden jolt of astonishment. Durant's explosive strides were indeed remarkable. However, he too was not to be underestimated. The fans from Huagua were pleasantly surprised to witness that Suyu had not been easily outmaneuvered by Durant. On the contrary, he maintained a steadfast pursuit of Durant. Even as Durant prepared to leap with a powerful single-leg takeoff, Suyu was able to spring into action almost simultaneously. Such a performance truly captivated the spectators from Huagua. Suyu performed admirably. Regrettably, Durant's wingspan was simply too extensive. Although Suyu leaped sufficiently, he remained unable to reach Durant's ball-handling hand. With Love and Thompson obstructing the path ahead, Durant chose to disregard them. Ultimately, Durant successfully placed the ball into the basket. Suyu's defense this time has been remarkably successful. He has achieved the utmost. Finally scoring, Durant, upon landing, cast a provocative glance towards Suyu. Suyu completely disregarded him. Suyu was acutely aware that his defensive position had not faltered this time. His only lament was that his vertical leap still left much to be desired. It appeared that after this match, he would need to train with unwavering determination. With his wingspan insufficient, he must compensate with enhanced jumping ability. To successfully block shots from players of considerable height and reach, he must elevate his vertical leap to astonishing heights. The score stood at 37-39, with neither team managing to create a significant gap. At this juncture, The players of the Warriors began to showcase their prowess. After Durant scored, he finally ceased his fervor for one-on-one confrontations with Suyu. After all, this team was not solely his to command. The boundless freedom he enjoyed in Oklahoma City was a relic of the past. Here, Curry reigned as the team's leader. Although Curry faced challenges against James's defense, the Warriors executed their strategy with remarkable precision, allowing them to find open shots and secure points. In contrast, the Cavaliers relied heavily on James for consistent scoring, with Suyu as the sole additional source of offense. However, it seemed that Suyu had attracted the Warriors' attention, resulting in increased defensive pressure against him. At that moment, despite his mastery of the ghost back move reaching a remarkable 5%, he struggled under the concentrated scrutiny from the Warriors. Consequently, as the second quarter drew to a close, the Warriors regained the lead, with the score at 60-52. As the first half concluded, the Warriors held an 8-point advantage, much to the delight of their fans. Initially, they had been stifled by Suyu's impressive plays, but now they reveled in their lead. With the third quarter approaching, they were cognizant of the Warriors' reputation for explosive performances. Believing wholeheartedly that the home team would extend their lead even further, the camera now focused on Suyu as he entered the locker room. Having endured the latter half of the second quarter, Suyu was closely guarded by the players of the Warriors, resulting in a complete loss of presence during the latter half of the second quarter. Nevertheless, the camera captured Suyu's calm demeanor, seemingly unaffected by the circumstances. Meanwhile, the Warriors fans erupted in jubilation. Ha ha ha, it's hilarious. Did everyone see his expression? Indeed, trash is ultimately just trash, a fleeting moment at best. How dare he provoke Durant? Now, he must feel utterly humiliated. Even the fans of the Cavaliers fell silent, as their team's depth was undeniably lacking. As Suyu stepped forward, he immediately became the focal point of the Warriors' defensive strategy. If only a third player could rise to the occasion, they would not be so audacious in their double-teaming of both Suyu and James. In contrast, the Warriors boasted a particularly deep roster, which allowed them to employ such aggressive tactics without hesitation. James maintained a composed demeanor and even approached Suyu, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Hey, Suyu, don't lose heart. We still have the second half ahead of us. Suyu looked at James with a hint of confusion and said, Hey, LeBron, what are you talking about? I am not disheartened. I am no longer a rookie. Suyu jested, observing Suyu's expression. James realized that he had not succumbed to despair. The camera captured the two engaged in lighthearted conversation, indicating that they were not overly concerned. At halftime, the statistics showed James at 18:55. In the live stream chat from Huagua, comments flooded in, all uniformly encouraging Suyu. Go, Su-God. Rise, Su-God. Fight hard, Su-God. Clearly, the fans of Huagua remain steadfast in their belief in Suyu's abilities. All their hopes are pinned on the third quarter. If the Cavaliers can close the gap in the score during that period, everything will be manageable. The anticipation for the third quarter is palpable. Meanwhile, in the Warriors' locker room, the players are brimming with excitement. They have effectively curtailed Suyu's influence on the game. Coach Kerr stands to address the team. Hey, guys. At the start of the second quarter, our rhythm was a bit disordered. However, we quickly regained our composure. We performed admirably in the latter half of the second quarter. Let us maintain this momentum into the third quarter. Keep pushing. A few simple words invigorated the entire team's spirit. Kerr truly lives up to his reputation. Durant's mood is quite buoyant at this moment, as he has just witnessed Suyu struggling under their vigilant scrutiny. He perceives Suyu as merely a fleeting phenomenon. Such players are not uncommon in his experience. The number of individuals capable of ascending to the status of a true superstar like himself is exceedingly rare. Suyu is undoubtedly not one of them. At present, the only threat to the Warriors remains LeBron James. This year, he has been dubbed Thanos James by fans, and not without reason. Even when besieged by the Warriors' relentless defense, James scores with an astonishing ease. However, he is still human, not a deity, and his physical stamina has its limits. The third quarter presents a pivotal opportunity for the Warriors. If they can unleash a surge during this period, they may very well secure victory in Golden State. Thus, the Warriors are brimming with confidence. Conversely, within the Cavaliers' locker room, the atmosphere is not as despondent as fans might imagine. On the contrary, they appear remarkably at ease. Tyronn Lue calmly addresses the team, saying, Hey guys. In the second quarter, our defense was commendable, but our offense has stalled. No worries. Our objective now is to level the score in the third quarter. We must focus on our defensive efforts. Suyu, continue to defend Durant. LeBron, maintain your defense against Curry. The rest, focus on your respective duties. Tyronn Lue's tactics remain unchanged. He has recognized that Su Yu's efficiency in guarding Durant is commendable. Therefore, there is no need to alter the defensive strategy. The sole concern lies in Su Yu being double-teamed. In truth, the fact that Su Yu has become a target for the Warriors is a source of pride. However, it is evident that Su Yu does not share this sentiment. His human essence, the 18 points, remains untapped. Presently, Su Yu is torn between utilizing it in the third quarter or the fourth. Once employed, his specialized moves will be exhausted. As for the final shot, he does not intend to rely on it. Firstly, should he make another game-winning steal, the Cavaliers players would undoubtedly voice their dissent. Some actions can only be performed once. Ultimately, what Su Yu lacks is offensive skills. Reflecting on this, Su Yu steadies his mind and reviews his personal attributes. Name, Su Yu height, 1.98 m weight, 100 kilograms vertical jump, static 95 centimeters vertical jump, running 125 centimeters, 3-point shooting percentage, 42-point shooting percentage, 50 layup percentage under pressure, 40. Demon back fusion level, 5 usable skills, human essence of 18 points, final shot 9-10. Observing these statistics, Su Yu lets out a soft sigh. It appears that there remains a significant gap in his abilities. With this thought, Su Yu could not help but inquire, Demon back system, after increasing the fusion level. Can I enhance my shooting accuracy? Indeed, you can. What kind of improvement can I expect? For instance, achieving a fusion level of 10 will elevate all your shooting percentages by 5. Furthermore, you will acquire a corresponding basketball skill package, which can be utilized permanently. And if I attain a fusion level of 100, how formidable will I become? Then you shall emerge as the strongest basketball player on this planet, in every conceivable aspect. The ghost back system, in a single, succinct phrase, instilled an immense sense of encouragement within Su Yu. As a basketball player, he naturally aspired to become the most formidable presence on the court. Now, with the ghost back system revealing to him that such an opportunity lay before him, he felt compelled to strive earnestly for it. With this thought, Su Yu's determination solidified even further. He found himself eagerly anticipating the commencement of specialized ghost back training. At present, his basketball skills were not particularly exceptional across various aspects. Thus, should he become a target, he would find himself in a vulnerable position. Meanwhile, Tyronn Lue noticed Su Yu's demeanor and mistakenly assumed he was wallowing in self-reproach. Approaching him, Lue placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, "Hey, there's no need to worry. Just focus on being yourself and defend boldly. Your defensive skills are quite formidable." Su Yu, initially lost in his own thoughts, was startled by Lue's unexpected gesture. He then replied with a calm expression, "Rest assured, coach. I will ensure that Durant pays the price." Within Su Yu's unassuming words lies a profound confidence. Tyronn Lue appears somewhat astonished. Su Yu possesses an even larger heart than he had initially imagined. However, upon further reflection, it is quite reasonable. Who among the ordinary would dare to intercept the ball from a star player and then execute a game-winning shot? The 15-minute halftime intermission has concluded, and the second half of the match has commenced. The players from both teams have returned to the court, with the starting lineup for the third quarter unchanged from that of the first. The Golden State Warriors are once again initiating the play. The home crowd has erupted into an exuberant cheer, eagerly anticipating a surge from their team. The much-anticipated Warriors madness is about to unfold. The commentators on the broadcast have also regained their fervor. If the Cavaliers cannot withstand the Warriors' frenzied onslaught in the third quarter, their chances in this game will be severely compromised. Fans from Huagua are flooding the comment section with messages of encouragement. Go, Su God. You can do it, Su God. Su God will prevail. The referee's whistle has signaled the start of the game. Curry possesses the ball, and James has opted for full-court defense. Curry skillfully navigates the ball across half-court. In the face of James' defense, Curry refrains from making a hasty move. He observes the positioning of his teammates. Durant, seeing that Su Yu is still guarding him, decisively shakes off the defense and positions himself beside Curry. Without a moment's hesitation, Curry passes the ball to Durant. Upon receiving the ball, Durant lowers his center of gravity and accelerates to break through from the right side. His intentions are unmistakable. He aims to penetrate and challenge Su Yu with his drive. Compared to Durant, Su Yu's height is somewhat lacking. However, this does not imply that Su Yu is devoid of any solutions. During the halftime intermission, Su Yu has conceived an alternative method to impose sanctions on Durant, the art of ball stripping. Due to Durant's towering height, his center of gravity is inevitably elevated. Even during aggressive drives, Suyu believes he can devise a strategy to execute the ball strip effectively. Indeed, as soon as Durant lowers his center of gravity to receive the ball, Suyu has taken action. Suyu's strike this time was undeniably swift, precise, and ruthless. In fact, with the fusion of the ghost back, his perceptive abilities were also on the rise. This was the genuine sensation that Suyu experienced. However, the ghost back system did not display this particular attribute, leaving uncertainty as to whether it would eventually upgrade. Nevertheless, the enhancement of his perceptive abilities was palpable and unequivocal. Durant had already concocted a plan for how he would taunt Suyu after this offensive play. Yet, at the moment he released the ball, he sensed that something was amiss. The basketball in his hands slipped beyond his control. This realization filled him with astonishment. Then, as he lifted his gaze, he beheld Suyu has already seized the basketball and then commenced a frenzied sprint. The fans of the Warriors were left utterly astonished. Suyu has once again intercepted Durant's basketball. This is not the first instance. This indicates that Suyu is undoubtedly not relying on mere luck. To successfully intercept Durant twice in succession signifies that Suyu's defensive prowess is indeed commendable. Durant has relinquished the pursuit, for he realizes he has no opportunity to catch up. Suyu executed a solitary breakaway, effortlessly completing a dunk. The score stands at 54-60. The Chinese fans in front of their televisions are brimming with excitement. Suyu truly did not disappoint them. At this moment, teacher Su couldn't help but reflect. From this single play, it is evident that Suyu's mindset remains unchanged. One can only say that he is indeed a player with a remarkable temperament. Furthermore, his responsiveness is particularly exceptional. Such a deft strike requires not only keen judgment but, more importantly, an innate sense of the game. This instinct is a natural gift. Clearly, Suyu is one who possesses this extraordinary ability by nature. Teacher Su unabashedly praised Suyu, not merely because they share the same family name, but also due to his genuine affection for him. Observing Suyu's performance, Teacher Su felt he was witnessing the promising future of the Chinese men's basketball team. Currently, the team finds itself in a transitional phase, grappling with a lack of continuity. The sudden emergence of Suyu has instilled hope in Coach Su for the men's basketball team. The camera shifts back to the court. After completing a slam dunk, Suyu exhibited little expression on his face, for only he was aware that he had activated the essence of humanity's 18-point skill. In this quarter, his offensive prowess would be formidable. Thus, despite the Warriors' inevitable attempts to double-team him, Suyu felt no concern. If he, endowed with such extraordinary abilities, could not shatter the curse of the double team, it would indeed be a dismal outcome. Now, his primary focus must be on defense, aiming to reduce the opponent's shooting percentage by over 50%. In fact, he aspired for even greater efficacy. Although Durant's shooting percentage might hover around 50, Suyu was confident he could diminish it to below 25. This would mean that for every 4 attempts, only one would find its mark. Should such a shooting percentage persist for an extended period, Durant's mindset would undoubtedly shift. This transformation would serve to further diminish his accuracy, thereby fulfilling Suyu's objective. Suyu stood once again before Durant, who regarded him with palpable disdain. There was an inexplicable aversion in Durant's gaze, a sentiment that found no justification. Some individuals are simply destined to be at odds. Likewise, Suyu harbored a disinclination towards Durant. This time, Curry refrained from passing the ball to Durant, instead opting for the open Thompson. Regrettably, Thompson was unable to convert the opportunity into points. At this moment, Suyu subtly remarked to Durant, "Hey, Kevin. It appears that your teammates have lost their trust in you. They refuse to pass the ball to you. It is I who is defending you. With my caliber, you should be able to handle me effortlessly. Unfortunately, you seem to be lacking in utility. Thus, they withhold the ball from you." Suyu found it quite astonishing that his foreign language skills were so proficient. He completed an entire passage in just a few seconds. At this moment, Suyu realized that being a critic could indeed be quite exhilarating, especially when he was targeting Durant. Durant was utterly disgusted by Suyu's remarks. He was fully aware of Suyu's intent, yet he couldn't help but feel furious. Similarly, he sensed that Curry did not trust him. After all, had he not just missed a shot? Why, then, was the ball not passed to him? As Durant was lost in thought, Suyu swiftly made his way to the front court. Suyu instinctively positioned himself at the right corner. He'll pass the ball to James at the top of the arc. James faced Green's defense, displaying an air of calmness. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Suyu. The earlier performance of Suyu instilled confidence in James. Suyu was fully prepared. Love came up to set the screen. LeBron James made his move, driving to the left. The Warriors contracted their defense, adhering to their established tactical strategy. Just LeBron alone drew the attention of 3 Warriors players. The weak side was left wide open before Suyu, akin to an expansive sea. With audacity born of his exceptional skill, LeBron, just as the Warriors were about to envelop him in a triple team, executed a sweeping pass to the right corner where Suyu awaited. It was only then that the Warriors players realized LeBron intended to penetrate and distribute the ball. However, at this moment, even the nearest defender, Curry, could not make it in time to provide assistance. Suyu received the ball, gazing at the basket, which appeared as vast as the ocean. With unwavering determination, he chose to attempt a three-pointer. The Warriors fans fervently prayed for the shot to miss. However, fortune did not favor the spectators, but rather smiled upon Suyu. For he possessed the extraordinary skill of 18 points, and with a swift motion, he executed his shot flawlessly. Suyu's three-pointer finds the net with precision. 57-60. As the third quarter commenced, Suyu swiftly scored 5 consecutive points. The Chinese fans in front of their television screens were filled with exhilaration. To them, Suyu truly exemplified extraordinary prowess. Without a hint of trepidation, he secured 5 points in rapid succession, instilling confidence in his team. At this moment, Teacher Su was brimming with excitement. It was evident that Suyu indeed possessed a remarkable composure, seizing the opportunity with remarkable prowess. Xiao Fan could only echo this sentiment. Acknowledging that Suyu's defensive play had effectively catalyzed their offensive strategy, leaving them all in awe, Xiao Fan found himself utterly captivated by Suyu's performance. Meanwhile, the players of the Cavaliers on the court expressed their encouragement towards Suyu. Durant, however, was in a rather agitated state of mind. He could not fathom why the recent offensive opportunity had not been afforded to him. Had he been given the chance, he was certain he could have succeeded, thus avoiding such a passive position. With this thought, Durant approached Curry. "Hey, Steven, let me take this offensive play." Curry looked at Durant in surprise, sensing his impatience. Nevertheless, Curry did not refuse. Indeed, after halftime, Curry once again entrusted the ball to Durant. Facing Suyu, Durant made a threatening motion and declared, "This time, I shall score over you, rookie." After listening, Suyu scoffed and remarked, "To be frank, there is no way you will make that shot. Do you know why? Because I am your father." Durant, a seasoned veteran who has battled in the league for many years, is generally unfazed by typical trash talk. However, Suyu's words genuinely provoked Durant. After Suyu uttered those words, Durant's eyes seemed to ignite with fury. "You are damned," he exclaimed, and then proceeded to take his shot. He had previously declared his intention to score over Suyu, and thus he set about fulfilling that promise. Suyu intentionally provoked Durant. While others advised against attempting to anger Durant, Suyu was determined to test the waters. Durant began to sway dramatically. It must be said that despite his towering height, Durant possesses remarkable ball skills, and his dribbling rhythm is incredibly smooth. Even Suyu could not help but admire him. However, at this moment, he was his adversary. Throughout the encounter, Durant's gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the hoop. Suyu appeared to be momentarily bewildered by Durant's dribbling. Durant, having noticed this, seized the ball. He then prepared to launch a shot, ready to take a direct jump. Durant was acutely aware of his shooting position, especially after having been intercepted by Suyu previously. This time, he was confident that Suyu would not attempt to steal the ball. Indeed, Suyu refrained from making a move. Durant had already raised the ball above his head. In this moment, he could even discern the astonished expression on Suyu's face. The commentator from the broadcasting station remarked with admiration, "Durant's maneuver is truly a dimensional reduction strike. Even if Kawhi were to intervene, he would be powerless." Indeed, Durant's height was astonishing, having reached a level where he seemed to be one with the ball. Suyu was about to face a lesson. The commentators from the American television station evidently favored Durant. Despite Suyu's astonishing performance, Durant's skills are not to be trifled with. The Warriors fans have even begun to raise their hands in anticipation of celebration. The Grim Reaper has arrived prematurely. I declare the game concluded. The Grim Reaper approaches, and mortals cannot evade. The Grim Reaper, an eternal deity. However, at this moment, Suyu seems to finally have realized the situation. Reacting belatedly, he leaps up in an attempt to block Durant. Witnessing this, Durant scoffs in amusement. Is this the speed of his reaction? Does he still dare to think of blocking me? In truth, Suyu does not intend to block Durant. He merely needs to create a distracting gesture. Suyu believed that under his defense, it was impossible for Durant to make his first 3 shots. He possessed the remarkable ability to diminish Durant's shooting accuracy by 50%. Durant had already taken his shot, feeling confident that it would find its mark. However, Suyu's actions left him somewhat perplexed. After executing a simple defensive maneuver, Suyu dashed forward without a glance back, as if he were initiating a fast break. Witnessing Suyu's absurd behavior, the Warriors fans erupted in laughter, eagerly anticipating the moment when the ball would swish through the net, accompanied by Suyu's astonished and helpless expression. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Durant's jump shot clanked off the rim. The rebound was secured by LeBron James. And then, a cannon-like long pass. The recipient of that pass was none other than Suyu. Suyu receives the ball. At this moment, he has approached the vicinity of the free throw line. Suyu seized the ball with remarkable agility, leaving the Warriors fans utterly astonished. Even the photographers present struggled to keep pace with such exhilarating momentum. It was nothing short of breathtaking, particularly highlighted by LeBron's precise and forceful pass. As the camera finally caught up with Suyu, he was already soaring through the air. Farewell, youthful exuberance, as he drew back the bowstring. Thud. A resonant sound reverberated throughout the Warriors' home arena, leaving everyone in a state of sheer amazement. Suyu's dunk can be described as nothing short of astonishing. My goodness. His body has arched like a bow. This dunk rivals that of LeBron. The height he achieved, the power he exhibited, and the elegance of his movement are truly rare in this world. Oh, Su, the divine. Various comments from Chinese basketball fans flooded the live broadcast. At this moment, the fans in the Warriors' home arena finally emerged from their state of shock. Even now, they remain perplexed as to why Durant's jumper failed to find the net. Suyu gracefully descended to the ground. 59-60. In the third quarter, Suyu scored 7 consecutive points for the Cavaliers. The fervent performance of Suyu cast a shadow over the countenance of the Warriors' head coach. Initially, their strategy was to double-team Suyu. However, the predicament lay in the fact that his 3 goals came either from fast breaks or open shots, leaving them with no opportunity to implement their intended defensive scheme. After Suyu's impressive dunk, James displayed an even greater excitement than Suyu himself. In the backcourt, he exuberantly celebrated, even letting out a triumphant roar to the heavens. More thrilled than if he had scored himself. It was precisely James's infectious enthusiasm that instantly uplifted the entire Cavaliers team. Their morale surged dramatically, with every player believing they could triumph over the Warriors. In desperation, Coach Kerr called for a timeout. Having been caught off guard by Suyu's early surge that saw a 7-0 run, the Warriors were left reeling as Durant approached the sidelines. As Suyu passed by him, he gently uttered, "Hey, Kevin, believe in yourself. You will surely make the next shot." Suyu's expression was solemn. In fact, he also wished to validate the consistency of the phenomenon where the success rate diminished by 50%. Thus, he hoped that Durant would continue his offensive efforts. If Durant could score on the 4th attempt, it would provide valuable insight. Suyu was able to completely abandon his defensive stance. At this moment, Durant was exceedingly frustrated. Provoked by Suyu, he nearly lost his composure. However, as soon as Suyu uttered those words, he dashed away, having no intention of engaging in conflict. Returning to the Cavaliers bench, Suyu was met with the exuberant cheers of his teammates. "Hey, Suyu, that tomahawk dunk was splendid." James unabashedly praised Suyu. "Learning from you, LeBron." Suyu offered a compliment, and to his surprise, such a simple phrase brought even greater joy to James, who erupted into hearty laughter. Suyu had come to a clear understanding. Old James was quite the character, displaying an exuberance that often surpassed that of his teammates when they scored. It was no wonder his popularity was so profound. It stemmed entirely from his charismatic personality. With this thought in mind, Suyu resolved to assist old James in securing the championship title for the season, for it was only in this way that James would remain in Cleveland. He aimed to accompany old James and embark on the establishment of a Cavaliers dynasty. Tyronn Lue had not devised any specific strategies. Instead, he insisted that the players adhere to the previously established defensive tactics, aiming to delay their off-ball screens and disrupt their offensive rhythm. This was deemed sufficient. As the timeout concluded, play resumed with 9 minutes remaining in the third quarter. The Warriors held possession, with Curry bringing the ball past half-court. The scoreboard read 59-60, with the Cavaliers trailing by a single point. Following their timeout, the Warriors implemented a strategy centered around Curry as the initiator. Clearly, head coach Kerr perceived Durant's mindset to be somewhat lacking, thus entrusting Curry to take charge of the game. At that moment, Durant sulked in the right corner of the court, his demeanor dark. Green stepped up to set a screen for Curry, which resulted in a defensive switch. Love was now tasked with guarding Curry. It was a classic case of small versus big. Curry began to dribble slowly, his gaze fixed intently on the basket. As he accelerated, Love closely trailed him, demonstrating considerable effort in his defense. However, just as Love anticipated a drive to the basket. Curry executed a sweeping dribble, retreating beyond the three-point line. Love lost his balance and could not keep pace with Curry. With precision, Curry launched a three-pointer, which sailed through the net effortlessly. 59-63. The Warriors had finally scored in the third quarter. The Warriors fans erupted in fervent chants of Curry's name, with many exuberantly proclaiming MVP. To them, it was evident that Curry's performance was the most consistent. When it was the Cavaliers' turn to attack, Durant took the initiative to defend Suyu. This matchup ignited a wave of excitement among the home crowd, who believed Durant intended to impart a lesson in despair to Suyu. Suyu remained stationed in the lower left corner. LeBron James, acting as the orchestrator of the offense, controlled the ball at the top of the arc, keenly observing the positions of the defenders. During the timeout, Warriors head coach Steve Kerr had already devised a strategy. Two players were deemed necessary to contain Suyu. Whenever he possessed the ball, a double team was imperative. This clearly illustrates Kerr's heightened regard for Suyu. One cannot blame Kerr for placing such significance on Suyu. Suyu has undeniably become the X-factor for the Cavaliers. If his shooting touch ignites, it would spell significant trouble for the opposition. TT moved forward to set a screen, and LeBron followed suit, charging decisively towards the basket. This time, LeBron appeared resolute, seemingly uninterested in passing the ball. Naturally, the Warriors players began to collapse their defense, particularly Durant, who believed that by assisting, he might secure a block. At this moment, LeBron found himself at the rim, having taken his final step. Durant, convinced that LeBron was intent on finishing at the basket, could no longer restrain himself and surged forward, leaping high in anticipation of LeBron's layup. Yet, at that critical juncture, LeBron astonishingly opted to pass. Such a decision to pass at that moment is often deemed a cardinal sin in basketball. However, for LeBron, it was an exception. His formidable core strength enabled him to execute a dramatic maneuver in midair. The trajectory of his pass was perfectly aligned with Suyu's position. No one could have anticipated that LeBron would choose to pass at this moment. Even the commentators exclaimed in disbelief, "My goodness, at this moment, LeBron still passes." Indeed, the difficulty of such a pass was immense. Suyu once again found himself in a position of openness. He finally experienced the joy of being a teammate of James. All he needed to do was sink that damned basketball. Everything else, James would take care of. Durant, suspended in midair, witnessed James making the pass. He silently exclaimed, "What a generous gesture, bro." Clearly, he was perplexed by James's decision to pass. At such a critical moment, why opt for a pass? It should be a showdown to the end. Unfortunately, James was not Durant. Suyu skillfully caught the basketball and then decisively took the shot. The ball traced a beautiful arc through the air and swished through the net. Suyu once again struck a three-pointer from an unguarded position. At that moment, Warriors head coach Kerr was beside himself with rage. He had clearly instructed his players to keep a close watch on Suyu. Yet, in a critical moment, they all rushed to double-team James. How could this not infuriate him? Particularly Durant, who inexplicably abandoned his own defensive assignment to assist on James. Had he not been Durant, Kerr would undoubtedly have benched him. The score stood at 62-63. The Cavaliers clung tightly to the scoreline throughout the entirety of the third quarter. All of the Cavaliers' points were scored by Suyu. This was truly impressive. At this juncture, the fans from Huagua were in a state of ecstatic frenzy. They had not anticipated Suyu's remarkable performance, hitting consecutive three-pointers with such prowess. The explosive performance of Suyu has placed the Warriors in an exceedingly precarious situation. Should they opt to continue double-teaming James, Suyu would undoubtedly find himself unmarked. Conversely, if they choose to focus their efforts on Suyu, it would effectively allow James to engage in one-on-one play. The ramifications of James playing solo are consequences they cannot afford. There is a well-known adage: when confronted with a single defender, James seizes the opportunity with unparalleled prowess. Thus, across the entire league, no team truly dares to allow their players to defend James one-on-one. Durant, recognizing his own oversight, resolved to amend his misstep. Consequently, he requested his teammates to provide off-ball screens while Curry held the ball. Swiftly, Thompson positioned himself before Suyu, seeking to shield him from behind. This maneuver enabled Durant to evade Suyu's defense. Seizing the moment, Durant sprinted into an open space. Without a moment's hesitation, Curry passed the ball to Durant. With decisive precision, Durant executed his shot flawlessly. Bingo. Finally, Durant sank a three-pointer. The score now stood at 62-66 as the Warriors continued to add to their tally. At this moment, Suyu understood clearly. Indeed, as long as he did not relinquish his hold on Durant, the latter would inevitably score. Therefore, when he defended Durant once more, it was certain that he would fail to make the shot. Suyu has discerned the patterns of this skill. As the star player's form returns, the match between the two teams becomes a thrilling exchange of prowess. In the following games, Suyu takes on the role of the point guard. Suyu initiated a pick-and-roll collaboration with James. Initially, the Warriors did not regard this strategy with much seriousness. However, after Suyu delivered 2 exquisite passes to James in quick succession, they began to panic. Even the players of the Cavaliers were left in astonishment. The collaboration between Suyu and James in pick-and-roll plays has proven to be extraordinarily effective. Consequently, the Warriors opted to double-team Suyu. However, this strategy meant that James was left unguarded, resulting in the Warriors facing dire consequences. As anticipated, Suyu consistently delivered the ball to James the moment the double team was formed. When the Warriors attempted to double-team James, he adeptly passed the ball back to Suyu. What a masterful display! After several rounds, the Warriors players were nearly exhausted. Similarly, due to their dwindling stamina, the Cavaliers seized the opportunity to close the gap in the score. By the end of the third quarter, the Cavaliers had narrowed the score to 78-80. The ultimate showdown was approaching, with the fourth quarter about to commence. Much to the astonishment of all the fans, Suyu managed to score 18 points in the third quarter, even surpassing James's tally by a few points. This outcome infuriated the Warriors' head coach, indicating that his defensive strategy had utterly failed. The home crowd, initially hopeful for a Splash Brothers comeback that would secure the game, found themselves disheartened as the Cavaliers nearly equalized the score. Such a result was simply unacceptable to them. Nevertheless, they found solace in the fact that there was still the fourth quarter remaining. Meanwhile, a certain streaming platform was inundated with comments from fans. "Suyu is simply phenomenal. With such prowess, he is destined to secure a lucrative contract next season. Suyu could undoubtedly become another cornerstone for the Cavaliers." Indeed, the finals serve as a crucial stage for testing a player's mettle. Have you noticed? The synergy between Suyu and LeBron is nothing short of exquisite. As the fourth quarter resumed, Suyu continued to shine, overwhelming the Warriors. Clearly, fans from Hawaii had fully rallied behind Suyu. Even the commentators from American television channels expressed a keen interest in him, delving into his past experiences. Remarkably, it was uncovered that Suyu had previously tried out for the Warriors, only to be overlooked. Ultimately, it was the Cavaliers who signed him. These events transpired before the onset of the last season, establishing Suyu as an undrafted player, yet his journey is undeniably inspirational. Once this narrative came to light, Suyu garnered even greater respect from those around him. In truth, he himself found it perplexing. Logically speaking, having traversed into this realm, it ought to be a parallel universe. Many aspects were similar, yet numerous elements diverged. His own background appeared exceedingly fantastical, for according to his knowledge, JR's history was not akin to this. Moreover, JR was not as youthful as he was. Nevertheless, these considerations had become trivial. The utmost priority now was to excel in the fourth quarter of the game. The camera focused on the Cavaliers bench, where Tyronn Lue did not engage the players in tactical discussions, but rather allowed them to rest in their seats. At this moment, Suyu found himself immersed in his own thoughts. He was acutely aware that after employing the essence of humanity's 18-point skill in the third quarter, he had no more aces up his sleeve for the fourth. His sole recourse was to fortify his defense. In his perspective, the outcome of the match hinged on whether his teammates could perform exceptionally. Otherwise, the prognosis appeared dire. Of course, if the score remained close in the final moments and the last shot opportunity was entrusted to him by the coach, he might entertain the notion of clinching victory against the Warriors. However, with each usage of his final shot skill diminishing its availability, Suyu felt compelled to exercise caution. For it was his most formidable weapon, akin to a nuclear arsenal. Meanwhile, on the Warriors bench, head coach Kerr was fervently outlining strategies. His intentions were unequivocal: to double-team Suyu. He had even abandoned the idea of double-teaming LeBron. "Hey, Draymond, do you think you can handle LeBron one-on-one?" "Of course, coach. I excel at defending LeBron," Green confidently replied, clearly unfazed by the challenge. Kerr was quite pleased with this response. "Stephen and Clay, you two are tasked with the double team on Suyu, starting from the fourth quarter. Your utmost effort is required to unsettle him and erode his confidence. If the double team proves effective, we can shatter his composure within the first 3 minutes." Curry and Thompson nodded vigorously in agreement. As for Durant, Kerr assigned him to defend Love. In truth, Kerr had lost faith in Durant's defensive abilities, as he often left opponents unchecked. Thus, having him guard Love was a calculated risk, even if he did allow a slip. It was uncertain whether Love would capitalize on it. The referee's whistle signaled the commencement of the game. The fourth quarter of the second game of the 2018 NBA Finals was underway. The Cavaliers initiated the attack, with the scoreboard reading 68-70, Cleveland trailing by 2 points. To the surprise of the Warriors players, it was Suyu who seized the ball to launch the offense. The Cavaliers' strategy had taken their fans by surprise, as Tyronn Lue's lineup was difficult to predict. Nevertheless, this did not deter the Warriors' determination to double-team Suyu. Just past half-court, he found himself besieged by Curry and Thompson. Suyu had anticipated the encirclement and promptly passed the ball to James. At this moment, James possessed an abundance of energy and was confronted by only one defender, presenting him with an exceptional opportunity. Positioned at a 45-degree angle, James, with Love screen aiding him, surged towards the basket. Throughout the third quarter, James had executed several last-second passes, leading the Warriors players to refrain from collapsing their defense. Instead, Green was left to guard James one-on-one, while Curry and Thompson focused their attention on Suyu, clearly wary of the possibility of James passing the ball to him. In truth, at this juncture, James harbored no intention of distributing the ball. He unleashed his powerful drive, barreling towards the basket and overpowering Green to make a strong layup. It was a resounding success. The score was now tied at 70-70. At this moment, Coach Kerr muttered a curse from the sidelines. "What a gift, bro." Clearly, he was dissatisfied with Green's defense, having confidently asserted moments ago that he could contain the situation, only to be swiftly proven wrong. And the drama did not end there, as the Warriors attempted a three-pointer that failed to find the mark. Suyu secured the defensive rebound and once again passed the ball to James before being double-teamed. James engaged in a one-on-one against Green, employing nearly the same tactic, as he overpowered Green to score yet again. The score stood at 72-70. My goodness, James is beginning to take control of the game. Thus, was the Warriors' decision to double-team Suyu a sound one? Green's defense appeared woefully inadequate. No one seems capable of guarding James one-on-one, the spectators lamented. Even Durant seemed somewhat perturbed at this moment, unable to fathom the extent of Green's defensive shortcomings. With this thought in mind, Durant approached Green and remarked, "Hey, bro, shall we switch?" Upon hearing Durant's words, Green felt deeply insulted. He glared at Durant and retorted, "Hey, Kevin, mind your own business. My affairs require no concern from you. By the way, there's something I hope you remember." Green continued, addressing Durant. Durant, equally incensed, demanded, "What? Before you arrived, we were already champions." With this statement, Green ignited Durant's fury. As a well-known provocateur, Durant was acutely aware of the implications behind Green's words. Was he not insinuating that Durant was merely riding on the coattails of others? Did it not mock his presence as inconsequential? Say that again? Durant glared fiercely. Green was on the verge of a confrontation with Durant. At that moment, their teammates noticed the brewing tension and swiftly intervened to prevent an escalation. Head coach Kerr, witnessing the scene, promptly called for a timeout. Simultaneously, fans around the globe were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. They had never anticipated that infighting would erupt within the Warriors, particularly between Green and Durant. In an instant, all fans and media began speculating on the nature of their exchange. Chinese fans erupted in celebration. Is Big Mouth in a frenzy? Did Durant just clash with Big Mouth? Truth be told, it's likely that Big Mouth Green provoked him. At this juncture, lip-reading experts were called upon to elucidate the situation. Regardless, this incident would undoubtedly become the most talked-about topic post-game. Perhaps the Cavaliers could capitalize on this discord to seize victory. In contrast to the fervent atmosphere among Chinese fans, the home crowd of the Warriors appeared somewhat subdued. They were left bewildered, pondering why their star player was embroiled in a dispute with a teammate. At that moment, the score was 72-70, with 10 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, and the Cavaliers leading by 2 points. Suyu observed the altercation between Durant and Green. Instantly reminded of a timeless adage, a notion struck him. He resolved to shatter Durant's mental fortitude. The moment had come to deliver a decisive blow. At this juncture, both Durant and Green had regained their composure. However, the coach would undoubtedly refrain from addressing the incident at this time. Consequently, everyone pretended as if nothing had transpired. Kerr calmly articulated the tactical approach, insisting that Durant remain vigilant against James and, when necessary, provide assistance on defense. The tension was palpable. Kerr could hardly afford to be at ease with James evidently poised to seize control of the game. Should he establish confidence at this critical moment, it would spell trouble. The 2-minute timeout swiftly elapsed. The Cavaliers maintained their strategy, with James orchestrating the play while Suyu remained poised to support him. The other players focused on providing cover for these two. As the game resumed, the camera shifted its focus to Durant and Green, seemingly seeking some expression of emotion from their faces. Unfortunately, to the audience's dismay, no hint of sentiment was discernible. Both appeared to have calmed down. Yet, regardless of how adeptly they concealed their feelings, the reality of their earlier confrontation remained unchanged. More critically, their altercation had not been discreet, leaving them vulnerable to interpretation by lip-reading experts. Once again, the Warriors held possession. They had yet to score in the fourth quarter. This time, it was uncertain whether Kerr's decision was intentional, as he designated Durant as the initiator of the offense, entrusting him with the ball. Durant advanced slowly with the dribble, while Suyu followed closely behind, maintaining a measured pace. Just as they approached the mid-court line together, suddenly, Suyu spoke up. "Hey, Kevin, what did Draymond just say to you?" Durant paid no heed to Suyu's inquiry. His gaze remained fixed on the hoop. In truth, however, Durant's heart was stirred with a slight tumult. Unconsciously, he recalled Green's words. Yet, what Durant did not anticipate was, Suyu did not abandon his speculation at this point. Instead, he continued the conversation with him. "Let me take a guess. Did he say, 'Shut up'?" Durant couldn't help but urge Suyu to silence. Upon hearing Durant's words, Suyu recognized that his mindset was unstable. Suyu did not remain silent. Instead, he spoke with a tone of mockery. He should have said, "Before your arrival, we were already the champions." Durant, who had been dribbling the ball, was momentarily taken aback by Suyu's words, causing a slight delay in his movements. Now was the moment. What Suyu desired was precisely this effect. He seized the opportunity and launched into a decisive steal. Indeed, he succeeded. This was made possible as Durant had momentarily lost his focus. Thus, the strike proved successful. Suyu surged forward with the ball, and Durant, at that moment, finally reacted. Yet, he remained profoundly astonished, unable to comprehend how Suyu could accurately predict Green's words, down to the very last syllable. This was the most outrageous aspect. It wasn't only Durant who was moved and shaken. Even the Warriors players felt a profound sense of shock. Suyu has successfully intercepted Durant for the third time. What on earth is happening? Could it be that Suyu is indeed Durant's nemesis? Durant has begun to exert every effort to catch up with Suyu, yet Suyu's acceleration is inherently superior. Despite Durant's utmost exertion, he remains unable to close the distance. He can only watch helplessly as Suyu unleashes another thunderous dunk. Goodness, it is simply astonishing. Who exactly is he? Durant has been stripped of the ball 3 times. Additionally, his dunks bear a striking resemblance to those of the legendary LeBron. Fans are collectively marveling at Suyu's prowess. The score stands at 74-70, and the Warriors have yet to score in the fourth quarter. Suyu landed gracefully and cast a glance at Durant, who had just caught up. His gaze was indifferent, devoid of excessive provocation. He understood that Durant had reached his limit at this moment. Any further taunting could easily backfire. "How do you know what I said?" Durant couldn't help but inquire. "I merely took a guess," Suyu replied with a smile. Clearly, his response did not satisfy Durant, who felt there must be some underlying issue. At that moment, Curry approached. "Hey, bro, what's wrong?" It was evident that Curry was incredulous at Durant's lackluster performance. It was then that Kerr called for a substitution, replacing Durant with Nick Young. With his head bowed, Durant walked to the sidelines and sat down heavily on the bench, a towel draped over his head, obscuring his expression from everyone. However, seeing Durant in such a state only heightened Suyu's vigilance. It seemed he had indeed provoked him. The Warriors continued to resume play. At present, Suyu was tasked with defending Nick Young. While matched against him, Suyu casually remarked, "Hey, bro, thanks." Upon hearing Suyu's nonsensical comment, Nick Young was momentarily taken aback, his expression reflecting 3 perplexed question marks. Naturally, Nick Young had no comprehension of the meaning behind Suyu's words. Nonetheless, this did not hinder Suyu from expressing his gratitude. Had it not been for encountering Nick Young, Suyu would not have conceived the audacious moment of stealing the ball from LeBron James to secure a decisive victory. Therefore, in the previous match, the Cavaliers' triumph should rightfully attribute part of the glory to Nick Young. If Nick Young were to learn of this, he would likely be cursing in disbelief within the confines of his mind. Suyu defended against Nick Young, which alleviated any pressure. The 2 players were of similar height, and Suyu's speed was not inferior to that of Young. Coach Kerr was aware of this predicament. Thus, Young's contribution was merely nominal. The current lineup of the Warriors revolved around Curry and Thompson. As anticipated, Curry held the ball at the arc, facing James's defense. He did not hasten to initiate the play. Instead, he dribbled slowly in place, waiting for his teammates to create space. After a series of off-ball screens, Thompson finally found an opening at the left 45-degree angle. Curry swiftly passed the ball to him. Thompson received it, and with precision, he sank a three-pointer. The score was now 74-73. Even the announcer remarked on the beauty of the Splash Brothers synergy, noting the fluidity of their offense. Indeed, Durant seemed like a player detached from their system. The game had become thrilling. As Suyu observed the Warriors' fluid offense, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. After all, basketball is a team sport, and he had to be vigilant in guarding his own man. It was simply impossible for him to abandon his assignment to provide help. The formidable prowess of the Warriors was indeed not to be underestimated. As the team switched sides for offense, LeBron gestured for Suyu to take control of the ball. Suyu instantly comprehended James's intention. He meant to engage in a pick and roll with him. This combination proved to be highly effective starting from the third quarter. However, as Suyu crossed half-court with the ball, the double team swiftly approached, orchestrated by Curry and Thompson. Before the double team could materialize, Suyu passed the ball to LeBron James. After all, in times of uncertainty, one could always rely on old LeBron. However, as James received the ball, Green and Nick Young swiftly converged upon him. This defensive strategy took James somewhat by surprise. Did it imply that they no longer regarded Love as a key player? Without hesitation, James decisively passed the ball to the open Love. At that moment, Love found himself entirely unguarded. He took a mid-range shot. Alas, it veered off the rim. Well, it seems he truly does not resemble a star player. Although the shot did not find its mark, it was a sensible attempt. Yet, it is well known that while James plays with reason, his teammates often do not. Many times, open shots fail to convert. Curry secured the defensive rebound. With Durant taking a breather, the Warriors appeared to have found their offensive rhythm, consecutively sinking three-pointers. As the fourth quarter reached the official timeout with 6 minutes remaining, the Warriors had reclaimed the lead, now at 78-82. Restricted by the Warriors' defensive double team, Suyu and James found themselves bereft of ample shooting opportunities. Conversely, the other Cavaliers players were afforded numerous chances, yet they lamentably failed to convert. This failure left the Cavaliers fans in a state of palpable frustration. Damn it, make that shot. You're wide open, and you still can't score? With no one in front of you, you miss completely? What are you doing, teammates? Clearly, the fans were discontented with the performance of the Cavaliers' other players. At this juncture, Tyronn Lue finally began to devise a strategy. He shifted the ball to James while Suyu executed off-ball movement. Both Love and Thompson were tasked with setting screens for Suyu, as his shooting percentage remained reliable at that moment. Moreover, James possessed superior abilities to break through double teams, enhanced by his height and keen court vision. The Warriors maintained their tactical approach, continuing with the same defensive strategy. However, the substitute Nick Young was replaced by Durant, who had regained his composure. He resolved to adhere to the coach's directives, no longer allowing Suyu to provoke him. The game pressed on. With 6 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, the decisive moment approached. The Cavaliers claimed possession of the ball. James advanced slowly with the ball, and Love promptly moved forward to set a screen. As Love executed the screen, the Warriors' double team descended, comprising Durant and Green. Love rolled to the basket, and James delivered a powerful pass. The basketball landed in Love's hands, but there was still defensive support in the paint. Love swiftly passed the ball to Suyu, who lay in wait at the baseline. However, Thompson stood guard before him, tasked with the singular responsibility of tightly marking Suyu. Suyu gazed at Thompson before executing a three-point threat gesture. Thompson, however, remained unfazed. Suyu did not rashly initiate the action. Suyu began to dribble slowly, turning his back to Thompson. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed James suddenly making a backdoor cut, penetrating into the paint. Suyu propelled the ball into the air with remarkable finesse. Simultaneously, James leaped into action. No one could have anticipated such a harmonious collaboration, rendering them unable to thwart the mesmerizing interaction between James and Suyu. With one hand, James skillfully secured the basketball and forcefully slammed it into the hoop. This breathtaking synergy left the spectators in stunned silence, clearly at a loss for words. The score stood at 80-82, with the Cavaliers closely trailing. As Curry dribbled past half-court, a flurry of frantic movement ensued. This time, Durant found himself in an open position. Suyu was thoroughly obstructed by Green, rendering him incapable of bypassing Green's defense to reach Durant. Consequently, Durant effortlessly sank a three-pointer. The Warriors' three-point shooting had ignited. This was the last thing the Cavaliers wished to witness. The long-dormant reign of three-pointers had finally commenced. Tyronn Lue sensed the dire situation and promptly called for a timeout. At this juncture, the issue was no longer one of offense, but rather a significant defensive dilemma. The Cavaliers players appeared to be experiencing a decline in stamina, causing their footwork to falter. This allowed the Warriors' strategy to flourish. One of the reasons for Lue's timeout was to afford his team a moment of respite, at the very least to catch their breath. In the meantime, Lue devised a defensive plan, advocating for an infinite switch on defense, instructing players to immediately exchange positions whenever a screen was set. A glimmer of realization sparked in Suyu's eyes. This tactic, in truth, holds a certain efficacy against the Warriors' off-ball screens. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. And the score had escalated to 80-85, with less than 4 minutes remaining. This situation rendered the Cavaliers fans exceedingly anxious. "Oh, Su, we rely on you. You must rise to the occasion. If we win this match, I shall do a handstand while eating excrement." Thus, victory is imperative. Everyone, look above to witness the spectacle. The Cavaliers initiated their offensive play. LeBron, with the ball in hand, advanced forward. This time, he cast a knowing glance towards Suyu. At this moment, Suyu had silently arrived at the front court. Although Thompson was beside him, his focus seemed rather scattered. LeBron James had yet to cross half-court when, with a deft flick of his wrist, he launched the ball across the court. Simultaneously, Suyu took off with a powerful jump. My heavens, what were they attempting? In the astonished eyes of the crowd, Suyu skillfully caught James's full-court pass and, with both hands, forcefully slammed the basketball through the hoop. The rim shook violently from the impact. The Warriors fans in attendance were left in disbelief. Such an aerial connection was truly extraordinary. They had never witnessed such seamless coordination at their home court. Every moment was impeccably timed. The perfect pass, the flawless jump, and the spectacular dunk. Even the Splash Brothers found themselves in awe, particularly Curry, who was filled with envy at Suyu's remarkable vertical leap. Meanwhile, the fans from Huagua struggled to find words to convey their excitement. How many years had it been since a Huagua player had evoked such fervor? The last time might have been during the unforgettable game in 2006 when Dapeng secured a last-minute victory. Now, Suyu had once again performed an astonishing aerial feat, demonstrating to the world that individuals of Asian descent could soar as well. The score stood at 82-85, with the Cavaliers still clinging to a close match. With 3.5 minutes remaining, it was indeed the moment of reckoning. Curry continued to advance with the ball, while Durant's gaze had grown resolutely determined. Those familiar with him would recognize it as the expression of a reaper ready to claim victory. The Warriors aimed to create open opportunities through off-ball screens. Yet the Cavaliers players were relentless. Their constant switching on defense made life exceedingly difficult for the Warriors. Suyu's speed, in particular, rendered it nearly impossible for Durant to shake him off. At that moment, Green was almost on the verge of shoving Suyu aside. At this moment, Suyu's heart was already etched with the memory of Green. He had long been aware that Green's off-ball screens were frequently illegal. But only through his personal experience did he truly comprehend the absurdity of it all. It was utterly outrageous. Big mouth, enjoy your moment of arrogance. When the time comes and I turn the tables, be prepared to weep. Suyu's notebook has already recorded Green's grievances. Ultimately, strength still falls somewhat short. Suyu was brazenly shoved aside by Green. At last, Durant found an opening. The basketball was swiftly passed into his hands. Durant took a dribble, then executed a smooth jump shot. He scored once more. At this moment, Suyu was firmly obstructed by Green, rather than merely blocking him. It felt more like being embraced. Durant hit another three-pointer. The score stood at 82-88. Only 3 minutes remained in the fourth quarter. At this juncture, Green couldn't resist taunting Suyu. Hey, rookie, welcome to the NBA. At this moment, Suyu, undeterred, retorted boldly, Hey, do you know what nickname we have given you? Green instinctively inquired. What? We all call you Big Mouth Dog. Suyu let out a derisive laugh. In an instant, Green became enraged, ready to shove Suyu. However, at that moment, Suyu felt no fear. In fact, he even puffed out his chest defiantly. Clearly, Suyu was wagering that Green would hesitate. The referee was right beside them, after all. Indeed, Green backed down. At this juncture, he was still capable of discerning the gravity of the situation. If he were to push Suyu, he could genuinely face ejection from the game, especially given the league's stringent stance on unnecessary physical contact. Suyu observed Green's cowardice and smiled with a wicked charm. It turned out he was merely a petty coward. This statement was articulated in Chinese. Thus Green could not comprehend it at all. Suyu chose not to linger in a confrontation with Green. The Cavaliers now found themselves trailing by 6 points. making this possession critical. LeBron, once again, assumed control of the ball. Remarkably, he had yet to cross the half-court line when the Warriors players opted to double-team him. This time, the number of defenders was 3, a rather absurd decision. It appeared that Coach Kerr preferred to allow other players to score rather than let the veteran LeBron find his rhythm. LeBron, taken aback by the ferocity of the double-team, had little time to ponder the situation. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Suyu. In the final moments before the defense converged, he deftly passed the ball into Suyu's hands. At that moment, Suyu found himself face-to-face with Curry. Without a moment's hesitation, he accelerated from the arc, launching into a drive. Curry's defensive prowess was formidable, and his agility was commendable. Most guards would struggle to surpass him. However, Suyu was enhanced. Despite having only integrated 5% of the ghost back, it was more than sufficient to contend with Curry. At this juncture, Suyu pressed his shoulder against Curry, rendering him unable to exert any force, particularly as Suyu's weight bore down upon him, causing considerable discomfort. Suyu has commenced his play in the colored zone, and Curry has utterly failed to impede Suyu's advance. Suyu effortlessly scored 2 points. 84-88. In the final 2 minutes, Sushin is incredible. Sushin is formidable. Sushin is both swift and strong. Sushin has overwhelmed Curry. Fans from Huagua flooded the screen with comments. At this moment, Teacher Su appeared quite tense. Suyu's offensive move was resolute and decisive. James found himself surrounded by 3 defenders, rendering him unable to attack. All hope rested upon Suyu's shoulders. Fortunately, Suyu proved his mettle, withstanding the pressure and securing the score. Indeed, Suyu's points maintained the suspense of the game. However, the immediate priority was defense. Moments ago, Suyu had been effectively blocked by Green. In fact, that play could have been penalized for illegal screening. Xiao Fan also shared his perspective. Clearly, Xiao Fan was now cautious about commenting on the Warriors players. The influence of Huagua's netizens is undeniably immense. The Warriors did not call for a timeout. It was their turn to attack. In these final 2 minutes, Curry gestured to his teammates. The other players spread out. Given the current situation, it seemed Curry intended to take on the challenge alone. It is worth noting that the defender against him was none other than LeBron. At this moment, LeBron was fully focused on Curry. Suyu closely adhered to Durant, embodying a steadfast commitment to defense. He approached this critical moment with unwavering seriousness, allowing no room for complacency. Durant, in turn, found himself increasingly vexed by Suyu's relentless pressure. Although he had successfully landed 2 consecutive 3-pointers, his thirst for more remained unquenched. He aimed to sink additional 3-pointers before Suyu, eager to witness the despair etched upon his opponent's face. At that very moment, Green re-emerged onto the scene. Suyu spotted Green's silhouette. He realized that this loudmouth was about to provide a legal cover once more. As expected, Green employed his signature shielding technique again, attempting to obstruct Suyu directly. Durant seized this opportunity to shake off Suyu's grasp. This is bad. Durant found himself wide open. Teacher Su shouted in a voice filled with urgency. The ball had already reached Durant's hands. As Durant caught the ball, he took the shot. However, at that very moment, Suyu let out a dramatic scream, collapsing exaggeratedly to the ground. Beep. At that moment, Durant had already released his shot. Although it found its mark, the whistle had already been blown. All eyes were now fixed on the referee, eager to discern the reason behind the call. The referee's gestures were unequivocal, directing attention towards Green and signaling an illegal screen. Thus, the basket was rendered null and void. The Cavaliers were awarded the ball for a throw-in. Instantly, a cacophony of boos erupted from the crowd, clearly unwilling to accept this verdict. At this moment, Suyu rose to his feet, pulled up by his teammates. Suyu successfully drew a blocking foul from Green. In truth, one could argue that this play was, in essence, an offensive foul. Suyu merely fell to the ground in a manner that was somewhat exaggerated. The Chinese fans in front of the television had already descended into a frenzy. Suyu's performance today can only be described as extraordinary. His contributions on both the offensive and defensive ends were impeccable. Notably, he drew an offensive foul from Green, which rendered Durant's 3-point shot null and void. This was a crucial turnover in possession. Had that basket counted, the Cavaliers would have trailed by 7 points. Fortunately, Suyu cleverly induced Green's offensive foul, granting the Cavaliers another opportunity. There remains 1 minute and 40 seconds in the game. At this moment, Teacher Su was particularly generous with his commendations. The offensive foul committed by Suyu was indeed remarkably timely. This particular play could very well determine the fate of the Cavaliers. Suyu's basketball acumen is truly remarkable. At this moment, Xiao Fan could only nod repeatedly. momentarily devoid of any witty remarks. James continued to advance with the ball. This time, the Warriors dared not recklessly opt for a triple team, as Suyu posed a significant threat. Allowing Suyu to score would place them in a precarious position, despite currently leading by 4 points. However, this advantage was far from secure. James skillfully dribbled past half-court, while fans of the Cavaliers around the globe held their breath in anxious anticipation. Some had even covered their eyes, unable to bear the tension. Unhurried, James awaited the Warriors' defensive convergence. With 8 seconds remaining on the shot clock, he began his drive. At a 45-degree angle on the left, Suyu stood poised, facing Thompson, while Durant had already shifted closer to the paint, clearly intent on thwarting James' penetration. As expected, after utilizing Love's screen, James surged forward, disregarding the defenders in pursuit, seemingly fixated solely on the basket. With only 4 seconds left, the Warriors' collapsed defense arrived. Green and Durant had positioned themselves in James' path. At this point, James had gathered the ball and initiated his final move. Time was running out. With no alternatives left, James prepared to shoot. Even Thompson, positioned against Suyu, had shifted a step inward toward the paint. With merely 2 seconds remaining on the shot clock, James made his last stride. He leaped off 1 foot. And then, astonishingly, he chose not to shoot. Instead, he passed the ball to Suyu. As Suyu received the ball, merely a fleeting second remained. Why, at such a critical moment, did he still opt to pass? This is utterly absurd, is it not? Is he attempting to shift the blame? While the pass was indeed made, time had clearly run out. Even the Cavaliers fans were left in bewilderment. Why was the ball passed at all? Although he found Suyu in a position of space, time was evidently insufficient, even if there had been enough time. The situation was far too rushed. The likelihood of making that shot was a mere 90% failure. Hope had all but evaporated for everyone regarding Suyu, as the time he had to make a decision was simply too scant. However, for Suyu, everything seemed just right. At that moment, Thompson, fully aware that time was slipping away, still committed himself to the play. Suyu had already assumed the posture for receiving the pass. LeBron's ability to deflect responsibility is truly masterful. He certainly holds himself in high regard, thus, under the gaze of all present. Suyu barely had a moment to adjust before he took his shot, executing it with an air of urgency. Yet, the arc was commendable, and his form remained impeccable. An absurd sensation coursed through the hearts of all present. This three-pointer could indeed find its mark. Even the Warriors fans felt the surreal nature of the moment. In that instant, Suyu affirmed the accuracy of their instincts. Swish. Those familiar with the game recognized the significance of that sound. Indeed, the three-pointer had found its target. The arena fell into an eerie silence. 87-88. The crucial point scored by Suyu showcased his exceptional prowess, both in offense and defense. Reflecting the essence of a superstar, the Cavaliers fans were utterly engulfed in a state of euphoria. The live stream of a certain platform was overwhelmed by a barrage of comments. The arrival of the deity Su commanded the mortals to step aside. Proclaim to me the name of Su, louder. The Grim Reaper? What of the Grim Reaper's presence? We possess Su. Even the players of the Warriors found themselves in a state of bewilderment. The difficulty of that three-point shot was exceedingly high. Yet, with a heart of steel, Suyu showed no hesitation. At this moment, Suyu let out a sigh of relief. In truth, he felt somewhat unsteady about that goal. However, fortunately, the spotlight was on him. It was truly astonishing. Suyu demonstrated his significance through this match. The commentator from the American television network was now expressing his astonishment. At this point, there remained 1 minute and 16 seconds until the conclusion of the game, and the Warriors held possession of the ball. The fans of the Warriors began to feel anxious. The camera now focused on Suyu, who had just successfully made a three-point shot. Suyu was celebrating with James with a high five. I always knew you could do it, man. James is equally exhilarated at this moment. That last pass was indeed quite perilous. However, James still chose to execute it. To him, basketball is all about making rational decisions. What does rationality entail? A wide-open shot is the epitome of rationality. Of course, he could have opted for a forceful drive, but that would lack stability. The entire world is aware of his intent to drive. Why not pass instead? Thus, only Suyu comprehends James's choice, which is why he was prepared in advance. Ultimately, every effort was worthwhile, as the outcome was flawless. Yet, it is not the time for celebration just yet. Following this offensive play, the Warriors are bound to retaliate fiercely. Curry has brought the ball past half court, and James's gaze is resolute. He cannot allow Curry to make an easy pass. Time ticks away relentlessly. Curry remains unperturbed. He exchanges a glance with Thompson, who steps forward to set a screen. Curry charges into the paint. Thompson retreats to the three-point line. Is he going to pass to Thompson? The answer is a resounding no. Curry opts to finish the play himself. In the face of Love's defensive support, Curry executes a floater from just beyond the free throw line. The high arc deftly evades Love's block. The Warriors fans are fixated on the basketball. Finally, in response to their fervent prayers, the ball swishes through the net. The crowd erupts in jubilation. 87-90. The Warriors maintain a three-point lead. Incredible! The baby-faced assassin is simply formidable. A true clutch performer. Where are your cheers? Clearly, Curry's dominant display has exhilarated every Warriors supporter. Meanwhile, the Cavaliers fans are growing increasingly anxious, especially after witnessing Curry's successful floater. It leaves them breathless. One must remember that the Warriors' defense is exceptionally targeted. If the Cavaliers fail to score on their ensuing possession, they will undoubtedly find themselves at a disadvantage. Therefore, this offensive play is imperative for the Cavaliers. In fact, even securing just 2 points may not suffice for their safety. The camera pans to James and then to Suyu. It is evident that the world knows the upcoming offensive decision will rest solely between these two individuals. Will it be James or Suyu? Even the neutral fans were swept up in the palpable tension of the moment. Today's championship match was nothing short of spectacular. To be precise, this entire series has been exceptionally thrilling, particularly highlighted by Suyu's remarkable performance. The Cavaliers chose not to call a timeout, and Tyronn Lue donned that familiar expression, seemingly lost in thought once again. The game continued, with just 52 seconds remaining. James advanced the ball, while the Warriors players remained intensely focused. As James crossed half-court, the double team did not materialize immediately. It was only after he called for a screen from Tristan Thompson that the defense commenced, with Green and Durant converging on James. The Warriors' strategy was glaringly apparent. They aimed to leverage the height and wingspan of Green and Durant to obstruct James's line of sight, thereby inducing a mispass. Meanwhile, Suyu found himself face-to-face with Curry and Thompson, who were determined not to repeat their previous mistakes. Their singular objective was to deny Suyu the ball. Observing that James was now ensnared, the urgency mounted. Failure to pass could result in a turnover. In this critical moment, Suyu sprang into action. He executed a feint that bewildered Thompson and Curry, swiftly positioning himself to James's left. From this vantage point, James could see him clearly. Indeed, Suyu's emergence provided James with an option. Without hesitation, the ball found its way into Suyu's hands. At that moment, Curry and Thompson were hot on his heels. Yet, Suyu maintained his advantage, quickly dribbling away from their grasp. His offensive maneuver was directed towards the left corner. Curry and Thompson pursued closely. To onlookers, Suyu's choice seemed unwise, as retreating to the left corner would leave him vulnerable to their double team, potentially leading to a deadlock. Even Coach Su expressed his anxiety, exclaiming, "Why go that way? It's an easy trap for the Warriors." At the same time, Xiao Fan voiced his confusion. Yes, logically, that direction is ill-advised. He could easily be cornered. Meanwhile, fans in front of their televisions were sweating with anxiety. Was Suyu nervous? It seemed so. He appeared somewhat flustered in this high-pressure situation. Yet, he is still young. After all, this is an immense stage. Fear not. Let us have faith in our Suyu. Evidently, some fans from the Huagua region believed that Suyu was about to make a blunder. However, at the moment when Suyu captured everyone's attention, Love was entirely unguarded and sprinting towards the basket. Yet, from the perspective of the spectators, it seemed that Suyu had completely overlooked Love's presence. Thus, even though Love was in a position of absolute openness, he remained unnoticed. It is indeed improbable for Suyu to pass the ball out, particularly as he is on the verge of being ensnared in a double team. Everyone senses that Suyu is mishandling the situation. Ultimately, he has fallen victim to youthful naivety. Little do they know that prior to this possession, Suyu had already confided in Love, saying, "Hey, Kevin, watch my pass. I have faith in you." Suyu was well aware that both he and James would receive significant attention. Thus, he thought of Love. One should not underestimate Love. What he lacked was merely an opportunity. Therefore, Suyu aimed to assist Love in demonstrating that it was not a matter of his inability, but rather the absence of a genuine chance. As Suyu prepared to assist James, he discreetly signaled to Love. At that moment, Love followed Suyu's lead and made a direct cut towards the basket. Uncertain whether Suyu had noticed him, he chose to place his faith in him. Just when everyone believed Suyu was cornered, he astonishingly threw the ball towards the hoop without even glancing. The angle of the pass was perilously close to being intercepted by Thompson. As they watched the trajectory of the basketball, they suddenly spotted Love, who was in a completely open position beneath the basket. My goodness! How did he accomplish that? How did he manage to make that pass? How did he see Love waiting right under the hoop? It was utterly outrageous. Truly extraordinary. Even the Warriors players were taken aback. It became clear that Suyu's intention was to divert their attention, leading them to believe he was out of options while overlooking the other players. At that moment, Love leaped high into the air. In reality, Suyu had intentionally kept the pass lower for safety, concerned that Love might not be able to catch it. Now, Love had firmly grasped the basketball and swiftly dunked it into the hoop. 89-90. With Love's dunk, the Cavaliers remained tightly in contention. Only 38 seconds remained on the clock. In other words, both teams had one final offensive opportunity. This was the ultimate showdown for both squads. The Cavaliers fans were on the brink of ecstasy, overwhelmed by the thrilling ups and downs of the game. This match vividly illustrated the roller coaster of emotions they experienced. At this moment, Love was equally exhilarated. Suyu's trust in him enabled him to execute the decisive play. In that moment, Love let out a triumphant roar towards the heavens, having suppressed his emotions for far too long. This basket rekindled his self-assurance. At this instant, Suyu wore a beaming smile as he exchanged high-fives with LeBron. "Hey, LeBron, the final showdown is upon us. Are you ready?" Suyu spoke with a calm demeanor. "Of course, I was born for such occasions." Upon hearing James' words, Suyu smiled knowingly. At that moment, he felt the immense confidence radiating from James. On the other hand, Love appeared to be brimming with excitement. Suyu and James eagerly approached him to celebrate with a high five. For Love, this basket infused him with immense confidence. The Warriors initiated the play, with Curry advancing the ball. Only 38 seconds remained in the match. James closely guarded Curry. At this moment, Suyu had firmly locked his gaze on Durant. This time, he would not easily allow Durant to slip away. Curry stood resolutely at the logo, observing the movements of his teammates. The core philosophy of the Warriors' strategy revolved around incessant off-ball screens, with Curry and Thompson as the focal points. Given their exceptional accuracy from beyond the arc, Thompson, however, was closely guarded by Hill. As the clock dwindled, Curry finally began to dribble and initiate his play. His objective was straightforward. If his teammates were unable to seize an opportunity, he would take matters into his own hands. Despite facing James, he felt no trepidation. In his eyes, James could not contain him. At this juncture, Green set an effective screen, one so formidable that even James struggled to navigate around it, prompting a switch in defense. Love now found himself tasked with guarding Curry. The moment Curry laid eyes on Love, he couldn't help but salivate at the prospect of such a favorable opportunity. Why hesitate? With a flurry of dazzling moves, Curry showcased his skills, dribbling beneath his legs and executing rapid changes of direction. Love, now entirely focused, had shed his previous hesitations. He brimmed with confidence. After all, it was just Curry. He could defend him just the same. With merely 4 seconds remaining on the shot clock, Curry surged forward, penetrating from the right side. Love, alas, was a step too slow, his center of gravity too high. Curry lowered his stance and accelerated through the defense, a feat few in the league could match. Nevertheless, the Cavaliers had Thompson trailing behind for support. With Thompson in front and Love behind, Curry still appeared remarkably composed. At this moment, Suyu found himself in a rather precarious position, situated behind Curry on his left. He was tasked with guarding Durant, aware that any attempt at help defense would immediately leave Durant wide open. Thus, Suyu refrained from taking unnecessary risks. For a critical open shot by Durant could prove disastrous. With only 2 seconds remaining, Curry resolved to go for a solo play, executing a familiar maneuver. Confronted by TT, he opted for a high, arcing shot. TT could only watch in despair as the basketball traced a perfect parabola and swished through the net. The Warriors fans erupted in unison, rising to their feet in ecstatic celebration. Wow. The indomitable Curry had once again delivered an extraordinary performance, showcasing an incredible toss that exemplified his silky touch and undeniable prowess. This is our unequivocal core, our star player, Stephen Curry. The Warriors' home court transformed into a jubilant sea of elation. Curry's emphatic response offered a much-needed sigh of relief to the Warriors supporters, who had previously felt an overwhelming sense of despair, especially during the Cavaliers' relentless scoring spree. They had begun to fear that the game was slipping away from them. Until Curry stepped up. At that moment, Curry was animated, sticking out his tongue and shaking his shoulders in sheer excitement, celebrating wildly with his teammates. The score stood at 89-92. Thanks to Curry's audacious high-arc shot, the deficit was narrowed to 3 points. Only 14 seconds remained. The Cavaliers fans were on the verge of madness. Curry's pivotal basket had instantly doused their fervor. Even LeBron shook his head in disbelief at the skill displayed in that high toss. In a state of desperation, the Cavaliers called for a timeout, facing their final offensive opportunity while trailing by 3. During the timeout, a Chinese television station aired highlights from the previous match. In a breathtaking moment, Suyu intercepted a last-second shot from James, leaving fans across China in a state of profound reflection. This exemplifies true composure under pressure. The cameras focused intently on Suyu and James, who were seated on the bench, engaged in a conversation. However, their mouths were obscured, rendering it impossible to discern their words. In truth, at that moment, James was inquiring of Suyu, "Hey, Suyu, do you have confidence?" Upon hearing James's words, Suyu covered his mouth and leaned closer, saying, "You know, when the basketball is in my hands, I feel confident." Clearly, Suyu understood that James intended to pass the ball to him. However, the issue lay in James's well-known personality, recognized globally. Moreover, he had already passed the ball to Suyu several times prior. Consequently, the Warriors would undoubtedly surround him with relentless pursuit. Just as James was about to instruct Suyu to prepare for the catch, Suyu took the initiative to speak. "Hey, LeBron, what you have in mind?" They are certainly capable of contemplating as well. Instead, let us catch them off guard and employ an unexpected strategy. Suyu's words left James momentarily speechless. What unconventional strategy? Quite simple. They undoubtedly believe you will pass the ball to me. Indeed, at the outset, you shall pass it to me. However, immediately after receiving the ball, you will retreat to the three-point line. I will then pass the ball back to you for the final shot. At this moment, Suyu gazed resolutely at James, determined to have him take the last shot, revealing to the world the indomitable spirit of James, rather than merely shifting responsibility. Yet, my shooting percentage from beyond the arc today is not particularly high. James expressed a hint of hesitation. Oh, great players always have faith that the next shot will find its mark. My esteemed king. Suyu found himself compelled to offer some motivational words to LeBron. Upon hearing Suyu's statement, LeBron's gaze transformed into one of unwavering determination. Very well, let us proceed with this strategy. At that moment, Tyronn Lue, who stood nearby, donned an expression that seemed to convey, "Who am I? Where am I? I have yet to devise the game plan." Ultimately, Tyronn could only muster a single remark. Suyu is correct. We shall execute his proposed strategy. Meanwhile, the head coach of the Warriors anticipated LeBron's intention to pass the ball. He instructed Durant and Green to closely monitor Suyu. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. 14 seconds remained. Who would be the one to execute the Cavaliers' final offensive play? Would it be LeBron, Suyu, or perhaps another player? The anticipation of the television host reached its zenith as fans worldwide fixated on the Cavaliers' last offensive attempt. Kevin Love moved toward the sideline. He was to initiate the play. The referee's whistle pierced the air. The 5-second countdown commenced on the referee's hands. Love secured the ball and began searching for a teammate. In the next instant, Love passed the ball, and indeed, it found its way to LeBron. LeBron emerged to receive Love's pass. Upon gaining possession, the Warriors did not immediately opt to double-team. LeBron began dribbling from the logo position, his gaze firmly fixed on the timer. 13, 12, 11, 10. At the 10th second, LeBron sprang into action. He did not call for a screen but dribbled to the top of the arc. LeBron executed a series of between-the-legs dribbles, with merely 6 seconds remaining. Just as the Cavaliers fans sensed that LeBron would take matters into his own hands, he astonishingly passed the ball. The recipient of this pass was the unguarded Suyu. The Warriors players instantly recognized that their gamble had paid off. They had anticipated LeBron would indeed pass the ball. Upon receiving it, Suyu was immediately confronted by a double team from Durant and Green. At that moment, all eyes were riveted on Suyu. With merely 4 seconds left on the clock, the situation for Suyu has become dire. At this moment, he finds himself devoid of choices. It appears that he must undertake the final shot himself. Observing the tactical positioning, it seems to have been orchestrated by the coach. However, the Warriors seem to have discerned their strategy. Suyu is now ensnared in a web of defenders. Those guarding him possess both height and reach, rendering his shot exceedingly challenging. Unbeknownst to him, James has silently materialized at the 45-degree angle on the opposite side, finding himself in absolute openness. In the final 2 seconds, Suyu steps back to gather the ball, preparing for the shot, as all the Warriors players rush towards him. Yet, just as they assume that Suyu will undoubtedly take the shot, an unexpected turn of events unfolds. Suyu's actions were unexpectedly deceptive. The direction of his pass led directly to James. What was he thinking? Was he actually passing the ball? Time was running out. It was madness. Why not take the shot himself? Instead, he opted to pass to James. Was he out of his mind? At that moment, Cavaliers fans were relentlessly chastising Suyu. Even those watching from their homes in Hwagwa were left bewildered. In the previous game, Suyu had chosen to shoulder the world's condemnation to secure a critical steal. Today, an opportunity for victory lay before him. Yet in the final moments, he chose to pass? Was this some sort of jest? Cavaliers fans covered their eyes, unwilling to witness what was unfolding. Meanwhile, the Warriors defenders were all focused on James. In the last second, James received the ball. At that moment, he cleared his mind completely, recalling what Suyu had imparted to him. With unwavering concentration, he took a decisive three-point shot. At the instant of release, time expired. All eyes were fixed on the trajectory of the basketball, yet emotions varied greatly. Warriors fans were fervently praying for the shot to miss, while Cavaliers fans shielded their eyes, their hearts unable to bear the suspense. Some Cavaliers supporters even consoled one another, assuring, "It's all right. We performed so well on the road and back at home. We reign supreme. Even if we lose this game, the score will merely be 1-1. Our performance has already been commendable. As for LeBron's three-pointer, let us not get our hopes up, especially with so little time left. If we lose, we lose. We accept it, but we will not falter in the next game." Clearly, these Cavaliers fans had already prepared themselves psychologically, ensuring that, should the outcome be unfavorable, they wouldn't be too devastated. Although this mental exercise felt prolonged, in reality, only a fleeting second had passed. The basketball finally began its descent. The Warriors players caught sight of James's resolute gaze and Suyu's calm smile, inducing an inexplicable sense of foreboding among them, that the shot would indeed succeed. And so it came to pass. Swish. For the Cavaliers players and fans, that sound was nothing short of celestial. For the Warriors players and fans, it was a sound that brought anguish. It went in. Unbelievable. Amazing. Nothing but net. LeBron James, with a breathtaking buzzer beater from beyond the arc, has leveled the score. The magnificent LeBron James, in this moment, has reaffirmed his greatness. He possesses the heart of a champion. Born for high-pressure situations, LeBron's performance is nothing short of astonishing. The commentator on American television exclaimed fervently. In a surge of elation, James rushed towards Suyu, lifting him high in an exuberant embrace. Other Cavaliers players soon joined, encircling James in a jubilant frenzy. It was truly a spectacle to behold. The Cavaliers fans watching from their screens exhibited a myriad of emotions. Some leaped with joy, others shouted with fervor, and a few were even moved to tears. Indeed, a kaleidoscope of human emotion unfolded in that moment. However, Suyu remained relatively composed, for the game was merely tied, with 5 minutes left in overtime. There was no need for excessive excitement. Yet, it seemed that the Cavaliers players had succumbed entirely to euphoria, while the Warriors players wore expressions of dismay. Despite their solid defense, they had not anticipated that James would execute a last-second shot. Tyronn Lue glanced at Suyu with admiration and respect. Such composure at a young age was remarkable, especially considering that he had devised the strategy that enticed the Warriors' attention towards him, allowing James to shine as the hero in the final moments. Such audacity in a 20-year-old is indeed rare. Warriors head coach Steve Kerr was equally frustrated. Unable to foresee Suyu's clever homage to James's finesse, cleverly redirecting the pressure back onto him. Astonishingly, this tactic appeared to have been meticulously crafted. It was a perfect counter-strategy, successfully outwitting both the Warriors' coach and players. Eventually, James and his teammates regained their composure, fully aware that the game was far from over. Tyronn Lue gathered everyone together. First and foremost, our previous strategy was executed flawlessly. Now, we must maintain our defensive intensity. The overtime will see them retaliate with full force. Our defensive tactics remain unchanged, while on offense, LeBron and Suyu should engage in more pick-and-rolls. With a few succinct words, Lue orchestrated their next moves. At that moment, James settled once again beside Suyu. "Hey, LeBron, what does it feel like to hit a clutch shot?" Suyu chuckled and teased, "Oh, this isn't my first time making a clutch shot. Have you forgotten my game winners against the Pacers and the Raptors?" James replied with a hint of pride, "So, next time, don't even think about passing the blame." Suyu's words left James shaking his head in resignation. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the commencement of overtime. The score stood at 92-92 as the extra period began. The tip-off ensued, with TT emerging victorious once more. The Cavaliers seized the opportunity to initiate their offense. Right from the start, it was James who brought the ball across half court. The Warriors' defensive strategy was clear. They aimed to double-team James. Coach Kerr had made it unequivocal. During overtime, they must contain James at all costs. His current emotional state had reached a peak, and allowing him to continue his momentum could have dire consequences. Meanwhile, Suyu could only resort to selective double-teaming, a choice born out of necessity. Suyu and James emerged as the most prominent players for the Cavaliers in this match. However, only one could be selected, as the fourth quarter revealed the dire consequences of double-teaming both Suyu and James, which would lead to an utter neglect of Kevin Love. With Love's confidence now soaring, they were compelled to abandon the strategy of simultaneously double-teaming Suyu and James. As James dribbled past the midcourt, Green and Durant initiated their defensive encirclement. Recognizing the defensive setup, James swiftly made his move. Suyu positioned himself for a reception. At a 45-degree angle on the right side, he controlled the ball with deliberate precision. Following his pass, James swiftly materialized before Suyu, eager to execute a pick-and-roll collaboration. Utilizing James' gaze, Suyu transitioned to the top of the arc on the left side. With a graceful step back, he faced Curry, poised to take the shot. In response, Curry hurriedly closed in. At this moment, James had already descended to the free-throw line. Suyu feigned a pass, yet deftly delivered the ball into LeBron's hands. At that moment, LeBron found himself ensnared by a double team at the free-throw line. Just as the spectators began to question Suyu's choice of pass, LeBron's subsequent action illuminated Suyu's intent. After releasing the ball, Suyu suddenly surged forward, accelerating towards the paint. Although it was already overtime, his stamina remained abundant. Curry was unable to keep pace with Suyu's swift movements. Suyu's acceleration is truly remarkable. The moment James releases the pass, Suyu has already arrived at the colored zone and leaped into action. Even the spectators present were astounded by Suyu's remarkable speed. How astonishingly swift. His stamina is truly exceptional. He has left Curry far behind. Meanwhile, the Warriors fans are in a state of shock. Suyu had already leapt high into the air, catching the alley-oop pass from James with one hand. Even though Green tried his utmost beneath the basket, it was too late. Suyu effortlessly slammed the ball into the hoop. The Cleveland Cavaliers fans in front of the television once again fell into a frenzy. Throughout this match, they had been driven to madness countless times. Yet, they remained in awe of Suyu's performance. Suyu's performance resembled that of an indomitable cockroach, perpetually vibrant and full of life. At this moment, Curry appeared profoundly disheartened and helpless, struggling to comprehend the source of Suyu's exceptional stamina, especially given that this was already overtime in the finals. Little did he know that Suyu's greatest asset was indeed his endurance, particularly after undergoing rigorous training sessions. Even Suyu himself was astounded by his own physical capabilities. With the score at 90-92, the Cavaliers took the lead. Despite Curry's evident frustration, he did not succumb to despair. After all, he was a seasoned veteran of the finals. As the Warriors initiated their offensive, Durant had remained subdued for some time. Soon, the Warriors' strategy astonished the spectators, as they opted not to employ their signature tactics. Instead, Curry and Durant began to collaborate. Was this an attempt to emulate the synergy between Suyu and James? Did they aspire to execute a similar pick-and-roll? Questions arose among the fans regarding the efficacy of this combination. Even the Cavaliers players found themselves disoriented by the Warriors' unexpected formation. Durant moved forward to set a screen, compelling Suyu to follow suit. Indeed, after the screen, Durant swiftly disengaged. Rather than rolling toward the basket, he retreated beyond the three-point line, now facing Suyu's defense. Curry exhibited no hesitation. While he had been cautious against James, with Suyu, he felt no trepidation, boldly driving toward the basket with determination. Suyu closely followed. He was aware that Curry aimed to score over him. It felt as though he were perceived as a soft target. At this moment, Suyu was fully prepared. It would be a disservice to his identity as a Chinese citizen if he did not treat him to a spicy hot pot. Curry had already advanced to the vicinity of the 3-second zone. A sudden halt brought Curry to an abrupt stop. Suyu, therefore, lagged slightly behind. It was precisely this brief moment that afforded Curry the opportunity. Once again, he launched a jump shot. It appeared as though Curry had become addicted to this particular maneuver. However, despite Suyu's slight delay, his reaction speed was still swifter than that of an ordinary person. Thus, he was not truly slow. Curry, convinced that he had secured this shot, was filled with pride after consecutive successful attempts. Yet, this time, he was destined to return empty-handed. Suyu had also anticipated that Curry would opt for a jump shot. The moment Curry released the ball, he observed Suyu charging towards him, which elicited a smirk of derision from the corner of his mouth. However, in the ensuing moment, Curry's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Suyu astonishingly swatted the basketball he had just attempted to shoot out of the air. It was as if a divine being had descended upon the court. The Su's spicy hot pot is now available. Please savor it slowly. That block was emphatically executed. It seems Curry is once again haunted by shadows, previously by LeBron, and now by Suyu. Fans from Hawaii jested. Unfortunately, the basketball, after being blocked, was not retrieved by the Cavaliers players, but was instead opportunistically seized by Durant. Durant launched a three-pointer, hitting nothing but net. 93-92. Thanks to Durant's fortunate recovery, the Warriors took the lead. This outcome was beyond even Suyu's expectations. The Cavaliers fans were filled with frustration. However, Suyu remained undeterred. He felt he had fully mastered Curry's movements. Without screens, Curry could indeed be completely contained. With this thought, Suyu realized he needed to accelerate the integration of his ghostly back maneuver. The match continued with both teams exchanging intricate plays. Soon, the game reached the final 40 seconds, with the Warriors still ahead at 99-97. The Cavaliers held possession, but Tyronn Lue opted not to call a timeout, allowing the game to proceed. Suyu skillfully controlled the ball near the logo, his gaze fixed intently on the timer, while Durant defended against him. At this moment, Suyu felt a profound sense of tranquility within. Just then, James stepped forward to set a screen. Suyu commenced his endeavor. It was at this moment that the Warriors' double team arrived. Suyu has halted the ball. The Warriors' double team has forced Suyu to stop. LeBron has already come to offer support. Suyu swiftly passed the ball to James, freeing himself from the entanglement of the Warriors' players as he positioned himself at the right side, 45 degrees from the basket. At this moment, the Cavaliers had less than 10 seconds remaining on the shot clock. James, in possession of the ball, once again faced a double team. It must be said, the Warriors' defense was as tenacious as a persistent adhesive. Consequently, James had no choice but to pass the ball once more. This time, it was Kevin Love who received it. Love merely facilitated the play before returning the ball to James. In this exchange, for precious seconds had slipped away. With only 6 seconds left, James displayed no hesitation, driving determinately towards the basket. His resolve to penetrate the defense rendered the Warriors' attempts to thwart him largely ineffective. Ultimately, James soared through the air, clashing with Green before successfully depositing the ball into the hoop. Due to Suyu's presence outside, the Warriors were compelled to keep a defender close to him, aware of the substantial threat he posed. With 24 seconds remaining, the Warriors regained possession, and the score remained tied at 99-99. This match had proven to be intensely fierce, with the final moments still locked in a stalemate, pushing the fans' hearts to the brink. The Warriors called for a timeout, seizing the opportunity to conclude the game. This encounter mirrored the previous one, yet the Warriors held the reins. Everyone understood that this offensive play would consume time until the last possible moment, rendering the Cavaliers significantly reactive. Their defense had to be impeccably tight, otherwise, they risked facing a heart-wrenching defeat. At that moment, Warriors coach Kerr was meticulously devising a strategy. In his mind, he hoped for Curry to take the final shot. However, Durant's performance in overtime was exceptionally fiery. Ultimately, he opted to have Curry execute a decoy play, granting Durant the opportunity for the decisive shot. The strategy was relatively straightforward. Curry would control the ball, draining the clock, and in the final moments, deliver it to Durant for the last offensive thrust. Tyronn Lue, appearing composed, urged the Cavaliers to defend diligently, focusing their attention on both Curry and Durant. Suyu speculated that this ball was likely intended for Durant. Suyu remained tasked with defending Durant. However, he had just calculated that Durant's shooting percentage was exceedingly high. He found himself consistently obstructed by Green, much to his frustration. It seemed that the referees were rather lenient regarding Green's illegal screens. Despite numerous complaints from Suyu, none had yielded any results. Clearly, the officials were favoring Green. The camera panned to the Warriors bench, oscillating between Durant and Curry. It was evident that even the cameraman anticipated that the final shot would be executed by one of these two players. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. The ball was initiated by Green, who passed it to Curry. Upon receiving the ball, Curry began to control it while fixating on the shot clock. It appeared that all players favored this strategy when executing the final offensive play. The time dwindled down. The Warriors initiated their off-ball screens, yet the Cavaliers' defense performed admirably, failing to yield any open shots. Ultimately, it was Durant who, with all his might, managed to shake off Suyu's defense and receive the pass. At that moment, Only 8 seconds remained on the shot clock. Suyu was entirely focused on Durant. In a one-on-one defense, Suyu was unyielding. However, what irritated him was that Green had come up once again, obstructing Suyu with relentless determination and physicality. Yet, Suyu was acutely aware that at this moment, the referee would remain silent. Durant, upon noticing Suyu approaching, felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, it seemed exceedingly difficult to score with Suyu in front of him. Seizing the opportunity, Durant swiftly maneuvered around Suyu. Now, only love stood in his way. In the final 2 seconds, Durant dribbled near the free-throw line and took a direct jump shot. A sigh escaped from Suyu's heart. The match was lost. As anticipated, the basketball arced gracefully through the air, finding its home in the net. Kevin Durant. A last-second triumph. Oh, how unbelievable. The Oracle Arena erupted in jubilation. After a day filled with frustration, the Warriors were finally free to unleash their exuberance. The resounding cheers filled the entire venue. Durant raised his arms high, reveling in the adoration of his teammates and fans. Meanwhile, the Cavaliers supporters were engulfed in profound disappointment. They had believed victory was within their grasp, only to face a crushing defeat. Such an outcome was truly hard to bear. At this moment, the camera focused on Durant, and the viewers in China, witnessing his celebration amidst the cheers, were overwhelmed with a sense of loss. The Cavaliers had played exceptionally well, particularly Suyu, whose performance had dazzled the fans. Though they had lost, a glimmer of hope remained. Thus, despite their disappointment, despair was not an option. The camera then shifted to James and Suyu, who, at that moment, appeared relatively unfazed by the outcome. A faint smile graced Suyu's face, a visage that irked the Warriors fans immensely. What is he pretending for? Losing the game yet still putting on a fade? Surely, he is merely acting. Once he returns to the locker room, he will undoubtedly be in tears. In the next match, our Grim Reaper will surely teach him the true meaning of despair. Indeed, Suyu is quite detestable. However, in truth, he felt little despondency. He quietly resolved to enhance the integration of his ghost back, particularly in terms of strength. Green's repeated illegal screens had greatly vexed him, a frustration stemming from his own insufficient power. Once the integration of ghost back improves, he will assuredly make Green understand the essence of being as unyielding as a mountain. Suyu accompanied LeBron back to the locker room. LeBron initially intended to offer some words of comfort to Suyu. However, upon noticing the absence of disappointment on Suyu's face, he decided to remain silent. Instead, it was Suyu who, with an air of confidence, addressed LeBron first. Hey, LeBron, rest assured, in the next game, we shall emerge victorious. LeBron gazed at Suyu, whose face radiated assurance, and nodded in response. When did he begin to trust Suyu's words so profoundly? Old James shook his head. The third game of the finals was set to take place in 3 days, at the Cavaliers' home court. In other words, Suyu had 3 days to engage in specialized training. He was confident that he could elevate the integration of his ghostly back to a higher level. At that time, he would be even more formidable. His minimum requirement was to achieve an integration rate of at least 10%. Strength and explosiveness would undoubtedly ascend to another level. All the players of the Cavaliers boarded the plane back to their home court. As Suyu gazed out of the airplane window at the nocturnal scenery, he silently pondered. The true performance is only just beginning. Upon arriving at Cleveland Airport, a throng of Cavaliers fans gathered to welcome the team. This gesture deeply moved the Cavaliers players. Despite their recent defeat, these fans remained unwavering in their belief and support, particularly when Suyu made his appearance. The entire crowd erupted in unison, chanting his name. Observing this from the sidelines, LeBron wore an envious expression and remarked, Hey, Suyu. You certainly have a considerable number of female admirers. After hearing James's teasing, Suyu chuckled and replied, In truth, you have quite a few as well. Would you like to converse with them about life? Suyu's teasing caused a momentary chill of sweat to break upon James. Hey, Suyu, you mustn't speak frivolously. I'm not that kind of person. Observing James's reaction, Suyu discerned that James held a rather ordinary position within his family. Nevertheless, James truly stands out as a commendable man and a devoted husband among the multitude of basketball stars. This example is not merely for show. A throng of female admirers surged forward, seeking autographs from Suyu. Suyu had essentially fulfilled all the requests. After all, these were his devoted fans. Upon completing the autographs, Suyu followed the team as they departed from the airport. The entire squad would first return to their main base before each driving home separately. Suyu's vehicle is rather unremarkable, merely a family-oriented BMW 5 Series. At this moment, Suyu's thoughts are solely consumed by training. Although Durant's game-winning shot did not significantly affect Suyu, the sensation of witnessing others flaunt their prowess is undeniably disheartening. Particularly, the brash demeanor of the outspoken Draymond Green exacerbates Suyu's frustration. It is perplexing that someone deemed the chosen one of this world, equipped with a system, could still experience defeat. Is this an affront to the protagonist? Suyu was unconvinced by this peculiar circumstance. Upon returning home, he embarked on a rigorous training regimen without delay. He commenced with a 5-kilometer warm-up, followed by interval sprints, shuttle runs, squats, and bench presses. Should anyone witness Suyu's relentless dedication to his training, they would undoubtedly be astonished. Notably, it seemed that the rhythm of his breath was becoming increasingly prolonged. He could even perceive that every single cell within his body was undergoing a continuous process of fortification. After completing a round of the grueling back-to-back training, a notification chimed. Host has successfully completed the back-to-back specialized training, fusion degree elevated to 7. Upon hearing this outcome, Suyu felt an immense sense of satisfaction. After enduring a long and arduous journey, to achieve an increase of 2 in his training was indeed commendable. Suyu did not cease his training as a result. Next, he incorporated additional ball-handling drills into his regimen. He began with stationary three-point shooting, followed by sudden stop jump shots, and ultimately culminated in spectacular dunks while sprinting across the court. The more Suyu trains, the more exhilarated he becomes. He feels as though his physical stamina is increasingly abundant. This is indeed splendid news. Moreover, during ball training, he senses that his explosive power has intensified remarkably. Now, Suyu is confident that Green cannot possibly withstand him. Suyu glanced at the data regarding his physical attributes: vertical jump height from a standstill, 100 centimeters, vertical jump height with a running start, 140 centimeters. Bench press weight, 200 kilograms, squat weight, 250 kilograms, ghostly back fusion degree, 7, explosive power, moderate, running speed, moderate. Suyu gazed at the array of data, fully aware of its implications. Such physical prowess undoubtedly ranks among the elite levels within this league. With his physical attributes already established, it is now imperative to hone his skills diligently. His aspirations extend far beyond merely becoming a defensive stalwart. Suyu's ambition is to ascend to the status of a superstar, surpassing even LeBron James. Although he has much to accomplish at present, he possesses unwavering confidence. With his exceptional physical talents coupled with diligent training, he is undoubtedly destined to become a top-tier basketball player. After concluding his training, Suyu began to feel a pang of hunger in his stomach. Suyu would certainly not cook for himself. It would be an utter waste of time. Suyu drove to the most renowned beef restaurant in the area. As soon as he entered the establishment, he was immediately recognized by many. This is indeed Cleveland. Suyu has already become a celebrity in this place. Particularly due to his astonishing performances in the past 2 events, his fame has soared once again. Even the restaurant owner, upon seeing Suyu enter, was exceedingly excited and was the first to request a photograph with him. As Suyu posed for a photograph, he remarked, "Hey, boss, I'm happy to take a picture, but I am quite famished. May I place my order first?" Thus, amidst the gaze of the onlookers, Suyu proceeded to order his lunch. Upon witnessing the meal he had selected, everyone was left astounded. Was he truly capable of consuming such a vast amount? 10 steaks, accompanied by broccoli, eggs, and a cup of black coffee. The portions were quintuple that of an average person. The boss, visibly taken aback, inquired, "Do you have friends joining you?" Suyu shook his head and said, "No, this is solely my share. Please serve the dishes promptly." Witnessing Suyu's earnest demeanor, everyone was taken aback, unable to fathom why he required such an abundance of food. Could this be the secret behind his relentless strength? Under the proprietor's arrangements, the beef that Suyu ordered was swiftly brought to the table. Suyu did not hesitate and began to eat heartily. Thus, he put on a grand display of gluttony before his devoted fans. Some fans even recorded videos of him dining, titling them, "Is this the reason for his strength?" The footage of Suyu devouring such a copious amount of beef swiftly went viral on social media. This was not the first occurrence, however. Each time he indulged in such excess, it generated a tremendous uproar. One can only ponder whether he was genuinely famished or simply had an insatiable love for meat. After finishing his meal, Suyu bid farewell to his fans and returned home to rest. Ample sleep is crucial for muscle growth. The following day, Suyu adhered to his usual training regimen, transforming his 5-kilometer warm-up into a 10-kilometer endeavor, and opted for an outdoor training venue. Soon, his leisurely jog in the open air caught the attention of fans, resulting in a group of admirers trailing behind him. Suyu even invited them to join his leisurely jog. Consequently, The jogging group grew increasingly larger. This impressive scene was soon captured by netizens. Unsurprisingly, these videos were subsequently uploaded to social networks. After completing a 10-kilometer run, Suyu commenced interval training, followed by shuttle runs. The specialized training of Suyu has been documented by netizens. At this moment, they came to realize that Suyu's success is a result of such diligent and rigorous training. The video of Suyu's solitary training, once released, was instantly shared and circulated by countless netizens. The emergence of a great athlete demands an immense amount of rigorous training. Suyu reveals the answer to this query. Upon witnessing Suyu's fervent training, the vast online community responded with a spectrum of opinions. Some netizens regarded Suyu as a beacon of positivity, worthy of emulation, while others dismissed him as a mere performer, seeking attention through theatrics. Notably, fans of the Warriors expressed their disdain openly in the comments beneath the original video, mocking him. It's laughable that he believes he can enhance his skills in just 3 days. Is he out of his mind? Could it be that we've knocked some sense out of him? Clearly, he is reacting to our prowess, leading to such foolish behavior. Just wait and see. In 3 days, that match will have him questioning his very existence. Before long, fans from Hwagwa joined the fray, renowned for their fervent critiques. These supporters took the battle seriously, particularly against the detractors of the Warriors. While Suyu immersed himself in rigorous training, these Hwagwa fans rallied to his defense. They believed Suyu epitomized the essence of humility and victory and resilience in defeat, demonstrating an admirable attitude by continuing his relentless training even after a loss. How could such a dedicated athlete be subjected to ridicule, especially one cherished by Hwagwa fans? The Warriors' critics soon learned the formidable nature of Hwagwa's supporters. In the online skirmish, Hwagwa fans overwhelmingly triumphed over their adversaries. Meanwhile, Suyu had completed his second specialized training session. Upon finishing, a notification from the system chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the enhanced version of the Ghostback specialized training. The integration level has successfully reached 10. You are awarded a lifetime basketball skills package. At that moment, Suyu was filled with astonishment. This particular training session resonated deeply with him, prompting him to amplify the intensity. Indeed, the rewards were bountiful. Not only had his integration level risen to 10, but he had also acquired a basketball skills package. Suyu was eager to unveil this basketball skill package. At present, he possessed no remarkable signature skills to showcase. He opened the basketball skill package and prepared to load it. Suyu issued a command. The basketball skill package has been activated. Congratulations, the host has acquired the ability of Rose's breakthrough, allowing for seamless changes of direction without losing speed. The basketball skill package has been fully loaded, and the host may utilize it at will. At this moment, Suyu was filled with astonishment. Rose's ability to change direction without losing speed represented a groundbreaking technique of extraordinary caliber. Particularly during rapid progression, this skill could facilitate a breakthrough layup without diminishing velocity. It was precisely due to this high-level maneuver that Rose ascended to the ranks of the league's elite stars. Had it not been for injuries, Rose would undoubtedly still be a superstar today. Many speculate that Rose's injury woes stem from his relentless speed during breakthroughs. Suyu shared this belief, however. He was not concerned at all. His physical prowess had reached an almost otherworldly level, especially his speed and explosive power, complemented by remarkable jumping ability. Executing this skill would pose no challenge for him. Without further ado, Suyu commenced his practice. Although he had completed the loading process, familiarizing himself with the technique was essential. He regarded this as his trump card for the upcoming third match, particularly when facing Durant's defense. Employing this rapid breakthrough technique would undoubtedly catch him off guard. The reason why Suyu trains so fervently is that he aspires to swiftly acquire a particular skill, subsequently executing an unexpected maneuver. This strategy is essential for achieving victory through surprise. When the players of the Warriors believe they are still at the first level, in reality, he has already ascended to the third. One must never allow adversaries to ascertain one's true capabilities. This is the guiding principle of Suyu's life. Having completed his training, a sumptuous feast is now indispensable. Upon seeing Suyu return to the beef restaurant, the staff immediately approached him to inquire if he would like his usual order. Suyu nodded, feeling quite pleased with the perceptiveness of the restaurant owner. Perhaps anticipating Suyu's arrival, the establishment was more crowded than usual. Coupled with Suyu's affable demeanor and handsome appearance, a multitude of female fans were drawn to observe him. Nevertheless, the Cleveland fans remained remarkably polite. During Suyu's meal, they refrained from intruding and instead patiently awaited from a distance. Suyu's appetite once again astonished the onlookers. Remarkably, he even opted for a second helping. Only after he had satisfied his hunger did the fans eagerly request to take photographs with him. Some audacious female admirers even went so far as to share their contact information with Suyu directly. With a resigned smile, Suyu realized that there was no time for communication. His mind was solely occupied with training and competition, while all other distractions had to be set aside. In truth, one of the significant reasons for Suyu's relentless dedication was his pursuit of a lucrative contract. Having successfully captured the attention of basketball fans worldwide on the grand stage of the finals, he recognized this as an extraordinary opportunity. If he could manage to garner the fans' interest, his market value would undoubtedly soar. A few stellar performances during this summer would ensure that the amount of his contract would be substantial. He remained in a cycle of eating well and sleeping soundly, only to rise and train diligently. After the conclusion of the specialized training on the third day, Suyu noticed that the speed of the Ghostback fusion had slowed. By the end of the third day, the fusion degree had only reached 11. Suyu felt a tinge of regret. It appeared that an intensified training regimen was imperative. Moreover, once the degree of fusion surpassed 10, the rate of amalgamation indeed slowed down. Despite the slight disappointment, the gains were substantial. The third and final championship match was approaching as scheduled. The fans of Cleveland could hardly contain their excitement. They eagerly anticipated witnessing the performance of their home team, especially after the heart-wrenching defeat delivered by the Warriors. They held an unwavering belief that their beloved team would secure victory on their home turf. The eyes of basketball enthusiasts from around the globe were fixated on this small basketball city of Cleveland, with the Cleveland Cavaliers taking center stage. At this moment, they had entered the warm-up phase. Suyu, adorned with headphones, immersed himself in his warm-up routine with unwavering focus. The individual he is now is no longer the same as he was 3 days prior. In terms of both endurance and strength, he has significantly surpassed his previous self. At this juncture, it has become quite challenging for him to accurately gauge his own capabilities. However, Suyu is certain that Green's intention to use a legal cover to knock him aside is an impossibility. What is far more likely is that Green will attempt to send Suyu flying, only for the outcome to result in his own rebound. The warm-up session has concluded. The referee has signaled the official commencement of the match. Suyu gradually ascended the court, determined to immerse the home fans in an experience of unparalleled fervor. The starting lineups for both the Warriors and the Cavaliers remained unchanged from the previous match. During the jump ball, TT decisively dominated the Warriors. With possession now in the hands of the Cavaliers, LeBron James advanced past half-court. Despite it being the Cavaliers' home ground, the Warriors players appeared invigorated. As soon as LeBron acquired the ball, Draymond Green approached him, embodying a fierce commitment to defense. At the onset of the game, both teams adopted a cautious approach. LeBron, controlling the ball at the arc, exhibited a sense of composure, refraining from any hasty maneuvers. At this moment, Suyu found himself under the watchful eye of Durant. Durant, in his current state, held a rather dismissive view of Suyu. Having executed a game-winning shot in the previous match, he regarded Suyu as merely an insignificant opponent. Although Suyu's defense was commendable, Durant believed it could be easily circumvented with a simple screen. Thus, he no longer felt the need to regard Suyu's defensive capabilities with any seriousness. Just as Durant was lost in his thoughts, Suyu suddenly sprang into action before him. Durant, quick to react, attempted to keep pace. The direction of Suyu's initiation was unmistakably aimed at the basket. Such a blatant move. Did he think Durant was dead? At that moment, Durant felt a surge of irritation. How dare Suyu cut through the lane right before him? Did he truly believe in his own swiftness? Yet, in the next instant, Durant's eyes widened in disbelief. It appeared he was genuinely unable to keep pace with Suyu. This was an absurd sensation, as if Suyu's speed had remarkably escalated. Durant was convinced it must be an illusion. How could anyone possibly enhance their speed in such a brief span? Nevertheless, the reality lay starkly before him. Suyu effortlessly surpassed Durant by 2 positions. LeBron, with a keen eye, had already witnessed this unfolding moment. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the basketball soared towards the hoop. The spectators in the arena quickly discerned the synergy between LeBron and Suyu. How remarkably bold. A grand display indeed. LeBron's pass was astonishingly high. Is the height of the pass a concern? Not at all, for Suyu effortlessly embraced it. In fact, Suyu lingered momentarily in midair, awaiting the arrival of the basketball. He then seized it and forcefully directed it into the awaiting hoop. Thud! The immense power resonated with a deep sound from the rim. Instantly, the crowd erupted with fervent applause and cheers. Right from the outset, LeBron and Su executed a flawless connection, delivering an electrifying alley-oop for the home fans. Indeed, playing at home creates an unparalleled atmosphere. Su distinctly felt himself being swept up by the audience's fervor, as if an invigorating force coursed through his entire being. In turn, Su's performance instantaneously ignited the emotions of the spectators present. Those who came to watch the game yearned for the home team's players to deliver an extraordinary display. As the event commenced, Su immediately fulfilled their aspirations. Akin to the climax of a film unfolding right from the onset, how could this not evoke a sense of exhilaration among them? Simultaneously, the commentator from the American television network was left in sheer astonishment, exclaiming, "What more can I say? Su's leaping ability is truly extraordinary." Indeed, did you notice? He even paused mid-air, awaiting the arrival of the basketball. This illustrates that he is quicker than the ball itself. This synergy has transcended even the famed connection between James and Wade. It is, in fact, the alliance of James and Su. The commentator's words resonated deeply with the fans watching the live broadcast, who nodded in agreement. As they aptly noted, the rapport between Su and LeBron James has grown increasingly harmonious. Particularly, Su's athletic prowess seems to have reached new heights. This sensation is palpable. Yet it is something that seems utterly unattainable in reality. The fans from Hwagwa truly felt a surge of pride this time. After 3 long days, not only did they aim to demonstrate that Su surpassed them, but they also sought to instill a sense of despair within them. "I have requisitioned the first floor." Requisitioned. Requisitioned. Clearly, these words struck a chord deep within the hearts of the Cavaliers fans. Upon landing, Su exchanged a celebratory high-five with James, who was equally astonished. The recent alley-oop was no small feat, even for him, yet Su appeared to execute it with remarkable ease. This sparked within James an insatiable curiosity about the true extent of Su's leaping prowess. As the Warriors regained possession, Curry dribbled past half-court. Durant, feeling the pressing need to reclaim his pride, particularly after being so effortlessly evaded by Su without even a feint, could not tolerate the indignity. He called for the ball and, upon receiving it, turned his back to Su. In this moment, Durant exhibited newfound wisdom. He understood that Su's hands were lightning fast and adept at intercepting the ball. Hence, he opted for a more secure approach, backing into Su. The spectators watched as Durant, with his back to Su, began to carve a path towards the free throw line. Those familiar with Durant recognized that this maneuver aimed to render any defensive player incapable of disrupting his shot. With his height and wingspan, combined with the back-to-basket play, a turnaround jumper from him was a near impossibility for any defender to block. Cavaliers fans, witnessing Durant's tactic, could only shake their heads in resignation, muttering about the audacity of employing such a move. "Don't worry, he won't make it. Trust in Su's defense." One exclaimed. "Does it seem to anyone else that Durant is struggling against Su?" This sentiment echoed among the crowd, and it was not without merit. From the moment Durant began his advance, he felt as though he was pushing against an immovable wall. "What is happening? Why can't I overpower this Chinese player?" Durant's disbelief grew as he dribbled several times, yet the outcome remained unchanged. He could not budge Su. In a moment of incredulity, Durant glanced over his shoulder, seeking reassurance that it was not James behind him. To his dismay, it was indeed Su. This was absurd. Soon, fans around the world bore witness to this extraordinary scene. Could it be true? Durant, unable to overpower Su? What kind of NBA joke was this? Yet, it appeared he genuinely could not make any progress. Just look at his expression. It mirrored our own, a visage of sheer disbelief. Thus, one must ponder, is it conceivable that Durant is genuinely unable to contend with Su? As the entire world of basketball fans stood in astonishment, Durant was acutely aware of the embarrassment he faced. Nevertheless, he believed that as long as he could make the shot, there remained a glimmer of hope. Thus, he pivoted and executed a high-arcing fadeaway. This time, the degree of his lean was considerable, and he was confident that this challenging shot would remain uncontested, especially against a defender like Su, who was shorter in stature. However, the events of the day seemed to deviate entirely from his anticipated script. At the very moment he released the ball, he felt as if he had encountered a divine presence. No, it was not a deity, it was Su. No matter how hard Durant racked his brain, he could not fathom how Su managed to thwart him. This was his signature fadeaway jump shot, not something executed by mere novices. Aside from his height and wingspan, the degree of his fadeaway was simply unparalleled. He would assert that even LeBron James would be powerless against such a shot. Yet, it was precisely this confident maneuver that Su successfully obstructed, sealing off Durant's shooting angle. At this juncture, Durant faced 2 choices: The first was to force the shot, risking rejection by Suyu. The second was to pass the ball to a teammate, albeit with no assurance that the pass would be received. Ultimately, Durant opted for the latter, unable to reconcile the reality of being blocked by Suyu. While passing the blame might appear unbecoming, it was not the worst option available. In a moment just before landing, he flung the ball away, intending to pass it to Curry. However, Curry was entirely unprepared to receive the pass. The result was a turnover. James, ever quick on his feet, seized the ball in an instant and propelled it swiftly down the court. The Cavaliers fans in attendance could scarcely believe their eyes at the unfolding scene. To everyone's astonishment, Suyu managed to prevent Durant from taking a shot during a one-on-one defense, effectively diverting the blame. This utterly shattered their preconceived notions. Goodness, Suyu is truly exceptional. It seems he has grown even stronger over the past 3 days. Could it be that this Suyu is not even of this earth? Is he capable of evolving daily? Thus, does his strength hinge solely on his consumption? Or perhaps, does relentless training alone suffice for his enhancement? Have you noticed that his vertical leap appears to have reached new heights? Cavaliers fans engaged in lively discussions, sharing their observations of these remarkable details. Suyu's performance at the beginning of the game was nothing short of explosive, leaving the home crowd in awe. Merely a minute into the match, Suyu executed a stunning alley-oop and then defensively prevented Durant from taking a shot. Was this not extraordinarily remarkable? The camera shifted to the rapidly advancing James. At that moment, Durant felt a sting of humiliation. However, Suyu seemed entirely uninterested in flaunting his success, as he had already surged forward into the front court. Naturally, Durant was unwilling to allow Suyu to advance so easily. He too aimed to keep pace with Suyu's strides. At this moment, it appeared as if Suyu's feet were equipped with springs. The more Durant chased, the more alarmed he became. What the heck? How can he run so fast? It was not an overreaction from Durant. Suyu's speed had indeed intensified. This sensation was palpable. If the previous dunk had been due to Suyu seizing the initiative, this time, Suyu and Durant had nearly launched simultaneously. Yet, at this juncture, Suyu had already surpassed Durant by 2 body lengths. This was absurd. Durant was not slow by any means. The dynamics on the court were exceedingly clear. James was sprinting ahead, closely followed by Curry, and then came Suyu. Behind Suyu stands Durant, while the other players struggle to keep pace behind him. Clearly, if only Curry were able to keep up, the Cavaliers' offense would be secure. It is well known that although Curry is often referred to as the Golden State Levine, his vertical leap is rather lacking. Consequently, the Cavaliers fans have risen to their feet, arms raised, eagerly anticipating another collaboration between James and Suyu. The commentator from the American television station stares wide-eyed, exclaiming, "Hey, did you see that? Suyu's speed is even rivaling LeBron's. My goodness, what is happening? How can Suyu be so fast? What has he experienced over these past 3 days?" The commentator is not alone in his astonishment. Even Warriors fans are questioning their own existence at this moment. Suyu's formidable performance has instilled an unprecedented sense of crisis within them. If one were to describe LeBron's performance as stable, how then should we characterize Suyu's? Perhaps as the most rapidly evolving player of the finals? Or even as an extraterrestrial capable of continuous transformation? At this moment, they can only hope that Suyu's display is but a fleeting phenomenon. Otherwise, this match could prove exceedingly arduous. Once Suyu and LeBron find their rhythm, it will be challenging to rein in the scoreline. As LeBron approaches the basket, he is acutely aware that Suyu is undoubtedly trailing closely behind him. Yet, when he turns to confirm, he is taken aback by the sight. Suyu had already materialized beside him. Wasn't he supposed to be behind him? How did he suddenly appear at his side? Although James was utterly astonished, this was not the moment for disbelief. It seemed that the idea of a board-assisted alley-oop was no longer feasible, for Suyu was now too close. Ultimately, James had no choice but to pass the ball to Suyu. Just when James believed that Suyu would execute a slam dunk to conclude the play, Suyu unexpectedly passed the ball back to him. Then, Suyu turned and prepared to return to defense. Clearly, Suyu had no intention of scoring himself. Given the lack of difficulty, he decided to let the seasoned LeBron take care of the finishing touches. With a sense of resignation, LeBron executed a powerful axe dunk to secure the points. 4-0. The Cavaliers opened the game with 4 consecutive points, all stemming from the connection between LeBron and Suyu. Suyu executed both offense and defense, maintaining the familiar rhythm and the well-known formula. At this moment, Curry and Durant, who had just returned, exchanged a glance, both perceiving the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. Suyu's performance has been nothing short of extraordinary. They must alter their strategy. Simultaneously, the Warriors' head coach, Kerr, called for a timeout. Suyu's remarkable performance instilled an unprecedented sense of urgency in Kerr. It became imperative to recalibrate the defensive strategy, necessitating adjustments to the Warriors' tactics as well. The camera now focused intently on Suyu. A wave of relaxation washed over Suyu's face, betraying not a hint of excitement. In stark contrast to Suyu's calm demeanor, his teammates were positively exuberant. It could be said that the initial morale was invigorated by Suyu's presence. At that moment, all of his teammates flocked to him, exchanging high fives in celebration. James, too, wore a broad smile, having not experienced such a comfortable game in quite some time. Suyu allowed him to completely relax. The viewers in Huagua, seated before the television, found themselves at a loss for words to articulate their emotions at this moment. The richness and profundity of Huagua culture seem insufficient to provide a satisfactory descriptor for the might of Su Shun. Alas, lacking in culture, one can merely exclaim in awe. It feels as though Su Shun has awakened a latent talent, an experience that is truly terrifying. Cole adjusted the strategy. He instructed the Warriors to coordinate their offense, employing screens and moving away from reliance on individual plays. Suyu's defensive prowess is truly extraordinary. The timeout has concluded. And the game resumes. A mere minute has elapsed since the match began. However, with the cessation of the pause, the players of the Warriors seem to have rediscovered their rhythm. They have altered their offensive approach, employing an endless array of off-ball screens that leave the Cavaliers struggling to keep pace. Consequently, they have managed to level the score. 4-4. Suyu's defensive prowess appears to be curtailed, rendering him unable to fully exert his capabilities. Once again, the Warriors possess the ball, with Durant orchestrating the play. Confronted by Suyu's defense, Green steps forward to provide a screen. At this moment, a sinister smile graces Green's lips. He raises his elbow, poised to execute a screen from behind Suyu. His elbows are subtly tensed, a clear indication of his intent. Green is employing a concealed force, ready to spring into action. Should Durant make a sudden move, Suyu will undoubtedly rush to follow, leaving Green to exploit this moment by blocking Suyu from behind. In a contest of strength, it is certain that Suyu will be struck by Green's formidable elbows, resulting in an unanticipated disadvantage. This is precisely the subtle maneuver Green aims to execute. In truth, this is not the first instance of such antics from Green. Every team boasts a tenacious defender, willing to employ any means necessary. Green epitomizes this for the Warriors, with his unscrupulous tactics instilling fear amongst opponents. In the first game of the finals, James was directly poked in the eye by Green's finger, leading to visible bruising around his eye. Green even wore an expression of feigned innocence, almost as if to suggest, "He thrust his eye into my finger." However, James seemed to endure the provocation, fully aware that any conflict with Green would jeopardize the broader strategy. At that time, the Cavaliers were heavily reliant on James. Now, as Durant begins to dribble and advance, it is evident he intends to utilize Green's screen to evade Suyu's defense. At this moment, Suyu has deduced the rationale behind Durant's action. It is undoubtedly due to the presence of someone providing cover behind him, with a high probability that it is Green. In the previous match, Suyu continually suffered setbacks under Green's screens. At that time, his strength was insufficient. Now, the integration of his ghostly back has reached 11, more than double that of the last game. In other words, Suyu's current strength is also twice that of the previous match. Suyu was concerned that engaging in a direct confrontation with Green might result in Green being sent flying. Regardless, he thought, one might endure the consequences of fate, but the repercussions of one's own actions are inescapable. As Suyu kept pace with Durant, his entire body tensed, particularly the muscles in his back. Suyu was unaware of the true extent of the terrifying power wielded by the Spectre. In that moment, his body taut with tension, he collided directly with Green, who had come up from behind to provide cover. A piercing scream echoed through the air as Green tumbled to the ground, sliding backwards for a short distance before finally coming to a halt. Even Durant was taken aback by such a scene. His immediate thought was that Green's performance was excessively theatrical. Could anyone truly believe that Suyu had propelled Green several meters away? The answer was a resounding no. The referee categorically dismissed the notion that Green was sent sprawling by Suyu's collision. In fact, the referee promptly blew the whistle, signaling a flopping violation against Green. The Warriors' offensive attempt was declared a failure due to Green's exaggerated antics. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of cheers, clearly satisfied with the referee's decision. It was evident to even the blind that Green had feigned his fall. Was he truly under the impression that the officials were oblivious? Green was not only foul-mouthed, but his intellect also appeared to be muddled. Did he think this was his home court? If one were to guess, He must have been wearing a look of utter indignation and shock, attempting to elicit sympathy. And indeed, as the spectators had surmised, Green, seated on the ground, wore an expression of incredulity. He gazed at the referee with an innocent countenance, arms outstretched, claiming he had genuinely been knocked down by Suyu. However, the referee paid no heed to Green's protests. In truth, only two individuals understood the reality of the situation: Suyu and Green. At that moment, Green was genuinely aggrieved and astonished, for Suyu's impact had propelled him uncontrollably away. It is worth noting that Green had secretly exerted force at that time. It is well known that players providing screens are not permitted to initiate force, particularly during an offensive play. Yet, despite his discreet exertion, he had still been knocked off balance. How could such an experience not leave him astounded? However, it seemed that only Suyu could comprehend Green's predicament. At this moment, Suyu wore an expression of innocence. After all, who cannot act? Yet, within his heart, he had already formed a judgment. The growth of his power was truly astonishing. Durant, on the other hand, was beset by frustration. He had not anticipated that such a promising offensive opportunity would be squandered by Green's thoughtless flop. The players of the Warriors had no choice but to retreat to their backcourt to defend. Green genuinely felt wronged, standing up with a dejected demeanor. When Green glanced at Suyu, he was taken aback to find Suyu also looking at him, accompanied by a smile laden with significance. It was the Cavaliers' turn for an offensive opportunity. Suyu positioned himself at a 45-degree angle on the left side. James advanced the ball past the half-court line, closely guarded by Green, who had finally emerged from his state of shock. He reasoned that his earlier stumble must have been due to his own lack of balance, compounded by Suyu's proactive engagement. Thus, he believed the mishap was not entirely his fault. Green's full attention was fixed on the basketball in James's hands. However, what Green could never have anticipated was that Suyu would unexpectedly spring into action, positioning himself behind Green. Suyu was set to set a screen for James. Suyu's actions even surprised James. However, James did not hesitate. He immediately followed Suyu's screen and surged towards the basket along the right side. Green quickly pursued, aware that a screen was inevitable, likely from Love or Thompson. Yet, he had not anticipated it would be Suyu. Naturally, Green exerted himself discreetly, attempting to break through the Cavaliers' players setting the screen. At this moment, Suyu was essentially emulating the example before him. He did not even raise his elbows like Green. Instead, he stood upright and unwavering behind Green. As Suyu maneuvered past, Green collided with him once more. A powerful recoil surged through Green's body, igniting his fury. Yet, he found himself uncontrollably retreating several steps in the opposite direction. The spectators in the arena erupted with resounding boos at Green's exaggerated display, clearly believing he was merely acting. Meanwhile, Suyu had already descended swiftly. With a bounce pass, James delivered the ball into Suyu's hands. Following up, Suyu effortlessly executed a one-handed slam dunk. The score was now 6-4. The screen of James and Suyu's pick-and-roll collaboration dazzled the audience, showcasing an innovative strategy. Initiated by James, it was Suyu who brought the play to fruition. The fans were ecstatic, perceiving that the synergy between Suyu and James had reached a level of artistry. The officials remained indifferent to Green's theatrical antics. Were the referees truly blind? At that moment, Green found himself engulfed in profound self-doubt. What on earth? Has my strength diminished? Meanwhile, the home crowd of the Cavaliers was utterly jubilant. Suyu consistently rendered Green's antics futile, skillfully toying with him. Especially notable was Green's expression of feigned innocence, which provided a sense of satisfaction to onlookers. Perhaps only Suyu could truly fathom Green's genuine thoughts. His strength was no trifling matter on those two occasions. Suyu had merely exerted a fraction of his power, yet Green had crumpled. Durant regarded Green with a hint of disdain, clearly perceiving that he was merely acting and, in fact, digging his own grave. Under such circumstances, how could the referees possibly make a call, especially considering the considerable difference in their physiques? It was unreasonable for anyone to believe that Suyu could easily knock Green aside, particularly given that Green himself was no weakling. The Warriors now possessed the ball, with Curry initiating the attack, while James defended him. Durant set a solid screen, allowing Curry to exploit the opening and sink a three-pointer 16-7. Evidently, Durant's screen was executed flawlessly, without any hint of a flop. The Warriors' offensive strategies remained diverse, while Green had seemingly been sidelined. After all, it was well known that he was prone to losing his temper. Allowing him to set more screens could lead to unpredictable and excessive reactions. Green's mood was notably sour. He still struggled to comprehend the unfolding situation. Soon, it would be the Cavaliers' turn to attack, and he was determined to ascertain whether Suyu's strength had indeed increased. Thus, he approached Durant and said, "Hey, Kevin, I'm going to guard Suyu." Durant was taken aback by Green's sudden desire to switch defenders. "Why would we change?" he questioned. Puzzled, Green simply shook his head and replied, "I need to understand his strength." Reluctantly, Durant acquiesced to the switch. On the sidelines, Coach Kerr observed this exchange with growing irritation. Since the game's onset, Green had been prone to erratic behavior, and now he was insisting on guarding Suyu? This seemed utterly absurd. Kerr had already resolved to substitute Green out after this play. Something felt off about him today. In reality, it was not Green who was amiss, but rather Suyu's exceptional performance that was raising alarms. Suyu glanced at the defender before him, now transformed into Green, and couldn't help but chuckle. "What is this? Are you still not satisfied with the humiliation? Do you wish to continue seeking defeat in my presence?" Green's emotions were already teetering on the brink of eruption, and Suyu's taunts only served to exacerbate his fury. "Hey, let me make this clear. This time, you shall not score in front of me," Green declared vehemently. The cameraman, keenly attuned to the escalating tension between the two, swiftly directed the lens to capture their intense exchange. Observing Green's expression of self-inflicted torment, Suyu felt an obligation to rise to the occasion. Consequently, he executed a swift maneuver, darting around to position himself before James. At that moment, James grasped Suyu's intent and promptly passed the ball to him. Suyu, with the ball in hand, faced the approaching Green. Judging by their physiques, it was evident that Suyu was noticeably smaller than Green. The home crowd of the Cavaliers, upon witnessing this matchup, erupted with excitement, eager to witness Suyu overpowering Green. Consequently, the cheers from the fans grew even louder, chanting, "Suyu! Suyu! Suyu!" At this moment, Suyu faced Green, continuously testing his steps. Green remained unfazed. Renowned as a formidable defensive stalwart in the league, his defensive prowess is indeed widely acknowledged. Suyu did not underestimate Green's defensive prowess. However, at this moment, he was not inclined to simply bypass Green. Such an approach lacked the desired intensity. He aimed to demonstrate the true essence of strength in the most primal and ferocious manner. Consequently, Suyu, while holding the ball at the top of the arc, returned it to LeBron James. Immediately after, he positioned himself at a 45-degree angle on the left side, with Green clearly situated behind him. Green, now aware of Suyu's intentions, felt an even greater surge of anger. Did he truly intend to take me on one-on-one? And to do so with his back to me? LeBron promptly facilitated Suyu's desire, recognizing the undeniable momentum Suyu had built up. Allowing him to take a few more shots was hardly an issue. Before long, Suyu received another pass from LeBron. The audience erupted in cheers, rallying behind Suyu. It was utterly unexpected that he would choose such a bold tactic, opting for a back-to-the-basket confrontation with Green. From a physical standpoint, Suyu was clearly at a disadvantage. Yet he appeared utterly unfazed. The fans from Huagua were now visibly exhilarated, their faces flushed with excitement. Could it be that Sugad was indeed this audacious? After all, this was Green. His defensive capabilities were formidable. Even the mighty LeBron sometimes struggled against him, given Green's considerable weight. But rest assured, our Sugad has never let us down before. The fans watched this tense moment with bated breath. Green exerted every ounce of strength to guard against Suyu. Although he held Suyu in contempt, that did not mean he would not give it his all. Especially at this juncture, he was determined to make Suyu acutely aware of his defensive prowess. Suyu leaned back slightly, savoring the strength of Green. Not bad. Suyu offered a brief evaluation, yet it was insufficient. Subsequently, he commenced his dribble, backing down against Green. The spectators collectively held their breath. The Warriors fans yearned to witness Suyu struggle against Green, ultimately succumbing to a humiliating steal. Conversely, the Cavaliers supporters hoped to see Suyu deftly maneuver past Green for a score. However, to the astonishment of fans worldwide, Suyu eschewed any intricate techniques. He resolutely pressed forward, astonishing everyone by seemingly pushing Green backward. It was a breathtaking sight, reminiscent of a slight individual attempting to shift a mountain. Despite being noticeably smaller than Green, Suyu astonishingly bore him into the painted area. The most astonished of all was undoubtedly Green himself. At this moment, he had exhausted every ounce of his strength, yet despair washed over him as he realized he could not withstand Suyu's force. It was an utterly absurd scene. Even LeBron found it quite ludicrous. There were times when he struggled against Green, yet here was Suyu, powering through him into the paint. However, what left the crowd even more flabbergasted was Suyu's final explosive leap. At that instant, Green truly questioned his existence. Those familiar with basketball understand that the final jump is meant to generate power, thereby creating space to displace the defender and achieve a clear shooting opportunity. Typically, players can only create a modicum of space and opportunity, especially in the league where many athletes possess formidable strength. Yet, for Green in this instance, the situation was quite different. Initially, when Suyu pressed in, the most he could do was yield and retreat against his will. But now, after Suyu's explosive leap, Green was propelled backward, landing out of bounds. Subsequently, Suyu effortlessly executed a powerful two-handed dunk. At this moment, Green stood beneath the basket, utterly bewildered. His teammates mirrored his astonishment. The Warriors players were utterly clueless about what had transpired. From the moment Suyu began his back down, everything they witnessed was entirely unexpected, as if the situation had spiraled beyond their control. 8-7. Suyu secured 2 points with the most domineering and aggressive style of play. The spectators in attendance were utterly astonished by his performance. Although Suyu's display in the previous 2 matches had also been remarkably impressive, none had anticipated that he could sustain such exceptional form. No, it should not be described merely as good form. It transcended that notion entirely, verging on the extraordinary. This was Suyu, having undergone yet another evolution. My goodness, this Suyu is a guard. How is he playing with the finesse of a center? His defender is Green, the best defensive player. How is he achieving this? Just how formidable is Suyu's strength? Green's weight is already quite formidable, and his post-up game even more so. Today's match has truly reshaped my perspectives. I suspect Suyu is operating under some supernatural advantage, yet I possess no evidence. The commentators from American television were vocal in expressing their astonishment at this moment. Typically, as seasoned commentators, they should not exhibit such a loss of composure. However, reality has rendered them overwhelmed with disbelief. At this moment, the fans from Huan Nation were nearly all left agape, their faces reflecting sheer terror. It is important to note that athletes from Huan Nation have never relied on sheer strength to achieve victory on the international stage. Their predominant style has been characterized by speed and agility, particularly in the realm of basketball positions. Those who excel in the league are typically tall players, either power forwards or centers, like Yao Ming and Yi Jianlia. Yet today, they witnessed an incredibly domineering side of a Huan Nation player. Suyu bulldozed his way to the basket, sending Green flying before completing a thunderous dunk. How could such an act not evoke a sense of awe? Once again, a brilliant star has emerged in the realm of Chinese basketball, shimmering in the sky. Not only the fans from China, but even basketball enthusiasts worldwide have begun to admire this youthful player. His skills, speed, and power have been magnificently displayed before them. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Suyu's market value is poised for a meteoric rise following the finals. Moreover, he has surpassed his rookie contract period. Such a dazzling performance is bound to incite a bidding war among all the teams in the league. Returning to the game, the Warriors called for a timeout merely 5 minutes into the first quarter. They had already requested 2 timeouts, each one prompted by Suyu's relentless onslaught. The Cavaliers players were brimming with morale, utterly captivated by Suyu's offensive brilliance. Even LeBron James gave Suyu a thumbs up, acknowledging a level of aggressive play that even he might struggle to replicate. At this moment, Warriors head coach Kerr wore an expression of fury. He directed a heated rebuke toward Green, exclaiming, "Hey, Draymond, what on earth are you doing? Have you not eaten, or are you still waking up?" Kerr's frustration was understandable, as Green's defensive performance had been utterly abysmal. Never before had he witnessed such a dismal display of defense from Green, who failed to execute even a single solid defense and was completely overwhelmed by Suyu. This outcome was intolerable for both Kerr and the Warriors. Green felt aggrieved. Yet if he were to claim that Suyu's prowess was simply too formidable, no one would believe him. They would surely think he was shirking responsibility and making excuses. In a fit of anger, Kerr benched Green and replaced him with the imposing center, Looney. They decided to sacrifice some mobility in favor of a more structured approach, as Suyu and LeBron's frequent incursions into the paint had left the Warriors players scrambling to keep up. Conversely, the Cavaliers' offensive and defensive strategies remained largely unchanged. Tyronn Lue continued to adhere to his defensive philosophy of limitless switches. Even with constant off-ball screens, they exerted every effort to contain the Warriors players. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. The camera focused on Green, who, having delivered a poor performance, had lost the trust of his coach. The Warriors, indeed, slowed their offensive tempo. Faced with the Cavaliers' relentless switching defense, they patiently sought opportunities, circulating the ball effectively. Ultimately, they seized an opening, allowing Durant to find space and complete a mid-range shot. 8-9. 9. With 6.5 minutes remaining in the first quarter, the Cavaliers, under the leadership of Suyu, exhibited a remarkably fluid offensive strategy. Tyronn Lue entrusted Suyu with greater opportunities to orchestrate the plays. Suyu engaged in a series of pick-and-roll collaborations with James, seeking various opportunities. At times, he would pass the ball to James as he cut towards the basket, resulting in a layup. On other occasions, he would deliver the ball to Love, who was positioned for a three-point shot. Suyu invigorated the Cavaliers' offense, leading them into a fierce exchange of scoring with the Warriors throughout the first quarter. With Green's absence, the Cavaliers became increasingly agile. Consequently, at the conclusion of the first quarter, the Cavaliers had extended their lead to 8 points, with a score of 28-20. Although Suyu's individual scoring remained at 6 points, his assists had reached an astonishing 6, indicating that at least 18 of the Cavaliers' points were directly attributable to him, a truly remarkable statistic, particularly with James still on the court. James, too, had transformed into a player reliant on assists, receiving 4 from Suyu, which allowed him to effortlessly accumulate 12 points. This evenly distributed scoring put unprecedented pressure on the Warriors' players. As the second quarter was about to commence, Kerr decided to implement an audacious strategy. He believed that once this tactic was employed, Suyu would undoubtedly struggle. The strategy was not solely aimed at Suyu, but at the entire Cavaliers team. Kerr surmised that Suyu's success in the first quarter was due to the lack of defensive pressure against him. Thus, at the onset of the second quarter, he instituted a double-team strategy, initiating the pressure the moment Suyu received the ball. Suyu did not anticipate the audacity of Coach Kerr, who seemed unperturbed by the potential exhaustion of his players. In truth, Kerr harbored some concerns regarding their stamina. Thus, at the onset of the second quarter, both Curry and Thompson remained seated, allowing Durant to lead a cadre of substitutes. This strategy permitted the bench players to expend their energy more freely. The Cavaliers appeared to have foreseen the Warriors' decision to rest Curry and Thompson, prompting Tyronn Lue to keep LeBron on the sidelines as well, entrusting Suyu with the management of the second unit. Consequently, Suyu found himself with increased opportunities to orchestrate the game. As the Warriors initiated their double-team strategy, Suyu was caught somewhat off guard. It was not that he could not navigate their defensive pressure, but rather that it disrupted the Cavaliers' offensive rhythm. During this half-court phase, they risked consuming 7 or 8 seconds of the shot clock. For the Cavaliers, this was not a beneficial exchange, despite the Warriors sacrificing the stamina of their bench players. The Cavaliers' capacity to handle full-court pressure was somewhat lacking. Each time Suyu faced a double team, the subsequent pass to his teammates consumed significant time before the ball was returned to him. This resulted in a disjointed offensive tempo for the Cavaliers. Observing this scenario, Suyu sighed. He had initially intended to conceal his true capabilities, but given the circumstances, it seemed he would have to reveal some of his hidden strengths sooner than anticipated. In his heart, Suyu thought to himself, 3 minutes into the second quarter, the Cavaliers had yet to score. In truth, it was primarily Suyu who facilitated the ball's movement, making it increasingly difficult for his teammates to return it. This led to their hasty offensive attempts, culminating in missed shots. The score stood at 28-26. Seizing this opportunity, the Warriors gradually closed the gap. Particularly, Durant capitalized on individual plays and pick-and-rolls, consistently landing mid-range shots. At this moment, the Cavaliers fans were filled with anxiety, sensing that their team was in peril. Tyronn Lue should have called a timeout to bring LeBron onto the court to steady the ship. Meanwhile, the Warriors fans became exhilarated. It was evident that Suyu lacked leadership skills. Just look at how quickly the score was equalized when he played with the bench. Indeed. Observe our Grim Reaper, Durant, who could score at will, facing no restrictions whatsoever. Thus, Suyu's leadership abilities were in question, and his offensive prowess seemed rather mediocre. In the first quarter, he had merely benefited from collaborating with LeBron. Clearly, the Warriors fans regarded Suyu as inconsequential. Even the home fans found their spirits dampened at this juncture. For 3 continuous minutes, Suyu had made no notable contributions, although he had yet to take a shot. As the leader on the court, he ought to step up. Durant once again sank a mid-range jumper in front of LeBron, scoring 8 consecutive points with an air of arrogance. The score stood at 28-28 as the Warriors leveled the game, leaving the Cavaliers in a scoring drought. 3.5 minutes had elapsed in the second quarter. Just when all the fans anticipated that Tyronn Lue would call for a timeout and substitute in LeBron to stabilize the team, he did not do so. His expression remained unchanged, as if the Cavaliers' predicament bore no relevance to him. In truth, Lue's inner thoughts revolved around allowing Suyu to play freely. He sensed that Suyu was suppressing his offensive instincts. Liu had witnessed the true potential of Suyu when he played with abandon during practice. It was indeed formidable. Therefore, he aimed to ignite Suyu's confidence and fully unleash the energy within him. Only then could Suyu grow amidst the pressures of competition. At this moment, James seemed to recognize Liu's good intentions and did not appear overly anxious. In reality, Suyu was not restrained. He simply wished to conceal his true capabilities for the time being. However, with the current situation being less than optimistic, it was time to reveal a glimpse of his skills. As the Cavaliers initiated their offense, Suyu brought the ball past half-court. The Warriors had ceased their full-court press. For such a defensive tactic is best employed unexpectedly. Sustaining it would be taxing on the body. Once Suyu crossed half-court, he chose not to call for a screen. Before him stood Durant, whose gaze was filled with derision. To Durant, Suyu appeared to be ineffective, incapable of invigorating the team. Yet, Suyu paid no heed to Durant's scornful look. God Su, let him witness the speed of Huagua. God Su, demonstrate your skills before the critic Durant. Clearly, the fans were fervently hoping that Suyu would indeed score over Durant. The deafening cheers from the crowd echoed, as they retained unwavering faith in Suyu's prowess. Suyu dribbled the ball slowly, bending at the waist, his gaze fixed intently on the timer. In his eyes, it seemed that Durant was of no consequence. Durant, perceiving the disdain in Suyu's expression, felt a surge of irritation. He too bent down, determined to defend earnestly, under the watchful eyes of the spectators. Suyu's dribbling began to quicken. Goodness, his speed was astonishing. Indeed, I could hardly discern whether the basketball was even in his hands. This move, I feel as though I have witnessed it before, somewhere. Strangely, it does seem remarkably familiar. The fans buzzed with excitement, and even the players of the Cavaliers, who had distanced themselves, acknowledged the rhythm of his dribbling. Durant's expression grew increasingly serious as he sensed a different aura emanating from Suyu. Just as Durant pondered how Suyu would initiate his attack, Suyu made his move. At the moment Suyu made his move, a multitude of fans instantaneously realized, my heavens, is that not the signature move of Rose? An evasive maneuver executed without a hint of deceleration. Suyu has audaciously employed such a technique. I dare say, his speed seemed to amplify following the change in direction. Perhaps we might even coin a term for this, accelerated evasion? In the blink of an eye, Durant found himself completely outmaneuvered by Suyu. It appeared as though he was veering to the right, yet in reality, he had shifted to the left. Durant's mind screamed in alarm. This cannot be good. In that instant, Suyu darted past him like a bolt of lightning from his left side, with Durant's center of gravity leaning to the right. He was utterly incapable of responding in time. The next moment, the entire arena was wide-eyed, as if witnessing an extraordinary spectacle. For Suyu had effortlessly bypassed Durant in a single stride. Durant had not even managed to regain his balance, his steps faltering perilously close to a fall. Even Durant himself found the situation utterly absurd. He had never experienced such humiliation in his life. Had he truly been bested in a single stride by a rookie? And all while he was fully concentrated on the game? Suyu is indifferent to Durant's feelings. At this moment, he is already charged towards the basket. The help defense comes from Looney, the center of the Warriors. Suyu regarded Rooney with utter disdain, for the latter's mobility was painfully sluggish. James frequently capitalized on Rooney's defense, converting plays into three-point opportunities. With this in mind, Suyu resolved to pay homage to James. Thus, as he entered the paint, he soared into the air, colliding directly with Rooney. The sight of Suyu charging at Rooney like a man carrying a barrel of explosives ignited the fervor of the home crowd. In that moment, Rooney, fueled by determination, resolved that even at the cost of a foul, he would not allow Suyu to score. Consequently, he executed a forceful maneuver, attempting to drag Suyu down from his airborne ascent. Regrettably for Rooney, Suyu did not succumb to his grasp as he had anticipated. Suyu, even in the moment when Rooney embraced him, executed a deft maneuver midair. He concluded his offensive play with an exceptionally skillful layup. Upon landing, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Rooney had committed a defensive foul. Simultaneously, the basketball grazed the backboard and gracefully swished through the net. And won. Suyu let out a low shout, his right fist clenched. This remarkable 2+1 play sent the home crowd into a frenzy, with everyone rising to their feet. They waved the towels distributed by the Cavaliers staff, transforming the entire arena into a jubilant sea of celebration. The two commentators from an American television network exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting the shock they felt. It was truly incredible. Suyu's sudden change of direction had completely outmaneuvered Durant. Indeed, he even managed to score despite facing a deliberate foul from Looney, demonstrating a remarkable blend of power and grace that left everyone in awe. Honestly, I cannot fathom when he acquired such skills. Just last game, I doubted his ability to dribble at all. The commentators were fervently expressing their astonishment. In this year's finals, beyond LeBron's breathtaking performance, another star had emerged, Suyu. In fact, Suyu's display was even more extraordinary. He had burst onto the scene in the very first game of the finals. Prior to that, his performances could only be described as mediocre and uninspiring. The large screen in the arena was replaying Suyu's recent 2+1, especially highlighting the moment he outmaneuvered Durant, capturing the look of sheer fear in Durant's eyes. Fans of the Hwagwa team watching from home were completely elated. From being dominated by the Warriors in the second quarter to executing a powerful 2+1. It felt as though only 3.5 minutes had passed. The camera focused on Suyu, whose face had now returned to a state of tranquility. Suyu slowly approached the free throw line, gazing at the hoop, taking a deep breath. With a gentle touch, he made the shot and completed the free throw. 31-28. At this moment, Durant, standing nearby, wore a complex expression. He had believed he could contain Suyu, yet the outcome was unexpectedly different. On the sidelines, Tyronn Lue finally let out a sigh of relief. Suyu has finally let go, and he senses that he will experience a remarkable breakthrough in the second quarter. The Warriors have not called a timeout. In their perspective, Suyu is merely performing adequately. It is not yet the opportune moment. As long as the Warriors can maintain their offensive momentum, everything will be fine. Currently, the Warriors aim to allow Curry and Thompson as much rest as possible. Meanwhile, the Cavaliers share a similar mindset. Durant, possessing the ball, recalls the moment when Suyu effortlessly surpassed him. He feels compelled to retaliate. Otherwise, he risks becoming the subject of ridicule. In fact, some of his detractors have already transformed his expression following that incident into a meme, which is bound to go viral on social media shortly. Facing Suyu's defense, Durant is particularly cautious, aware of Suyu's defensive prowess. He begins to back down from beyond the three-point line. His intention is to maintain control of the ball and await a teammate screen. He no longer dares to recklessly challenge Suyu one-on-one, as he has already experienced the consequences of that miscalculation. Soon, Looney enters the game, instantly invigorated. Durant turns to face Suyu and begins to execute his signature maneuver with substantial directional changes. This is his hallmark move, one that has caused even Giannis considerable difficulty in the past. Suyu had long been prepared, and his unwavering focus rendered him truly formidable. He was even capable of anticipating the trajectory of the basketball in Durant's hands. He perceived that Durant's dribbling speed had momentarily faltered. It seemed that his own reaction and judgment abilities had once again ascended to new heights. Following a dramatic change of direction, Durant, aided by Looney's screen, approached the free throw line and opted for a jump shot. To his astonishment, Looney's screen was indeed solid, yet Suyu managed to maneuver past him. Although Suyu was slightly delayed, he still succeeded in disrupting Durant's shot at the precise moment he released the ball. Achieving this was already commendable. Looney, in that instant, was equally astonished, for he had been forcefully displaced by Suyu, and it was an involuntary action. Suyu seemed to embody an immense power, rendering him utterly unable to restrain himself. Durant's shot missed its mark. The basketball ricocheted off the front rim, and Suyu adeptly anticipated its trajectory, effortlessly securing the rebound. Upon capturing the rebound, Suyu immediately initiated a fast break. This time, he intended to demonstrate to the Warriors players what true speed truly entailed. Durant, too, sprinted desperately towards the backcourt. Having experienced Suyu's velocity firsthand, he held nothing back. The other Warriors fans shared a similar sentiment. Yet, the chasm between intention and execution is perpetually vast. Just as Durant aspired to catch up with Suyu, he found himself unable to do so. The reality was that Suyu resembled a supercar, perpetually accelerating. No one could keep pace with his strides. In less than 3 seconds, he had already surged beneath the basket. Although Suyu's repertoire of dunks is limited, he possesses a profound understanding of one crucial principle: sheer power can yield extraordinary results. Thus, the audience was treated to a breathtaking display as Suyu launched himself into the air, executing a two-handed reverse dunk with remarkable finesse. The immense force of the slam caused the hoop to tremble violently, sending the crowd into a frenzy of exhilaration. At that moment, Suyu resembled a game protagonist who had activated an invincibility mode, effortlessly dominating the court. On the bench, James rose to his feet, his face flushed with excitement. Overwhelmed by the prowess of his teammate, the score stood at 33-28. Suyu once again halted the Warriors' momentum. There are 8 minutes remaining in the second quarter. Suyu single-handedly achieved a remarkable 5 o'clock surge. Upon returning to the sidelines, he was enthusiastically jostled by his teammates, reveling in their cheers. Yet, he maintained a composed smile, his emotions not overly stirred. This was merely an appetizer. Deep within Suyu's heart, the true spectacle awaited, a forceful dunk over Green. However, the opportunity had yet to present itself, and he was reluctant to reveal such prowess too readily. Displaying excessive strength might provoke ill intentions from the Warriors. A misplaced foot or a foul play could lead to injury, a troublesome predicament. At that moment, Kerr was meticulously strategizing with his players. This time, Curry and Thompson could not afford to rest any longer. Continuing on this path might lead to a devastating onslaught. Kerr decisively opted to maintain a double team on Suyu, applying full-court pressure. Even with LeBron on the floor, their priority remained to contain Suyu. For he was in a fiery state, and it was imperative to cool his momentum. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Hey, Draymond. You take the primary defense on Suyu. Feel free to be a bit aggressive if necessary. You understand what I mean? Kevin was tasked with assisting in the double team, ensuring to completely obstruct Suyu's passing lanes. The strategy we were employing bore significant risk, especially with LeBron on the court, yet it was a necessity. The Warriors players nodded in agreement, with Green fully grasping the implication behind Coach Kerr's directive for aggression. It hinted at the allowance of some subtle maneuvers. Although he had previously engaged in minor fouls, this time, such actions would escalate beyond mere trifles. Green glanced over at the Cavaliers bench, where Suyu calmly sipped on his supplement, waiting for the moment to unveil what true finals-level defense entailed. A cold smirk crept across Green's face. On the other side, Tyronn Lue had not devised an intricate strategy. He merely substituted LeBron back onto the court and repositioned Suyu to play off the ball. Such a shift was entirely unforeseen by Kerr. It could be said that Lue had skillfully anticipated Kerr's expectations. While Kerr assumed Suyu would continue as the point guard, Lue chose to have him operate without the ball, allowing LeBron to regain control over the distribution. This encapsulated Lue's cunning prowess. Suyu and James are capable of seamlessly transitioning, which constitutes the Cavaliers' most significant advantage. As the timeout concludes, the game resumes. The Warriors regain possession, with Curry bringing the ball across half-court. The Warriors' strategy is now unmistakably clear. They intend to revert to their most proficient small ball tactics. After a flurry of movement, Thompson finds himself open, receives the pass, and effortlessly sinks the shot. 33-30. Indeed, the synergy between the Splash Brothers remains utterly uncontainable. The entire world is aware of their intentions, yet they remain indefensible. This is precisely the conundrum that plagues the Cavaliers. As the possession shifts, when Suyu is without the ball, both Green and Durant appear somewhat bewildered. The pace at which the Cavaliers are altering their formation is astonishing. Suyu's touch was impeccable, yet he was surprisingly not allowed to continue controlling the ball. It is worth noting that when Suyu orchestrated the plays, the Cavaliers' offensive efficiency soared. The Cavaliers paid no heed to the sentiments of the Warriors players. LeBron James, at the top of the arc, controlled the ball, patiently awaiting a screen from his teammates. Before Suyu stood Green. With just 8 seconds remaining on the clock, Suyu made his move. Once again, it was Suyu collaborating with James in a pick-and-roll maneuver. After a deceptive screen, Suyu swiftly made his way towards the basket, compelling Durant and Green to follow suit. The consequence of this maneuver was that LeBron found himself wide open. Clearly, in Kerr's estimation, leaving LeBron unguarded was preferable to allowing Suyu a clear shot. Thus, both Durant and Green resolved to obstruct Suyu, aiming to prevent LeBron from delivering a pass to him. In a decisive moment, LeBron took a confident jump shot, a long two-pointer. Swish. It found nothing but net, reaffirming LeBron's exquisite shooting touch. The score stood at 35-30, with both the Cavaliers and the Warriors experiencing an uptick in offensive efficiency. Evidently, Kerr's defensive strategy was faltering. In this offensive play, Suyu was scarcely involved, rendering the Warriors' defense increasingly passive. However, there were numerous other aspects contributing to their discomfort. Although the Warriors' offense proved to be a considerable challenge for the Cavaliers in the ensuing plays, the Cavaliers maintained even greater offensive efficiency, expending relatively little energy in the process. Notably, Green and Durant were perpetually preoccupied with monitoring Suyu, making it arduous for them to adequately guard LeBron and the other Cavaliers players. This scenario provided the Cavaliers' other players with ample opportunities. Consequently, Suyu, merely through his gravitational pull, significantly aided his team. With 3 minutes remaining in the second quarter, Kerr could no longer endure the situation and called for a timeout. Remarkably, during this interval, Suyu had scarcely touched the ball, while the other Cavaliers players exhibited commendable performances, turning into a cohesive unit. Reluctantly, Kerr adjusted his defensive strategy. Green would primarily guard Suyu, and once Suyu received the ball, the nearest player would come over to assist in defense. This tactical maneuver aimed to ensure proper coverage of the other Cavaliers players as well. At this juncture, the score had shifted to 50-44, with the Cavaliers holding a 6-point lead. This slender advantage was proving to be a source of frustration for the Warriors. Whenever an opportunity arose to equalize the score, it was either Suyu or LeBron who stepped up, extending the lead once more. This relentless rhythm was excruciating, instilling a sense of anxiety among the Warriors players. Crucially, Suyu had yet to fully unleash his potential. Suyu resembled a ticking time bomb, instilling a sense of unease among every member of the Warriors team. The game continued. To everyone's astonishment, Suyu chose not to take the court, opting instead for rest. What kind of strategy is this? Kerr felt a rising urge to confront Tyronn Lue. His unpredictable tactics left Kerr bewildered. In the final 3 minutes of the second quarter, LeBron James showcased his prowess, consistently sinking a series of challenging fadeaway jump shots. Consequently, the Cavaliers maintained their lead until the end of the first half, 58-52. The Cavaliers continued to hold a 6-point advantage, a gap that felt insurmountable to the Warriors. The excitement among Cavaliers fans was palpable, particularly in this game. Every player performed admirably. Not only did their star player, James, exhibit consistent excellence, but they were also astounded by Suyu's explosive performance, which drastically altered the Warriors' defensive strategy. This shift was a significant factor contributing to the Warriors' player psychological turmoil. In the Warriors' locker room, Kerr was fervently instilling a sense of false confidence in his players. Hey, guys. We need not feel anxious. We are merely down by 6 points. We still have an entire half to turn the tide. We are the team known as the Splash Brothers. We can surely overcome this deficit and secure victory. Although Kerr's words lacked substance, his animated delivery and fervent expressions seemed to uplift the team's spirits. Observing their coach's unwavering confidence, the Warriors' players' attitudes improved slightly. Meanwhile, Durant sat silently in his place, lost in thoughts of being outpaced by Suyu just moments prior. He perceived Suyu's speed as extraordinary, feeling as though he could not keep up. Unbeknownst to Durant, his mindset had already begun to waver. Kerr, oblivious to this issue, merely assumed Durant was resting. In stark contrast to the Warriors' subdued locker room, the Cavaliers' quarters buzzed with excitement. James even mimicked Suyu's move that had outmaneuvered Durant, prompting hearty laughter from all the players. With a beaming expression, James exclaimed, "Hey, Suyu, honestly, that move was truly magnificent. I felt as if you were possessed by Rose." We were all utterly astonished in that moment. James's exaggerated remarks elicited another round of laughter from his teammates. Suyu could only shake his head in resignation. Indeed, James was quite the comedian. However, having such a playful star at the helm might foster greater unity among his teammates, wouldn't it? After James's lighthearted jests, the mood among the Cavaliers players became noticeably more relaxed. They hardly felt the weight of the finals pressing down on them. Such a mindset is crucial in high-stakes competitions. Unbeknownst to James, his vibrant energy would significantly alter the trajectory of the forthcoming matches. Meanwhile, on social media, Durant's memes had been thoroughly exhausted, especially when paired with his infuriating demeanor. The essence of those memes lay in his charisma and gaze. Durant, lacking the luxury of time to indulge in online antics, would undoubtedly have unleashed his keyboard to confront his critics directly. The 15-minute intermission swiftly elapsed, and the second half of the match commenced. With both teams deploying their strongest lineups, Suyu has finally made his appearance once more. Upon seeing him, Durant's expression grew somewhat unnatural, revealing the lingering shadows cast by Suyu's previous shot. The Warriors now held possession of the ball. Curry, with the ball in hand, faced James's defense. He called for a pick from Green and, utilizing the screen, surged into the paint, executing a jump shot over Love's assistant's defense. It was successful. The score read 58-54. It seemed Curry had decided to activate his personal offensive mode. However, Suyu quickly responded. Facing Green's defense, he too called for a screen from James. Remarkably, his shooting technique mirrored Curry's as he launched a jump shot over Looney's help defense, finding the net. The commentators were exhilarated by this moment, exclaiming how the game was becoming increasingly thrilling. Suyu's formidable reply sent waves of excitement through the crowd. Indeed, if you can score with such a tactic, so can I. It was clear that an offensive showdown was about to unfold. Neutral fans were the most delighted, as they were treated to such a splendid clash, a true stroke of luck. Curry's gaze sharpened with determination. His offensive prowess was undeniable, particularly that quick stop and shoot after dribbling. Moreover, he had yet to unleash his long-range three-pointer. Thus, Suyu did not underestimate the Warriors' offense. The ensuing third quarter could aptly be described as a celestial duel. Curry sank a three-pointer, only for Suyu to respond in kind. Durant scored a mid-range jumper, and James bulldozed his way into the paint for a powerful finish. Even the role players seized their opportunities, frequently finding the basket. The Cavaliers' home crowd felt overwhelmed by the spectacle, as both teams engaged in an all-out offensive battle. After a three-pointer from the Warriors, the Cavaliers quickly resumed play, with James even executing a fast break for a dunk. Durant's drive resulted in a dunk, while the other end saw a swift three-pointer. This frenetic pace demanded not only intense focus from the players, but also ample stamina. Clearly, Suyu possessed both qualities. However, the Warriors began to show signs of fatigue. When Suyu, once again tireless, sprinted down the court to complete a dunk, the Warriors promptly called for a timeout, not due to Suyu's dunk, but because their key players were exhausted. Only 2 minutes remained in the third quarter. The score stood at 80-70. The Cavaliers continued to extend their lead. Despite both teams demonstrating commendable shooting percentages, the Cavaliers' offensive tempo was markedly more rapid. If it were merely LeBron James, the team's fast break capability might have been manageable. The issue arose with the addition of Suyu, a monstrous force akin to a beast. His stamina appeared inexhaustible. Throughout the third quarter, Suyu operated like a perpetual motion machine. Whenever the Warriors missed a shot and his teammates secured the rebound, he would surge forward with fervor. If he himself retrieved the rebound, he would advance with even greater audacity. Consequently, the third quarter resembled a track and field event, fueled solely by Suyu's relentless pace. In truth, aside from Suyu, the other Cavaliers players were already gasping for breath, albeit slightly better off than their Warriors counterparts. Suyu's fast breaks often culminated in his own scoring, while the Warriors, unable to relinquish their defensive responsibilities, found themselves increasingly fatigued in their futile pursuit. Occasionally, Cavaliers players could afford to abstain from participating in the fast breaks, allowing their stamina to hold out just enough. Even the home crowd of Cavaliers fans, upon the long-awaited timeout, took a deep breath. The pace of the game had been overwhelmingly rapid, creating a suffocating atmosphere. The Warriors bench featured Curry and Durant, both panting heavily. It was only the third quarter, yet they felt as though their energy was nearly depleted. Durant sensed he had never experienced such a grueling game. Despite their high shooting percentages and several spectacular plays, they were perpetually dictated by Suyu's tempo. In other words, the Warriors could not reclaim their familiar rhythm. Thus they were relegated to passively following Suyu's lead. The outcome was evident. Their stamina was thoroughly exhausted by Suyu's relentless pace. Observing the weary Durant and Curry, was filled with concern. In their current state, neither could remain on the court. They needed a respite. Consequently, the Warriors made personnel adjustments, substituting both Durant and Curry. In contrast, LeBron James on the Cavaliers' side seemed relatively well, occasionally taking a moment to catch his breath. However, out of caution, Tyronn Lue opted to give James a break as well. As for Suyu, he appeared unaffected, not even breathing heavily. At this moment, fans in China were astounded by Suyu's abundant stamina. I would assert that, even were Suyu to compete in a long-distance race, he would undoubtedly secure a prize. What applied it was for the Warriors players, having been dragged down by his extraordinary prowess. It feels as though Suyu is competing as if he were merely honing his physical prowess. His stamina is truly astounding. He hasn't even taken a deep breath. Netizens from Hawaii will have taken to mocking him. At this moment, fans worldwide are acutely aware of Suyu's abundant vitality, especially when juxtaposed with elite stars like Curry and Durant, creating a stark contrast. At this juncture, a smirk plays on Suyu's lips. This is precisely his intention, to exhaust the stamina of the Warriors' key players. Consequently, in order to conserve their strength, they will undoubtedly opt for rest. Thus, the last 3 minutes of the third quarter present an exceptional opportunity for Suyu. He has meticulously prepared for these 3 minutes. Now, it is time to showcase his true capabilities. Throughout the majority of the preceding time, Suyu refrained from utilizing the skill known as the essence of humanity. However, in the last 3 minutes of the third quarter, it is time to unleash it. Suyu resolved to unleash a wave of momentum within the next 3 minutes. Currently, the lead stood at a mere 10 points, which felt precarious. If they could extend the advantage by another 10 points during this brief span, victory would be assured. Thus, Suyu addressed the Cavaliers' interior players, instructing them, "As soon as you secure the rebound, throw it in my direction." The Cavaliers' big men nodded in agreement. This was not Suyu's first time employing such a strategy. Throughout the third quarter, They had been observing and responding to Suyu's lead. At this juncture, both Love and Thompson were also experiencing some physical fatigue, although they had not participated extensively in the fast breaks. The battles beneath the basket had proven to be quite exhausting. Especially influenced by Suyu's fervor, they contested every possession with fervor. Consequently, while their efforts were yielding impressive results, they were also paying a hefty toll in terms of energy expenditure. Meanwhile, James, sitting on the sidelines, was engaged in light-hearted banter with his teammates. He could hardly believe that he was able to take a breather during the finals, a notion that had previously seemed unthinkable. Tyronn Lue's decision to grant LeBron a respite involved requesting 2 consecutive timeouts, merely to allow him a moment to catch his breath. Now, with 3 minutes remaining in the third quarter and the Cavaliers holding a 10-point lead, James was afforded a rare opportunity to rest. On the other hand, both Curry and Durant were compelled to remain seated on the bench. The Warriors' possession was now in the hands of Thompson, accompanied by Green. Nick Young advanced the ball past half-court, utilizing Green's screen. Who is Nick Young? He is the archetype of audacity in shooting, and without a hint of hesitation, he launched a three-pointer following the pick. It swished through the net. 90-83. Indeed, a man brimming with confidence is truly exceptional. Suyu smiled faintly, contemplating. This shall be my recompense to you. Henceforth, such opportunities shall elude you. At this moment, Suyu took control of the ball, and the offensive banner of the Cavaliers was officially entrusted to his hands. Suyu surged across half-court with unparalleled speed, leaving Green in a state of utter dismay, for he too was grappling with physical exhaustion. Upon reaching the front court, Suyu signaled with a gesture, prompting Love to step forward for a screen. Utilizing this screen, Suyu penetrated toward the paint. Against all odds, Green maneuvered around Love and gave chase. Their objective was unequivocal, to forsake any Cavaliers player other than Suyu, resolutely committing to double-team him. Consequently, as Suyu approached the basket, 3 Warriors players converged upon him: Green, Thompson, and Looney, employing a classic strategy of overwhelming defense. At that moment, Love positioned himself beyond the arc, as the Warriors had relinquished their defense of him entirely. Suyu, of course, would not act recklessly, with a glance over his shoulder. He executed a perfectly timed pass. At the top of the arc, Kevin Love received the ball with ease and, without hesitation, took the shot. Nothing but net. 93-83. Love's three-pointer has finally arrived. On the sidelines, Kerr wore a grave expression. He understood that Suyu would undoubtedly pass the ball. Yet he found himself with no alternatives. Suyu is acutely aware of his capabilities in singles play. In one-on-one situations, it is virtually impossible to defend against him. However, in 2-on-1 scenarios, he still possesses a degree of confidence. Thus, he is determined to fortify his defenses to thwart any advances against him. If Love manages to score, there is nothing that can be done about it. Upon witnessing Love's successful shot, Green felt a surge of complex emotions, realizing that the double-team strategy employed by his team seemed ineffective. Following a change of possession, the Warriors continued to be orchestrated by Nick Young. With unwavering confidence, Nick Young attempted a three-pointer, but it failed to find its mark. There are 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Suyu swiftly dribbled past the halfway line, executing a familiar pick-and-roll. Once again, it was Love involved. This time, the Warriors opted to double-team Suyu. Suyu once again passed the ball to Love, who decisively took the shot. Bang! Another three-pointer. 96-83. Love, having scored consecutive three-pointers, was exceptionally exhilarated. The Cavaliers players on the sidelines were equally ecstatic, displaying a variety of celebratory gestures. As for the fans in the stands, their enthusiasm knew no bounds. Some fervent supporters even removed their shirts, revealing that they were wearing Love's jersey underneath. The cameras captured this moment, and the Chinese fans in attendance could hardly contain their excitement. It was simply astounding. Initially, Love's performance had not been particularly impressive, drawing criticism from fans. Even some of his most ardent supporters expressed reservations about him. However, Love's resurgence was imminent, and he was poised to assert his identity. In the vernacular of Chinese fans, this transformation is referred to as metamorphosis, albeit in a positive light here. The Cavaliers' consecutive three-pointers had placed the Warriors in a precarious situation. Kerr's expression was grave. As the Warriors initiated their offensive, Kerr signaled to his players on the court. Green then took possession of the ball. In truth, Green's organizational skills were commendable, and he found himself in a critical moment. At the top of the arc, Green awaited Thompson to break free. Yet, in a rather exasperating turn of events, Nick Young seemed unfamiliar with the tactics. He flitted about like a headless chicken, even overlapping with Thompson. Ultimately, a flustered Thompson received Green's pass, but with little time left on the shot clock, he rushed his attempt and failed to score. Only 1 minute and 40 seconds remained on the clock. Suyu swiftly dribbled past the halfway line, leaving the defending Green nearly frantic in his pursuit. Suyu's stamina resembled an insatiable abyss, inexhaustible in its depths. On average, the Cavaliers required a mere 8 seconds to execute an offensive play. The accelerated pace of the Cavaliers left the entire Warriors team at a loss. Utilizing their familiar pick-and-roll strategy, Suyu gambled on the Warriors' reluctance to double-team him. Indeed, this time, the Warriors adjusted their defensive strategy, repeatedly employing the same tactic. Even the most oblivious of Warriors players could discern the pattern. Consequently, following the pick-and-roll, a defender appeared before Kevin Love, while Suyu found himself confronted by two, Green and Thompson. Given the intensity of this defense, Suyu was compelled to take action. This time, Suyu refrained from passing the ball and began to dribble furiously beneath his legs near the free throw line. Suyu's dribbling speed accelerated increasingly, leaving Green somewhat dazzled. On the sidelines, Durant, witnessing this scene, inexplicably recalled the moment when Suyu had outmaneuvered him. The familiar recipe indeed. In a final, sweeping change of direction, Suyu surged in from the right side. Green hurried to keep pace. However, in the next moment, Suyu executed a stunning behind-the-back pullback, returning to the free throw line before releasing an elegant jump shot. This sequence of movements can hardly be described as mere fluidity. It was nothing short of exquisite grace. Green, in truth, had not lost his positioning at all. Yet, the sheer speed of Suyu was overwhelming. His mind operated at lightning speed. While his body struggled to keep up, Suyu executed a graceful mid-range shot, effortlessly finding the net. The score now stands at 98-83, with merely 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. To the astonishment of all, the Cavaliers have managed to extend their lead. This outcome is one that Coach Kerr finds intolerable. He had assumed that the current roster of the Warriors, even if unable to equalize the score, could at least maintain their standing. However, it appears that Kerr has gravely underestimated Suyu's leadership capabilities. At this juncture, Kerr is deeply unsettled. Should he introduce Curry and Durant now? His intention to allow them to rest until the fourth quarter would be rendered futile. Yet, if he refrains from substituting them, the prospect of the score widening further looms ominously. Ultimately, Kerr chose to remain steadfast, placing his faith in the players currently on the court. Green, handling the ball, advanced past half-court and opted to lob it to Thompson, who was positioned at a 45-degree angle. Behind him, his defender was Shumpert. It seems the Warriors are aiming for higher success rates. Upon receiving the ball, Thompson executed a series of maneuvers before turning and launching a fadeaway shot. Perhaps due to fatigue, this mid-range attempt also failed to find its mark. With only 50 seconds remaining in the third quarter, the Warriors find themselves in a drought of scoring. Approaching the fourth quarter with such a lopsided score seems inevitable. Suyu's offensive rhythm remains remarkably swift. He dribbles rapidly into the front court, confronted by Green's defense, with Thompson lurking menacingly behind him. Suyu continued to utilize the pick-and-roll. The moment Green noticed Suyu persist in employing this tactic, a sense of dread washed over him. Defending against Suyu's pick-and-roll strategy proved to be exceedingly arduous, particularly given his remarkable ability to penetrate the defense. This time, they still dared not leave Love unguarded. Once again, Suyu found himself confronted by Green's individual defense. However, this time, Suyu opted not to engage in a one-on-one play, nor did he choose to pass the ball to Love. Instead, he launched the ball directly towards the basket. All the Warriors players were fixated on Suyu, thereby neglecting TT, who was cutting in from the baseline. As soon as Suyu's pass was made, TT promptly rushed to the scene. He leapt high into the air, securely catching the ball before emphatically slamming it into the hoop. The score now stands at 100-83. Suyu once again showcased his exceptional playmaking abilities. With merely 30 seconds remaining in the third quarter, both the Warriors and the Cavaliers had one final opportunity to score. Draymond Green, having crossed half-court, exhibited a remarkable calmness, as the objective was to capitalize on this offensive possession. With 8 seconds left on the shot clock, Thompson stepped forward to set a screen. Green utilized this screen to penetrate toward the paint, expecting Suyu to closely trail him. To Green's astonishment, Suyu did not follow him at all. Instead, he positioned himself strategically in the passing lane between Green and Thompson. Clearly, Suyu disregarded Green's offensive prowess, opting instead to defend Thompson. Green had not anticipated such a development. However, he had already entered the painted area, facing the defensive TT. Left with no choice, he passed the ball out again, finding Nick Young as the recipient. At that moment, Nick Young, caught off guard, had no alternative but to hastily take a shot, which unfortunately missed the target. On the sidelines, Coach Kerr erupted in frustration. Green's decision-making during this play had been severely flawed, his indecision leading to an unfruitful offensive attempt. It was evident that Green was feeling quite dejected. With 8 seconds of offensive time now granted to the Cavaliers and no timeout taken, CU swiftly advanced the ball. Green vowed that CU must not be allowed to score on this possession. As CU approached the halfway line, merely 5 seconds remained on the clock. Suddenly, he reduced his speed, leaving Green somewhat perplexed. However, in the next instant, CU surged forward once more, seemingly intent on penetrating the paint with unwavering determination. Green swiftly pursued him. Meanwhile, no one noticed Love, lying in wait beyond the three-point arc. In the final 2 seconds, CU executed a powerful back pass, delivering the ball directly into Kevin Love's hands. Love received the pass and, without hesitation, took a shot. Once again, this combination proved effective. The Warriors players seemed entranced by this play. Love's shot traced a beautiful arc before it swished through the net. Kevin Love sank 3 consecutive three-pointers in the third quarter, igniting a fervent outburst. The score stood at 103-83 as the Cavaliers widened their lead in the last 3 minutes of the third quarter. By the end of the third period, the Warriors found themselves trailing by a staggering 20 points, a result that defied all expectations. Experts worldwide had anticipated a fiercely competitive match. Yet no one foresaw such a significant deficit for the Warriors. Although the score appeared lopsided, it was the late surge in the third quarter that created the gap. Overall, the game was nothing short of exhilarating. The fans in attendance could scarcely believe the score they were witnessing, overwhelmed by the unexpected turn of events. Particularly notable was CU's orchestration during the final moments of the third quarter, showcasing his remarkable organizational prowess. The American commentators wore expressions of bewilderment, as if they had both witnessed and yet missed the essence of the game. In the blink of an eye, the gap had widened. Perhaps it is time to refer to the Cavaliers as Crazy 3 rather than the Warriors as Crazy 3. CU's organizational skills revitalized the entire team, rendering Green's capabilities insignificant in comparison. We bore witness to the rise of a great star on the grand stage of the finals. In contrast to the relatively composed American commentators, the fans from Huagua had already begun to celebrate fervently. This match was a thrilling spectacle. The high-level performance of their favored players, particularly Suyu, elicited immense excitement, as his contributions to the team and the pressure he exerted on the opponents were profound yet intangible. On the sidelines, Coach Kerr wore a stern expression and quietly addressed Green. "Where is your toughness? I don't see it." Green, confronted with Kerr's inquiry, appeared somewhat helpless. "I couldn't find the opportunity," he replied softly. In truth, Green was not mistaken. He genuinely struggled to find a chance to defend against CU effectively. Throughout the entirety of the third quarter, CU scarcely attempted to penetrate the paint. After listening to Green's remarks, Kerr fell into a brief silence before softly suggesting, "Next time, we might exploit his footwork." Upon hearing this, Green's pupils constricted. Was he implying that he should trip him? If the referees caught wind of that, it could lead to a suspension. When Green glanced at Kerr, he discerned a resolute determination in his coach's gaze. Given that the head coach had spoken thus, Green felt compelled to comply. The other players remained silent, understanding that their role was simply to execute the coach's strategy. In contrast, the Cavaliers were brimming with excitement. LeBron even approached CU from behind, feigning a massage gesture to taunt him. CU was also amused by James's antics. The Cavaliers players were in remarkably good spirits. With a commanding 20-point lead, they could play freely in the fourth quarter. As long as they remained composed, there should be no significant issues. Clearly, victory in this match was within reach. Winning this game would shift the series score to 2-1. How could one not feel elated and exhilarated? Suyu, on the contrary, appeared remarkably calm. In his perspective, the Warriors could not possibly concede so easily. In the fourth quarter, their offensive and defensive strategies would undoubtedly be more ferocious than in the third. The two commentators from a certain streaming platform also expressed their insights. Teacher Su remarked, "CU's performance in the first 3 quarters has been nothing short of astonishing. The Warriors were genuinely caught off guard by his prowess. However, the Warriors' strength extends far beyond this. In the fourth quarter, they are certain to launch a fierce counterattack. Indeed, as a 4-star team, their capabilities are undoubtedly formidable. I believe the fourth quarter will become even more thrilling. Let us anticipate the unfolding drama." Xiao Fan concurred. As the intermission concluded, the match resumed. In the final quarter, The Warriors players rallied themselves once more. They had experienced numerous comebacks in the fourth quarter before. Therefore, trailing by 20 points as they entered this segment was far from indicative of the game's conclusion. At the outset of the fourth quarter, both teams deployed their strongest lineups. The Cavaliers retained possession, with Suyu orchestrating the play while LeBron awaited at the baseline. Following a reminder from Coach Kerr, Green had resolved to impede Suyu's progress. Unless Suyu refrained from attempting a jump shot in his presence, Green was indeed prepared to take such action. Suyu's tempo remains remarkably brisk. It seems he is deliberately orchestrating the pace for the Warriors to follow. After swiftly crossing half-court, Suyu called for a screen from James. Following the pick, James drove straight into the paint. Suyu swiftly delivered the ball into his teammates' hands. Upon receiving the pass, LeBron James found himself confronted by the defensive support of Rooney. Seizing the moment, James executed a smooth fadeaway jumper, effortlessly scoring. The score continued to widen. Following a change of possession, Stephen Curry brought the ball past half-court. The familiar elevator door play unfolded once more. Curry seized the opportunity, launching a three-pointer that found its mark, signaling the return of his shooting touch. Observing Curry's success from beyond the arc, Coach Kerr exhaled with relief, recognizing that his rhythm had indeed returned, rendering anything possible. However, the Cavaliers remained unfazed by Curry's resurgence. Under Suyu's rapid leadership, they relentlessly pressed against the Warriors' defense. At times, Suyu and James executed pick-and-rolls together, while at other moments, it was James and Suyu collaborating. Regardless, as long as the strategy proved effective, they would employ it repeatedly. Should the Warriors adapt, the Cavaliers would simply pivot to an alternative offensive approach. Additionally, Suyu's fast-paced play had elevated the Warriors' offensive tempo. Thus, as the fourth quarter commenced, both teams displayed a remarkably brisk offensive rhythm. Although the Warriors players consistently converted two-pointers and three-pointers, the Cavaliers' offense remained equally unimpeded, flowing with remarkable fluidity. Particularly under Suyu's orchestration, even the other players found ample opportunities to score. As time dwindled, Coach Kerr's expression grew increasingly somber. Despite their improved shooting percentage, the point differential showed little sign of narrowing. The Warriors' defense struggled to contain the Cavaliers, resulting in a game characterized by smooth offensive exchanges and deteriorating defensive efforts. For the Cavaliers, the objective was simple: to maintain their offensive prowess while ensuring their defense merely held up. Conversely, the Warriors needed to excel in both offense and defense. Otherwise, the daunting 20-point deficit would prove insurmountable. With half of the fourth quarter elapsed, the gap between the two teams still stood at a substantial 16 points. The Warriors had spent the entirety of that half-quarter recovering a mere 4 points. Coach Kerr found this outcome unacceptable and promptly called for a timeout. Determined to take a calculated risk, it was time to employ a three-point strategy. Kerr's plan was straightforward: to continuously utilize pick-and-rolls to create three-point opportunities for Curry, Durant, and Thompson, the fastest means to close the gap. However, success hinged on their ability to consistently hit their shots. Tyronn Lue anticipated Kerr's tactical intentions and opted to adjust his defensive strategy. Upon encountering a pick, his defenders would switch quickly, prioritizing the defense of the three-point line and being willing to concede two-pointers if necessary. Lue's objective was clear: to stifle the Warriors' ability to score from beyond the arc. Even if they managed to sink two-pointers, as long as their three-point shots were curtailed, the situation would remain manageable. In this contest, the battle extended beyond the players. The fierce determination and strategic acumen of the head coaches were equally compelling. At this juncture, the score had shifted to 116-100. With merely 6 minutes remaining in the game, the Warriors regained possession. As expected, they altered their offensive strategy. Curry, aided by his teammates' screens, opted for an audacious long-range three-pointer, but unfortunately missed as Suyu swiftly switched onto him following Durant's pick. With defensive prowess, Suyu effectively thwarted Curry's attempt. Conversely, facing Durant's defense, Suyu displayed remarkable resolve, eschewing any elaborate maneuvers to make a rapid drive to the basket, finishing with aplomb. Suyu's ambition was to instill a sense of fear in Durant, creating a psychological shadow that would be pivotal for future encounters. Indeed, Durant, who had been effortlessly outmaneuvered by Suyu once again, was filled with frustration. He could not comprehend how his defensive prowess had deteriorated so drastically. In desperation, Green conferred with Durant and decided to switch defenders. The Warriors persisted with their three-point strategy, yet its efficacy was far from apparent, especially after Tyronn Lue's defensive arrangements. They found it increasingly difficult to secure easy shooting opportunities. Reluctantly, They resorted to seeking suitable mid-range shots, which they managed to convert on several occasions. But for a team like the Warriors, striving to close the gap, this was clearly insufficient. In the last 3 minutes, the Warriors failed to narrow the score to single digits, 125 to 113. The players exhibited signs of anxiety. For instance, after advancing the ball past half-court, Durant opted for a contested three-pointer. Faced with Su Yu's defense, his shots were challenging to make. Green began to question Durant's decision, leading to a heated exchange. Meanwhile, Su Yu capitalized on the Warriors' defensive lapses, effortlessly scoring even under Green's watchful eye, further exacerbating Green's irritation. As the seconds ticked away, a sinister thought crossed Green's mind. Thompson's subsequent missed three-pointer seemed to instill a sense of resignation within the entire Warriors team. Only 2 minutes remained in the match. With the ball in his possession, Su Yu maneuvered slowly under Green's defense. This time, he deliberately decelerated the pace of the offense. He sensed that the moment had arrived to unsettle Green's composure. The anxious expression on Green's face was unmistakable. It was the perfect opportunity. If Su Yu could score right in front of Green and deliver a taunt, it would undoubtedly lead to Green's psychological eruption, prompting irrational behavior. With a stroke of luck, it might even result in Green bearing a significant consequence. Su Yu commenced dribbling, while the Warriors refrained from employing a double-team strategy. Green remained intensely focused on the basketball in Su Yu's possession. As Su Yu prepared to shatter his composure, Green was equally poised to introduce Su Yu to his cunning tactics. Su Yu initiated his move, swiftly maneuvering past Green on his left with a bend and an acceleration. Green hastily pursued him, having already surmised Su Yu's forthcoming action. Should Su Yu dare to attempt to dunk or lay up right before him, he would extend his leg, allowing Su Yu to experience the essence of suffering. Soon, as Su Yu approached with the assistance of Rooney, he prepared to leap. Yet, at that moment, an unsettling sensation washed over him. Green was not closely shadowing him as expected. It appeared he had intentionally slowed his pace. This realization ignited a sense of caution within Su Yu. Something was amiss. Green undoubtedly harbored some ulterior motive. With this thought, Su Yu resolved to halt abruptly, foregoing the jump, and instead executed a feint. Rooney was the first to fall for the ruse, taking to the air. However, this was not the outcome Su Yu desired. He was waiting for Green. Yet, at that moment, Green remained firmly grounded, not leaping at all. Su Yu executed another shooting feint, yet Green remained grounded. With only 3 seconds left on the clock, a mere heartbeat remained for Su Yu. Hesitation was no longer an option. Su Yu had faintly surmised Green's intentions. Soon, he made his decision. He chose to leap once more. However, Su Yu's direction of ascent was towards the opposite side of the hoop. Upon witnessing Su Yu finally take off, Green let out a derisive chuckle within. He had long been prepared to intercept Su Yu. Yet, to Green's astonishment, Su Yu's takeoff direction was misaligned. Shouldn't he have opted to attack the basket directly? Why did he choose to leap toward the opposite side? Before Green could even register his astonishment, Su Yu had already appeared on the other side of the hoop. Then, with a subtle flick of his wrist, he grazed the backboard with the basketball. By the time Su Yu landed, he was already positioned on the other side. Green was unable to keep up in time, leaving him profoundly frustrated. After landing, Su Yu glanced back at Green and disdainfully remarked, "Hey, Dream, is this all you've got?" Su Yu's disdainful expression instantly provoked Green. Failing to inflict injury on Su Yu had already left him in a state of vexation, and now Su Yu audaciously taunted him. This only exacerbated Green's fury, which he had been striving to contain. He charged directly towards Su Yu, thrusting both hands towards his chest. This unexpected turn of events left everyone in shock, especially the players of the Warriors, who were utterly bewildered by the unfolding drama. It was simply a matter of Su Yu surpassing Green and completing a layup. Yet now Green had lashed out at him. In an instant, the Cavaliers players surged to Su Yu's side, while the crowd erupted in outrage, hurling vehement curses at Green. Viewers in Hua country were equally incensed, exclaiming, "This Green is truly despicable. How dare he attack our Su God? Beat him to a pulp. Stay calm. We must remain composed. Su God has fallen, and now Green faces suspension. Brothers, we must endure. Su God cannot act impulsively. If he retaliates, the situation will escalate." In truth, Su God appeared utterly unfazed, prompting them to exclaim, "Look, he is showing no reaction." Just as they were fervently debating Su Yu's next move, they were struck by another astonishing revelation. When Green forcefully pushed towards Su Yu, an astonishing scene unfolded. Instead of pushing Su Yu away, he experienced an immense recoil, staggering backwards several steps. But that was not the end. Upon witnessing Green retreat, Su Yu, with a puzzled expression, queried, "Hey, Draymond, Haven't you eaten? Is that all the strength you have? Are you even a man? It was a verbal dagger to the heart, especially since it appeared that Green had exerted all his strength, yet could not budge Suyu an inch. His intention had been to unleash his frustration on Suyu, making him feel a taste of fear. Now, the true fool was Green himself. At that moment, Green's face was etched with disbelief. He glanced at his own hands in astonishment, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. He genuinely questioned his life, as he had just felt as if he were pushing against a wall. Almost all of his effort had rebounded back into his hands, which was why he had stumbled backward. In an instant, all the fans from Hua country erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. Is that it? Sugat said. Is that all you've got? What is Green? He can't even move, Sugat. Is this a performance? Green's acting is off the charts. He is trying to convince the referee that Sugat made him fall. He is just trying to draw a foul. I have never encountered such brazen audacity. They have even invented new tricks in the art of deception. One must admit that Green's expressions and performance were quite commendable, albeit his physical gestures were slightly exaggerated. At this moment, the camera was focused on Suyu and Green, with both teams facing off against each other. 3 referees had positioned themselves between the 2 players. The expressions of Green and Suyu were markedly different. Green wore a look of utter shock, while Suyu donned a broad smile. The most helpless of all were the other players from the Warriors, who sensed that Green was once again causing trouble. When he attempted to shove Suyu, he was unexpectedly met with resistance. The Cavaliers players looked on with mocking expressions, convinced that Green was behaving irrationally. Almost everyone in the world believed that Green had intentionally stepped back. However, only Suyu understood that Green's expression was genuine, for he had anticipated Green's movements. With his ghost back integration at level 11, Suyu had tensed every muscle in his body. It was utterly impossible for Green to push him. This was, in fact, Suyu's ultimate goal. Green's aggressive push against Suyu was an unnecessary action in basketball, escalating to the level of a malicious foul. The referees instructed both teams to retreat as they needed to review the footage to ascertain who was at fault. Nonetheless, the fans were aware that this time, Green could not evade responsibility, for Suyu had made no provocative gestures whatsoever. At most, he had exchanged a few playful jabs, which is quite standard in basketball. If banter were prohibited, what would be the point of the game? Thus, the current situation was exceedingly unfavorable for the Warriors. On the bench, Green sat gloomily, muttering to himself, while the fans in Hua country felt his nickname Big Mouth Dog was quite fitting. Kerr's face was ashen. The game had already been going poorly for them, and now Green had chosen to provoke further. This could very well lead to a 1-game suspension. Although Green's offensive capabilities are average, his defensive and facilitative skills are commendable. Without him, the Warriors' strength would undoubtedly diminish significantly. With the situation having unfolded, Kerr understood that reprimanding was futile. With little time left in the 4th quarter, there was no opportunity to recover. Therefore, Kerr instructed Curry and Durant to unleash their full potential and shoot 3-pointers. The strategy was set. They now awaited the referee's decision on Green's impending punishment. After a thorough review of the video footage and subsequent confirmation with the replay center, the referee made a decisive ruling. It was ultimately determined that Green had provoked the situation, which constituted a level 2 flagrant foul. The referee, standing before the audience at the technical table, announced the penalty for Green's infraction. He was ejected from the game and faced an automatic 1-game suspension for the next match. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, as Green's absence was undoubtedly a tremendous boon for the Cavaliers. At this moment, Green, with a towel wrapped around his head, was escorted back to the locker room by security. Kerr sighed deeply, realizing that his worst fears had indeed come to pass. As the game continued, in the final 2 minutes, Curry and Durant launched a series of long-range 3-point attempts. While they managed to make a few, it held little significance for the Cavaliers, especially under Suyu's commanding presence, which allowed the Cavaliers to maintain control of the match. Ultimately, the contest concluded with Suyu and James delivering stellar performances, securing victory in the 3rd game of the finals. The final score settled at 130-122, with the Warriors unable to mount a comeback. The Cavaliers took a commanding lead of 2-1 in the series, with the next game still to be played on their home court. The audience erupted in exuberant applause, celebrating a resounding victory. Meanwhile, the Warriors players began to exit to the locker room. As Durant passed by Suyu, the latter uttered a simple remark that changed Durant's expression dramatically. It feels unpleasant to be easily bypassed, doesn't it? After delivering this statement, Suyu paid no heed to Durant's reaction and proceeded directly to the locker room. At that moment, Durant's demeanor was complex, his gaze shifting unpredictably. Suyu clearly perceived the turmoil within him, which is precisely why he uttered those words. Suyu's intentions are quite apparent. He aims to unsettle Durant's mindset. He wishes for Durant to remain ensnared in this inner turmoil for the ensuing 2 days. Even if Durant possesses a formidable mental fortitude, Suyu remains undeterred. He is willing to exert any influence, no matter how slight, to achieve his goal. This is a form of psychological warfare, not a base tactic. The evolution of a superstar necessitates enduring such psychological trials. In summary, the battleground of the finals extends beyond the court, with competitions unfolding in various realms. On the surface, Suyu appears to be a novice. However, he possesses a keen understanding of the psychological tactics inherent in these competitions. His experiences from 2 lifetimes have endowed him with insights that are rare among others. At this moment, Durant silently strides toward the locker room. He is acutely aware that Suyu is attempting to unsettle his mental state. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Suyu has succeeded in his endeavor. Durant is now eager to engage in the 4th game of the finals, feeling an insatiable urge to prove himself. He yearns to demonstrate that Suyu's words are erroneous, which has, in turn, ignited a sense of anxiety within him. Inside the locker room, the Warriors players are engulfed in despondency. Their loss in the finals is compounded by the fact that they have also lost a formidable defensive player. The entire defensive structure of the Warriors is built around Green, who serves as the bastion of their defense. Without him, their defensive capabilities are certain to diminish significantly. Although Coach Kerr maintains a calm exterior, his inner turmoil is far from tranquil. At this juncture, Green has come to realize the gravity of his mistake. Seizing the moment with the entire team present, he earnestly apologizes. "Hey, guys, I deeply regret my reckless behavior during the game. I should not have acted impulsively, and now I find myself facing a suspension, which saddens me greatly. Nevertheless, I will continue to believe in you all. Even without me, you can surely conquer the Cavaliers." Green's apology brings a measure of comfort to some of the Warriors players, yet it is ultimately futile. His significant error has been made, and the focus must now shift to how to perform well in the next game. However, Coach Kerr refrains from applying pressure at this moment. With a smile, he addresses the team. "Hey, guys, our strength is beyond question. We will triumph in the next match. Let's go." A simple statement, coupled with his solemn expression, instantly invigorated the players of the Warriors. One must admit that Kerr's inspirational style is well suited for a master of success. He could undoubtedly captivate a myriad of fans. Following the conclusion of the 3rd game of the finals, the name Suyu rapidly gained prominence across the vast expanse of the nation, particularly within the borders of China. Almost every media outlet scrambled to report on Suyu's performance, marking him as yet another Chinese player to make a name for himself in the NBA, following in the illustrious footsteps of Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian. In truth, Suyu's journey in basketball has not been without its challenges. After graduating from high school in China, he embarked on a quest to fulfill his dreams, encountering numerous obstacles along the way, experiences that could easily fill a tome. Ultimately, his dazzling performance in the finals is a testament to his relentless dedication, such as the narrative echoed by mainstream media in China. Clearly, when an individual achieves success, they are often lauded to the heavens. If Suyu were to come across these reports about himself, he would likely chuckle in disbelief, recognizing the irony of such fervent, inspirational rhetoric while knowing he remains humble. However, none of that matters now. Suyu has undeniably captured the attention of various commercial entities, particularly renowned sports brands such as Adidas and Nike. Following the post-game press conference, as Suyu was about to drive home, he was intercepted by a sharply dressed Caucasian gentleman. "Mr. Su, may I have a moment of your time?" Confronted by an obstruction in his path, Suyu's mood soured, especially after having just fielded questions from reporters. Eager to return home for extra practice, his mind was solely focused on training, which had proven immensely rewarding. The process itself was enough to captivate him. Thus, when faced with a stranger, Suyu's expression turned notably grave. "Let us discuss it here." At that moment, a throng of paparazzi was snapping photos nearby. The Caucasian, noticing Suyu's less than pleasant demeanor, maintained an air of arrogance, producing a business card from his pocket and handing it to Suyu. "After reviewing my card, you may decide whether to engage in further conversation." Suyu gazed at the arrogant demeanor before him, instantly incensed. It was as though he were the one demanding a business card. Unbeknownst to him, the individual standing in front of him was none other than the illustrious general manager of Nike, Mike. Soon enough, someone recognized this Caucasian as Mike. At that moment, Suyu reached out to accept the business card that Mike extended. However, in the next instant, His actions left the onlooking paparazzi and reporters utterly astonished. Suyu did not bother to examine the contents of the business card. Instead, he tore it in half right in front of Mike. With a calm demeanor, Suyu remarked, "In my view, you initially failed to show me respect, and now you insult me with a mere business card? What do you take me for?" At that moment, the onlooking paparazzi and journalists hastily raised their cameras, incessantly capturing the unfolding scene. Some had even begun recording the entire incident. Goodness. That was the general manager of Nike. How dare Suyu confront him in such a manner? Has he lost his mind? Does he believe that his recent performances have rendered him invincible? He is still too young to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Nike is not to be trifled with. And the influence of capital is formidable indeed. It is worth noting that even the likes of LeBron James and Kobe Bryant have signed lucrative shoe endorsement deals with Nike. Contracts that are worth a fortune. The atmosphere among the paparazzi and journalists was charged with astonishment as they debated the implications of Suyu's actions, perceiving him as having offended a powerful capital mogul. Simultaneously, Mike found it hard to believe his own eyes, convinced that Suyu must be out of his mind. Within the league, nearly every player aspired to secure a shoe endorsement deal with the company they represented. Securing such a deal would translate to a substantial influx of endorsement fees, often rivaling their salaries. In fact, some athletes earn endorsement fees that surpass their salaries by several multiples. Yet, here was Suyu, dismissively ignoring Mike's business card. At this moment, Mike truly believed the rumors of Suyu's mental instability. Previously, it had been said that Suyu's talents were akin to those of Jordan. Now, it seemed there was no doubt. Mike finally spoke. His expression one of disbelief as he gazed at Suyu. "It doesn't matter if you don't recognize me, but surely you have heard of Nike? I am the general manager of Nike." After uttering this declaration, Mike scrutinized Suyu's face, hoping to witness a flicker of regret or shock. Unfortunately for Mike, Suyu's response was disappointingly composed. And then, he replied, "What exactly do you wish to convey? I must return home now, so please do not obstruct my path." In that instant, both Mike and the surrounding paparazzi and journalists regarded Suyu with incredulity, their cameras continuously clicking and recording the astonishing exchange. Suyu paid no heed to the reactions of those around him, resolutely making his way to Mike, squeezing past him. At that moment, Mike was utterly bewildered. His initial thought was that Suyu was unaware of the name of the company, Nike. However, upon further reflection, how could that be possible? Surely, anyone who played in this league would have heard of their company. Not only the players in the league, but even a 3-year-old child would likely recognize the name Nike. As they watched Suyu's retreating figure, everyone found themselves engulfed in profound astonishment. Suyu has truly departed, devoid of any pretense of entrapment. Seated in the BMW 5 Series, Suyu's expression remains serene, reflecting upon Mike's disdainful visage from moments ago. Suyu was undoubtedly aware of Nike, and he certainly recognized them as a premier sponsor of athletic footwear for top-tier athletes. He was also cognizant of the substantial endorsement contracts they offered, which were among the most lucrative in the industry. Yet what of it? Did this mean he ought to grovel before them? Although Suyu embarked on his dream in the American basketball scene at the tender age of 17, the essence of his being remains deeply rooted in the philosophies of his homeland, China. Suyu possesses an unwavering sense of patriotism. Thus his foremost inclination is to support domestic products. Even if a sponsor from Huawei's sneaker industry were to approach him, he would willingly seek them out. Advocating for national goods lies well within Suyu's capabilities, and he undoubtedly feels a sense of duty to do so. However, at this juncture, Suyu is merely beginning to make his mark, with his paramount task being to excel in competitions and continuously enhance his own abilities. He believes that once his prowess reaches a certain level, wealth and fame will inevitably follow. Upon returning home, Suyu did not opt for immediate rest. Instead, he tirelessly engaged in training, despite the day's competition having been particularly strenuous. He senses that he has yet to reach his limits. Through his explorations, he has discerned the integration principles of the ghostly back system, which necessitate persistent breakthroughs and physical endurance during specialized training. Additionally, adequate nourishment and energy intake are essential to expedite the chances of successful integration. Thus, Suyu's objective for this additional training session is clear. He aims to attain his physical limits for the day. As evening fell, Suyu chose not to venture outdoors for a 10-kilometer jog. After all, this is the United States, where safety concerns abound at night. Instead, he decided to utilize the treadmill indoors for his slow run. Suyu has now completely transformed into a fervent training enthusiast. After running 10 kilometers, he proceeded to a 2-kilometer interval sprint, followed by shuttle runs. Once he completed this rigorous set of directional training, Suyu embarked on his final ball handling practice, which included three-point shots, two-point attempts, and various techniques under the basket. At this moment, Suyu began to exhibit signs of breathlessness, indicating that his physical endurance had reached its limit. After a final series of explosive dunks, he finally came to a halt. At this point, the sweat on Suyu's body was so profuse that it could be wrung out. The last phase of his regimen involved an ice bath. He prepared homemade ice blocks and placed them in the bathtub, creating a chilling mixture of ice and water. Ultimately, Suyu lowered himself into this frigid bath. Even for a robust man like him, the icy chill was piercing. Ding! The system detected that the host had completed the specialized training for the ghost back, resulting in an increase in the ghost back integration level to 13. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Suyu felt a surge of delight. It appeared that his additional training had indeed borne fruit. Immersed in the icy mixture, Suyu reveled in the sensation of complete relaxation. In a state of mental clarity, he meticulously reviewed every detail of his performance from the day as competition, preparing himself for the objectives of his forthcoming match. Before long, he recalled Mike, the general manager of NEC. He was acutely aware that his actions, once reported by the media, would undoubtedly stir significant controversy. In truth, this was precisely Suyu's intention. Only through such means could he capture greater attention and subsequently seize the opportunity to articulate his thoughts. Suyu is not the problematic player that fans often portray him to be. In truth, he is an astute individual who has carefully considered all consequences before taking action. Indeed, he anticipated the uproar that would ensue when news broke on social media about his dramatic tearing of the Nike general manager's business card during a specialized training session. His dismissive retort, "So what?" coupled with his disdainful expression, undeniably exuded arrogance. Consequently, this very expression quickly morphed into a popular meme. The internet operates in such a manner that, as a public figure, every action and word of his garners significant attention from netizens. Thus, Suyu's apparent disregard for the Nike brand sparked intense debate among online commentators. The dissenting voices were predominantly from Golden State Warriors fans, who scoffed, "This is laughable. He must be putting on an act," thinking it would attract more attention, when in reality, he is the fool. They expressed disbelief at his perceived lack of intellect, suggesting he fancied himself a superstar. "Come on, that was the general manager of Nike. You should recognize the significance," they argued. Did he really believe only the owner of Nike had the right to engage with him? He has surely offended the brand, and he will come to regret it. In contrast, the majority of Suyu supporters hailed from China, exclaiming, "Come on, Suyu's act of tearing the business card was genuinely impressive." Those detractors probably haven't witnessed the full context. Mike initially blocked his path, flaunting an air of superiority. How could Suyu allow that? They affirmed, "We stand by Suyu. What does Nike matter? Is our homegrown talent truly inferior to theirs?" They argued that his boldness showcased a principled character, asserting, "Should he adopt a subservient demeanor?" Detractors, open your eyes and see clearly. Our Suyu stands by his principles and is not one to bow for financial gain. Clearly, Suyu's actions have endeared him further to Chinese fans. As a player representing China on the American stage, he embodies the spirit of his nation, always mindful of his role as its representative. Suyu's actions have undeniably captivated a considerable number of new fans from Huahua, among whom is the prominent figure of the entertainment industry, Boss Yang. As a leading celebrity, Boss Yang is perpetually attuned to the most trending news. Naturally, she stumbled upon the sensational story of Suyu tearing apart Neck's business card. In that moment, Boss Yang was utterly mesmerized. One might exclaim, "Goodness, I truly find this Suyu incredibly handsome." Fortunately, at that instant, no one noticed the expression on Boss Yang's face. Had they done so, they would have been utterly astonished. For at that moment, Boss Yang was gazing dreamily at Suyu in the video. Consequently, in the time that followed, she began to fervently search for every piece of news and information related to Suyu. The journey to fame for Suyu was fraught with numerous challenges and setbacks. Boss Yang found herself completely engrossed in the world of Suyu. For the first time, she realized how captivating a boy could look while playing basketball. His face consistently bore a calm yet somewhat arrogant expression, further deepening her infatuation. It appeared that even celebrities could succumb to the whims of admiration, especially after witnessing Suyu's breathtaking performance in the finals, where he executed a game-winning steal against the Warriors. Boss Yang nearly leaped off her bed in excitement. Merely observing that exhilarating moment filled her with a rush of adrenaline. One can only imagine the overwhelming sensation had she been present at the scene. In truth, were it not for Suyu's striking looks, Boss Yang would not have been so enchanted. If one were to replace Suyu's visage with that of a certain gaming streamer, PDDD, she would likely lack even the slightest interest in casting a glance. Thus, it is undeniable that everyone harbors a penchant for beauty and irrefutable truth. How handsome is Suyu? Just look at the infatuated expression on Boss Yang's face to understand. The most crucial part is that he is not only exceptionally attractive but also remarkably skilled, surpassing even Kuzma in prowess. Who could possibly resist such charm? Boss Yang has even entertained the idea of traveling to America to witness the finals live, not for any other reason but to support the players from China. Or at least that's his thought process. Amidst the substantial controversy on social media, Suyu remains indifferent, unbeknownst to him. A fan club for the god Su has quietly formed in China, predominantly composed of girls who openly refer to him as hubby. Suyu, however, is entirely unaware of this. At this moment, he is enduring a torment of hunger, as it is already late at night. After the game, it was past 9, followed by an additional 3 hours of practice. In the midnight hours of Cleveland, are there any places still open for food? This is Suyu's primary concern. Ultimately, unable to withstand the relentless protest of his stomach, he resolves to drive out in search of sustenance, navigating the unremarkable BMW 5 Series through the midnight streets of Cleveland. Suyu embarks on his quest for culinary delights. With a hopeful inclination to tempt fate, Suyu arrived at his favored beef restaurant. To his exhilaration, it was still in operation. In that moment, Suyu felt like the happiest person alive. He parked his vehicle, turned off the engine, and promptly strode into the restaurant. Calling out to the waiter, "Hey, my good fellow, bring me 10 steaks, a plate of broccoli, and 5 chicken breasts." The staff at the beef restaurant swiftly recognized Suyu, their astonishment evident. However, as a celebrated figure in the city's sports scene, they warmly welcomed him. Although the dining area was not crowded, patrons recognized Suyu, leading to a flurry of social media posts showcasing videos of him indulging in a late-night meat feast. Fans approached him for autographs, and after signing, Suyu was asked why he was dining so late. While savoring his meal, he replied, "Well, after the game, I'm in the habit of extra practice. Of course, while I may not have experienced the early dawn of Los Angeles, I have relished a midnight steak in Cleveland. And it was truly magnificent." The words of Suyu have also been meticulously recorded by his fans. Did you continue to practice at home after finishing the competition? Suyu's response utterly shattered his fans' perceptions. They had just witnessed the third finals, where Suyu hardly took a moment's respite. On the court, he was relentlessly sprinting and executing fast breaks, displaying an almost merciless tenacity. Particularly in the third quarter, Suyu was nothing short of maniacal, exhausting the stamina of the Warriors players. It was no wonder that by the fourth quarter, the Warriors were grappling with a physical crisis. Now, Suyu reveals that after the match, he actually engaged in additional training. This seems almost unfathomable. So, your late-night venture for food is merely the consequence of hunger after training? The fans finally grasped the reason behind Suyu's substantial appetite. Suyu nodded slightly, resuming his engagement with the beef and broccoli before him. In his perspective, the culinary delights did not need to be particularly exquisite. They merely needed to provide him with sufficient nourishment, especially the beef, which would facilitate the rapid growth of his muscles. He firmly believed that after tonight, his strength would ascend to a new echelon. The mere thought of training again tomorrow filled Suyu with immense excitement, observing his voracious consumption. His fans could not help but swallow in anticipation. Suyu possesses an astonishing appetite. He finished such a hefty portion in less than half an hour. He could easily compete in an eating contest. After his meal, Suyu did not linger. He bid farewell to his fans and drove straight home. With his training complete, it was essential for him to rest well. At that moment, Suyu recalled the words of the old man who trained Rocky in the film, "Women will only make you weak." Suyu believed this statement to be exceedingly accurate. At present, he is devoid of desires and aspirations, his mind consumed solely by competition and training. He has even developed an obsession with the exhilarating sense of accomplishment that follows his training sessions. This, indeed, is what a man ought to pursue: strength, relentless strength, and the continuous quest for improvement. Should anyone witness the rapidity with which Suyu falls into slumber, they would undoubtedly be astounded beyond measure. In contemporary society, it is common for individuals to habitually scroll through their smartphones for over half an hour before retiring for the night. As for Suyu, when he speaks of slumber, it is indeed a mere act of surrendering to sleep, effortlessly drifting into unconsciousness within a mere 5 seconds. His behavior defies description, transcending the boundaries of sanity. He is truly formidable. In just 5 seconds, he falls into a deep slumber, only to awaken at 10 o'clock the following morning, remaining in a profound state of sleep throughout the night. During this time, every muscle in his body undergoes a gradual enhancement, and his strength correspondingly amplifies. It is evident that by casting aside distractions, one can genuinely elevate efficiency. On this particular day, the team had scheduled a training session. Thus, Siyu resolved to arrange his training for after the collective practice, utilizing the group session as a warm-up, which proved to be a wise choice. Upon arriving at the gym, he found that his teammates had yet to arrive. Siyu was among the first to arrive. Upon reaching the gymnasium, he commenced his stretching and warm-up exercises. During this time, his teammates gradually began to arrive one after another. Every teammate of Siyu possesses a luxury vehicle, with the least extravagant being a Ferrari. Moreover, the plethora of other brands, such as Porsche, is simply innumerable. They are certainly familiar with Siyu's vehicle, which can merely be regarded as a grocery getter. Siyu was engaged in shooting practice when LeBron James arrived at the gym. Spotting Siyu, he exclaimed, "Hey, Siyu, have you ever considered switching to a different car? I have plenty at home. Would you like to come and pick one out?" LeBron's enthusiasm left Siyu somewhat exasperated. It was evident that LeBron believed Siyu was reluctant to spend money on a luxury vehicle, prompting his comment, "Hey, LeBron, I don't care what car I drive. As long as it gets me where I need to go, that's all that matters," Siyu remarked with a smile. At present, he is indeed capable of affording such luxury vehicles. However, his intention is not to purchase them himself, but rather to receive them directly from the manufacturers. Once his prowess and reputation reach a certain level, these occurrences will transpire naturally. Observing Siyu's refusal, James chose not to press further. Then, recalling a particular matter, he inquired with a curious expression, "Hey, Siyu, you truly are quite audacious, even daring to show disfavor to the general manager of Nick?" In truth, James himself is contracted with Nick, yet this does not imply that he will advocate on their behalf. Numerous players have signed with Nick, merely attracted by the allure of the endorsement deal. In essence, it is simply a relationship between an employer and an employee, nothing more. Siyu shook his head and said, "I truly do not know him. If you were to witness the entire recording, you would comprehend the extent of his disdainful tone towards me at that moment." Siyu offered a brief explanation, to which James nodded in acknowledgement, yet chose to remain silent. Naturally, he had viewed the entire recorded footage, as any man accustomed to the vast expanse of the internet would. Whenever he could access Wi-Fi, James would stay informed about the latest trends on social media. However, he perceived Siyu's actions as somewhat extreme. Consequently, their conversation did not extend further. The other teammates showed a slight concern but did not delve into the matter either. The team-mesh training formally commenced with a 5v5 scrimmage, albeit at a moderate intensity. The starting players faced off against the substitutes. Siyu approaches his training with remarkable seriousness. His execution of tactics is exceptionally precise, continuously dazzling his teammates with an array of intricate collaborations. James increasingly finds playing alongside Siyu to be a true delight. Particularly noteworthy is Siyu's passing, which is invariably impeccable, providing James with immense comfort. Tyronn Lue, observing from the sidelines, has also taken note of Siyu's transformation. It seems as though, overnight, Siyu's prowess has significantly advanced. This revelation leaves Tyronn Lue utterly astonished. After the training session concluded, Kevin Love approached. "Hey, Siyu, did you really practice extra last night? And then go out for a bite to eat?" Siyu's curiosity about LeFou seemed tinged with helplessness, prompting him to nod in response. It was no wonder LeFou was astonished. Siyu's physical capabilities were nothing short of extraordinary. Who could fathom that he would wish to engage in additional training? However, the next words out of Siyu's mouth left LeFou utterly speechless. "I want to stay and train right now. Would you like to join me?" LeFou vehemently shook his head, as this was a rare moment of respite. Who would choose to train further? Unbeknownst to him, Siyu's remarks about post-match training sparked another wave of fervent discussion among netizens, igniting endless debates surrounding his statements. Yet, for Siyu himself, he remained blissfully unaware of the commotion he had caused. Simultaneously, a decision made by manager Yang left her assistant utterly flabbergasted. "You intend to go to the United States to watch the NBA Finals?" Manager Yang's assistant felt as though she had lost her mind. With a serene expression, Manager Yang replied, "Indeed, we have a Chinese player on the Cavaliers, and I wish to show my support." The assistant, Lilu, was responsible for overseeing Manager Yang's daily needs, almost like a second mother. Hearing Manager Yang express her desire to travel to the U.S., Lilu was reluctant to comply, knowing that Manager Yang's schedule was already packed. "When did you suddenly develop an interest in basketball?" Lilu exclaimed, exasperated. "Just recently. Siyu plays exceptionally well, and I long to witness him in action live." Manager Yang gushed, her infatuation evident, leaving Lilu utterly speechless. Despite the plethora of young stars in the entertainment industry, she had never shown such enthusiasm for anyone before. Now, merely after watching highlights of his games, Manager Young was eager to attend in person. This was simply unacceptable to Lulu. Nevertheless, Manager Young was resolute, pleading, "I haven't had much rest this year. Could you please arrange a few days off for me?" Her stunning visage, coupled with her charming demeanor, ultimately compelled Lulu to relent. In truth, Lulu genuinely felt for Manager Young. Although she appeared to be a leading figure in the entertainment realm, her workload and schedule were invariably overwhelming. "Are you going alone?" Lulu inquired uncertainly. "Yes, I will go incognito so as not to attract attention," Manager Young declared with a sense of pride. Clearly, Lulu's inquiry indicated her willingness to acquiesce. "No, I absolutely cannot allow you to go alone. How about I accompany you?" In a moment of resignation, Lele had no choice but to accompany Boss Yang. Upon learning that his assistant would be joining him, Boss Yang expressed some reluctance. However, there was little alternative. Without her presence, he would find it impossible to step outside. Thus, Boss Yang and Lele discreetly boarded a flight bound for Cleveland, America. Prior to their departure, Boss Yang had expended a considerable sum to procure tickets from a scalper. While not in the front row, their seats were nonetheless quite advantageous. This was sufficient, for being too close might attract unwanted attention. Meanwhile, Suyu remained blissfully unaware of the developments unfolding elsewhere. At that moment, he had just completed his post-match training and was indulging in a hearty meal at the team's dining facility. It was only then that Suyu found a moment to glance at his phone. In truth, he merely wished to check for any messages. Upon accessing his social media account, he was inundated with a deluge of news articles and videos featuring himself. Numerous netizens had also left comments beneath his posts. The sight of 99 unread messages gave Suyu a headache. If he were to take the time to read each one, he would undoubtedly squander a considerable amount of time. It seems that being a celebrity is indeed no easy feat. Suyu had no intention of perusing the comments. It was evident that they either disparaged or lauded him. Prior to his arrival in this realm, he had been an internet troll, frequently launching verbal assaults online. Yet in reality, he was rather meek. Thus, Suyu maintained a commendable mindset, feeling little inclination to engage with the comments. As long as he refrained from reading them, his resolve would remain unshaken. Speaking of the fragility of one's resolve, one cannot overlook Durant. In the days following the match, Durant remained fixated on the news surrounding Suyu. Upon witnessing Suyu's disdain for General Manager Nick, he found it utterly absurd, perceiving it as mere theatrics. Shortly thereafter, Suyu made statements regarding post-match training, which only reinforced Durant's belief that Suyu was intentionally seeking attention. Consequently, Durant anticipated that Suyu would eventually voice his thoughts. However, the reality was that Suyu remained conspicuously silent, leaving Durant astonished. He had prepared himself to respond vigorously to Suyu's comments, yet was met with an unexpected quietude that he found difficult to accept. At that moment, his mindset began to shift. Over the past couple of days, Durant struggled to find restful sleep, eager to prove his prowess, and thus he eagerly awaited the arrival of the fourth game. In stark contrast to Durant's idleness, Suyu's days were filled with purpose. The day before the match, after intensifying the difficulty of his specialized training, the integration level of his ghostly back finally reached 15. Congratulations to the host on achieving a ghostly back integration level of 15. A basketball skill package has been awarded to the host. At the moment he received this reward, Suyu felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. He opened the skill package. Suyu was eager to discover the contents of this skill package. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Stockton passing skill package. Hiss. Suyu inhaled sharply. Could it truly be Stockton's skill set? This was the legendary assist king, in his prime. The pick-and-roll partnership he forged with Malone instilled fear across the league. Although they ultimately failed to secure an NBA championship, Stockton's passing prowess remains unparalleled in history. Such a skill set exhilarated Suyu. As a guard himself, he often found LeBron dominating the ball, yet when LeBron was absent, Suyu adeptly took on the role of playmaker. In the first 3 matches, he had already showcased his exceptional organizational skills. Now, having acquired Stockton's passing abilities, it felt like the icing on the cake. Moreover, after integrating the ghostly back 15, Suyu sensed a marked enhancement in his perception. Consequently, his reaction time had significantly accelerated. To illustrate, he now perceived flies as if they were moving at a sluggish pace. With a mere thought, he could effortlessly swat them down. Those who have attempted to swat a fly know that it requires a certain level of reaction speed. Thus, Suyu's perception and reflexes had undoubtedly improved further. On the basketball court, intercepting the opponent's passes would be akin to child's play. Contemplating this, Suyu felt a wave of sympathy for the Warriors, for the upcoming fourth game promised to unleash his full potential. This match would undoubtedly leave the Warriors once again astonished by his prowess. The much-anticipated fourth game of the finals finally arrived, drawing the gaze of basketball aficionados worldwide to the Cavaliers' home court. Every fan yearned for a spectacular showdown. Meanwhile, Boss Young and Lele had settled into their seats in the arena. "Look, it's Suyu," Lele exclaimed, spotting him engaged in shooting drills. As soon as Boss Young took a seat, he fixed his attention on Suyu. Lele, feeling a bit anxious, glanced around and whispered to Boss Yang, "My dear aunt, please keep it low-key. If we get discovered, it could end badly." Lele was indeed correct. Boss Young is a prominent figure in the entertainment industry of Huagua. Although they are currently adorned with hats and masks, rendering all but their eyes nearly unrecognizable, Lele has deliberately dressed her in loose-fitting attire to obscure Boss Yang's curvaceous figure. Thus, unless they choose to openly acknowledge their identities, it is virtually impossible for anyone to discern who they are. Despite this, Lele remains vigilant, sensing an abundance of watchful eyes upon them. At this moment, Boss Young is filled with exhilaration and excitement. The sensation of witnessing an NBA game live is astonishingly thrilling. The atmosphere is electrifying, causing one's adrenaline to surge. On the court, the players from both teams are engaged in their warm-up routines. Suyu, adorned with headphones, immersed himself in the solitary pursuit of basketball practice, undistracted and focused. Suyu sensed that he was in excellent form today, particularly with his shooting, as he consistently made baskets during the warm-up session. Although the match had yet to officially commence, the venue was nearly at full capacity. The atmosphere began to crescendo, fueled by the enthusiasm of the home commentator. The live commentary featured Sue and Whale, with the familiar presence of Nana as the host. As the game had not yet started, Nana was the first to pose a question. "Whale, what are your thoughts on today's match?" Whale gazed intently at Nana and, with a serious expression, replied, "How shall I put it? This match presents a significant opportunity for the Cavaliers. However, the Warriors are unlikely to concede easily. On the contrary, they will surely fight for every point, as their current situation is rather precarious. Especially with Green's suspension, the Warriors' defense will undoubtedly suffer. Therefore, from a lineup perspective, the Cavaliers have a greater chance of victory." Indeed, Whale's analysis was impressive and articulate. Nana then shifted her attention to Sue. "Do you agree with Whale's analysis, Sue?" Teacher Sue, with a beaming smile, remarked, "The analysis provided by Teacher Whale is profoundly insightful. He is absolutely correct. Today, the Warriors will find themselves in a position of disadvantage. Nevertheless, we must also have faith in the prowess of the Warriors. In any case, this match promises to be exceedingly thrilling. Thank you to both teachers for your commentary. The game is about to commence, so let us transition to the live footage." Meanwhile, the audience in Huagua, seated before their televisions, could hardly contain their anticipation. For them, this match is of utmost significance. Indeed, they are even more anxious than Suyu himself, particularly given the recent stir caused by Suyu's words and actions on social media. Should Suyu manage to respond to the controversies surrounding him with a commanding performance in this match, it would undoubtedly serve as the most potent rebuttal. Interestingly, the American TNT network has enlisted the comedic talents of Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley as commentators. The mere presence of this duo is enough to captivate the attention of basketball enthusiasts. Some netizens humorously remarked that their combination resembles a comedic dialogue. Watching the game while enjoying their banter is precisely what fans relish. Beep. The referee has signaled the commencement of the match. The fourth game of the 2018 NBA Finals is officially underway at the Cavaliers' home court. The Golden State Warriors starting lineup includes Curry, Thompson, Durant, Iguodala, and Livingston. The Cleveland Cavaliers starting lineup features James, Suyu, Hill, Love, and Thompson. Upon seeing the Warriors starting lineup, it became evident that their strategy was to implement a small ball tactic. They even opted to forego Looney, positioning Durant as the center. This approach enhances the team's offensive agility, yet it undeniably exposes a vulnerability in their interior defense. For the Cavaliers, this presents an excellent opportunity. The jump ball between Thompson and Durant commenced, with Thompson effortlessly securing the win. The Cavaliers gained the first possession of the game. It has begun. Have you spotted Suyu? Isn't he impressive? At this moment, Young, the owner, is exuberantly nudging Lele. Lele rolls her eyes repeatedly, clearly uninterested in engaging with Young. It is rather amusing to see a top-tier celebrity in the Chinese entertainment industry display such infatuation. If her idol were to witness this, one can only imagine the heartache it would cause. Returning to the court, James has now dribbled the ball past half-court. As he slowly maneuvers at the top of the arc, he awaits his teammates' movements. With Love setting a screen, James drives inward. At this moment, Suyu lay in ambush at the right corner, closely monitored by Iguodala. Her instructions to Iguodala were exceedingly clear, to closely shadow Suyu. It is evident now that Iguodala is indeed fixated on Suyu. Suyu is certainly aware of Iguodala's defensive prowess, having even outshone Curry to secure the Finals MVP in 2015. However, the current Iguodala has seen a decline in his form, and he is now defending against himself. Suyu did not mind allowing him to experience the despair that Durant had previously felt. As expected, James executed a drive and a pass. But the recipient was not Suyu, it was Hill. Upon receiving the ball, Hill promptly passed it to TT, who was positioning himself in the paint. Clearly, they had decided to commence their first offensive play from inside. At that moment, Durant was defending against TT, but as a center, Durant lacked the necessary weight. Thus, TT effortlessly maneuvered into the paint. Once he reached the 3-second area, TT swiftly turned and executed a hook shot, scoring with ease. 2-0. The Cavaliers claimed the first blood. Courtesy of TT, Durant, visibly frustrated, clapped his hands in annoyance, clearly dissatisfied with his defensive effort. In the stands, Lele scoffed. Is that number 5 Suyu? He hasn't even touched the ball. Surely, he is just a decorative player. Hearing Lele's skepticism, Boss Yang became infuriated. If you don't understand, don't speak out of turn. This is strategy. In truth, Boss Yang was not well versed in tactics either. She merely believed that Suyu was intentionally avoiding the ball. She was confident he would soon prove himself. Lele, dismissing Boss Yang's stubbornness, rolled her eyes, completely unconvinced by her words. In Lele's perspective, Suyu was nothing remarkable. Aside from his good looks, he lacked any distinctive qualities. Meanwhile, the Warriors were orchestrated by Curry, their strategy straightforward, to showcase their signature style. With constant off-ball screens, Thompson quickly found an open shot. Defending Thompson was Hill, whose slender frame was effectively blocked by Iguodala's off-ball screen, making it exceedingly difficult for him to navigate around it. After receiving the ball, Thompson took a shot from beyond the arc. His touch was impeccable. The ball swished through the net. 2-3. It seemed the Warriors were on the offensive today, remarked Whale with a hint of admiration. What else are Suyu doing? He is just standing there. Lele couldn't help but continue her critique. If you kept quiet, no one would think you were mute. Boss Yang retorted sharply. She was deeply irritated by Lele's sarcastic remarks, firmly believing that Suyu had his own intentions. It was merely the beginning. Meanwhile, James remained unhurried, calmly dribbling the ball across half-court. This time, the strategy shifted. Suyu advanced to set a screen for James. Iguodala promptly followed suit, intent on maintaining his defensive stance without switching. His singular mission was to thwart Suyu. Despite Iguodala's firm resolve to avoid a switch, Suyu's screen proved formidable. James maneuvered around the human barricade formed by Suyu, charging in from the right side. With Iguodala steadfast in his position, James found himself on a post. At this moment, Durant beneath the basket had no choice but to provide assistance on defense. Although Suyu was entangled by Iguodala, he adeptly accelerated, freeing himself from Iguodala's grasp. Suyu began to cut towards the paint, leaving Andre Iguodala astonished. At the moment Suyu evaded him, Iguodala felt the overwhelming power emanating from Suyu. Consequently, he found himself at a disadvantage, compelled to follow Suyu passively into the lane. LeBron James sensed Suyu's approach and, unexpectedly, dribbled towards the right baseline. This decision not only puzzled Durant, but also left Iguodala, who was tasked with guarding Suyu, perplexed. In truth, James could have challenged Durant. A shot that might not guarantee success but could at least draw a foul. Yet, Suyu appeared oblivious to James's intentions and continued his advance into the paint. In the brief moment of distraction, Iguodala found himself a step behind Suyu. Simultaneously, James executed a no-look pass, sending the ball soaring towards the basket. The Warriors' defenders were caught off guard by James's audacity. Durant instantly realized that James intended to execute an alley-oop with Suyu. Iguodala recognized this as well, but he was already trailing one position behind Suyu. The basketball traced an arc through the air, and the audience witnessed Suyu leap from the colored area. My goodness, this offensive play was the epitome of imagination. Only James and Suyu could orchestrate such a collaboration. James truly dared to pass, and the ball was lofted extraordinarily high. However, there was no cause for concern. Suyu seemed capable of receiving it, though executing a dunk directly might prove challenging. The fans in attendance buzzed with speculation, doubting Suyu's ability to complete the dunk. Yet, in the next moment, every eye was wide with astonishment. Even Lele and Boss Yang, despite their masks, had mouths agape in an O shape. This was because, after leaping, Suyu formed a reverse arc in midair, as James's pass had been slightly overthrown. Suyu could only resort to this method to securely catch the basketball. To his astonishment, he succeeded. The commentator from TNT, Shaquille O'Neal, could hardly believe his eyes, and even Charles Barkley wore a look of sheer amazement. The difficulty of that shot was immense. Yet Suyu managed to retrieve it midair, skillfully securing it with both hands. In the next moment, he folded in midair and forcefully slammed the ball into the hoop. 4-3. Everyone was left in awe by that dunk. The fans in attendance were momentarily speechless, forgetting to cheer. At that moment, Suyu appeared as if a celestial being had descended, surveying the world from above. Beneath the basket, Durant gazed up at the soaring Suyu, his emotions a whirlwind of complexity. To catch such a pass was simply extraordinary. Iguodala, trailing behind Suyu, was utterly bewildered. He could hardly trust his own eyes. How could Suyu's physical prowess seem even more remarkable than that of LeBron James? Finally, the crowd regained their senses. In an instant, the Cavaliers' home arena erupted with thunderous applause, overwhelming the atmosphere. Boss Yang and Lele were taken aback by the sheer intensity of the cheers. This was the exhilarating sensation of watching a game live. Boss Yang, filled with excitement like the other fans, leapt from his seat, wildly waving his shirt in the air. Suyu's formidable performance left Boss Yang utterly exhilarated. Behold, this is our basketball player from Huagua, Suyu, whom we affectionately refer to as God Su. At that moment, it was evident that Boss Yang had transformed into a fervent admirer of Suyu. The Huagua basketball fans watching the live broadcast erupted in excitement. The comments section of a certain streaming platform was inundated with messages. Godsu is incredible. Godsu has taken flight. Everyone, come witness the divine. Surely, Godsu can soar. Nana, a devoted fan of LeBron James, was so astounded by Suyu's display that she was rendered speechless. Both Whale and Teacher Su found themselves shaking their heads in disbelief, at a loss for words to adequately describe Suyu's breathtaking dunk. This dunk evoked memories of a certain All-Star game when the big ticket, Kevin Garnett, delivered an alley-oop to Kobe Bryant, whose movements were strikingly reminiscent of Suyu's. Teacher Su, with a look of astonishment, finally spoke. The Whale nodded repeatedly and then exclaimed in disbelief, "This shot is truly extraordinary." The spectators in the stands were in a frenzied state, their voices rising in fervent cheers. The cameraman directed the lens towards Suyu at that moment. On Suyu's face, there was no hint of excitement. He merely smiled faintly before turning to return to defense. It seemed that everything that had just transpired was nothing more than an ordinary occurrence for him. However, the players of the Knights were far from composed. They rushed forward, shoving Suyu in a display of congratulations. Yet, Lele, who had never watched a basketball game, expressed her discontent, exclaiming, "What are they doing? Didn't Suyu just score? Why are his teammates still pushing and hitting him?" Boss Yang, at a loss for words, pondered how Lele could not grasp the situation. It was one thing for Lele to lack understanding of the game, but could she not perceive that this was a celebration for Suyu? Noticing Yang's silence, Lele pressed on, "Why aren't you saying anything?" Although Boss Yang wasn't particularly versed in basketball, she could at least discern that the teammates were offering encouragement to Suyu. "If you don't speak, no one will think you are mute. Besides, they are not attacking Suyu. They are celebrating." Boss Yang replied, somewhat irked. Yet, Lele remained skeptical. Muttering to herself, "If it's a celebration, why push him? They all look quite fierce." Boss Yang was left utterly speechless by Lele's remarks. Her attention was now entirely focused on Suyu. After the teammates' exuberant celebration, they returned to the intensity of defense. The match had barely progressed a minute, and both sides displayed formidable offensive prowess. Curry held the ball at the arc, with Thompson stepping forward to set a screen. Curry dribbled to the left, while Suyu found himself defending against Durant, who suddenly sprang into action on the right, charging along the baseline. As Suyu observed Durant's acceleration, he instantly recognized it as a quintessential cut-and-pass maneuver characteristic of the Warriors. Ultimately, the finisher would be Durant. Curry was certain to pass the ball to the descending Thompson, who, upon drawing the Cavaliers' interior defenders, would create an open opportunity for Durant on that side. In such a scenario, Durant would effortlessly execute a dunk. Unfortunately for them, they were oblivious to the fact that Suyu had already seen through their intentions. Indeed, the Warriors' player movements were completely discerned by Suyu. Curry had already passed the ball to the descending Thompson, and both Love and Thompson were closing in for defensive support. Meanwhile, Durant on the right side believed he had evaded Suyu's defense, positioning himself near the 3-second area. He was even prepared to receive the ball for a dunk. Without a moment's hesitation, Thompson sent the ball soaring to the right. This was a play they frequently executed, boasting a high success rate. However, in the next instant, Durant was struck by a wave of panic as he realized the basketball had not arrived in his hands. It had been intercepted by Suyu. The reason Durant thought he had eluded Suyu's grasp was due to the deliberate illusion created by Suyu himself. At the moment Durant was poised to receive the pass, Suyu appeared along Thompson's passing lane, seamlessly executing the steal. All the Warriors players were left in shock, utterly unprepared for Suyu's audacity to intercept their pass. Yet, Suyu provided them with no opportunity to react. In that moment, he was already dribbling furiously toward the front court. How could he achieve such a feat? Had he anticipated the Warriors' strategy in advance? It was truly terrifying. Such remarkable reaction speed and predictability. The Warriors were in for trouble. It seemed Suyu had undergone a complete transformation, resembling a beast. Fixating his gaze intently on the Warriors. This was the assessment from neutral fans regarding Suyu. In this globally watched championship final, both teams had their supporters alongside neutral spectators. What they sought was the thrill of the game and the dynamic matchups between players. Yet, even as neutral observers, they were astounded by Suyu's performance. Back on the court, Suyu had now dribbled near the top of the arc. When it came to fast break offenses, none could rival LeBron James in speed. Standing outside the three-point line, upon witnessing Suyu's successful steal, he began his sprint forward. Thus, when Suyu reached the arc's apex, James had already positioned himself ahead of him. Without uttering a word, Suyu flicked his wrist, sending the basketball soaring into the air. The pass was somewhat high, a bit rushed, and exceedingly swift. In fact, Suyu possesses remarkable control over his strength. Therefore, this pass was purely an act of retribution. As the previous pass from LeBron was utterly absurd, one that no one else could have possibly received. Fortuitously, it was Suyu who, in a moment of desperation, had no choice but to reveal his prowess, catching the ball and executing a powerful dunk. This time, Suyu tested the 34-year-old veteran in the same manner. LeBron leapt only after Suyu had released the ball. Observing the velocity of the basketball's flight, LeBron dared not exhibit any hesitation. After a series of swift adjustments, he launched himself into the air with utmost effort. At that moment, the ball seemed poised to veer out of bounds, yet LeBron extended his right hand, fully stretching in midair, and ultimately cradled the basketball with one hand. Then, stabilizing his form in the air, time appeared to stand still. Finally, with a single-handed force, he emphatically slammed the ball into the hoop. The resounding thud echoed as LeBron successfully completed this challenging alley-oop. The fans at the Cavaliers' home court erupted into an immense cheer. It was simply spectacular. The Cavaliers executed 2 consecutive explosive plays in this manner, first with LeBron passing to Suyu, and now with Suyu passing to LeBron, both showcasing extraordinary skill. Suyu must entirely contort his body into a bow shape to successfully secure the catch. Meanwhile, James needs to retrieve the ball mid-air to accomplish the dunk. After landing, James let out a hearty sigh of relief. "Hey, LeBron, splendid job. Age has not diminished your prowess." Suyu gave James a thumbs up, chuckling as he spoke. At that moment, James wore an expression of helplessness. How could he not perceive that the pass was intentionally directed at him? Fortunately, he managed to catch it, or else it would have been quite embarrassing. It seems one must yield to age. If he were 10 years younger, he would have easily intercepted that ball even if it were faster. James murmured softly. What a spectacular display. Such collaboration is truly captivating. One might mistake this for an all-star game. Barkley shook his head, his voice tinged with nostalgia. Indeed. It feels as though Suyu has completely liberated himself. He plays with an air of relaxation, as if unburdened by constraints. O'Neal remarked gravely, having witnessed many young players. Yet he had never encountered one as mature as this. At that moment, Boss Young was in the stands, fervently waving her T-shirt alongside other fans. So impressive, Lele. Did you see that? Suyu's steal, his assist, absolutely remarkable. She exclaimed excitedly to Lele. Lele, too, wore an expression of astonishment. If at the outset she had looked down on Suyu, now she was filled with admiration. Even she, who had never watched basketball before, found herself genuinely impressed by Suyu's performance. Indeed, besides his good looks, he seems quite adept at the game. 6-3. The Cavaliers executed 2 consecutive alley-oops, inciting fury in Coach Kerr. This indicated that the Warriors' defense was utterly lacking. Kerr called for a timeout, and merely a minute and a half had passed in the game. In a certain live broadcast room, Professor Su expressed his shock. The Cavaliers' explosive start has directly halted the Warriors. Those dunks were simply extraordinary. Indeed. One must acknowledge that Su has truly made a name for himself. He possesses some talent. The whale remarked with a complex tone. Clearly, prior to this, the whale's assessment of Su was not particularly high. At this moment, the camera suddenly shifted to the audience, focusing on a bald man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. The viewers at home erupted in excitement. That bald figure resembles Xiaohua. Let us take a closer look. My goodness, it's actually the league president, Xiaohua. Did you all see? Even the president can only occupy a luxury box at the summit. It appears this game has indeed captured widespread attention, even drawing in the president. Captured by the lens, the ever-composed Xiaohua waved at the camera, donning his signature professional smile. Yet, one cannot help but wonder if he was inwardly cursing. On the Warriors bench, Coach Kerr was devising strategies. The initial 3 defensive plays left them in a precarious position. Not only did they fail to secure a single successful defense, but they also allowed the Cavaliers to execute splendid plays. This severely impacted the morale of the Warriors. Hey, guys, you must maintain your focus, especially under these circumstances. We cannot afford any slackening. If we lose this game, we will find ourselves in a dire predicament. Hey, Kevin, bring forth your spirit. Trust in our capabilities. We will surely seize this game. Kerr's words reinvigorated the Warriors players. At the outset, they had indeed been taken aback by the synergy between Su and James. However, after Kerr's motivational interlude, their confidence was restored. Kerr continued, the recent alley-oop connection between LeBron and Su is something you can achieve as well. Remember, they are human, not divine. As long as you remain focused, you will undoubtedly uncover their flaws. To be fair, Kerr's remarks held merit. Even Su, if lacking concentration, could falter. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. The Cavaliers players returned to the court first, and Tyronn Lue did not even bother with a strategy. For the on-court performances of Su and James were already free-flowing. It's begun! It's begun! Exclaimed Boss Yang, reveling in the absence of pauses. Believing the game should unfold uninterrupted for an exhilarating experience. The score stood at 6-3. The Warriors were on the offensive. Encouraged by Kerr, the Warriors regained their confidence. Just as Kerr had suggested, they too could execute such alley-oop plays. Curry dribbled past half-court and swiftly passed the ball to Durant. Clearly, the Warriors had altered their tactical approach. It was now Durant's turn to orchestrate the play. Su defended against Durant, while Iguodala took on James. As Durant faced Su, his expression abruptly shifted to one of seriousness. Undoubtedly one of the premier small forwards in the league today, Durant's prowess is beyond question. Even in the previous 3 matches, he had struggled to gain the upper hand against Su. However, this should not detract from Durant's undeniable talent. After receiving the ball, Durant did not hastily dribble. Instead, he assumed a triple threat position, with Su vigilantly focusing on the basketball in his hands. Despite a shift in Durant's mindset, his technical skills remained formidable. Should Su slacken his defensive efforts, he would undoubtedly find himself overwhelmed by Durant's offensive capabilities. At that moment, Iguodala successfully evaded James's defense and approached Durant. The two executed a pick-and-roll maneuver. Utilizing Iguodala's screen, Durant began his dribble. Iguodala's blocking technique was notably cleaner than Green's. Yet, it was precisely due to the cleanliness of Iguodala's screen that Su swiftly maneuvered past him and reappeared before Durant. Nonetheless, Su was momentarily delayed. Meanwhile, Iguodala made a decisive cut towards the paint. After Su lagged a step behind, Durant initially had the opportunity to take a mid-range shot. However, he opted to pass the ball to Iguodala, who was cutting toward the basket. Upon receiving the pass, Iguodala immediately attracted the attention of both Love and Thompson, who converged on him. Upon observing the situation, Su immediately recognized the signature play of the Warriors. The next move would undoubtedly involve a pass to the cutting Thompson or the perimeter shooter Curry. Unfortunately, despite Su's keen insight into their tactical maneuver, he found himself unable to provide timely defensive support. As anticipated, in the next moment, Iguodala delivered the ball to the cutting Thompson, who executed a powerful two-handed dunk. The score stood at 6-5, signaling a resurgence in the Warriors' offense. The entire bench of the Warriors rose to their feet, cheering and applauding their teammates on the court, clearly witnessing a boost in morale. Coach Kerr nodded vigorously from the sidelines, repeatedly exclaiming, "Right? That's it." It was evident that he was thoroughly pleased with this execution by the Warriors. The cacophony from the home crowd of Cavaliers fans seemed to diminish slightly, as the Warriors undeniably showcased their prowess. Suyu lamented the inadequacy of his teammates, questioning how they could fail to execute defense so basic. The crude remarks from Boss Yang shocked Lele, who was taken aback by his audacity. My goodness, could you tone it down a bit? There's no need to be so brazen, she retorted. In response, Boss Yang feigned ignorance. What is there to fear? Did you not hear the trash talk from the other spectators? Now that is what I call trash talk. Lele found herself at a loss for words, acknowledging the truth in his statement. Indeed, the audience's behavior was far from civilized, with Lele even catching phrases commonly heard in the more vulgar American vernacular. It appeared that one must indeed study the art of trash talk to fully appreciate the game. Back on the court, with Suyu now in control of the ball, he exchanged a few words with James and Love upon receiving the pass. Soon enough, the trio dispersed. James positioned himself at the left side, near the three-point line at a 45-degree angle, while Love settled into the right corner. Before Suyu stands his defender, Durant, an old acquaintance. Suyu steadied himself at the arc, skillfully controlling the ball while his gaze fixated on the timer. As the countdown displayed a mere 8 seconds remaining, Suyu made his move, and at that very moment, James also sprang into action, stepping forward to set a screen for Suyu. Suyu moved to the left, and then, after a screen from James, he swiftly cut towards the paint. Yet again, the same maneuver. The Warriors players quickly discerned that it was a pick-and-roll between Suyu and James. Consequently, aside from Durant who continued to shadow Suyu, the rest of the Warriors players began to collapse defensively. Despite this, Suyu managed to deliver the ball into James's hands. However, upon receiving the pass, James found himself ensnared by 3 defenders. Just when the Warriors players believed their defense had succeeded, Kevin Love quietly made his way along the baseline. Slipping into an open position, James deftly tossed the ball towards the right side. This tactic seemed remarkably familiar. Wasn't it the very strategy the Warriors had just employed? Thus, it could be termed as learning and applying on the fly. At this moment, Love was entirely unguarded. Moreover, James's pass was perfectly catchable. Love leaped high and gently deposited the ball into the hoop. 5-8. Although Love did not execute a thunderous dunk, his delicate alley was uniquely captivating. Not only did the audience take notice, but the Warriors' head coach on the sidelines also recognized this synergy from the Cavaliers. Kerr cursed under his breath, damn. The Cavaliers' home crowd erupted into a tremendous cheer, celebrating a remarkably exquisite 3-man collaboration. Particularly the final finish, Love's rebound was visually striking. At this moment, Coach Su remarked with admiration, Suyu truly is a tactical genius, flawlessly replicating the Warriors' strategy. This was indeed formidable. Did Suyu possess an extraordinary photographic memory? The whale was equally astonished, exclaiming in disbelief. The morale that had just been restored was suddenly dampened by the Cavaliers, especially since they had employed the Warriors' own tactics. It was not merely similar, it was identical. Even Curry found himself shaking his head repeatedly. He, too, began to perceive Suyu as somewhat formidable. Initially, Suyu showcased explosive physical prowess and exceptional defensive skills. Now, his organizational abilities had also become remarkably robust, making it increasingly difficult for them to accept. At that moment, O'Neal widened his eyes and remarked, we should really study Suyu. I suspect he has been invaded by aliens. I concur with your perspective. Perhaps he has been using performance-enhancing drugs? He should be subjected to a urine test post-game. Barkley, too, wore an expression of disbelief. It must be noted that Suyu's rapid advancement in this series of finals was indeed remarkable. Such performance undoubtedly raises various suspicions. However, these were merely jesting comments from O'Neal and Barkley. Suyu's performance has been increasingly impressive, perhaps due to a newfound understanding of the game. The Warriors, after a brief moment of shock, managed to regain their composure. Once again, it was the collaboration of Curry and Thompson executing their pick-and-roll. Durant found himself ensnared by Suyu, an astonishing feat considering that the latter stands at under 2 meters, while Durant towers nearly 2 meters and 10 centimeters. Durant, in this moment, was filled with frustration, for Suyu's defensive maneuvers were impeccably clean. Yet, he found himself unable to break free from Suyu's relentless grip. Regardless of the tactics he employed to escape, all his efforts proved fruitless. Suyu clung to Durant like an adhesive plaster, completely enveloping him. Even Lele, who had little understanding of the game, remarked with a hint of admiration, this Suyu is working so hard. It seems like that towering figure he's defending is getting a bit irked. Lele's comment nearly elicited a laugh from Boss Yang, who responded, that is Durant. Although I don't follow basketball closely, I can still recognize the stars. Oh, and who is Durant? Lele exclaimed. Aside from Suyu, I can't identify any of these players. They all look rather similar to me. If it weren't for their distinct jerseys, I would think they were the same person. Lele expressed her astonishment. Boss Yang, bewildered, gazed skyward. Typically, this assistant was astute and remarkably efficient, yet here was a side of her that was surprisingly endearing. However, Boss Yang understood that some individuals genuinely struggled with facial recognition. Much like these players, they truly could not distinguish one from another. Returning to the court, Suyu's tenacity was clearly vexing Durant. Curry, noticing Durant's predicament, began to engage in a two-man game with Thompson. After a screen, Thompson cut into the paint and then returned the ball to him. Without missing a beat, Curry darted around the screen, positioning himself on Thompson's left side. One must admit, Curry's movement around screens was utterly confounding. LeBron couldn't keep up, particularly with the Warriors players providing ample screens along the way. Thompson decisively passed the ball to Curry, who, without any adjustment, launched a three-pointer. The basketball arched gracefully through the air, swishing through the net. A collective gasp arose from the home crowd. Curry's shooting touch seemed to have returned with fervor, which was certainly troubling news. The score was tied once again at 8-8. The Cavaliers' home fans appeared somewhat disheartened, as their defense seemed inadequate in containing Curry, a scenario they dreaded. If Curry truly found his rhythm, it could become quite problematic. His shooting range was almost insurmountable. When he was on fire, he could launch shots even from the logo. Fans jokingly remarked that defending Curry should begin in the parking lot. As the moment he stepped out of his car, he was already within range. Although this was meant in jest, it underscored the vastness of his shooting range. The camera focused on Curry, who had just sunk the three-pointer, as he once again showcased his signature gesture of sticking out his tongue and shimmying his shoulders. Warriors fans watching the live broadcast finally felt a surge of exhilaration. They had not witnessed such a version of Curry in quite some time, especially as Suyu's emergence had overshadowed Curry's brilliance. Now that Curry's shooting touch had returned, how could they not be thrilled? The prodigal sharpshooter had returned, causing the rest to step aside. Engaging the mode of the killing god, the adorable deity shall undoubtedly usher in victory. I have an inkling that the return of the Splash Brothers is nigh. Indeed, with the resurgence of Klay Thompson, it matters not who the Cavaliers field. They shall be pierced through. At this moment, the Warriors fans have begun to make audacious proclamations. In their minds, as long as Curry and Thompson regain their shooting touch, even the divine intervention of the Almighty would be futile. Who is this number 30? Why does he prance about with such arrogance after scoring? Lele expressed a hint of disdain. That appears to be the star player from the opposing team, Curry. I too am not fond of his celebratory antics. Yet, Suyu's demeanor remains the most composed. He scores with an air of tranquility. Quite impressive. Boss Yang continued to fawn. Indeed, I concur. The subtlety of understated elegance is the most formidable. Although the Warriors have landed a three-pointer, Suyu seems utterly unfazed. He continues to advance the ball across half-court with an air of calm. This time, Suyu refrains from calling for a screen, instead opting to dribble slowly at the logo position. It is only when 8 seconds remain that he initiates his move. At the moment Suyu accelerates, Durant also begins to tense up. In the next instant, Suyu executes a dramatic change of direction with a crossover, effortlessly bypassing him. This left Durant in a state of astonishment, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. For a fleeting moment, he perceived Suyu as akin to Allen Iverson. Especially with his shoulder fakes, they were astonishingly lifelike. Having eluded Durant, Suyu surged forward, positioning himself at the free throw line. Suyu instantly drew the attention of Thompson and Iguodala, who swiftly converged upon him in defense. Suyu flashed a wicked smile. And just as they closed in on him, he unexpectedly tossed the ball towards the hoop. What was he up to? Suyu's maneuvers left many in a state of bewilderment. It was not until a shadow surged from the baseline, soaring high into the air, that they grasped the true intention behind Suyu's audacious move. A breathtaking alley-oop. The audience was left in shock. Could Suyu truly be so audacious? Faced with a double team, he still opted for an aerial connection? In truth, Suyu was exploiting the Warriors' lack of a towering presence in the paint. Especially with Durant drawn away, the Warriors' interior defense was rendered utterly ineffective. Even the head coach of the Warriors felt a deep frustration, fully aware of Suyu's strategy. Yet, this was the unfortunate reality for the Warriors. He found himself unable to remedy this inherent flaw. That soaring figure could only belong to one person, LeBron James. With a resounding thud, the sound echoed from the rim as James completed yet another emphatic dunk. At that moment, LeBron was undeniably in his element. The precision of Suyu's assists is truly remarkable. 10-8. The Cavaliers' offense, aside from the initial play, executed a sequence of 4 consecutive alley-oop finishes. This style of offense is undeniably a visual delight. There were minimal off-ball screens and no intricate player movements, yet the effectiveness was striking. Such a straightforward and forceful approach to scoring has left the fans at the venue utterly exhilarated. Suyu's rhythm appears to be gaining momentum once more. The Warriors' subsequent offensive plays seem to exhibit a growing sense of impatience. Initially, Durant takes control of the ball, followed by a pick-and-roll with Iguodala. Durant, seemingly unconcerned with the prospect of passing, takes a single dribble before launching an immediate shot. Although Suyu was delayed by Iguodala for half a second, he still lunged forward at the moment Durant released the ball. While he could not block Durant's shot, he was at least able to disrupt it. Given his defensive prowess, that could reduce an opponent's shooting accuracy by 50%. With a resounding thud, Durant's three-pointer indeed missed, and Love secured the rebound. In the next instant, he swiftly hurled the basketball toward the front court. Those who have watched the Cavaliers play would be familiar with Love's long-range collaborations with James. However, this time, Love's target was not James, but Suyu. This was precisely at the moment Durant had released the ball. Suyu sprinted forward without a backward glance, for he held a firm conviction that Durant would miss the shot. His confidence in Love's rebounding abilities was unwavering. Thus, Suyu charged ahead with resolute determination. During a pause in the game, Suyu remarked to his teammates, "Once you secure the defensive rebound, feel free to toss the ball forward, leave the rest to me." This led to the current sequence of events. The players of the Warriors appeared sluggish in their reactions. Love's powerful long pass is indeed among the elite in the league. At this moment, Suyu had already pulled ahead significantly. Not a single player from the Warriors was able to keep pace. Even James, renowned for his fast breaks throughout the league, was left in awe of Suyu's actions. It was truly regrettable that he was outpaced. James murmured softly to himself. It's important to note that in the past, such a collaboration would have undoubtedly culminated in James himself finishing the play. However, the present scenario reflects a generational shift, leaving the veteran James to merely watch Suyu's silhouette with a sense of wistfulness. Love's cannon-like pass swiftly caught up with Suyu, who had now approached the vicinity of the free-throw line. Suyu deftly caught LeFou's pass and then took two enormous strides, executing a spectacular axe-like dunk. The rim reverberated with a dull thud once again. 8-12. This offensive play took the Cavaliers a mere 4 seconds. The pace was so rapid that it left the audience in awe. "Incredible! He is astonishingly swift," Lulu exclaimed, her face filled with wonder. "Indeed. I have never witnessed a man so fast." Boss Young also looked utterly amazed. If anyone had overheard their conversation, they might have assumed they were speaking in code. Yet, there was no evidence to support such a notion. On the sidelines, Kerr could hardly remain seated, pacing restlessly along the court. It was evident that he found the Cavaliers' offensive strategy somewhat overwhelming, with the pivotal factor being Suyu. The speed of Suyu is truly astonishing. At the very moment he launches into action, he surpasses others by an entire echelon. Even the commentator from TNT, O'Neal, expressed sympathy for Kerr, remarking, "I sense that Kerr's gray hair will multiply. Suyu indeed embodies an enigma." In reality, he seems to be the Achilles heel of the Warriors, as his velocity and explosive power are simply unparalleled. Barkley also empathized with Kerr's helplessness. Indeed, Suyu is genuinely the nemesis of the Warriors. Given that the Warriors possess a natural deficiency in their interior defense, the Cavaliers are able to safeguard their defensive rebounds effectively. Crucially, these defensive rebounds play an indispensable role in transition offense. Thus, Suyu has emerged as the bane of the Warriors. After completing a thunderous dunk, he landed effortlessly. As Suyu observed Curry, who had just caught up, a smile graced his face. Clearly, Suyu was intentionally provoking Curry, a strategic element of the competition. However, Suyu's taunt was not the mindless banter often associated with such confrontations. Ironically, it was precisely this kind of provocation that could most effectively unsettle his opponent's mindset. To Curry, Suyu's smile felt like a derisive mockery. He could almost conjure an array of disparaging remarks that might lie behind that grin. How could he endure this? Curry found it intolerable, yet he did not intend to retaliate with words. Instead, he resolved to answer Suyu's audacious dunk with a powerful response. He aimed to sink a three-pointer immediately. Indeed, Curry demanded the ball, slowly navigating across half-court, while Suyu, unusually, abandoned his defensive Durant and positioned himself directly in front of Curry. A switch in defense had occurred. Suyu's defensive switch only intensified the sense of provocation that Curry felt. Should he choose not to respond to Suyu and instead pass the ball, he would undoubtedly face the ire of the fans. It would be akin to conceding defeat on the court, a sentiment well understood by those who have played basketball. Indeed, the fans discerned Suyu's intent. He aimed to compel Curry into a one-on-one confrontation. If Curry succeeded in scoring against him, it would affirm his prowess. Conversely, if he failed to make the shot or opted to pass, it would signify cowardice. Naturally, Curry would not back down. He began to dribble slowly from the logo, his gaze fixed on the shot clock, seemingly unfazed. However, in the next moment, Curry executed a step-back move, astonishing the spectators. My goodness. He is going to shoot from that position? Remarkably, Curry's shooting percentage from that spot is indeed quite high. This unexpected step-back three-pointer might catch you off guard. Before the audience could fully react, Curry had already released the shot. At this moment, Siu lunged forward, yet it seemed he could not reach the block. Indeed, he merely managed to create a slight disturbance, allowing Curry to release his shot unimpeded. However, Siu's subsequent actions elicited exclamations of astonishment from the fans. He dashed forward into the front court without a moment's hesitation. This was an unforeseen turn of events, as no one could guarantee that Curry's three-point attempt would miss. Yet, witnessing Siu's resolute sprint, the spectators could sense his unwavering confidence. This indicated that Siu firmly believed that this three-pointer would undoubtedly miss. And then, the moment arrived. Curry's three-pointer indeed failed to find its mark. By this time, Siu had already crossed half-court. The rebound. In the live stream, Teacher Siu could not help but shout loudly. At this moment, Love, Durant, and Iguodala were all desperately vying for the rebound. The Warriors players understood that if they failed to secure this rebound, they would soon find themselves conceding points. Siu had already advanced to the halfway line. However, Love had been forewarned by Siu. As soon as they took a shot, Love's sole responsibility was to secure the defensive rebound and swiftly pass it forward. Thus, Love was more prepared than any of them. Moreover, he was renowned for his rebounding prowess. Despite the relentless efforts of Durant and Iguodala to contest the rebound, Love successfully secured it. In the next instant, Curry and Thompson positioned themselves in the trajectory of Love's pass, fully aware that he intended to deliver the ball to Siu. Unfortunately, Love's cannon-like pass was executed with such velocity and urgency that it was nearly unmanageable. Siu once told him that when passing such a ball, one must exert every ounce of strength. Thus, at this moment, Love had truly exhausted every bit of his energy. Consequently, even the combined efforts of Curry and Thompson could not intercept this pass. As Siu observed the basketball hurtling towards him, he even had the leisure to exclaim to Love, "Nice pass." In the next moment, he deftly secured the ball. What followed was nothing short of spectacular. Siu dribbled once, and then forcefully slammed the ball against the backboard. The immense power caused the basketball to rebound swiftly. Then, with a few quick strides, he leaped off 1 foot near the paint. His right hand fully extended in midair, he caught the rebounding ball. Finally, in a commanding posture, he emphatically drove the ball into the hoop. The resounding thud of the dunk reverberated through the arena, amplified by the speakers, reaching the ears of every fan present. 8-14. This was a breathtaking self-alley-oop, prompting an explosive cheer from the crowd. Siu's performance has truly fulfilled their every fantasy regarding the Cavaliers. From the onset, the Cavaliers have opted for spectacular dunks over mere layups. Of course, Kevin Love's attempt does not count. Particularly, Siu and LeBron have exclusively scored through dunks thus far. For the fans, this has been nothing short of a visual feast. At this moment, Curry's expression is rife with frustration, as he reflects on his hasty shot just moments ago, feeling a pang of regret. Such long-range three-point attempts, if unsuccessful, can easily lead to a fast break for the opposing team. Now, Siu has once again demonstrated what a fast break truly entails. On the sidelines, Coach Kerr is now visibly anxious. The Warriors' offense has stagnated, devolving into a series of one-on-one situations, something Kerr dreads. However, Siu is clearly intent on accelerating the pace of the game. This is his signature tactic, and it proves remarkably effective, especially as he utilizes what seems like boundless stamina to set the rhythm, compelling everyone in the arena to follow his lead. This is Siu's brilliance. Now, Coach Kerr faces two possible paths, either to match Siu's tempo and engage in a scoring duel, or to deliberately slow down the game in an attempt to disrupt Siu's rhythm. Yet, slowing down Siu is no easy feat. The Cavaliers are currently riding high on morale, showing no fear of a slower pace. Even if they were to slow down, Siu would persist in accelerating the tempo. Kerr decides to observe a while longer, placing all his hopes on Curry. In this critical moment, the team's superstar is their sole reliance. Curry glances over to the sidelines, catching Kerr's encouraging gaze, and realizes it is time for him to step up. The Warriors possess one last ace up their sleeve, a tactic yet to be unleashed, the pick and roll between Curry and Durant. Now, the moment has come to deploy it. Curry advances the ball past half court, and once again, Suyu stands before him. Suyu's objective is distinctly defined. By thwarting Curry's offensive maneuvers, he can plunge the Warriors' attack into a state of profound struggle. Curry, exercising caution as he dribbles the ball, remains perpetually vigilant against Suyu's potential steals. With a subtle gesture, Curry communicates with Durant, who instantly comprehends the signal. Durant skillfully extricates himself from James's grasp and positions himself in front of Curry to provide a screen. As Suyu observed Durant executing a screen, he promptly shouted, "Switch." It was evident that he intended to exchange defensive assignments with James. Without hesitation, James positioned himself in front of Curry. After the switch, Curry immediately sensed an opportunity. Facing James' defense, the pressure he felt diminished significantly. In truth, Curry had long realized that whenever Suyu guarded him, his shooting percentage would plummet dramatically. Even he found it rather absurd and strange. Perhaps it was this psychological implication that caused Curry to feel somewhat awkward when shooting in Suyu's presence. However, now that the switch had been made, he no longer experienced such feelings. Thus, without hesitation, he opted for a step-back three-pointer against James. Little did James expect that Curry would choose to shoot at that moment. Consequently, the veteran could only attempt to contest Curry's shot a beat too late. Yet, this time, Curry was brimming with confidence. As anticipated, the ball arced perfectly through the air and swished through the net. 11-14. The Warriors had finally broken their scoring drought. For the team, it was akin to a long-awaited rain after a prolonged drought. Witnessing Curry's successful three-pointer, Coach Kerr couldn't help but clench his fist and murmur, "Yes." Clearly, Curry had not let him down. He had withstood the pressure and made the crucial shot. At that moment, Suyu fully comprehended Curry's intent. He sought opportunities to switch defenses, preventing Suyu from closing in on him. In doing so, Curry regained his shooting confidence. Suyu felt a sense of helplessness. It seemed that his defensive prowess had been discerned by the opposing team. In truth, he had anticipated this outcome. Did they really think NBA video analysts were inept? Such an evident matter, once scrutinized by them, would yield immediate conclusions. Whenever any player from the Warriors attempted a shot in Suyu's presence, their shooting percentages would plummet drastically. This fact spoke volumes. However, Suyu was not overly concerned. To the Warriors, his defensive efficiency was formidable. Yet, what they remained unaware of was that Suyu's organizational skills had become even more fearsome. It was time to showcase his true abilities. 11-14. There were 8 minutes left in the first quarter, and the Cavaliers held a 3-point lead. Tyronn Lue called for a timeout, sensing the Warriors' tactical adjustments. It was essential to remind the Cavaliers of their responsibilities. Upon returning to the bench, Suyu sat quietly. The cameras, fulfilling the fans' wishes, zoomed in directly on his face. In the frame, Suyu breathed evenly, devoid of excessive sweat. Mr. Yang, gazing at the composed Suyu on screen, felt a spark of excitement in his eyes. He appeared remarkably pristine, akin to a refined gentleman from a novel. Yang's comments elicited an eye roll from Lele. Nevertheless, Lele chose not to continue teasing Mr. Yang. As an assistant to a top-tier celebrity, her discerning eye was quite sharp. Thus, she had to concede that Suyu's appearance was indeed striking. Should Suyu ever choose to abandon basketball for the entertainment industry, he would likely find considerable success. The entertainment world was not lacking in such examples, like Wu Zun or the African-American entertainers from Taiwan. Were Suyu aware of Lele's thoughts at that moment? He would undoubtedly have given her a stern reprimand. How could he, thriving in the basketball realm, possibly consider venturing into the entertainment industry? At that moment, Tyronn Lue addressed the Cavaliers. The opponent is now aware of Suyu's defensive capabilities, and their strategy revolves around avoiding him. Our task is to provide Suyu with as much support as possible. He cannot shoulder the entire burden of defending against the Warriors alone. Lue's words garnered unanimous agreement from all the Cavaliers players. The performance of Suyu has not gone unnoticed. It is hard to fathom that a player who exerts such effort on the defensive end can launch fast breaks with a speed that even surpasses LeBron James. One must wonder about the extent of his extraordinary stamina. Conversely, on the Warriors' side, Coach Kerr's strategy mirrors that of Tyronn Lue's, constantly employing pick-and-rolls to isolate the Cavaliers. This remains their sole tactic for success. If they can create space and allow Curry and others to find their shooting rhythm, a breakthrough may be possible. The 2-minute timeout swiftly elapsed, and the game resumed with the Cavaliers now in possession. At this moment, Suyu exuded an air of calm, even sporting a subtle smile. This demeanor did not escape Durant's notice. What a show-off. I'll make sure to exploit you soon. Durant clearly perceived Suyu's confidence as arrogance. With Suyu orchestrating the plays, LeBron awaited patiently in the right corner. In the past 2 games, LeBron has truly relished the experience, no longer burdened with playmaking duties. He simply needs to maneuver into position to benefit from Suyu's passes. Is there anything more delightful than such a game? However, with Suyu controlling the ball, LeBron's assists might inevitably diminish. Yet, personal statistics hold little significance for him when faced with the prospect of the championship trophy. Currently, Suyu is being defended by Iguodala, while Durant keeps a watchful eye on LeBron, though he remains attuned to Suyu's movements as well. Coach Kerr has sternly instructed Durant that regardless of the circumstances surrounding Suyu, he must refrain from double-teaming or providing help defense, and must remain focused on LeBron. This is due to Suyu's proven ability to deliver passes with surgical precision, effectively dismantling the Warriors' defensive strategies. Suyu initiated his movement without even calling for a screen, although he was being guarded by Iguodala, who was no longer in his prime. Suyu's series of rapid and drastic changes in direction left Iguodala somewhat bewildered. Despite Iguodala's diligent efforts to monitor Suyu's movements, he still lagged slightly as Suyu maneuvered past him on the right. That brief moment of hesitation was ample for Suyu to reach the vicinity of the free throw line. Iguodala hurried to catch up, while Thompson, who was defending Love, gradually shifted to provide assistance. Love, in this scenario, could afford to relax a little. Suyu has already set his sights on Thompson, who was poised to ambush him at any moment. Suyu continued to dribble inward, exuding a palpable determination to score in the paint. At this moment, both Thompson and Iguodala had already closed in on him. Suyu seized the opportunity and passed the ball to Love. Upon receiving the pass, Love feigned a shot, causing the returning Thompson to leap in vain. At that moment, Love found himself facing an open basket, fully capable of attempting a three-pointer. Yet, he refrained from taking the shot, for he noticed Suyu executing a backdoor cut, successfully evading Iguodala. As he distanced himself from Iguodala, Suyu pointed skyward with his index finger. Love instantly comprehended Suyu's intent and promptly directed the basketball toward the hoop. Durant, who had been keenly observing the unfolding action, swiftly realized that Suyu was preparing to execute an alley-oop. In this scenario, he resolved to defy the coach's directive. Consequently, Durant leaped almost simultaneously with Suyu, both targeting the airborne basketball. Ultimately, it was Suyu who first grasped the ball. But Durant was also positioned to intercept in midair. It has become impossible for Suyu to complete the aerial relay. Indeed, Durant has successfully executed the interception. However, Suyu was not genuinely intent on achieving the aerial relay. At that moment, he astonishingly redirected the ball towards another direction, which unmistakably was the same path where Durant had just been defending against James. In that instant, Durant finally grasped the situation, and a cry of realization echoed in his mind. What a splendid surprise! To everyone's astonishment, Suyu's actions were merely a feint. His true intention was to deliver a pass, and the recipient was none other than James. At that moment, James had already leaped into the air, effortlessly cradling Suyu's pass with one hand. With an almighty force, he executed a thunderous slam dunk reminiscent of the mighty Alps. 11-16. Good heavens! It was yet another dunk. An aerial relay once more. The rim must be on the verge of bending under the might of their combined prowess. The collaboration between Suyu and James has become so overwhelming that even neutral fans can hardly bear to watch. It is utterly ferocious. As if they are oblivious to any scoring methods beyond dunks and alley-oops, the Warriors players appear utterly dazed. Even fans from Hawaii jestingly questioned whether, in Cleveland, making a layup is considered a foul, or if only dunks can count as points. This exemplifies the drawbacks of a lack of finesse and technique. With the constant need to leap about, it is exhausting, which is precisely why I refrained from dunking. The commentators in the live broadcast fell silent, creating a scene that prompted fans to quip. Amidst the court's officials, not a single voice to be heard. At this moment, with 7.5 minutes remaining in the first quarter, the Cavaliers had already executed over 5 dunks. This is rather extreme, further demonstrating the Warriors' abysmal interior defense. Particularly when Suyu penetrates the paint, Warriors players are compelled to double-team, affording James an opportunity, and vice versa. The Cavaliers currently hold an advantage with 2 sharp-edge players, a complete mirror of the 2016 Cavaliers. Back then, it was Irving. Now, it is Suyu. With both stars performing simultaneously and the Warriors lacking the defensive prowess of Green, their interior has been thoroughly dismantled. On the sidelines, Kerr's expression was one of dismay, as Durant once again abandoned his defensive assignment. Durant, too, wore a face of frustration. Who would have expected that Suyu would attempt a second alley-oop after already securing the basketball? The audacity of such imagination left the fans in attendance exhilarated. Cleveland ought to be renamed, for they truly deserve the title of the city of alley-oops. Shaquille O'Neal expressed his astonishment, while Charles Barkley, with a hint of envy, remarked, "Had I played alongside Suyu back in my day, I surely would have secured a championship." Evidently, these two NBA legends have bestowed immense praise upon Suyu. In stark contrast to the commentators' astonishment, the players on the Warriors' court were rendered speechless. The Cavaliers seemed to soar through the air in their performance. Particularly noteworthy was the recent collaboration, where all three stars made contact with the basketball. It began with Suyu initiating the play, followed by Love's reception, culminating in an airborne assist. The pivotal moment was Suyu's decision after receiving the ball. He adeptly drew Durant's defense, thereby creating an opportunity for James. At this juncture, Curry cast a glance towards Coach Kerr. Ultimately, Kerr refrained from calling a timeout, believing that the situation had not yet reached its most critical point. As long as Curry and Thompson could continue making three-pointers, there was still hope. Curry sensed the trust bestowed upon him by his coach. He methodically dribbled past half-court and exchanged a knowing look with Iguodala, who promptly moved forward to set a screen. The Warriors deliberately accelerated their offensive tempo. Iguodala's screen allowed Curry to find an opening at the three-point line on the right side. In the next moment, Curry surprisingly passed the ball back to Iguodala. Subsequently, Curry circled around Iguodala, reclaiming the basketball. This maneuver transformed Iguodala into a pivot, creating a human wall. With a clear shot, Curry left LeBron bewildered in his wake. Without hesitation, Curry took the three-point shot. This was his rhythm, and the ball was destined to find the net. Teacher Sue sighed. As expected, the basketball swished through the net with certainty. 14-16. Curry nailed 2 consecutive three-pointers, tightening the contest once again. At this moment, Curry exhaled deeply, acutely aware of the immense responsibility resting upon his shoulders, especially at such a critical juncture. Thompson and Durant approached him, exchanging high fives and encouragement. Clearly, Curry's explosive performance alleviated the pressure on both of them. Meanwhile, LeBron appeared somewhat frustrated, finding it exceedingly challenging to keep up with Curry, who darted through the crowd like a nimble mouse. Tasking LeBron with guarding Curry indeed seemed an arduous endeavor. The home crowd, witnessing Curry's successive three-pointers, grew increasingly anxious. Shouldn't Suyu take on the responsibility of defending Curry? It seemed as though LeBron was struggling in that role. Many speculated that LeBron might fare better in guarding Durant. It was up to Tyronn Lue to determine the strategy. Surely he could perceive the unfolding situation. Amidst the discussions among the home fans, even Boss Young caught wind of the chatter. "Who is LeBron?" he inquired curiously. "The one in the number 23 jersey, playing alongside Suyu," came the response. Boss Young was certainly familiar with James, having encountered him during his time in China, yet he felt no particular affinity for him. Presently, her attention was entirely captivated by Suyu. Tyronn Lue neither called for a timeout nor signaled for Suyu and LeBron to switch defensive assignments. He remained composed at the sidelines, observing the game with unwavering calm. The match resumed. With the Cavaliers in possession, Suyu meticulously dribbled past half-court. This time, the defender against Suyu was still Iguodala. Iguodala was intensely focused, practically glued to Suyu. Such defense would generally make most players uncomfortable. "Goodness. Iguodala's defense is simply remarkable," exclaimed Whale, somewhat astonished. It was a necessary measure. If Iguodala did not maintain his vigilance, their defensive line would inevitably be breached. Teacher Sue's words carried a hint of playful sarcasm. The camera focused on Suyu, whose expression remained remarkably serene. He positioned himself sideways, using his body to shield the ball from Iguodala, embodying the quintessential ball protection stance. In the next moment, without any forewarning, Suyu sprang into action. The Cavaliers players refrained from stepping in to provide assistance. The current scenario was such that as soon as Suyu initiated his move, the entire Warriors team would be engulfed in a palpable tension. This perfectly illustrated the notion that one individual controlling the ball could send the whole team into a flurry of anxiety. For no one could predict the nature of Suyu's offensive strategy. Even his teammates were left in the dark regarding his intentions. Nonetheless, they were all poised to receive the ball, knowing Suyu was capable of passing it to anyone. As Suyu launched himself towards the right, Iguodala hurried to keep pace. Yet in the next instant, Suyu executed a deft behind-the-back maneuver, returning to his original position. Iguodala managed to stay with him once more. After 2 successful attempts to match Suyu's speed, Iguodala let out a sigh of relief, at least feeling he could keep up. However, just as Iguodala relaxed, Suyu suddenly changed direction. With a sweeping motion, he switched the basketball from his right hand to his left, lowered his center of gravity, and deftly glided past Iguodala. In an unexpected maneuver, Suyu caused Iguodala to lose his balance. Consequently, Iguodala found himself once again outpaced by Suyu. The urgent pursuit from Iguodala left him a full position behind Suyu. Observing Suyu surpassing Iguodala, the other defenders from the Warriors instinctively moved in to provide assistance. The first to approach was Thompson, who opted to abandon Love. Following him was Curry, who deemed Hill to be of little consequence. At the free throw line, Suyu found himself ensnared within a triangle formed by three defenders, Curry and Thompson in front, and Iguodala behind. In this moment, it was certain that Suyu would consider passing the ball. However, his options were limited to two, Love or Hill. Durant, this time, did not come over. He remained firmly attached to James. Moreover, both Curry and Thompson were confident that Suyu would be able to return to defense promptly after the pass. Yet, once again, Suyu's choice defied all expectations. Suyu has also demonstrated through his choices that basketball is a team sport involving 5 players. His decision to pass the ball was not directed towards either of the two individuals in question. Suyu unexpectedly passed the ball to TT, who had already positioned himself under the basket. During a timeout, Suyu had whispered to TT, "Hey, TT, I recognize your potential. Therefore, when I see you with a mismatch, I will pass you the ball. Please be ready to receive it at all times." TT was taken aback upon hearing Suyu's words, for nearly everyone regarded him as merely a blue-collar player. Now, Suyu was instructing him to remain prepared. He etched Suyu's words into his memory. In truth, Suyu had an unspoken subtext. You can even break through the tight defense of Kardashian. I have absolute faith in your abilities. Thus, when TT received the ball, his defender was now Livingston. To be frank, TT felt no pressure from Livingston's slight frame. Upon receiving Suyu's pass, TT hesitated not for a moment. He executed a thunderous dunk, easily overpowering Livingston. With no defense to contend with, TT completed a two-handed slam. 14-18. The three Warriors players who had been double-teaming Suyu were left in utter disbelief. They had never anticipated that Suyu would pass the ball to TT. However, in retrospect, Suyu's choice was undeniably astute. Yet, such a decision had to be made in the blink of an eye. How could Suyu determine his passing target in such a brief span of time? With 6 minutes and 50 seconds remaining in the first quarter, Kerr could no longer tolerate the situation and promptly called for a timeout. The Cavaliers were on the verge of overwhelming the Warriors' interior defense, nearly bending the rim in the process. LeBron approached Suyu and exchanged a high five, showering praise on Suyu's playmaking ability. Suyu smiled and gave a thumbs up to TT. At that moment, TT was filled with excitement, as gaining the complete trust of his teammates undoubtedly bolstered his self-confidence. Have you noticed? In this match, Suyu's organizational skills have shown remarkable improvement. Teacher Su expressed his astonishment, while the whale nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed." Suyu's prowess in passing has notably improved. The host, Nana, beamed with excitement and inquired, "Gentlemen, do you believe the Cavaliers stand a chance in this match?" It was evident that Nana was unabashedly displaying her allegiance to LeBron James. How shall I put it? I reckon this game is a toss-up. Curry has already found his rhythm. Now it all hinges on Thompson and Durant. Though the Warriors have diminished from a quartet of stars to a trio, they remain a formidable force within the league. After listening, Teacher Su's expression became somewhat rigid. To speak candidly, I believe the odds are tilted in favor of the Warriors. At 4-6. Thus far, Durant's performance has been rather lackluster, and Thompson appears to be struggling. It is solely Curry who bears the burden. In this match, the Warriors are bound to face considerable challenges. It is entirely natural for the two commentators to hold differing opinions. However, subtle hints can be gleaned from their remarks. The whale continues to side with the Warriors, while Teacher Su aligns with the Cavaliers. In contrast to the commentators from Huagua, those from the American network exhibit a bolder demeanor. Barkley remarked, "Do you see? If the Warriors do not enlist a big man, their interior defense will be utterly dismantled. They are already being overwhelmed. Durant simply cannot play the center position." O'Neal, with an expression of disdain, chimed in. As a historically significant center, his words carry substantial authority. Meanwhile, the head coach of the Warriors wore a grave expression, acutely aware of the predicament facing his team. Consequently, under the pressure of the situation, he was compelled to alter the lineup. "JaVale, you're coming in. Livingston, take a breather." Thus, in light of the revised roster, Kerr restructured the strategy. On the other hand, Tyronn Lue also made adjustments for the Cavaliers. Hill was substituted, and Korver entered the game. As for the tactics, Lue turned to James, who in turn looked at Suyu. They both nodded in agreement. "Suyu, you will lead the offense, with LeBron providing support. The rest should be ready to receive passes." With a single statement, Lue orchestrated the plan. Suyu nodded, murmuring to himself, truly deserving of the title. The genius coach Tyronn Lue certainly holds me in high regard. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. The moment JaVale McGee stepped onto the court, Shaquille O'Neal instantly erupted with excitement. "McGee, my boy." At that moment, CU also took note of the Warriors roster change, his gaze landing on McGee. CU couldn't help but recall the 5 great blunders. JaVale McGee was a frequent participant in those mishaps, and at one point, he even had a heated exchange with Shaquille O'Neal. Now that McGee has taken the court, one wonders if another comical scene will unfold. It remains to be seen if Curry will take possession of the ball. Suyu positioned himself defensively against Curry, awaiting his approach near the midcourt. At this moment, Curry had already devised his strategy, known as the named play. If one were to identify the most vulnerable defender on the Cavaliers roster, it would undoubtedly be Love. Thus, Curry's objective was clear, to exploit a pick and roll, subsequently forcing Love to switch onto him. At this juncture, Love was preoccupied with guarding Iguodala. With a mere gesture from Curry, Iguodala moved in to set the screen. He was fully aware of Iguodala's intention to set a screen, thus he opted to position himself in advance, firmly adhering to Curry's side. Suyu's defense rendered Curry exceedingly uncomfortable, and the initial switch was unsuccessful. Curry still faced Suyu as his defender. With just 8 seconds remaining on the shot clock, Curry refused to concede defeat and continued to seek out a screen from Iguodala. At long last, with Iguodala exerting every ounce of effort, he managed to momentarily impede Suyu. This fleeting delay resulted in a change of defenders for Curry, who now faced Love. Suyu discerned Curry's intentions and chose to abandon defending Iguodala, opting instead to double-team Curry alongside Love. This was the most effective strategy he could conceive at the moment. Whether Curry would pass the ball to Iguodala was no longer a concern for Suyu. His primary objective was to disrupt Curry's rhythm. Curry, taken aback by Suyu's resolute decision to double-team him, reluctantly passed the ball to the open Iguodala. With precious little time remaining, Iguodala took a confident 3-point shot. It went in. 17-18. Only 6 minutes and 30 seconds were left in the game. Iguodala was elated. He himself was uncertain about that shot, yet fortune favored him. What a defensive blunder by Suyu. They say his defense is extraordinary, but it appears he is merely a sieve. If we continue this way, victory is assured. The expressions of the critics from Hwagwoo must be quite entertaining right now. With Iguodala's successful 3-pointer, the Warriors fans erupted in euphoria. It was primarily Suyu's defensive lapse that allowed Iguodala to be open. Such occurrences are rare, and they certainly seized the opportunity to taunt him mercilessly. Meanwhile, the camera focused on Suyu, whose expression remained remarkably calm, as if unaffected by the unfolding drama. This only intensified the frustration of the Warriors fans. Keep pretending. Let us see how long you can maintain a facade. Continue to exploit his weaknesses, and let him understand what true skill entails. To be honest, his defensive prowess is indeed overrated. There is no need for such caution. In contrast to the extreme reactions of the Warriors fans, the fans from Hwagwoo remained remarkably composed. Suyu's recent decision was indeed astute. Had he chosen to disregard Curry, the latter would likely have continued to sink 3-pointers, rather than allow Curry to score. It was wiser to take a gamble. However, Iguodala succeeded, despite his 3-point shooting percentage being rather low. Suyu maintained a tranquil expression as he skillfully dribbled past the half-court line. Defending against him was Iguodala, who, after sinking a 3-pointer, wore an exuberant smile. It was evident that his recent success from beyond the arc had greatly emboldened him. Suyu sensed the fervor emanating from Iguodala. Thus, he resolved to extinguish Iguodala's fiery enthusiasm. The most effective means of doing so was to respond with a 3-point shot. Consequently, Suyu initiated his move. His dribbling, once slow and deliberate, transformed into a rapid display of lateral shifts and changes of direction. Iguodala's gaze was fixated on Suyu's shoulder, a defensive habit of his, as he believed the shoulder could reveal the direction of one's movement. As Suyu's left shoulder swayed, Iguodala deduced that Suyu intended to move to the left. However, just as Iguodala shifted his weight to the left, Suyu unexpectedly pulled back and gathered the ball. This turn of events was entirely unforeseen for Iguodala. Nevertheless, he still had a chance to recover, as his balance remained intact. After receiving the ball, Suyu unexpectedly opted for a jump shot. Under the relentless defense of Iguodala, Suyu executed a series of dribbling maneuvers, managing to find a sliver of space. He then chose to launch a 3-pointer. Though taken aback, Iguodala leapt with all his might, attempting to disrupt Suyu's shot. However, Suyu was a step ahead, rendering any interference from Iguodala impossible. Simultaneously, the audience watching the live broadcast marveled at the height of Suyu's jump shot. Wang Defa. Could he really achieve such elevation on a jump shot? From the footage alone, it appeared he soared at least 60 to 70 centimeters high. What extraordinary leaping ability! Truly astounding. The height of Suyu's jump shot has left fans in utter astonishment. In his youth, Andre Iguodala was also renowned as one of the league's premier leapers. He once executed the remarkable feat of leaping from behind the backboard to catch and dunk the ball during a slam dunk contest. Now, witnessing the elevation of Suyu's pull-up jump shot, he is equally taken aback. How could one even attempt to interfere? What a ridiculous notion. However, what truly astonishes Iguodala is Suyu's explosive vertical speed. In the blink of an eye, Suyu has already soared to such heights. As Suyu leapt to the apex of his jump, the basketball was released. Swish. The ball sailed through the air, finding nothing but net. 17-21. There are 6 minutes remaining in the first quarter. Suyu responded with formidable prowess, sinking a three-pointer right in front of Iguodala. It was utterly magnificent. The god of Su showcased his unwavering strength. Thus, this stands as a resolute retort. The fans of Hwaguo were exhilarated, witnessing Suyu's immediate reply. Iguodala, at this moment, felt a sense of helplessness. He had not anticipated such a response from Suyu. After making the three-pointer, Suyu's expression remained composed, as if he had merely accomplished a mundane task. Although Suyu's emphatic shot did not dampen the Warriors' morale, Curry maintained control as he brought the ball past half-court. With Suyu steadfastly positioned before him, the determined Curry still called for Iguodala's screen, intent on targeting Love. At this point, Iguodala had little choice but to escalate the intensity of his pick. In this moment, Suyu's body was taut as the power of the ghostly back surged forth. Although Iguodala stood before him, when Suyu attempted to maneuver past, he felt as though he had been struck by a tank. Iguodala instantly lost his balance. Staggering as Suyu pushed him aside, Curry remained unable to shake off Suyu's defense. However, at that instant, the referee's whistle pierced the air. The referee's signal was unmistakable, a defensive foul on Suyu. The home crowd erupted in a chorus of jeers, expressing their discontent with the officiating. It was particularly frustrating for them, as Suyu was merely trying to squeeze past Iguodala. Was it truly a foul simply due to his lack of strength? Suyu remained remarkably calm, recognizing that such power must be wielded with caution. Otherwise, he would indeed incur numerous fouls. After all, his strength surpassed that of these players by a considerable margin. Unless in a favorable offensive zone, Suyu believed he could still exert his abilities. The jeers from the fans would not sway the referee's decisions. The Warriors continued to initiate play, with 5 minutes and 50 seconds remaining in the first quarter. Suyu continued to defend against Curry. Having faced such penalties, Iguodala became even more reckless in his screen setting. Suyu refrained from utilizing the power of the ghost back and ultimately found himself exposed by Curry. As he attempted to maneuver past Love's defense to initiate a double team, Curry had already retreated and released his shot. Bang! Another impeccably accurate three-pointer. With 5 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, the score stands at 20-21. Curry's shooting touch is undeniably scorching. Wow, what an exhilarating match. Both teams have entered a scoring frenzy. Curry, true to his reputation, cannot be underestimated. Even the neutral fans are now swept up in excitement. From the outset, this game has been intensely competitive, with a plethora of spectacular plays unfolding. Now, Curry of the Warriors has unleashed a deluge of three-pointers. The camera seems to deliberately focus on Suyu, as if eager to capture a different expression on his face. However, much to everyone's disappointment, Suyu remains composed and unruffled. At this moment, Suyu has successfully crossed half-court. This time, it is a screen set by James. The solidly executed screen leaves Iguodala with no chance to maneuver past James. Suyu maneuvered around James to position himself at the right side 45-degree angle. At this moment, he found himself facing the formidable defensive Durant. Suyu accelerated and swiftly maneuvered past Durant, who had just arrived to bolster the defense. Durant hurriedly pursued him, while JaVale McGee simultaneously approached to establish a blockade in the paint. Ignoring the obstacles ahead and the pursuers behind, Suyu boldly charged in with the explosive package in hand. Witnessing Suyu's unwavering determination, akin to a bull charging towards a wall, even Curry, who was defending Koval, rushed over to assist. Suyu chuckled inwardly, eagerly anticipating this very moment. Suyu found himself once again ensnared in a precarious situation. Even the home crowd was palpably anxious, as Suyu's circumstances were far from favorable. Yet, at the very moment Curry began to move towards Suyu's direction, he had already released the ball. His intended recipient was none other than Korver, who had been overlooked by Curry. At that moment, Korver was acutely aware of Tyronn Lue's words, remaining ever ready to receive the pass. Curry, too, registered the unfolding events, however, despite his thoughts keeping pace. His actions lagged behind. As Korver caught the ball, he found himself unguarded. This presented him with an extraordinary opportunity. Without hesitation, Korver extended his arms for a three-pointer. Nothing but net. 2024. With 5 minutes and 10 seconds remaining in the first quarter, CU once again assisted his teammate in making a three-pointer. Good heavens. The Cavaliers have also found their rhythm from beyond the arc. It seems we are on the verge of igniting a fierce battle of three-pointers. Teacher Sue exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, that shot was quite explosive. How could Suyu possess such remarkable vision? The whale, too, wore an expression of deep admiration. The fans present erupted into a resounding cheer. Though it was only midway through the first quarter, the Cavaliers' home crowd was already feeling the strain on their vocal cords. The game was undeniably thrilling, albeit somewhat taxing on the throat. Incredible! Suyu consistently makes the most astute decisions, Boss Yang remarked with pride. It's not too bad. He merely made a pass. Hitting a three-pointer is what's truly impressive, Lele said, somewhat uncertainly. Boss Yang did not respond to her comment. His gaze firmly fixed on Suyu. At that moment, Curry wore a look of regret. He realized he had acted impulsively. He resolved that he would never again attempt to double-team Suyu. He must focus on defending his own man. Korver received enthusiastic encouragement from his teammates. The Cavaliers were now united as one. Unlike in the first game, where LeBron had to shoulder the team's burden alone, this collective effort made the Cavaliers truly formidable. To the Cavaliers fans, Suyu invigorated the entire team's offense. As the Warriors advanced on offense, Curry passed the ball to Durant. They exchanged a brief communication. At that moment, LeBron was tasked with defending Durant. Without hesitation, Durant showcased his skills right in front of LeBron, executing a series of crossovers that were indeed impressive. Most defenders would find it challenging to contain him. LeBron, too, dedicated all his energy to countering Durant. However, at that instant, Thompson stepped in to set a screen. Seizing the opportunity, Durant broke free from LeBron's defense, took a step, and launched a three-pointer. Swish. Once again, he scored. 23-24. With just 4 minutes and 50 seconds remaining in the first quarter, the chorus of the Cavaliers fans diminished significantly. Durant's expression was fierce, and he released a torrent of pent-up frustration. The camera focused on Durant, who clenched his fists and let out a roar towards the heavens. He was venting his inner turmoil, feeling as though he had finally found his footing. The Cavaliers were about to bear the brunt of his unbridled fury. Kevin finally made a contribution today. It was evident that he had been holding back for quite some time, Charles Barkley remarked with amusement. Let us not speak too soon. The game has only just entered the latter half of the first quarter, and CU hasn't even initiated an offensive move yet, Shaquille O'Neal interjected, placing greater emphasis on when CU would activate his offensive mode. With Durant sinking another three-pointer, LeBron appeared somewhat disheartened. The primary issue was that Thompson's screen had come too timely for the Cavaliers to respond adequately. At this moment, CU could not help but sigh, acknowledging the Warriors' considerable legacy. It was utterly unrealistic to expect to defeat them with a single blow. His current task was to invigorate the Cavaliers' offense. As long as every player could contribute to the scoring, the Warriors would be compelled to exercise caution, refraining from easily double-teaming anyone. At that juncture, CU would be free to assault the Warriors' interior defense without restraint. It seemed that since the finals, CU had seldom showcased his capacity for fierce drives, leading the Warriors players to perceive his penetrating ability as rather ordinary. CU gently patted Laujean's shoulder, opting for silence. Those who understood. CU advanced the ball past half-court. This time, he utilized TT's screen, consequently drawing McGee away. The Warriors employed a strategy of significant delay, as both McGee and Iguodala converged to thwart Suyu's penetration into the paint. Upon witnessing the situation, Suyu deftly lofted the ball to TT, who was poised for a cut. In an instant, Suyu surged forward, swiftly shaking off Iguodala's grasp. As Suyu approached the free throw line, TT returned the ball to him. At that moment, Iguodala had already caught up, and McGee had also returned to the paint. It seemed that all of Suyu's previous efforts had been in vain. However, in the next instant, Suyu surged forward like a tiger unleashed, driving directly into the lane. Once again, he employed this strategy. The other players of the Warriors were no longer fooled. They believed that if they double-teamed him, he would undoubtedly opt to pass the ball again. Thus, the only defender left against Suyu was Iguodala. with McGee standing by to provide support. Siyu received the ball and, with unwavering determination, approached McGee, launching himself into the air directly in front of him. Siyu's actions provoked a sense of challenge in McGee, prompting him to leap with all his might. Following closely behind, Iguodala also ascended into the air. Both players raised their arms high, attempting to block Suyu's shot. However, at that moment, Suyu executed a move that left them utterly astonished. Just as he had launched himself into the air to engage in a physical confrontation with McGee, he unexpectedly drew the ball back to his waist. Then, with a deft maneuver, he passed the ball beneath McGee's armpit. To whom did he pass it? It was to TT. Siyu's dazzling pass, executed with remarkable agility and finesse, truly astonished everyone. No one anticipated that, at such a critical moment, Siyu would still prioritize the art of passing. Meanwhile, TT, in perfect sync, comfortably received the ball and effortlessly completed a powerful two-handed dunk. The exquisite assist from Siyu was savored by TT. The score now stands at 23-26, with 4 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in the first quarter. Siyu continued to pass the ball, and the results were exceedingly apparent. This instilled a profound sense of threat within the Warriors. At this moment, every player on the Cavaliers had scored. Siyu, with his remarkable organizational prowess, consistently delivers a multitude of exquisite assists. From this perspective, the Warriors' offense appears somewhat one-dimensional, predominantly reliant on their star player for scoring, while the role players struggle to contribute. Although Siyu continues to facilitate the ball, the results are highly effective, leaving Coach Kerr with a formidable challenge. Teacher Su remarked with a smile that is hardly the case. The Warriors' three-pointers have improved, allowing them to keep pace with the score. The whale remained non-committal. Iguodala felt a sense of helplessness as he found himself unable to thwart Suyu's intentions. This left him feeling a sense of frustration. Nevertheless, the game continued. With Curry dribbling the ball past half-court, Siyu stood before him, a light smile gracing his lips as he spoke. "Are you truly so afraid to cast a vote in my presence?" Suyu's words were distinctly heard by Curry, yet he chose to remain silent. Siyu continued, "It is wise of you not to shoot in front of me, for regardless of who it may be, any attempt to score in my presence invariably ends in failure. You have shown discernment." After speaking, Siyu smiled faintly, his expression imbued with intrigue. Siyu's audacious proclamation certainly did not sit well with Curry. Such arrogance! To assert that no one dares to shoot in his presence? While his defense may possess an unusual flair, it is hardly conceivable that not a single shot could find its mark. As a premier marksman and a superstar in his own right, Curry typically maintains a steady demeanor, rarely allowing himself to be swayed by external circumstances. However, when faced with an opponent as brazen as Siyu, it becomes imperative for Curry to demonstrate what it truly means to be a sharpshooter. Siyu discerned the glint in Curry's eyes, realizing that Curry had fallen for the bait. Indeed, a sprinkle of banter and a touch of bravado proved to be effective. Initially, Durant was poised to provide a screen. Yet a mere gesture from Curry halted him. At this moment, Curry was intent on sinking a three-pointer over Suyu's head. Although Curry's mindset had shifted, he remained acutely aware while controlling the ball. The entire world opened up. Well, it was a solo showdown. Curry was ready to take on Siyu one-on-one. This was precisely the moment he had been anticipating, eager to teach Siyu a lesson. The crowd buzzed with excitement as they sensed the impending spectacle. Previously, the Warriors players had relied heavily on screens to score, which was uncharacteristic of their usual style that embraced isolation plays. For elite players like Durant and Curry, facing a solitary defender is akin to a gift. Thus, the Warriors fans had been puzzled by Curry's persistent search for screens before taking his shots. However, now everything felt right. Curry was ready to engage in a one-on-one battle. At this moment, Suyu's expression remained serene. He desired precisely this choice from Curry. Curry began to execute a series of crossovers, followed by a behind-the-back dribble. This was a signature move, executed with an unparalleled smoothness and fluidity. Merely this sequence of preliminary movements would suffice for some players to study and master throughout their lifetimes. Suyu's movements were neither rushed nor sluggish. As he stood firmly before Curry, Curry glanced at the timer, noting that only 4 seconds remained. Suddenly, he accelerated sharply, attempting to slip past Suyu's right side. Yet, Siyu remained steadfast, keeping pace effortlessly. It seemed as though Curry anticipated Suyu's ability to follow him, for that was precisely what he desired. In the next moment, Curry executed a between-the-legs dribble and pulled back, retreating once more beyond the three-point line. But that was not the end. He followed it with a step back, distancing himself a full meter from the arc. It was a step-back three-pointer, Curry's signature move. The distance of that retreat was astonishing. The speed of his dribble was remarkable, and the depth of his retreat was immense. This shot was not merely a challenge for a block. Even disrupting it would prove problematic. Curry truly embodied his reputation, showcasing his genuine prowess. Witnessing this dazzling maneuver, many fans erupted in astonishment, perceiving it as a feat of extraordinary difficulty. Curry had already unleashed his three-point shot. Suyu had indeed caught up, albeit without sealing the shot. Nevertheless, he successfully disturbed Curry's attempt. When Curry saw Suyu rushing towards him, he was filled with astonishment. This move of his was typically beyond the reaction capability of an ordinary person. Suyu has reached a level that is indeed worthy of pride. However, Curry, feeling particularly confident this time, believed he was destined to score. This moment presented an opportunity to deliver a resounding rebuttal to the Chinese player before him. While Curry held no significant prejudice against Suyu, loyalty to his own side rendered Suyu an adversary. With Curry executing his signature move, Suyu felt compelled to respond. Following a moment of interference, as he landed, he addressed Curry, saying, "I have stated that when shooting before me, success is unattainable. Remember not to lose your confidence." With that, Suyu suddenly surged forward, sprinting towards the front court. At that instant, Curry's shot approached the basket. But rather than the satisfying sound of a swish, only the dull clang of iron echoed. Curry's three-pointer had missed. "Rebound," he shouted, fully aware that failing to secure this rebound would lead to a swift counterattack, as Suyu was already racing towards the front court. Unfortunately, the Cavaliers' tenacity in securing defensive rebounds was formidable. Love and Thompson had already established their positions with great determination. Love ultimately claimed the rebound and executed a classic bullet pass. Although the Warriors players had begun their retreat, their speed could not compare to the prepared Suyu. It was once again Suyu's time to shine. This time, he opted for a windmill dunk, paying homage to LeBron James with that play. The score was now 23-28, with less than 4 minutes remaining in the first quarter. The Cavaliers had once more executed a fast break, showcasing an astonishing offensive efficiency that left Coach Kerr feeling exceedingly vexed. Suyu seems to possess an uncanny ability to predict whether a shot will succeed. This extraordinary instinct truly drives Kerr to distraction. Even the commentators on American television have begun to sense something amiss. Why does Suyu fearlessly sprint down the court immediately after the opponent releases the ball? Perhaps it is his profound intuition and unwavering self-confidence, as Barkley somewhat resignedly remarked. Suyu's performance has indeed been somewhat outrageous. He doesn't even glance at the ball before dashing off. This defies logic. If it were merely a one-off occurrence, it could be understood. However, nearly every time Suyu disrupts the Warriors' shot, he exhibits such behavior. Could it be that he possesses some extraordinary defensive prowess? The spectators in the arena are undoubtedly the most elated and exhilarated. In today's match, Suyu's display was even more striking than that of LeBron James. This is precisely what they yearn to witness. Should only LeBron excel, the team might face defeat. The situation is now different. Suyu alone is sufficient to leave the Warriors in disarray. Curry may not express outright frustration, yet he carries a hint of vexation. Despite feeling confident with his shots, why do they fail to find the net? Is it possible that Suyu has cast some sort of spell upon him? The Warriors are on the offensive once more, and Curry once again finds himself facing Suyu. Suyu gazed quietly at Curry, remaining silent. However, to Curry, it felt as though Suyu had expressed everything without uttering a word. Thus, Curry was incensed. He once again sensed Suyu's provocation. He was determined to score over Suyu, for without doing so, he could not conquer his inner demons. Consequently, Curry rejected his teammate Durant's pick-and-roll collaboration once more. Durant, taken aback by Curry's refusal, realized that Curry's current state mirrored his own mindset from the previous game. Suyu successfully provoked Curry. It remains uncertain whether this is advantageous or detrimental, but at the very least, Curry's competitive spirit has been ignited. He begins to execute a series of rapid changes in direction, attempting to disrupt Suyu's balance. However, Suyu remains unyielding, steadfastly positioned before Curry like an immovable mountain. This time, Curry opts for the swiftest change of pace to counter Suyu. After a flurry of direction shifts, Curry lowers his center of gravity, with his left hand nearly grazing the ground. It is precisely this remarkably low center of gravity that finally grants Curry an opportunity. Dribbling with his right hand while his left hand touches the floor, he swiftly maneuvers past Suyu's left side. This extraordinary display of ball handling astonishes the onlookers. Oh, my God, his center of gravity is astonishingly low. Such celestial finesse can only be executed by Curry himself, surely? At this juncture, even if Suyu could soar, he would likely be unable to catch up with Curry. To have pushed Curry to this extent, Suyu must be considered a unique presence in the league. Even neutral fans now feel that Curry has finally shed the shadow of Suyu's defense. Cavaliers fans are exceedingly anxious, their palms beginning to sweat. If Suyu were to be successfully outmaneuvered by Curry, a score would be a foregone conclusion. The current scenario depicts a widening gap globally. Even the paint area has been vacated at this moment. Curry has already gained a half-step advantage over Suyu. He is now near the free-throw line. Yet he continues to accelerate, using his left shoulder to shield the ball from Suyu. Although Curry's strength pales in comparison to Suyu's, this method of ball protection is remarkably astute. Even if Suyu possesses remarkable leaping ability, regaining his defensive edge would prove exceedingly challenging. As Curry accelerates further into the colored area, he opts for a low layup with his right hand. However, at the very instant he rises for the shot, he feels an abrupt release of pressure from his left shoulder. This sensation leaves Curry feeling quite unsettled, as he has lost the solid support he relied upon from Suyu. In truth, Suyu had intentionally withdrawn, for only in doing so could he find an opportunity to gather momentum for a jump. Although a sense of instability brewed within him, Curry had reached a point of no return. Thus, he resolved to attempt a low layup aimed at the high board. Unless Suyu could leap over him, the basketball would remain uncontested. At this moment, Curry was ensnared in his own confusion, rendering him oblivious to Suyu's intentions. Yet, the spectators in the arena and those watching the live broadcast were acutely aware of Suyu's movements, and they gasped in astonishment. Was he attempting to block Curry's high-arching layup? Despite his commendable athleticism, Suyu had already forfeited the optimal opportunity to defend. A forceful leap could result in a collision with Curry, leading to a foul. Only then could he truly grasp the meaning of helplessness. Clearly, Suyu's performance has drawn considerable skepticism from many. Perhaps out of caution regarding Suyu's leaping prowess, Curry hesitated in executing his low layup. This hesitation provided Suyu the precious moment he needed to jump. With the eyes of the entire arena upon him, Suyu indeed soared over Curry in a magnificent leap. At this moment, Curry felt an overwhelming sense of pressure from behind. Turning to glance, he found Suyu soaring above him, a scene that felt hauntingly familiar, as if it had been experienced before. A sudden thought inexplicably arose in Curry's mind. In fact, this moment had unfolded during the 2016 finals, when James delivered a spectacular block against Curry. Now, the figure towering over him had changed to Suyu. Amid Curry's momentary daze, the basketball was on the verge of touching the backboard. The ball had already ascended to a considerable height, reaching well above the midpoint of the backboard. Astonishingly, Suyu's right hand simultaneously reached this same elevation. Thus, at the precise moment the ball made contact with the backboard, Suyu's hand also pressed down upon it. Despite Curry's vigilant attempt to lower his head, he was still struck by Suyu's body. This collision caused Suyu to lose all sense of balance mid-air, leading to a direct fall. Nevertheless, remarkably, Suyu managed to single-handedly slam the basketball down with his right hand. In the final moment before impact, Suyu exerted every effort to twist his body, ultimately managing to land on his back. The instant he made contact with the ground, he had fully braced his back. A sharp whistle pierced the air, followed by the thud of Suyu hitting the ground. The audience erupted in gasps of astonishment, their concern shifting entirely to Suyu's well-being, oblivious to the referee's decision. Good heavens, Suyu had truly given his all this time. He nearly soared over Curry's head. Just look at the expression on Curry's face. It resembles that of someone who has encountered an extraterrestrial being. This fall was no trifling matter for Suyu. We can only hope he has not sustained any injuries. In that moment, fans witnessing the scene began voicing their opinions. Some home supporters even covered their eyes, unwilling to witness the sight of Suyu being carried off injured. Soon, the large screen at the venue replayed the earlier moment. After reviewing the footage, all the fans were once again left in a state of shock. Suyu's attempt at a block this time was extraordinarily high. If only Curry had lowered his head just a fraction, Suyu would have truly soared over him, successfully executing the block. However, it was only through the slow-motion replay that they comprehended the severity of Suyu's fall. Tragically, Suyu landed on his back, which is a significant risk. Typically, an individual's back muscles are not sufficiently developed, and landing on one's back can easily result in internal injuries. Suyu's aggressive play was ill-advised. I would willingly trade 10 years of my lifespan for Suyu's health. I would even exchange 20 years for his well-being. Everyone was anxiously watching Suyu's condition. The Cavaliers players rushed over immediately to assess his state. At that moment, The score stood at 23-28. With 3 minutes remaining in the first quarter, the camera focused on the spot where Suyu had landed. Yet, due to the Cavaliers players surrounding him, it was impossible to discern his condition. Meanwhile, in the stands, Mr. Yang was exceedingly anxious. He won't be injured. He won't be injured. I would stake Lele's life as a guarantee. Lele responded, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Suyu's condition has stirred the hearts of countless fans. At this moment, the Cavaliers team doctor has arrived by Suyu's side. He first instructed the players to disperse, ensuring ample air circulation. Then, he bent down beside Suyu, inquiring about his condition. At this juncture, the camera finally captured Suyu's image. Contrary to the agonized expressions everyone had anticipated, Suyu appeared to be sitting up and was engaged in conversation with the team doctor. Suyu's expression remained remarkably serene, devoid of any signs of distress. At that moment, the fans collectively exhaled in relief, evidently reassured that he was not gravely injured. His physical prowess is indeed astonishing. Having landed on his back from the air, he was still able to engage in lighthearted banter. Throughout the annals of NBA history, such a level of athleticism is truly exceptional. Whale was the first to voice his admiration. At this moment, Teacher Su exhaled deeply and remarked, "Teacher Whale is absolutely correct. Suyu's fall was indeed perilously thrilling. However, Suyu's physical prowess is nothing short of astonishing. Such a block is a feat even James would hesitate to attempt, given its inherent danger." In the audience, Boss Yang, upon witnessing Suyu's composed expression on the big screen, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank heaven, he is unscathed. "Lele, your life has been spared." Lele responded with a roll of her eyes to Boss Yang's words. Although Suyu had communicated his feelings and physical condition to the team physician, for the sake of caution, Tyronn Lue opted to substitute Suyu. With 3 minutes remaining in the first quarter, Suyu was taken off the court. However, the referee had already blown the whistle, ruling Suyu's play as goaltending. Thus, as Suyu approached the sidelines, he urgently signaled to Tyronn Lue that his block was legitimate. His intent was unmistakable. He wished to challenge the call. Consequently, Tyronn Lue hastily gestured to the referee to indicate a challenge. Should this block be successfully contested, it would significantly bolster the Cavaliers' morale, especially given Suyu's fearless spirit, which is exceedingly rare. The referee, observing Tyronn Lue's motion, paused the game to review the footage. This replay was also displayed on the large screen and television. Initially, nearly everyone believed the call was goaltending. However, as the slow-motion replays commenced, astonishment swept through the crowd. It seemed that Suyu had touched the ball first before it made contact with the backboard. Teacher Whale, upon seeing the replay, struggled to articulate his thoughts. This was a low layup off the backboard. Even if James were to attempt it, he would likely only achieve a goaltending call at best. At this moment, I find myself at a loss for words to describe Suyu. This truly seems to be a legitimate block. It reminds me of Shannon Brown's remarkable block that left Kobe and his teammates in awe. Unfortunately, the referees had ruled a foul or goaltending back then, and that play was not counted. Now, as Suyu recreates such a memorable moment, one can only hope that this call does not result in a penalty. Teacher Su spoke eloquently. Even the Cavaliers' home fans have begun to cheer, for they too have recognized it. Suyu's remarkable block was nothing short of spectacular, as his hand made contact first with the basketball. In other words, Suyu emphatically pinned the ball against the backboard. Ultimately, he even managed to hold it one-handed. A scene that can only be described as brutal. All the Cavaliers players stood up collectively, their gazes fixed on the large screen. The slow-motion replays played repeatedly, and under LeBron's lead, they each wore expressions of astonishment. This display left Suyu feeling rather helpless. LeBron truly is a character. Conversely, the Warriors players were not in such high spirits, particularly Curry, who found himself soaring over him. Suffering the humiliation of being on the receiving end of such an extraordinary block, it was a disgrace that anyone would find difficult to bear. However, the referees had yet to make a final ruling, leaving the question of whether it was indeed a valid block still uncertain. Nevertheless, Suyu's fearless rejection instantly garnered him a legion of fans. "Shaq, do you think this block resembles LeBron's chase down on Iguodala in 2016? Barkley posed this question. Yet, in terms of leap height and difficulty, Suyu's block could rival LeBron's. However, regarding historical significance, LeBron's play carried a decisive weight, thus making it more meaningful. After a moment of contemplation, O'Neal remarked. Although O'Neal did not fully affirm Suyu's block status, he at least acknowledged its prominent place in history. Eventually, after thorough verification, the referees deemed Suyu's block a legitimate play. Thus, The ruling was overturned, confirming that Suyu's rejection was not interference. However, as he landed, he still held onto the basketball, resulting in an out-of-bounds call against him. The possession remained with the Warriors. The game continued, with Jeff Green substituting in for Suyu. Tyronn Lue decided to let Suyu rest on the bench for the final 3 minutes. The Warriors maintained their starting lineup on the court. Observing Suyu seated on the sidelines, anxious fans began to worry. Could Su be seriously injured? It doesn't seem so. He was just joking around moments ago. Don't overthink it. Su is merely taking his regular rotation break. His extraordinary athleticism was astonishing. Falling from such a height onto his back without any apparent injury seemed almost inhuman. The game resumed amidst the discussions of the Huagua fans. Facing a Cavaliers team without Suyu, the Warriors suddenly erupted with fervor, particularly Durant, who felt invigorated upon returning to the game. Immediately, Durant launched a three-pointer over Jeff Green, scoring 26-28. With only 2.5 minutes remaining in the first quarter, LeBron James took command of the Cavaliers' offense. Under his leadership, the Cavaliers managed to maintain a commendable shooting percentage. However, the Warriors launched a vigorous counterattack, consistently scoring through a series of isolations and screen plays. Ultimately, the first quarter concluded with a score of 36-37, leaving the Warriors trailing by a mere point. This outcome left the home crowd visibly dissatisfied. Particularly after Suyu's departure from the game, the Cavaliers' defense seemed to falter significantly. Both Curry and Durant found it remarkably easy to score. At that moment, the camera panned to the stands, capturing the ever-ambiguous expression of Xiaohua, whose trademark forced smile belied the thoughts swirling in his mind. "Hey, Suyu, how are you feeling now? Can you return to the game in the second quarter?" Tyronn Lue inquired with a look of concern. His question attracted the attention of numerous teammates, who sensed that while LeBron continued to effectively orchestrate the game, the Cavaliers' offensive rhythm had undeniably slowed in Suyu's absence. Moreover, they felt a considerable strain on the defensive end. Their lead in the first quarter had been bolstered by their excellent shooting touch, yet such a touch is ephemeral. The crux of the game lies in defense. Should they falter defensively and allow the Warriors to find their rhythm, it could spell disaster. Suyu replied with a smile. "I can even fill the entire venue. I have no concerns whatsoever." Suyu's confident response instilled a profound sense of encouragement among the entire Cavaliers team. With Suyu's assurance, Tyronn Lue decided to reinstate him, for without his presence, stability would indeed be lacking. The Warriors were currently riding a wave of high morale. Particularly Durant, who proved impervious to Jeff Green's attempts to contain him. During Suyu's absence, Durant managed to score 8 points, showcasing his ferocity, as he seized the opportunity against a vulnerable opponent. "Listen up, gentlemen, in the second quarter, Suyu will undoubtedly return to the court. However, we need not fret. Our offense has already found its rhythm. Thus, the focus for the second quarter will be defense. If we can effectively guard Suyu, we will have achieved half of our goal. Consequently, our strategy must shift. We must decisively foul Suyu the moment he enters the paint." Kerr's defensive strategy underwent significant alteration from the first quarter. He believed that applying pressure to Suyu and disrupting his mindset would be an excellent approach. Additionally, it would provide insight into Suyu's free throw proficiency. The Warriors players nodded in agreement, harboring no doubts about Coach Kerr's directives. Beep. The second quarter commences. The Warriors lineup underwent substantial changes compared to the first quarter. Thompson, Curry, Durant, Looney, and Pachulia. Meanwhile, the Cavaliers lineup remained unchanged, save for the reintroduction of Suyu. As Suyu beheld Pachulia, an ominous premonition surged within him. Pachulia, often derisively referred to as Zatsa by Chinese netizens, would henceforth be addressed by this moniker. The very nature of his nickname hinted at a playing style that was widely deemed unpleasant. It was peculiar that a player, typically relegated to the periphery of the rotation, had suddenly taken to the court today. The commentator, Whale, swiftly recognized this anomaly. The Warriors' lineup in the second quarter appeared rather unusual. How so? This Pachulia lacks offensive prowess. Was he brought in merely to be a liability? Whale's remarks elicited an immediate reaction from Chinese netizens. Whale is mighty. The Whale calls him a liability. The Whale claims he lacks offensive skills. The Whale denounces his ineptitude. Clearly, the sentiments towards Zatsa among Chinese netizens were far from favorable. Nevertheless, as Whale aptly noted, Zatsa's reputation indeed stank throughout the league. The Warriors now possessed the ball. 36-37. Curry brought the ball past half-court, while the Cavaliers continued to employ man-to-man defense. Suyu defended against Curry, while LeBron guarded Durant, and Hill took on Thompson. Curry initiated the play with a call for a screen from Zaza. Zaza's imposing figure swiftly appeared beside Suyu. Without a moment's hesitation, Curry utilized Zaza's massive frame, making his way to the right side. Zaza's weight was indeed substantial, requiring considerable effort from Suyu to maneuver past him. In that fleeting moment, Curry unleashed a shot. The Warriors' offensive tempo had evidently accelerated. This particular attack relied solely on a single screen, devoid of any passing, culminating in a direct attempt. Swish. It found its mark. 39-37. The Warriors had achieved their first lead. At this moment, Curry was brimming with excitement, even repeating his signature shoulder shimmy and tongue-out celebration. The Warriors fans watching the live broadcast were jubilant, celebrating as if it were a festival, singing and dancing with such fervor that one might mistake it for a championship victory. Suyu received his teammate's pass with a calm demeanor, gradually dribbling past the halfway line. Curry's successful three-pointer did not affect his mindset in the slightest. He merely believed that Curry was celebrating prematurely. The Warriors' defensive strategy was also man-to-man, and at that moment, Curry stood directly in front of Suyu. The look in Curry's eyes was brimming with a sense of mockery, seemingly flaunting his prowess to Suyu. Suyu sensed Curry's provocation and could not help but smile. You know, all the three-pointers you've made were not in my presence. However, every three-pointer I sank was right in front of you. In fact, I even took a step back and shot directly in your face. And you were powerless to stop me. With the most serene tone, Suyu uttered the most audacious words. Remarkably, he did not even wait for Curry to respond. He boldly seized the ball right before Suyu and executed a pull-up three-pointer. My heavens! How could Suyu be so reckless with a shot? It appeared that he exchanged a few words with Curry before the attempt. Yet, could he truly make such a forced shot? Despite the seemingly hasty timing, the elevation of his jumper was indeed impressive. The fans engaged in fervent discussions, deeming Suyu's offensive choice overly impulsive. However, Suyu swiftly provided them with an answer. For the basketball soared above the Cavaliers' home court, tracing a rainbow trajectory and pierced through the net. A rainbow! The fans at the Cavaliers' home arena erupted in cheers. 39-40. Suyu's powerful response electrified the audience, who were thrilled by such a formidable display. However, it seems that this Suyu possesses something extraordinary. In the stands, Lele remarked with a hint of sentimentality, I warn you, do not entertain thoughts about my idol. Instantly, Boss Yang cast a vigilant gaze at Lele. Though she was merely his assistant, Lele's striking figure and appearance were undeniably remarkable. Had her family not dissuaded her from entering the entertainment industry, she might have attained the same level of fame as Boss Yang. Nonetheless, Lele harbored a profound passion for the entertainment field, and ultimately, her family arranged for her to become Boss Yang's assistant, thus partially fulfilling her aspirations. Seriously, is it so wrong to say he's handsome? Lele responded with a hint of guilt. Boss Yang refrained from further conversation as the match was still ongoing. At that moment, Curry found himself somewhat vexed. Just as he was about to showcase his prowess, Suyu retaliated with an even more impressive display. This time, Curry opted not to go for a solo play. After receiving a screen from Rooney, he passed the ball to Durant, who was on fire. However, just as Durant prepared to take on James, the Cavaliers unexpectedly opted to double-team him. Caught off guard, Durant had no choice but to pass the ball to Thompson, who was cutting toward the basket. Just as Thompson attempted an open layup, a figure leapt from behind him, akin to a soaring rock. That figure was none other than Suyu. Just when Thompson thought his cut was flawlessly executed, Suyu swatted his layup out of bounds. The atmosphere among the spectators was instantly ignited by Suyu's monumental block. Incredible! From now on, the Warriors must be wary of what lurks behind them during layups. Is that why the Warriors are known for producing players with a knack for blocking? It was an exceptional moment, and Suyu had timed it perfectly. Thompson appeared utterly bewildered, clearly taken aback by the turn of events. At this juncture, only 4 seconds remained on the shot clock. Durant initiated the play, with Curry attempting to shake off Suyu's defense to receive the ball. Unfortunately, Suyu clung tightly to Curry. With no other option, Durant passed the ball back to Thompson. Time was running short, and Thompson took a step before releasing his shot. Alas, it did not find the mark. The second quarter still had 5.5 minutes remaining. Suyu effortlessly secured the defensive rebound with one hand and then accelerated swiftly. Curry initially intended to intercept him in the backcourt, but was unexpectedly outmaneuvered by Suyu's swift change of direction. Curry hastily pursued, yet Suyu's speed continued to escalate. Suyu had already approached the free throw line. Jaja swiftly moved to provide assistance, attempting to obstruct Suyu's path. Just in time. With a fervent cry resonating in his heart, Suyu surged forward to confront Zaza. fully aware of his inability to impede Suyu. Zaza made his move the moment Suyu accelerated past him, forcefully pushing him aside. The very purpose of Zaza's entry onto the court was to incite a foul and disrupt the rhythm of the Knights team. Although Suyu was forcefully pushed by Zaza, he managed to maintain his balance. Utilizing the momentum from Zaza's shove, Suyu opted to attack the basket. With the ball held in his right hand, he gently tossed it toward the hoop. Beep. The referee blew the whistle, indicating a defensive foul by Zaza. Swish. Simultaneously, the basketball swished through the net. 39-42. There remained 10 minutes and 10 seconds in the game. And won. James exclaimed with excitement, even more animated than Suyu himself, as he rushed over to embrace Suyu. Amazing, man. This particular shot was nothing short of a stroke of genius. What appeared to be a casual toss was, in fact, a masterful manipulation of Zaza. How so? This shot could be described as using a feather to move a mountain. Suyu's touch was absolutely explosive. It seems that even the audience has become enamored with Suyu. Recent commentary has leaned favorably towards him. Indeed, Zaza was clearly targeting him, but alas, he could not achieve his desired outcome. Teacher Su teased with a smile. Suyu stepped up to the free throw line with an additional opportunity for a penalty. He effortlessly scored. 39-43. There are 10 minutes and 10 seconds remaining in the second quarter. The Warriors continue to let Curry command the ball. After a flurry of frantic movements, Durant received the pass and attempted a mid-range shot. However, it failed to find the net. 9 minutes and 50 seconds are left on the clock. Suyu once again secured the defensive rebound and then accelerated. This time, Curry refrained from interfering in the backcourt. He positioned himself at the top of the arc, awaiting Suyu's arrival. At this moment, Suyu's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Korver in the corner. Without hesitation, he charged directly towards Curry. Inside the paint, both Looney and the unremarkable player hastened to the free throw line, determined to encircle Suyu. Just as Suyu found himself ensnared, he decisively delivered a powerful pass to the right corner where Korver stood poised. Without a moment's hesitation, Korver received the ball and took the shot. Bang! With Suyu's assist, Korver struck again from beyond the arc. The score stood at 39-46 with 9.5 minutes remaining in the second quarter. Under Suyu's orchestration, the Cavaliers surged ahead with 6 consecutive points, swiftly widening the gap in the score. Meanwhile, the Warriors appeared somewhat disheartened. As Zaza prepared for the inbound pass, he seemed somewhat distracted, sending the ball forth with a lack of force. Suyu, crouching nearby, was ready. When Curry received the ball, he too exhibited a moment of lethargy. The opportunity had arrived. Suyu, like a prowling leopard, surged forward at the instant Zaza released the ball, intercepting the pass aimed at Curry. Damn. It was only then that Curry realized what had transpired, unable to suppress a low curse. Zaza, now aware of his blunder, quickly rushed to provide support to counter Suyu, who was already positioned beneath the basket. After successfully intercepting the ball, Suyu anticipated that the two opponents would undoubtedly converge upon him. Thus, at the very moment of a successful steal, Suyu opted to leap towards the basket. Consequently, Zaza collided directly with Suyu. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air. In the air, Suyu was unexpectedly knocked by Zaza, yet he remarkably maintained his balance. Utilizing the momentum, he launched the ball towards the hoop. The basketball grazed the backboard before gracefully finding its way into the net. 39-48. There are still 9 minutes and 25 seconds remaining in the second quarter. To everyone's astonishment, Suyu committed yet another egregious foul, sending the crowd into a frenzy. In a mere minute and a half, Suyu led the Cavaliers on a scoring spree, achieving an impressive 8-0 run. On the sidelines, Coach Kerr was visibly incensed and promptly called for a timeout. At this moment, the player known as Zaza realized the extent of his contribution to the mishap, returning to the bench and fervently exclaiming, "My fault. My fault." However, his teammates appeared reluctant to acknowledge him. This situation transcended mere amateur blunders. It was a display of utter ineptitude. Meanwhile, the fans from Hwagwar reveled in the chaos, laughing heartily, Zaza's divine assist. It became apparent that Zaza was inadvertently aiding Suyu, continuously setting him up for three-point plays. From that point onward, Zaza would be regarded as an auxiliary member of the Cavaliers. Unexpectedly, he emerged as the ultimate mole in this unfolding drama. The Hwagwa fans delighted in the spectacle, while the Warrior supporters directed their ire towards Coach Kerr, labeling him a fool for deploying Pachulia, who had long been excluded from the rotation. Is Kerr out of his mind? They scoffed. If this free throw is successful, the Cavaliers will have scored 9 consecutive points. Coach Kerr, now seething with frustration, recognized that Jaja had effectively lost his chance to return to the game. The Warriors' defense was faltering significantly, particularly in the paint. Lacking mobility, they found themselves at the mercy of Suyu's breakthroughs. Consequently, Kerr explicitly instructed his players to manage their assignments diligently and refrain from unnecessary help defense. However, it was evident that Kerr was now in a precarious position. The introduction of McGee and Looney further underscored their defensive vulnerabilities. With Curry, Durant, and Thompson on the court, it became increasingly challenging to contain the penetrative prowess of Suyu and LeBron James. As the game progressed, it was clear that the Warriors had fallen into a deeply disadvantaged position. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed with 9 minutes and 25 seconds remaining in the second quarter. Suyu converted the additional free throw with unwavering precision. The score stood at 39-49. The Golden State Warriors initiated their offensive play. Curry dribbled past half court and promptly passed the ball to Durant. Confronted by James' formidable defense, Durant surprisingly opted for a forceful drive. Despite James occupying an advantageous position, he was still drawn into a foul as Durant powered his way to the basket. Durant approached the free throw line. At that moment, Suyu passed by Durant and uttered a remark. Durant's expression shifted dramatically. "I know all you can do is flop." Suyu spoke with remarkable calmness, yet Durant felt an overwhelming surge of anger upon hearing his words. To Durant, it was as if Suyu had utterly disdained him. After delivering his remarks, Suyu turned and walked away. With 9 minutes and 10 seconds remaining in the second quarter, Durant made both of his free throws, bringing the score to 41-49. Suyu swiftly controlled the ball past half court. Given the current lineup of the Warriors, their mobility is rather limited. This presents an opportune moment to capitalize on their vulnerabilities. Suyu skillfully controlled the ball as he advanced into the front court, handing it off to James, who positioned himself at the left wing, approximately at a 45-degree angle. The remaining Cavaliers players also spread out, clearly indicating that the intention was for James to engage in a one-on-one showdown with Durant. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of cheers, rallying behind James with fervor. Durant, with a steely gaze, fixated intently on the basketball in James's hands. After surveying the Warriors' defensive setup, it appeared that no one was inclined to double-team him. Seizing the moment, James launched himself forward, forcing a foul from Durant. With 9 minutes remaining in the second quarter, James converted both free throws, bringing the score to 41-51. Subsequently, both teams engaged in a fierce exchange of offense as the Warriors began to find their rhythm. However, due to numerous gaps in their defense, they struggled to contain the Cavaliers' offensive onslaught. With 3 minutes left in the second quarter, the Warriors had yet to narrow the gap, trailing by 8 points at 65-73. They called for a timeout. At a glance, the score suggested a lack of defensive intensity, resulting in such high scoring. Coach Kerr substituted out Looney and McGee, reinserting Livingston and Iguodala. In the final 3 minutes of the second quarter, the Warriors geared up for a concerted push to close the gap, while the Cavaliers opted to rest James, who had predominantly dictated the pace of the game thus far. Suyu successfully navigated half a quarter of the game with finesse. However, while Suyu dared to glide through, the defenders of the Warriors could not afford such luxury. Thus, Suyu effectively served as a formidable distraction. As the match progressed, he prepared to seize control in the final 3 minutes of the second quarter. The Warriors initiated play, with Curry and Thompson executing a pick-and-roll. During the screen, Thompson was nearly sent sprawling by a powerful collision with Suyu, who, in his determination to maneuver past Thompson's defense, exerted an extraordinary effort that few could withstand. Curry opted not to take the shot, instead passing the ball to an unguarded Iguodala cutting towards the basket, who effortlessly completed a layup. The score now stood at 67-73, with 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in the game. Suyu swiftly maneuvered the ball past the halfway mark, disregarding the Warriors' relentless pursuit. He boldly opted to drive towards the basket, confronting Iguodala's defense head-on. In midair, Suyu executed a dazzling layup with finesse. The score stood at 67-75, with only 2.5 minutes remaining. Subsequently, although the Warriors rallied to close the gap, maintaining an impressive shooting percentage, Suyu's rapid offensive tempo ensured that he consistently retained the upper hand in the scoreline. Whenever the Warriors scored, Suyu was always ready to respond, whether through personal scoring or by assisting his teammates in securing points. Suyu's commanding performance has undoubtedly thrilled the home crowd. The current Cavaliers cannot simply be regarded as a team led solely by LeBron James. For Suyu's abilities have ascended to an entirely new echelon. As the first half of the game concluded, the score stood at 74-82, with the Cavaliers maintaining an 8-point lead as they entered the second half. During halftime, the Cavaliers' locker room was filled with jubilation. Clearly, their advantage on the scoreboard has afforded them a sense of relaxation and ease. In contrast, the Warriors appeared somewhat despondent, having exerted their utmost effort. Particularly in the latter half of the second quarter, their shooting percentage had steadily improved. However, they were taken aback by the unwavering steadiness of the Cavaliers under Suyu's leadership, as the offense was entirely invigorated by his influence. Suyu not only excels in scoring but also possesses the remarkable ability to create scoring opportunities for his teammates. This talent is what the Warriors fear most at this moment. After Coach Kerr dispensed a dose of motivational rhetoric, the players regained a semblance of confidence. As halftime concluded, the second half of the game resumed. Tyronn Lue made the strategic decision to allow Suyu to rest during the early part of the third quarter, believing the current situation afforded him the luxury of a break. In the third quarter, led by LeBron James, the Warriors maintained their starting lineup. After a lengthy respite, LeBron's stamina was replenished, enabling him to unleash his full potential in the third quarter. This transformation rendered the Warriors' defense increasingly inadequate. Despite the Warriors' offense being vibrant and spirited, they still failed to close the gap in the score. With only 3 minutes remaining in the third quarter, Tyronn Lue called for a timeout. The score stood at 90-98, and the Warriors had yet to regain their footing. The Warriors' defensive strategy underwent another shift, as Kerr opted to abandon the double-team approach on James and Suyu, instead implementing a zone defense to thwart their penetrations. In the final 3 minutes of the third quarter, Suyu replaced LeBron on the court. Although the Warriors had adopted a zone defense, Suyu's incisive drives and precise passes exposed the vulnerabilities in their defensive scheme. Suyu frequently capitalizes on his explosive energy to provide assists for his teammates, who savor the opportunities he creates. The Warriors find themselves compelled to match the Cavaliers' tempo, consequently accelerating their offensive pace. Despite maintaining a commendable shooting percentage, they fail to narrow the score gap. As the third quarter concludes, the Warriors remain behind by 8 points, with a score of 100-108 in favor of the Cavaliers as they enter the fourth quarter. LeBron James continues to observe from the sidelines, while Suyu leads the Cavaliers at the onset of the final quarter. This segment of the game is of paramount importance, and both teams' players exhibit utmost focus and determination. Suyu's offensive tempo has accelerated significantly. Among the moments that exemplify this was a fast break opportunity following a missed shot from the Warriors. After securing the defensive rebound, Suyu embarked on a relentless sprint, traversing from the East Coast to the West Coast. Despite the relentless pursuit of Curry and Iguodala trailing closely behind, they were unable to catch up with him. Upon reaching the basket, Suyu found himself confronted by Durant, who had already returned to defend. Suyu unexpectedly opted for a head-on confrontation. Durant, intent on provoking an offensive foul from Suyu, firmly established his position within the 3-second zone. Should Suyu dare to attempt a direct approach, Durant would promptly collapse to the ground in response. Suyu drew ever closer, approaching Durant with remarkable speed. Just as everyone anticipated that Suyu would opt for a sudden halt, his actions startled all present. Suyu unexpectedly took off right in front of Durant, just beyond the three-point arc. Indeed, fans thought they must have misseen the moment. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief, seeking confirmation that they were not imagining things. Suyu unexpectedly chose to challenge Durant, aiming to execute a soaring dunk over him. At that moment, Durant was taken aback, utterly unprepared for such an audacious assault on the rim. The spectators were left in sheer astonishment. What on earth? Is he truly attempting to dunk over Durant? His ambition knows no bounds. Setting aside the improbability of the attempt, the distance seemed insurmountable. Youth indeed brings a certain fearlessness, even if the dunk were to miss. His audacity would undoubtedly instill trepidation among the Warriors players. Even the whale, captivated, gazed at Suyu on the screen with wide eyes. This leap, when viewed through the lens of courage, is nothing short of explosive within the entire league. Suyu, oh Suyu, is there anything you dare not attempt? At this moment, Teacher Su expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, wow, wow, is Suyu truly reckless?" Barkley gazed at Suyu, who had opted for the most challenging approach. If he were to succeed in a dunk over Durant, the latter's pride would be utterly shattered. Shaquille O'Neal, with a playful grin, teased. O'Neal's words rang true. Durant was seething with anger. He felt that Suyu was disregarding his defense, daring to humiliate him. Did he not care for his own reputation? Durant raged internally. As Suyu leaped, Durant could no longer contain his fury. He forcefully shoved Suyu, who was already airborne. In truth, Suyu's intent was to provoke Durant's ire. He never genuinely believed he could dunk on him in such a precarious situation. It wasn't just Durant. Any player confronted with such provocation would likely respond with intense anger. Hence, enraged, they would undoubtedly engage in irrational behavior. Durant's actions exemplified this irrationality, as his shove caused Suyu to lose his balance and crash to the ground. Just as Suyu was about to hit the floor, he managed to release the basketball with one hand. Following the customary maneuver, he tightened his back muscles and braced for impact. In previous experiences, Suyu had noted that when he engaged his back muscles, landing became imperceptible. In other words, his back had developed the capacity to absorb the shock of landing effectively. This realization instilled confidence in Suyu to attack the paint fearlessly. With his formidable back as protection, he feared no fall, for such a landing could not harm him. It might even lead the referee to believe he had fallen hard. Yet he remained unscathed. Thud, beep, swish. First, the sound of Suyu landing on his back, followed by the referee's whistle, and finally, the ball finding the net. To Suyu, it was a delightful symphony. And one. Oh my goodness, despite being fouled by Durant and knocked to the ground, he still scored. Was this his third successful three-point play? What extraordinary physical prowess was this? He landed on his back again. Would he be all right this time? Goodness. Such a person could not be from Earth. He must be an alien. The spectators were utterly astounded by Suyu. They had never witnessed a player who repeatedly hurled himself into the air, only to lose balance and fall, yet still managed to score. It was simply absurd. At this moment, Durant was equally astonished. Even in such circumstances, he could not hinder Suyu? How extraordinary was that? With such an exceptional physical prowess, it would be quite challenging to find another like him across the entire league. Suyu remained sprawled on the ground as his teammates from the Knights rushed to help him up. Hey, man, you're insane. James exclaimed loudly at Suyu. Clearly, witnessing Suyu's spectacular goal had stirred a wave of excitement within James. Particularly, Suyu's playing style bore a striking resemblance to that of his close friend Dwayne Wade, who also relished the thrill of soaring through the air. This Suyu, he's truly relentless, isn't he? Doesn't he feel any pain? Lele's tone seemed to carry a hint of concern. Indeed, why doesn't he take better care of himself? Time and again, he throws himself to the ground. Doesn't he realize how painful that can be? Boss Young murmured, his face etched with worry as he gazed at Suyu, with a smile gracing his face. Suyu confidently approached the free throw line and made the shot with unwavering precision. At this moment, the fourth quarter had already passed the halfway mark. The score stood at 110-122. Thanks to Suyu's three-point play, the Cavaliers' lead had expanded to double digits. This outcome was intolerable for the Warriors fans. Damn it. Durant doesn't he even realize he has committed a foul. If it had been Green, he would have decisively taken Suyu down. In that moment, a profound longing for Green emerged. At least with Green's presence, our defense wouldn't be so woefully inadequate. Clearly, the Warriors' defensive performance left their fans exceedingly dissatisfied. The impact of Suyu's shot on the Warriors' morale was profoundly detrimental. The team, which had harbored hopes of narrowing the score, found itself increasingly ensnared in a passive stance. As the final 6 minutes approached, their offense grew frantic, a stark departure from the calm and composure that had previously characterized their play. The patience in ball movement and the vigorous off-ball running that once defined their strategy were conspicuously absent. Instead, it devolved into a relentless series of isolation plays by Curry and Durant, or Thompson's stationary shooting, while they occasionally managed to execute difficult shots for the Cavaliers. The equation was simple. As long as they could respond, there was no issue. Although the Warriors' offense appeared to function without flaws, successfully converting their shots, they were akin to headless chickens in their execution. Their abysmal defense had dire consequences, leaving them incapable of staving off the relentless incursions into the paint from Suyu and James. Ultimately, as the final whistle blew, the score stood at 125-135, marking a 10-point defeat for the Warriors. The Cavaliers had seized another victory, extending their lead in the series to 3-1, placing the Warriors in a precarious situation. Historically in the NBA Finals, only one team has ever overcome a 1-3 deficit to achieve a comeback, and that team is none other than the Warriors' current adversaries, the Cavaliers. A rather ironic record indeed. Players from the Warriors exited the court, retreating to the locker room. Meanwhile, in the stands, the bald figure of Xiaohua, adorned with golden-rimmed glasses, gazed intently at the scoreboard. Eventually, Xiaohua turned away from the stands, his expression inscrutable. The match concluded, and unexpectedly, Boss Yang proclaimed, "I must seek Sue's autograph." To everyone's astonishment, she rose and made her way towards the center of the court. Lele was taken aback by Yang's declaration, and upon witnessing her actual movement, panic set in. It was crucial to remember that security would not permit fans to approach the court during the finals. What had possessed Boss Yang to abandon all reason at such a pivotal moment? In a flurry of concern, Lele rushed to Yang, grasping her hand firmly, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? You'll be thrown out by security." Lele's frustration was palpable. She could hardly fathom Yang's lack of sensibility. "If I don't seize this opportunity to get his signature, I may never have another chance." To everyone's astonishment, Boss Yang disregarded Lele's admonitions, forcefully shaking off her hand before abruptly accelerating towards Suyu. The distance from Boss Yang to the court was not great, allowing her to reach the venue swiftly. At that moment, the security personnel also noticed her rushing into the arena and began issuing warnings. However, Boss Yang was undeterred. She disregarded the security shouts and charged directly towards Suyu. Meanwhile, a photographer captured this dramatic scene, hastily photographing Boss Yang in action. As the live broadcast continued, the audience witnessed her fervent approach towards Suyu. "Look at that. An ardent fan has even stormed the field," exclaimed the commentators. "And it's a female fan. Though she is wearing a hat and a mask, she appears to have quite an impressive figure." This was madness. Entering the arena at such a critical moment would surely result in her being escorted out by security. Yet, this was the essence of a true fan, seemingly intent on reaching Suyu. Viewers, who were on the verge of turning off their televisions, now watched with a sense of anticipation, eager to see how the situation would unfold. Security had surrounded the area, and it appeared that Suyu was about to head into the players' tunnel. In a moment of desperation, Boss Yang called out to Suyu, "Suyu, wait for me." Her voice was loud enough to reach him, given their proximity. Upon hearing someone call his name in Mandarin, Suyu turned around with curiosity. He then saw Boss Yang excitedly waving at him, rushing towards him. "Hello, Suyu. I am your fan. It is a rare occasion for me to be here to watch your match. Could you please give me your autograph?" Boss Yang said, breathless with excitement. At this moment, Suyu heard the eloquent and precise sounds of the Chinese language, which evoked a sense of familiarity within him. He smiled and said, "You truly possess remarkable audacity. Allow me to provide you with my signature." With that, Suyu extended his hand towards Boss Yang, requesting a pen and paper. It was at this very moment that the security guard rushed forward. Suyu gestured towards them and softly said, "These are my friends from Huagua. Please wait a moment." Since Suyu had spoken, the two security guards had no choice but to show him some respect. At that moment, Boss Yang was exceedingly excited. She quickly produced a pen that she had prepared earlier. Then, she took out the t-shirt given to her by the home team of the Knights and handed it to Suyu along with the pen. Suyu swiftly signed his name on the t-shirt and returned it to Boss Yang, offering a friendly reminder, next time, it would be prudent to avoid such perilous endeavors, especially in the United States. After uttering this, Suyu turned and departed. At that moment, Boss Yang was brimming with excitement, verging on ecstatic. "You need not rush me. I shall make my own way," he declared with an air of defiance, casting a glance at the two surly security guards. Meanwhile, Lele had descended from the stands. True to her role as Boss Yang's assistant, she adeptly managed public relations, repeatedly apologizing to the two guards before guiding Boss Yang back to the audience's passage. Unbeknownst to them, this entire scene had been meticulously recorded, almost as if it were being broadcast live. The post-match news of Suyu being besieged by fervent fans seeking his autograph quickly ascended to trending status. Even more astonishing was the uncanny familiarity that the onlookers felt towards the exuberant female fan, although they struggled to pinpoint the source of their recognition. Exiting the arena, Lele was ablaze with indignation, incessantly chastising Boss Yang. "My dear aunt, are you truly courting disaster? How could you engage in such perilous antics?" However, Boss Yang, in high spirits, paid no heed to Lele's tirade. Having attained her heart's desire, she was unfazed by Lele's scolding. "We are returning to Huagua now. Our journey in America has reached its conclusion." Lele, disregarding Boss Yang's earnest pleas, made a resolute decision, fearing that lingering might lead to unforeseen complications. Unbeknownst to Lele, the fervor surrounding Boss Yang's idolization had begun to ferment. As videos of Suyu being accosted for autographs by the zealous female fans circulated throughout Huagua, astute netizens began to recognize the striking resemblance of this fan to a certain celebrity. Thus commenced a quest to identify the starlet whose silhouette matched that of the fan. It must be noted that the internet possesses formidable power, particularly among the netizens of Huagua, whose skills are indeed unparalleled. Through relentless analysis and verification, the online community arrived at the conclusion that this female fan was likely Boss Yang herself. Furthermore, they presented various pieces of evidence, showcasing her gait and public appearances. her walking style while acting, and even her masked visage in certain films and television shows. An increasing number of netizens began to concur with this assessment. Consequently, the discussion regarding whether Boss Yang was the enigmatic female fan pursuing Siyu for an autograph ignited a wildfire across the internet. Boss Yang's popularity in Hwagwa is nothing short of astronomical. Thus, once this topic emerged, it swiftly became a hot search across numerous websites and social media platforms. Netizens inundated the comments section, exclaiming, "My goodness! It appears that fandom knows no boundaries. I find this side of Boss Yang even more relatable. The fact that she adores Siyu rather than Chicken Brother earns my respect. Celebrities too are human. They have their idols, and I see nothing amiss in that." This merely underscores the immense influence wielded by Siyu, capable of captivating even the top-tier stars of the entertainment industry. However, judging from the footage, it seems that Siyu harbors no interest in Boss Yang whatsoever. I must say, Siyu is indeed a paragon for our generation. I wonder what expression would grace his face upon discovering that the ardent female fan is none other than Boss Yang. Upon disembarking at the airport in the vibrant metropolis, Boss Yang and Lele were blissfully unaware of the turmoil awaiting them. As Lele turned on her phone, a wave of shock washed over her upon discovering a staggering number of missed calls from 99. This unmistakably indicated that something significant had transpired. When she returned the call, the gravity of the situation became abundantly clear. Meanwhile, Boss Yang remained oblivious to the seriousness of the affair, her excitement palpable as she clutched a t-shirt signed by Siyu. On the other end of the line, Lele was met with a barrage of reprimands. After hanging up, she gazed helplessly at Boss Yang, who was still enveloped in bliss. "Are you aware that you have become quite the sensation?" Lele inquired. "Haven't I always been popular? What is so peculiar about that?" Boss Yang replied nonchalantly. "But this time, your fame stems from your identity as a fervent female fan." Lele exclaimed. "What? They could distinguish me even when I was so heavily disguised." Boss Yang finally grasped the reality. Her cover had been blown, and it astonished her that despite her efforts to conceal her identity with a mask and hat, she had still been recognized. "Dear Aunt, do not underestimate the fervor of your fans, just as you are enamored with Siyu," Lele remarked, her own frustration evident. Indeed, as Boss Yang had noted, it was rather absurd that she had been recognized despite her attempts at anonymity. Nevertheless, the pressing matter at hand was to manage this unexpected surge in popularity. With a heavy heart, Lele returned to the office, ready to tackle the trending topic. Boss Yang, however, appeared unfazed, unconcerned about the implications of her newfound notoriety. To her, the sensational gossip held little significance, as she had no need for such frivolous headlines to garner attention. Yet, in light of Boss Yang's influence, Suyu's popularity skyrocketed, transcending from male fans to a burgeoning female fan base. Curiosity about Siyu surged, as his striking looks and exceptional basketball prowess captivated many. At this moment, Siyu's popularity rivaled that of top male celebrities in the country. "Oh my, no wonder Boss Yang is infatuated with him. He is undeniably handsome," exclaimed many admirers. "It turns out that such a charming and talented individual truly exists. Siyu is my ideal type. He embodies the quintessential heartthrob from our high school and university days. From this day forth, Boss Yang is my rival in love, and I shall not concede an inch." 30 years of Suyu's fans stand united. We implore you to exercise restraint. Yet, the irony remained that Siyu was only 20 years old this year. The fervor exhibited by female netizens from China has instilled a profound sense of crisis among male fans. While the male admirers genuinely appreciate Suyu's exceptional athletic prowess, it is evident that these female supporters are primarily captivated by his physical allure. The influence of Siyu within the confines of Hwagwa is remarkably profound. Yet at this moment, he is immersed in relentless training. On the evening following the conclusion of the competition, Siyu, as per his usual routine, engaged in additional practice. However, an inexplicable event transpired. After completing the specialized training for the ghost back, Siyu noticed that the system exhibited no response. This left him feeling perplexed. "System, I have undergone the specialized training. Should it not enhance the integration of the ghost back?" Siyu could not help but inquire. The system responded, stating that it was currently undergoing an upgrade, and the integration level could not be enhanced at the moment. It asked the host to be patient. The system's reply left Siyu momentarily stunned. He never anticipated that this system would undergo an upgrade. What transformation would the system undergo after the upgrade? Siyu was filled with curiosity. How long does the system upgrade take? Will it become even more powerful after the upgrade? Please be patient. Host. Clearly, The system's response indicated that it was offline. Although somewhat disappointed, Siyu found that he did not urgently require further enhancement of his spectral fusion at this moment. His current strength was sufficient. He possessed defensive skills that decreased his opponent's accuracy and still had 9 opportunities remaining for his final shot. Moreover, he had access to the essence of humanity's 18-point skill, along with Stockton's exceptional passing and assisting ability. His physical prowess had already reached the pinnacle of the league. Thus, what Siyu needed to focus on now were technical improvements. He wondered whether the ghostly back system would offer rewards in this regard after the upgrade. After a moment of contemplation, Siyu resolved to continue his specialized training in ghostly back techniques. Even if the degree of fusion could not be enhanced for the time being, his physical stamina would undeniably improve. With this in mind, he could wholeheartedly focus on refining his basketball skills. At present, Siyu's basketball skills exhibit numerous shortcomings. For instance, his ability to execute a sudden stop-and-shoot after dribbling, as well as his turnaround jump shot from a low-post position, are areas needing meticulous refinement. These techniques require relentless practice and cannot be mastered in a fleeting moment. The day after the 4th game of the finals, Siyu boarded a flight with the Cavaliers to Golden State. In the 5th match, they would be facing the Warriors on their home court. This game is of paramount importance for both teams, particularly the Warriors, who find themselves teetering on the brink of elimination. Therefore, they are certain to unleash their utmost potential to thwart the Cavaliers. Additionally, Draymond Green is set to return, significantly bolstering their defensive capabilities. This is indeed monumental news for the Warriors. On the eve of the match, the head referee for the 5th game was announced. Simultaneously, this referee received a call from the league president, Xiao Hua. The request was straightforward. He hoped the officials would maintain an appropriate balance. As this series ought not to conclude so swiftly, the head referee grasped Xiao Hua's implication. Thus, it became evident that this game would present formidable challenges for the Cavaliers. With a system upgrade and directives from Xiao Hua, coupled with the Warriors' desperate resolve, the stakes were exceedingly high. Upon their arrival in Golden State, Siyu took a brief respite before preparing to train at the arena. However, the team's general manager informed him that they were not permitted to utilize the Warriors' training facility. In other words, the Warriors had already begun their preparations outside the court. Unless it was a scheduled practice time sanctioned by the league, the Cavaliers were barred from training. This regulation was within the bounds of fair play, allowing for normal practice while prohibiting additional sessions. For Siyu, this outcome was difficult to accept. Fortunately, the hotel where they were staying boasted a well-equipped gymnasium. Siyu had no choice but to train in the hotel's gym. As he stepped into the fitness center, he drew the attention of everyone present. This was Golden State, where Warriors fans were ubiquitous. Siyu was quickly recognized by them. At that moment, a robust man, whose stature was comparable to Siyu's, approached him and said, "Hey, Siyu, I've heard that you have a fondness for training. Would you care to join me for a workout?" Siyu found himself at a loss for words, confronted by the absurdity of the burly man before him. "I am here to train, not to compete with you," he retorted. Clearly, Siyu opted to disregard such provocations. As a basketball player, his training regimen differed significantly from that of a bodybuilder. However, the imposing figure was relentless, asserting, "To utter such words on our territory is profoundly disrespectful." Siyu was rendered speechless. Why was it impossible for him to train in peace? First, they refused to grant access to the venue, and now, even in the hotel gym, he had to endure the harassment from such self-righteous individuals. Siyu was not afraid of being outmatched. Rather, he perceived these individuals as simply indulging in frivolity. However, since someone had initiated a challenge, he was more than willing to demonstrate what true power entailed. "Speak plainly. How shall we compete? I am pressed for time." Siyu was incensed, casting a disdainful glance at the burly man before him. Upon witnessing Siyu accept the challenge, the muscular figure instantly erupted with excitement. "It's quite simple. We shall compete in bench pressing and squatting, and see who can lift the greater weight." Siyu nodded and then addressed the onlookers, saying, "Would you be so kind as to serve as witnesses? I wish to engage him in a wager." Siyu's words instantly invigorated the burly man before him. Was Siyu not inviting humiliation upon himself? "How do you wish to wager? What are the stakes for winning and losing?" The muscular man inquired eagerly. "If I lose, I shall call you father. If you lose, you must call me father, and furthermore, you shall never again watch a Warriors game for the rest of your life." Siyu's words caused the burly man to change color instantly. He had not anticipated that Siyu would play such a colossal game. "Why must I bear such a significant cost for my defeat?" Siyu said disdainfully. "Since our reputations are not on equal footing, It is evident that you are merely attempting to leverage my fame. Should you emerge victorious, the benefits to you would be immeasurable. Suyu refrained from continuing his discourse, having articulated his point with clarity. Ultimately, the burly man acquiesced to Suyu's request. Without indulging in any superfluous conversation, Suyu stated directly, "Let us commence with the bench press. I shall go first. If you can lift my weight, I concede defeat." After uttering these words, Suyu disregarded whether the robust man had agreed and proceeded directly to the bench press apparatus. As Suyu began to add more weight plates, the expressions of the onlookers grew increasingly solemn. Even the robust challenger became noticeably tense. When Suyu added the weight to 200 kilograms, he paused momentarily. This brought a sense of relief to the robust man, for he could still manage a set at that weight. However, the subsequent actions of Suyu nearly left him agape in astonishment. The pause was due to the absence of nearby weight plates, compelling Suyu to fetch them from another location. Ultimately, he increased the weight to 260 kilograms and then lay back down. In the astonished gazes of the strong man and the onlookers, Suyu effortlessly lifted the barbell and executed 5 steady repetitions. Following that, he smoothly returned to his original position. The robust man was utterly taken aback by Suyu's display. How could he handle 260 kilograms with such apparent ease? Suyu paid no heed to his expression and directly commanded, "Push." The burly man had never attempted to lift such a tremendous weight in his prime. He had only managed a maximum of 200 kilograms. To suddenly expect him to lift 260 kilograms was tantamount to risking his life. Observing the man's hesitation, Suyu urged, "If you can do it, then go ahead. If not, concede." Provoked by Suyu's challenge, the burly man decided to take the bold plunge. As he reclined to prepare for the lift, despair washed over him as he discovered he could not even budge the bar. "Well, you've lost." The disparity was so vast that there was no room for any tricks. The burly man stood up in defeat. While a crowd of onlookers captured the spectacle of their contest on camera, Suyu approached the squat rack and began to add weight. Ultimately, he reached a staggering 330 kilograms. He then commenced his descent, unracked the bar, squatted down, and rose effortlessly. There was no hint of hesitation. Everything was seamless and fluid. The muscular man, at this point, understood that defeat was inevitable. Not to mention 330 kilograms, he couldn't even manage 300. Thus, in front of all witnesses, the strong man indeed failed to rise. "You've lost. Call me daddy." Suyu gazed calmly at the burly man before him. At this moment, the once arrogant and domineering figure had lost all semblance of bravado. He had truly been subdued by Suyu's prowess. "Father." The burly man could only resign himself to his fate, accepting the consequences of his wager. Suyu nodded and then added, "From now on, you shall no longer be a fan of the Warriors. Of course, you can become a supporter of our Cavaliers." After this remark, Suyu commenced his formal training. The scene that had just unfolded was diligently captured by the onlookers. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, these videos of the contest would soon spread like wildfire across the internet. At this moment, Suyu remained committed to his specialized training routine. The spectators did not disperse. Instead, they continued to observe Suyu's rigorous regimen. As they beheld the intensity of his training, they were left astounded. Was training this extreme? Could this be the reason behind his remarkable surge in strength? Did he not fear the absence of stamina for tomorrow's competition? These inquiries proliferated among the gathered crowd. After 2 hours of relentless training, Suyu finally paused. At that juncture, his condition was less than optimal, for the presence of onlookers had hindered him from training to his fullest potential. Consequently, Suyu could only engage in a casual workout before leaving the gym. The events that transpired in the hotel gym instantly ignited a tremendous uproar on social media. Netizens in Huagwa humorously remarked that Sushin had not only visited the gym but had also unwittingly claimed a son. Simultaneously, Suyu's extraordinary strength instilled a sense of fear in many. Even the football coach, upon viewing Suyu's training footage, expressed astonishment, exclaiming that if Suyu were to abandon basketball for football, he would undoubtedly emerge as the most gifted quarterback. Suyu was unaware that his daily routine would incite such a significant commotion. After completing his training, he indulged in a hearty meal and subsequently fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening the following day, he realized it was the day of the match. The 5th game of the 2018 NBA Finals was officially underway, with the Cavaliers challenging the Warriors on their home turf. With a commanding lead of 3-1, the Cavaliers were ahead of the Warriors. This match was arguably the most anticipated event globally. The Warriors found themselves in a dire predicament. A victory would grant them another chance, while a defeat would send them home to relax. For this pivotal finals matchup, TNT had even assembled a star-studded commentary team comprised of 4 renowned analysts: Shaquille O'Neal, Charles Barkley, Reggie Miller, and Kenny Smith. Additionally, a certain streaming platform invited a trio of commentators, including Whale, Xiao Fan, Teacher Su, and Teacher Yang, forming a formidable lineup as well. The Warriors' home arena was filled to capacity, with fans adorned in yellow t-shirts, creating a vibrant sea of color. During the warm-up session, C was engaged in some basic shooting drills. Beep. The referee's whistle signaled the commencement of the match. The Warriors' starting lineup consisted of Curry, Thompson, Durant, Iguodala, and Green, while the Cavaliers fielded LeBron James, Siu, Hill, Love, and Thompson. This game bore immense significance for the Warriors. Win or go home. Such was the critical choice they faced. The home crowd had already begun to generate an electrifying atmosphere. In their minds, their team was destined for victory. The Warriors reverted to their small ball lineup, arguably their strongest configuration. With their backs against the wall, the Warriors were poised to unleash tremendous energy. Jump ball. Thompson emerged victorious. Once again, it was Suyu who seized control of the possession. LeBron awaited at the right side, at a 45-degree angle. In his perspective, the Cavaliers finally possessed a competent point guard. Suyu's prowess in handling the ball is evident to all. Suyu initiated the play, utilizing Love's screen. With the cover provided, Suyu advanced towards the paint. At this moment, Durant, who was defending Love, opted to double-team Suyu. This was precisely the strategy orchestrated by Kerr. Their defensive approach was unequivocal, focusing on tightly guarding both James and Suyu. Suyu passed the ball back, and Love decisively took a three-point shot. Bang! It found nothing but net. 0-3. The Cavaliers opened the scoring with Love leading the charge. Love's shooting touch is quite impressive today, as he successfully landed a three-pointer in the first quarter. It appears that the Warriors' defense will face greater challenges ahead. As always, Suyu began by assisting his teammates in scoring, his style reminiscent of LeBron's. LeBron can now afford to observe his opponents, having preserved his stamina effectively. Several commentators from American television expressed their insights. The Warriors' offense commenced. Curry controlled the ball as he crossed half-court, with Green setting a screen away from the ball, allowing Thompson to emerge. He caught the ball and shot. Swish. A powerful response from the Warriors. Their fans erupted in a fervent cheer, wildly waving their t-shirts. Thompson was equally exhilarated. In the previous 4 games, he had felt quite constrained, almost invisible. Fans had once remarked, in desperate times, one must look to the Buddha. It now seems that the Buddha is indeed revealing his presence. 3-3. Both teams are exhibiting commendable shooting today, indicating a potential shootout. Indeed, Thompson appears resolute today, poised for a significant breakout. With Green back in the lineup, the Warriors have demonstrated a remarkable fluidity in both defense and offense. Undoubtedly, Green remains an indispensable asset to the Warriors. In a certain streaming room, several commentators shared their perspectives. Back on the court, the Cavaliers continued their offense, spearheaded by Suyu. After successfully dribbling past half-court, Suyu called for TT's screen. This time, leveraging the pick, Suyu passed the ball to the open TT. Given that the Warriors consistently opted to double-team Suyu, TT found himself in a position of freedom. Upon receiving the ball, TT charged directly towards the basket. Durant was compelled to provide assistance on defense, which consequently left an opening on the perimeter. TT swiftly passed the ball to Hill, stationed beyond the three-point line. Without a moment's hesitation, Hill took the shot, as per the tactical arrangement. Whenever an opportunity arose, they were mandated to take decisive three-point attempts. Unfortunately, Hill's shot failed to find its mark. Durant secured the defensive rebound and executed a long outlet pass to Curry. The instant Hill released the ball, Curry began his fast break. However, as the progenitor of this rapid offensive maneuver, how could CU possibly overlook the threat posed by Curry? Thus, as Curry dashed down the court, CU closely followed in pursuit. Durant's long pass was impeccably timed, leading the ball directly to him. At this moment, Curry had positioned himself on the three-point line, with CU trailing closely behind. Upon receiving the ball, Curry cast a glance over his shoulder at CU. Assessing the distance, there was still at least a 2-body-length gap. Consequently, Curry opted to accelerate directly, intent on finishing with a layup. He exhibited no signs of complacency, fully aware of CU's speed and explosiveness. Therefore, he maximized his own pace. As he leaped for the layup, Curry ascended confidently, even deliberately adjusting the arc of his shot for precautionary measures. Yet, despite these efforts, he ultimately underestimated CU's velocity and power. just as Curry released the ball. It was nearing its apex. Su galloped in, his imposing hat casting a shadow that obscured the sun as he forcefully swatted the basketball against the backboard, causing it to ricochet back. Hiss. This was the sound emitted by several commentators in a certain streaming platform. Su's remarkable chase-down block is reminiscent of the legendary LeBron James. At that moment, Curry wore a bewildered expression, utterly taken aback that Su managed to thwart his attempt. The basketball rebounded and was swiftly retrieved by Thompson, who was unguarded. Without hesitation, he decisively took his shot. Bang! Thompson once again sank a three-pointer. 6-3. A tremendous roar of cheers and shouts instantly resonated throughout the Warriors arena. Thompson's scorching hot hand ignited the fervor of the fans in attendance. The once silent splash god had finally erupted after a prolonged period of dormancy, instilling in the audience a renewed hope for victory. Thompson and Curry engaged in an intense collision, both brimming with excitement as their rhythm finally returned. Su shook his head, realizing that he had acted impulsively with that shot. He should have applied a gentler touch. Otherwise, the ball wouldn't have rebounded so far. LeBron patted Su on the shoulder, reassuring him that he had performed admirably. 2 minutes into the first quarter, the Warriors had already sunk 2 three-pointers. The Cavaliers' offensive play was initiated by LeBron. Positioned at the top of the arc, Su set a screen for him. LeBron utilized the screen to advance to the vicinity of the free throw line, taking a mid-range shot that clanked off the rim, grabbing the rebound. Green dribbled the ball up the court. The Warriors were consciously accelerating their offensive tempo, no longer passively following the rhythm of the game. With Green controlling the ball, Curry and Thompson executed a fast break, complemented by Durant. The Warriors' small ball strategy was finally taking shape. The movements of these players made it exceedingly difficult for the Cavaliers to discern their specific offensive positions. As Green reached the top of the arc, he suddenly pivoted, turning his back to LeBron, and executed a handoff pass to Durant, who had been trailing him. This was a clever combination of offensive screening and passing. At that moment, Durant found himself in an open position with an excellent rhythm to shoot. It must be said that Green's ball handling in this instance was remarkably astute. After comfortably receiving the pass, Durant launched a three-pointer. The rhythm was simply perfect for him. Indeed, the three-pointer arched through the air with flawless precision, swishing through the net. 19-3. The Warriors had hit 3 consecutive three-pointers with 9.5 minutes remaining in the first quarter. The Warriors fans erupted into a frenzy, overwhelmed with exhilaration. Their three-point shooting had finally come alive, a momentous development. Even the Cavaliers fans began to show signs of anxiety. Yet, Tyronn Lue refrained from calling a timeout. LeBron brought the ball past half-court, continuing to work in tandem with Su's pick-and-roll. However, this time, LeBron opted for a wide-range pass. Kevin Love caught the ball in the corner, presenting a decent opportunity. Love launched a three-pointer. Once again, it clanged off the rim. Yet again, it was Green securing the defensive rebound. After grabbing the rebound, Green executed a long, bullet-like pass. Just as the basketball was about to cross half-court, a shadow emerged from the midst. Originally, Curry was poised to receive the long pass, but the appearance of this shadow intercepted the ball. It was none other than Su. Su had already been attentive to Green's movements. After witnessing such a collaboration once, he developed a sense of vigilance. Following the interception, Su deliberately slowed the pace. The current Cavaliers could no longer align their offensive tempo with that of the Warriors, for it was the Warriors who dictated the rhythm. The Cavaliers needed to proceed with caution and precision, ensuring a satisfactory success rate. Otherwise, the Warriors would unleash a relentless onslaught. Confronted with Curry's defense, Su opted to back in, knowing that Curry's strength was no match for him. Reluctantly, the nearest defender, Iguodala, also converged on him, leaving James wide open. Quick-witted, Du promptly passed the ball to the unguarded James, who seized the opportunity to shoot a three-pointer. This time, James capitalized on it. The score was now 9-6, with 8.5 minutes remaining in the first quarter. The Warriors pressed on with their offensive strategy, featuring the dynamic duo of Curry and Thompson. Although Su had discerned their attacking style, he found himself firmly obstructed by Green. In this moment, Green displayed no apprehension, employing all his might and cunning to thwart Su, preventing him from closing in on Curry. In a fleeting moment, Su found himself devoid of effective strategies. This time, Thompson received the ball and promptly returned it to Curry. Without a hint of hesitation, Curry opted to take a three-point shot. Nothing but net. Curry was on fire. The score now stood at 12-6 with 8 minutes and 10 seconds remaining in the first quarter. All points thus far had originated from three-point attempts. A pace of play that thrilled the fans. Particularly, the Warriors supporters began to exuberantly chant the names of the Splash Brothers. Today, the Splash Brothers truly lived up to their illustrious reputation. Nevertheless, Tyronn Lue remained as steadfast as a mountain. In his view, it was not yet time to panic. The Cavaliers continued to adhere to their established tactics. The ensuing moments of the game saw the Warriors maintaining their rapid tempo, while the Cavaliers took a more measured approach. Notably, CU had scarcely attempted a shot in the first quarter, as LeBron predominantly led the team forward. CU predominantly assumes a supportive role, which has left numerous fans and experts bewildered. It appears that in the first quarter, CU exhibited little desire to engage in offensive play, much to the frustration of the Chinese spectators. By the conclusion of the first quarter, the Warriors had established a commanding lead of 10 points. With a score of 40-30. Aside from securing 6 assists, CU's other statistics were all zeros. Such a performance nearly brought the Warriors fans to the brink of laughter, especially those critics who were practically in ecstasy. Is this what they refer to as the Cavaliers' second superstar? Scoring nothing in the first quarter? It seems CU is the true jester, to the amusement of many. Perhaps he was bewildered by our Warriors' three-point shooting. To define a true superstar, one must possess the ability to carry the team during crucial moments. Clearly, CU falls short in this regard. At this moment, fans in Hawaii watching from home felt a profound sense of disappointment. They had hoped to witness CU dominate in this game, but based on the first quarter, he appeared somewhat restrained, particularly in his offensive play, which seemed to be in a state of dormancy. He lacked even the desire to attack, rendering him almost unrecognizable to his supporters. Even the whale, too, expressed his frustration. How can one put it? Ultimately, CU still lacks the experience in high-stakes games. At this critical juncture, he cannot rise to the occasion. It is also possible that he is overthinking the situation. After all, the Cavaliers currently lead 3-1. And a single victory would secure them the championship. Indeed, once such thoughts arise, one's mindset can easily become unstable. We still hope that CU can regain his composure. With 3 quarters left to play, the point differential is not insurmountable, and opportunities remain. Experts in a certain streaming channel exchanged their opinions, each contributing their thoughts. Even Boss Yang, who was watching the live broadcast, wore a troubled expression. She was convinced that CU was being deliberate. God is certainly acting with intention. He believes that if he shoots early, the game will lose its suspense too soon. Therefore, he chose to allow the Warriors to harbor hope before plunging them into disappointment. There's no doubt about it. Boss Yang murmured to herself, expressing unwavering confidence in CU. The camera then focused on CU, who was seated on the bench, displaying his personal statistics from the first quarter on the screen: 0 points, 6 assists, and no rebounds or any other notable figures. Such statistics, if associated with a point guard, might barely be deemed acceptable. However, in the context of CU's current performance, they appeared quite dismal. On the screen, CU wore a placid expression, his gaze somewhat unfocused as he stared blankly at the floor. No one could fathom the thoughts swirling within him, not even head coach Tyronn Lue. Lue sensed a disturbance in CU's mindset, and thus decided it prudent to let him sit on the bench and reflect. As the second quarter commenced, CU was assigned to rest, replaced by Jeff Green. This substitution sparked an uproar among fans worldwide. At such a critical juncture, the decision to bench CU was astonishing. The Cavaliers were still trailing by 10 points, and LeBron had played the entirety of the first quarter. Fans from China erupted in outrage. Tyronn Lue, has your mind been befuddled? At this moment, how could Sugod not be on the court? Even if CU's scoring prowess was limited, he could at least orchestrate the team's offense. LeBron had already logged 12 minutes. Shouldn't he be allowed to rest? It seemed the coaching decisions were as misguided as those of a novice. Should the Cavaliers lose this game, the blame would undoubtedly fall squarely on Lue's shoulders. It became apparent that some internal forces were likely undermining CU. Even the fans from China began to speculate wildly. However, their grievances bore no weight. For as the second quarter unfolded, LeBron began to exhibit signs of fatigue, while the Warriors maintained their momentum. Consequently, the outcome became increasingly apparent, with the Warriors extending their lead. As the game reached the official timeout in the second quarter, the Warriors had surged ahead by a staggering 15 points, 66-51, with 6 minutes and 30 seconds still remaining. During the timeout, the camera captured LeBron, who, panting heavily, sat on the bench, gasping for air. In stark contrast, CU remained unfazed, as if the unfolding events on the court were of no concern to him. When the timeout concluded and the game resumed, Tyronn Lue cast a glance in Suyu's direction. Suyu nodded gently and then gradually rose to his feet, observing Suyu standing up towards the bench. The reactions from all sides varied significantly. The Warriors fans in the arena erupted in a cacophony of noise, their boos incessant. Clearly, for the home supporters, psychologically unsettling Suyu was of paramount importance. Meanwhile, fans of the Hwagwa team, watching from their screens, finally felt a surge of excitement. Su Shun is coming on. The Cavaliers of Hope. They lamented, he should have come on much earlier. What time is it now? Indeed, they mused, if he waits any longer, he might as well sit out the next game. They hoped it wasn't too late. Otherwise, Tyronn Lue would bear the brunt of the blame. Even Boss Young finally became engaged. She had hardly paid attention to the game while Suyu was absent. With 6.5 minutes remaining in the second quarter and only a 15-point deficit, Boss Young confidently declared, "This is a mere trifle for Suyu." However, what Boss Young did not anticipate was that while she was watching the Cavaliers game in her office, her assistant Lele was also seated at her desk, equally engrossed in the match. It seemed that Suyu's charisma was indeed substantial, capable of turning onlookers into fervent supporters. As the game resumed, Suyu replaced LeBron James. The score stood at 66-51. At that moment, the Warriors were brimming with confidence. Even with Suyu's arrival, they appeared to regard him with indifference. At this instant, Suyu, observing the self-assured Warriors players, smiled inwardly. In truth, Boss Young was not mistaken. Suyu was indeed instilling hope in the Warriors. Had they unleashed their full potential in the first quarter, the game would have lost its suspense far too early, which would have been detrimental to the Cavaliers. Although Suyu remained uncertain about the existence of any manipulation within the league, he understood that for the league and for Xiaohua, the longer the matches continued, the better. Each additional game meant increased revenue from ticket sales, television broadcasts, and gambling, a fact that even the most novice could comprehend. Thus, Suyu chose to endure in silence, allowing the Warriors to widen the score gap. This gave both the referees and Xiaohua a sense of control over the match. At the very least, this game would ensure that the Warriors would not suffer defeat, thereby achieving their objective. Suyu, in a bid to deceive the puppeteers manipulating the match, has made such a decision. At present, the point differential has reached 15, and there remains ample time in the game. Suyu must continue to play on, his objective being to ensure that the Warriors maintain at least a 20-point lead going into halftime. He aims to create the illusion that the game is securely in their grasp before gradually exerting his influence. If he can endure until the latter part of the fourth quarter, narrowing the score or even equalizing it, it will be too late for the referees to intervene. Thus, upon re-entering the game in the second quarter, Suyu remains unassuming and composed. He is intent on assisting his teammates, prioritizing their success over his own scoring. Whenever opportunities arise, he promptly passes to others. Despite his teammates' disheartening shooting percentages, Suyu exhibits no signs of impatience. The Warriors' offense grows increasingly incisive. With each attack characterized by a rapid tempo, they typically shoot within 5 passes. Remarkably, they maintain a high accuracy rate despite this pace. Indeed, Suyu's lackadaisical performance has begun to stir discontent among Cavaliers fans. What is Suyu doing? His gameplay is excessively rational. Has he forgotten his shooting gear today? This version of Suyu is quite unfamiliar. He should be taking shots. With his teammates struggling, why does he insist on passing? Is he blind? I can't believe it. Has Suyu been bribed? Even the commentators are baffled by his actions. Barkley, with a look of helplessness, remarked that Suyu's excessively reasonable play is quite frustrating to watch. He even expressed doubts about whether there might be issues in the locker room. Without delving into the locker room state, it is evident that Suyu himself is facing challenges. Kenny Smith concurred. As the second quarter drew to a close, the Cavaliers seized their final offensive opportunity, trailing by as much as 20 points, 80-60. Suyu controlled the ball, and it was evident that the final offensive opportunity was entrusted to him. Suyu skillfully controlled the ball, his expression tranquil as he glanced at the timer. Surely, this time he would take the initiative to score, would he not? There was no way he would pass the responsibility again, was there? If he could make the shot, it would at least narrow the deficit to within 20 points. Even a mere 2 points would suffice. The fans of the Hwagwa team buzzed with anticipation. In the final 6 seconds, Suyu made his move. This time, he did not request a screen. However, after breaking past Curry, the Warriors' double team swiftly descended upon him. The current Warriors team was now confident in their defensive strategy, for the Cavaliers' other players had been woefully inefficient in their shooting. At that moment, Suyu found himself at the free throw line, surrounded by 3 defenders. Don't pass, Shoot it yourself. If you miss, so be it. The fans gritted their teeth and urged. Meanwhile, the Warriors fans unleashed a barrage of boos, attempting to disrupt Suyu's focus. Just as the world believed Suyu would go solo, he opted to pass the ball instead. This time, he directed it to Love, having missed all 6 of his previous attempts. Love felt a flicker of anxiety as he received the ball. Yet, with time slipping away and a wide-open shot presented to him, he had little choice but to take the opportunity. Duong. It was yet another clang off the rim. Love was now 0 for 7. This was the initial reaction of the Cavaliers fans. They simply could not comprehend what Suyu was attempting. The Warriors fans erupted in laughter, unable to contain their mirth. Truly, he was a fitting teammate for LeBron, even mastering the art of passing the buck with such finesse. This is hysterical. Suyu really embodies the essence of imitation. The Cavaliers fans could only lament, cry all you want. It's no sin. We won't mock you unless we can't help it. Ha! Since your Suyu is so courteous, we shall gladly accept this victory. A wave of despair swept over the Cavaliers supporters, who now found themselves engulfed in hopelessness. Suyu's choices were truly incomprehensible to them. At that moment, a bald man with gold-rimmed glasses gazed intently at Suyu's silhouette from the stands. Meanwhile, Xiaohua also harbored doubts about Suyu's performance. Initially, one would have anticipated a match akin to a collision of celestial bodies. Yet the Cavaliers seemed to have surrendered without a fight. However, this outcome was not without its merits. It spared the need for biased officiating, ensuring the game would be devoid of significant controversy. For Xiaohua, this was a favorable resolution. With the Cavaliers trailing by 20 points at halftime and their offensive play still faltering, victory appeared to be a foregone conclusion. Simultaneously, Suyu shared a similar sentiment. Having performed in such a manner, he presumed they would be entirely at ease now. As the first half concluded, the score stood at 80-60, with the Warriors enjoying a commanding 20-point lead as they entered the second half. The current state of the Warriors was one of exuberance and joy. Such a substantial advantage had not been witnessed in the preceding 4 matches, making it a cause for celebration and excitement. Particularly, their offensive prowess had resurfaced, unanswerable three-pointers, seamless teamwork, and players regaining their touch. Everything had returned. Now, they even began to entertain thoughts of the 6th game. For them, this victory had become a certainty. Yet, Warriors head coach Kerr found the situation somewhat perplexing. Suyu's performance was exceedingly odd. Logically, even if the offensive execution was lacking, it was inconceivable that he had not attempted a single shot. Meanwhile, the camera focused once again on Suyu as he entered the locker room. The screen displayed his personal statistics: 0 points, 0 rebounds, 10 assists, and 1 steal. Such figures were almost unfathomable for Suyu. Even with poor shooting efficiency, it was hard to believe he could record a score of 0, especially without having attempted a single shot. Was Suyu possibly injured? It certainly seemed plausible. In the previous match, he had fallen to the ground multiple times, landing on his back. Indeed, was there a possibility of an injury? The netizens of Huaguo were left to speculate on the motivations behind Suyu's actions. Meanwhile, upon returning to the locker room, Suyu appeared composed. In contrast, Love engaged in self-reflection within the confines of the locker room, lamenting that he had betrayed Suyu's trust. He even encouraged Suyu to embrace a bolder offensive approach. The Cavaliers players certainly sensed a change in Suyu. They assumed he was merely nervous. Even James believed that Suyu's mindset was amiss and took the time to approach him, saying, "Hey, Suyu, you must be daring in your attack. Have faith in yourself. Even if you miss, you can still create opportunities for us. Otherwise, we will truly find ourselves in a state of passivity." Suyu nodded slightly, refraining from saying much. In the locker room, Tyronn Lue merely continued to encourage the players, making no mention of the team's performance. Speculations from the outside world fermented incessantly, with some even suggesting that the Cavaliers were embroiled in internal strife. This turmoil was purportedly instigated by the contentious issue of the Finals MVP. It was implied that LeBron James had pressured Suyu, demanding he relinquish control of the game to him. Consequently, Suyu's demeanor on the court appeared markedly passive. For a time, such assertions seemed plausible. One cannot help but admire the vivid imaginations of netizens, who conjured up various elaborate narratives. The 15-minute intermission passed swiftly, and the second half of the match commenced. The Cavaliers' lineup remained unchanged, with James and Suyu continuing to lead the charge. The Warriors, however, substituted Andre Iguodala for Sean Livingston. Under Stephen Curry's dribbling, the Warriors' offensive tempo surged onward. Suyu defends against Curry, while Green sets a screen. The screen remains as imposing as ever, with Green convinced of his own strength. Su opted not to engage in a direct confrontation. He merely maintained a conventional defense. This time, Durant maneuvered to receive the ball and continued his three-point attempt. It was another successful shot. 83-60. The home crowd was on the verge of collective euphoria. It was simply exhilarating. They had anticipated a fierce battle, but instead, they were witnessing a resounding victory. Such a delightful surprise was unprecedented for them. The mindset of the Cavaliers fans was utterly shattered by that three-pointer. Some even switched off their televisions, venting their frustration with expletives. Shit. Fixed game. Useless Cavaliers, what a pathetic team. Just go home. They are definitely going to lose. At this moment, the fans from Hawaii were also feeling disheartened. They had initially believed that after halftime, the Cavaliers' offense would show improvement. However, to their dismay, the defense faltered before the offense even commenced. Who could withstand such a blow? With the Cavaliers now on the offensive, Su brought the ball across half-court. Under LeBron's screen, Su finally decided to take advantage of the pick and launched a shot from the left side of the arc. It was a clean and decisive hit. 83-63. Nice. Su finally chose to take the shot. That's the spirit. He should take charge. Keep going. With a 20-point deficit, it's still manageable. No more passing. Just continue to take the initiative. The Hawaii fans said, slightly invigorated. Su launched an offensive. And at last, they could harbor some hope. However, before their excitement could fully blossom, the Warriors swiftly retaliated with a three-pointer. The score stood at 86-63. With 10 minutes remaining in the third quarter. In the ensuing moments, Su indeed activated his offensive mode, consistently sinking challenging three-point shots. Yet, the point differential remained stubbornly around 20. Particularly, the Cavaliers' defense was utterly abysmal. No one was capable of effectively curbing the Warriors' onslaught. With 3 minutes left in the third quarter, the Warriors still held an 18-point lead. Su has also scored 12 points. The score stands at 98-80 as the game enters a timeout phase. The Warriors players maintain an air of confidence. From their perspective, with the third quarter nearing its conclusion, they are comfortably ahead by 18 points. The outcome of this match seems all but sealed. Meanwhile, the whale wears a troubled expression, pondering how to articulate his thoughts. Su's performance, albeit commendable, has come too late. Had he begun to shine earlier, the outcome of this contest might still have been uncertain. As it stands, it is almost a foregone conclusion that a sixth game will indeed take place. Indeed, trailing by 18 points, coupled with their formidable offensive prowess and the Cavaliers' abysmal defense, the likelihood of a comeback appears exceedingly slim. Teacher Su, feeling somewhat disheartened, remarked that almost everyone has lost faith in the Cavaliers. LeBron's third